tentacle.
Whoa!
50 seconds. Plant can, yeah, nice.
What did you do? Oh my god, I have to.
Oh my lord.
Ja, Nix, ja. En halvstriptease. För då skickade donation där Nix, vet du. Då fick det striptease på köpet, vet du. Så att han fick se en halvstriptease.
Let's cut it off. Ting, ting, ting.
To put it in retrospect, yeah, we bought a lot of noodles. I actually went overboard with the noodles this time, but yeah. I'm not. I will not be eating all of this because my husband and my son will actually be taking some of this. So, and some of them I can't eat, or well, I. Ah!
Gugge 3 hundar.
Skejar. Fan,
3 följare har vi nu fan.
0 också. Herrejävlar.
Vad gjorde du inte? Jävla dodge-styrda.
Yes. Who's saying hi?
You ready? I'm gonna blow up in here. Ready?
Yeah. I'm going with
Oh, she got me. She was on the other side of the hatch.
Wow, someone actually got into.
Nice.
That was planned. Hello everyone, I'm hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are guys. So we are getting started for the reload tournament. It's on. I'm super excited for you guys to be able to be part of this. We are going to be having an amazing time. So the tournament is not part of any major in general. This is just like a standalone tournament for to introduce SiegeX, guys. So that's what's happening right now. There is a prize pool, obviously, and the gameplay is actually very different. So the tournament is going to be explained during the stream because I'm really bad at explaining. So they are going to be explaining how the tournament works because the bracket and everything is very different. So there is a lot of different like. You can have like you pick survivor, flawless, chicken card, extended mag, duel, and stuff. There's so many things which I don't understand, and I feel like it's better for us to listen to the pros here. So we are going to be starting in about a minute here, and hear what they say. Why am I so freaking shiny? On my like, I'm looking like a freaking greasy mess right now. That's weird. Let me just do this. I'm actually... Girl's best friend, you know? So we do... This is why? This is a trick that you use when you're sitting in front of camera, because you don't wanna, like, be too shiny, because you're looking like a freaking grease pot, so... If you look here, look, not a shiny, right? So that is a good thing. So we do the next one here. This goes for the guys as well. So, and this is just to make sure that you don't have too shiny, because it actually helps. So it's just a outer. Works for both guys. Translucent. Easy peasy. Hi Dark. Yeah, if you want to, would be greatly appreciated. But yeah. Let's just pull in for this. I'm guessing you guys hear it, so for some reason I can't see. the volume. I'm actually digging the intro. The intro is looking so freaking good.
Good morning,
Oh, shut up,
everybody, and
Dart.
welcome. It is the dawn of a brand new era here in Siege. It's time for SiegeX.
Yay, Milos, let's
the
go.
opening competitive tournament in the entire history, the 10-year anniversary of our beloved game.
But wait, we
It's time
have some
to
snack, we have
reload.
some
It
chips,
is
we have some
Reload
candy.
live in Rio. We love
Like
to
candy
rock,
stuff,
we love to
so-
reload here in this beautiful city, and one of the most beautiful nations on this planet. And of course, you cannot be here without some of the most beautiful people on said planet. Hi, I'm Milos. With me are said people. It is Foxay and Laxing. Gentlemen, you're looking so dashing today, but that's kind of a given.
I mean, I like our get-ups so far, but I mean, if you're talking about Rio, I mean, I spent the entire day yesterday just at the pool. So once we wrap up the show today, I'm going right back to the pool.
Oh, it's so beautiful out here. The weather's beautiful, and I agree. I love you guys look like you're from like Florida going on vacation kind of thing, and I look like I'm like from the bayou. I'm about to take you guys on a boat ride. I love the theme we got going on.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see you be a guide in Louisiana somewhere with a lot of alligators. If there's one person I would put my complete trust and heart and life into their hands, it would be you. Well, yeah, kind of.
I can
in
handle
Minnesota, maybe I can definitely do
Okay,
that.
so for those that do not know, some people ask why Shopify Rebellion were not invited and stuff like that. So 20 teams was
a completely
invited.
different format than we have ever seen before. Reload runs like this. Now, first of all, a prize pool. There's always a lot of money on the line. 20 teams have entered the gauntlet here. Our partner teams in the share program. $520,000 are on the line in our prize pool. $170,000 for the winning team. Of course, it's quite top heavy as we have been used to, but there's more to it than just money. Why is it called Reload again?
Well, because every single team starts out with a magazine with at least 6 bullets in it, and every single game you have to risk a certain amount up. The first 2 days, at a max, you can risk 2, but after that, sky's the limit. And obviously, you accumulate bullets based on the time, the amount that you risk up, and then once you play, if you win, you get that same amount back plus double, essentially. And that's what makes the format so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting format. We've obviously never seen something like this in Siege before, and especially to kick off SiegeX with a format like this. I mean, it creates such an exciting atmosphere, not only for the players, but even for us. It gives us something, especially the viewers at home. It gives everyone an exciting new look in how to approach this.
There's always a risk on the line with this
I'm
format.
still trying to understand what they are
First time
saying.
that's ever been done. 20 teams walk in, each with those 6 rounds, but we're gonna have to trim things down with our 5 days of group competition here in phase 1. At the end of day 4, 4 teams will qualify to the main event next weekend, and then on day 5, the next 4 to make it a total of 8 into our quarterfinals. Of course, the format is quite different, but there are modifiers that are also active and some are also passive in the way that they impact the game. So, Gabe, what's one that we really need to focus on? Because there's 6 in total.
The important one is the flawless card. That's going to be a manual one that we are going to see implemented if teams get a flawless victory. And what I mean by a flawless victory, it's clearly right there. That is a 7-0. So whatever bullets you're risking that you're putting in that chamber and you get back, you are adding an extra 2 bullets to that. So that is so important and so crucial early on. Now, I'm not expecting a lot of 7-0s, but this is a best of 1. This does allow teams to hit the gate out running and possibly again accumulating extra bullets.
And it adds a whole element of pressure, and we've seen teams crumble under that pressure, knowing as the round count develops, if you don't get that round, you're going to be giving up free bullets to an extra team.
Yeah, and of course, at the end of today, if you put down 2 bullets, which is the maximum that you can do for day 1 and 2, plus a flawless victory, you'll go up to a maximum of 10 bullets that you can charge up. Reminder, at least this is the way that I simplify it for myself as a layman in my own terms. You have a revolver, right? It's a cowboy shootout. You got 1 revolver, a 6-shooter with all 6 bullets that you're ready for. You want to have enough bullets by the end of day 4, at least day 4, to fill up 2 revolvers. 12 is kind of, it's not the be-all end-all, but that gives you enough space to survive. But of course, you want to have as much as possible in your belt.
Basically just Deimos, just dual wielding.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's
a little bit of a safety net.
That's how Shaiko thinks when everything's working, right?
Can you imagine a dual wield on Deimos and Shaiko's running? That's even scarier.
It's a good thing we're not introducing balancing things, but speaking of changes, SiegeX is starting right now in competition. Here's what it looks like.
They're just trying to. It's not a game mode. They are changing up how the tournament works. So each team is going to be having 6 bullets, and if a team loses, they will lose their bullets. So the more bullets they have, the better it is for them to qualify to the semi-final. Yeah, it's kind of confusing. And there's certain cards as well. I'm not sure. They have not dived into that yet. Oh, so the Twitch strong connector. Ah, the repel! I'm like so excited to use the repel. Yeah, why do we have to wait a month? Yeah, the reveal on
It is
next
a new
week.
dawn and a new day in competitive Siege history as we hit year 10 and we really hit it running. SiegeX is coming, a free update to everybody who owns a copy of Siege, and it's going to be a good time. There's been a lot of overhauls. I liken it to back
So the
in
question
our
is going
days
to be: do
where
we need to
Operation Health came in and kicked things
to
off and really updated
delete
the game so we could
the
have
Siege
new
that we have
mechanics
now
and
to
new things
download the
added
new
into
one,
it,
or
but
is
also
it going
it's
to
a
be
huge visual
changed
update, some
within
extra
the
flair
same
added here
file
and there.
as
This is
we
the
have?
first time that we get to see this
Is
in
my
competitive
bigger
play.
question.
Of course, the SiegeX showcase happened back in March, and you were there. It was wonderful to watch.
Monumental moment.
It absolutely is a monumental moment for our entire game and our esport. But there are some things that change in the game, but others that don't as much, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, the core fundamentals of Siege is still there. That's the main focal point for me, is that it is still Siege through and through, but just with a little bit of flair, like you said. And one of the big things for me that I'm really looking forward to is those environmental ingredients that we even just saw in that showcase and that reveal.
I mean, the community loves new things, new ways to get kills. One thing I'm excited for is the new repel, being able to
Yeah,
run
I'm
on the repel.
thinking as
I
well
would
the
love
new
to see
sound and
something
everything.
happen where
So
a player gets
I don't
turned
mind
on
it,
and
but
because he was running around on the wall, it'd be exciting to see.
we haven't
There's a
heard
lot of
anything
stuff that
about
we look
that.
forward
So
to seeing with mechanics changes, but all the overhauls that are being added into
So the new
SiegeX.
format for
However,
this
there's
tournament,
one
I think they're
thing
using
that is
this
very important for competitive
to
play,
see
and
how
that
the
is
response is from teams and from the audience when it comes to
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six esports to new strategic levels.
yeah.
Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing sides simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will
I
now
like
have an
this.
additional tool to
I
counter
actually like
opponents
this.
and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well.
I'm really excited for the
And if
ban
ever the match
change.
goes to
I'm really
overtime,
excited for this one.
Both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents'
I like
strategies
this.
in
I
every
like
Rainbow
this.
Six
I
esports
think
match.
they played it really
Get
smart
ready
when it comes
for
to
a new
ban
level of
phase.
strategy with
Because
SiegeX.
we have so many operators, where you kind of feel like we don't need to like worry about
change.
certain
And
bans.
may I
Like
remind
if you
everybody
ban
as your
Thatcher, it's
resident
okay.
knowing
We can
about
just do
old
this
stuff in Rainbow
instead.
Six,
Imagine if
expert
you
on
ban
this, I
Thatcher
would
and
say
the next round you decide
the
to
bans were
ban
introduced that we
like
have seen up to this point post
Dockerby because you don't want her to have the EMP and the calls, for example.
Stayed since then, but this is a
Or like you
complete
want to ban
overhaul.
Maverick because you
Now
know
teams
they
are
are
have
going to be
think
trying
a
to
lot
open
more
up
in
the
depth
breach in
about how they-
Clubhouse,
Yeah,
for example, on the
one of the
on like the
added
repel
things I just
side.
love about Siege as a whole.
Like,
it's about
this is going to be
reinventing the
so,
wheel, and this is definitely
much
going to do that.
fun.
You have to be more focused and more honed in on what your bans are actually going to be. Because if you think about before when we were scrimming back in those days,
I'm
you
really
could just focus
excited.
on what bans you think a team's going to have that you're going to work for, and now it's in game in the moment that can just
I
happen.
can just
on the go
imagine
right
how
now. So
many
you
strats
can't
I can
that
have in
prep
my head.
because it's a
I'm
lot.
like
It's a
going
lot.
to be be like,
you have to be
oh,
ready
we
to
can do
adapt
this,
almost
and we can do
immediately
this, and we
once
can do
those
this.
bans
Like,
come out.
It'll
oh my
succeed
god.
with adaptive heavy teams because
I have
every single
so many
situation is
things
gonna
that I
be
wanna
different. It'll be
try.
interesting to see what teams bring.
Like,
if they're banning based on the rounds, if they're banning
I
based
miss
on prep,
competitive
but obviously
Siege.
every
I
environment
miss
is gonna
putting
be
up
different.
like
So a
strats
team
and
with
try to see
structured
if it
IGL
works and stuff.
is
Like,
going to struggle a
oh,
little
it's
bit.
so
We're
much
going to
fun.
see the adaptive heavy teams thrive in this meta.
You don't want to overthink it, you don't want to underthink it, and also you have to think one round ahead because it is for the upcoming round where defenders would have probably swapped sites. There's a lot to go through, and that's where the analysis really comes into a lot of theory crafting. However, there's nothing to theory craft about our schedule for today. With 20 teams, we are left with a total of 10 best-of-1 matches. Here's the first 4 that are happening on both A and B stream, as you've been used to at this point through all of our big tournaments, either majors or at the Invitational. We'll be focused on the A stream here, as our colleagues on the B stream will carry you through their own 5 matches. That'll be Des and Ace on there. We got Guz and Xenox. We'll talk to them in just a bit. And our focus is on a Classico for APAC North and Korea, Japan. Of course, that is now the old system that has come back, and it's better positive overhaul for 2025. If anything, El Clasico between the two giants of Asia. This is SiegeX and CAG, Korea versus Japan.
I mean, yeah, and it's interesting because when you look at all those matchups, these were hand-selected by these teams. So the fact that you have CAG picking into SiegeX, it just goes to show they want to come into this event comfortable. They want to know who their opponent is right out the gate, and especially when you're risking these bullets, putting them in your chamber, you are almost guaranteeing yourself comfortability in that to possibly accumulate those extra bullets.
And there's no right or wrong way on which team you want to go up against, but obviously picking SiegeX is a great start because we know Cyclops is good at playing against teams of their own nature, being able to start off slow, pick up their momentum. Same thing with SiegeX. I mean, but I think that's the situation with every single game.
For sure.
Every matchup looks so close, and it's a whole clean slate on a new SiegeX.
It is.
And speaking of momentum, we'll carry that into our rosters. SiegeX is up on the chopping block first, and this squad is a stark reminder of the heyday of APAC North and Korea, especially back when you guys were competing at the tippity top in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, this is a roster that I'm personally excited for because when you look at the roster as a whole, phenomenal players, but 3 players that stick out to me the absolute most is Rin, Coded, and Woogieman. Coded and Woogieman just recently joined this roster, I believe shortly after SI wrapped up. So the fact that they're rekindling that synergy that they had back on that old Damwon Kia that we played back in 2021.
Okay, so which game do we want to like watch, guys? We
running.
have...
So the fact they're bringing familiarity back into this roster.
So we have
into the regional league that they're
Japan
competing in.
versus
It is
Korea,
going to be
or we
gameplay
have
from this team, and I'm so
EU
excited
versus
to see those three
or
reunite.
Brazil.
And we know how scary they can be.
They can be,
They are
especially in the
just,
best of one.
yeah, they are so good in best of ones, especially how adaptive they are as a team, cohesion-wise. Strategically, that's one area that APAC lacks the most, but them as a team can always adapt on the fly and use that calculated aggression all over the map.
Absolutely.
Well, we go from calculated aggression into calculated how to play Shields 101, basically, with CAG on the other side, Cyclops, Athlete Gaming, Osaka. This squad we have seen 1,000,001 times in international play. They
think
always
we
get so
should
close to
be
making it to that main stage,
watching-
including at Boston most recently, and yet, for lack of a better term,
Where's the other one?
really to quote at this time,
This. No.
Ready to.
Ah, that was not my intention, but sure, whatever. Did you get my gift arc, by the way? It's not much, but at least a little bit of a token. For you to be, being so kind to be here. By the way, guys, for those that do not know, I do have drops. It should be on, guys. It should be on. At least. From my understanding, it should be on.
Two defenders, and they do that at the same time, and that is how we will play for the first 3 rounds. Once we've completed 3 rounds, before we go into round 4, there will be a quick opportunity for the teams to ban 1 more of the opposing.
No, but like you here helping me out with modding and stuff, like, and I know you don't have any direct interest in games, Dark, but you're still here, so I just want to show you some appreciation.
At the halfway mark, you scratch it off, you wipe the slate clean, go through the same process because
first
obviously
round
you
the
need to
ban
ban for the
for
other
my
side because we have the
capital.
side switch.
Yeah, one of them looking at and just thinking you're going to see some really
Kaid
creative
and
band
Mira.
sets coming out. This one here
That's
has actually defied
interesting.
expectation a bit because from speaking to a few teams at the event so far, many said you're going to see these co-op bans. You'll see a double or triple shield ban. You'll see a double or triple hard breach ban, things like that. But Elevate here have changed things out a little bit and look to take away Capital, which I think is really smart for this map. You think of Capital and Clubhouse, immediately you're jumping towards Catwalk.
It's
and the fireballs,
Clubhouse,
the Tips
baby.
stuff there,
Let's
for
go.
example. Just taking away that extra tool that Furia could employ against Elevate here feels quite smart.
We're going to, I think, start to see the sort of difference in the banning phase. At this point, I think we're going to see fairly similar
Yeah, but
to
you
what
get
we
what
would
I mean,
expect.
North.
Thermite's a little bit of a curveball. You wouldn't always have him taken out on Clubhouse. But other than that, yeah, fairly similar. It's going to be when we get those third bans coming in for those final 3 rounds. I think that's when you're really going to start seeing that difference of like teams just, you know,
Do you see guys how clean it looks in game right now? Do you see the details like on the wall and stuff?
It's also worth
Do you
mentioning
see
as well
that?
the coaches
What?
have an opportunity for some input
Oh,
in
wait,
some
I
of
saw
these
something on the
ban
right
phases.
side. I
So
saw
the one that
something.
we've just seen before the game, the coach
No,
is able to talk to the
they
team,
was not.
and at the
Ignore me.
halfway mark, they are also allowed to have a little chat and get involved
Like
in
the
that banning
upgrade on
process,
this
but
map.
they are not allowed to talk to the team during the ban between round 3 and 4.
Okay. Psycho.
Should have had a little bit of time to react there, Herds, and he put a whole mag in towards the side of his head before he even managed to get a
That's
kill.
me, that's
but
my
it is
aim.
the first man down. Psycho there being picked
Oh,
out
look.
and very easily dispatched here. Of course, so you
The
mentioned
room
the
looks
updated
so
map as well.
small.
Lighting
Why does it
looking
look so
fantastic
much
throughout the map.
smaller?
Got JV92 just trying to work his way on
looks
in
so
a little
small.
bit, try and get a little bit of ground established, likely to come up against Semper, but it's going to be Ion X elsewhere who
That's
takes the
so
fight with
weird.
the lead box and wins it, but does
Oh,
get down in the
JV2.
process, and JV92 manages to pick up Semper, and this is looking tough right now for Elevate to hold on. 4 versus 2, Furia with a strong man advantage can start now thinking about access to sites. How do they get down to that basement level? Where do they get down? Where do they choose to think about getting Herds a little bit of space
Yeah,
to
it
put
looks-
this diffuser down?
They've made it real easy for themselves, Tim, with the Dockerby and the Jackal on side, those two
Ah,
Rover Hunt operators
nice.
coming together. It's going to be a nightmare for Elevate to be able to play out around the map. That's exactly what you're seeing here in this first round. So now we're down to the 2 holding on with 75 seconds still to play.
Okay, I
Fury
see
really
something
are the
already
kind of
that
team, as we
is
spoke about,
very
the accolades
it's
they've got.
throwing
They're
me
the
off
largest
so
match. They
bad.
should not be losing a 4
The
versus 2 with this
hallways
much time
is
on the
much
clock.
like
But
the
saying
rooms
that,
and the
Herds
hallways
just
are
found
much
himself picked off
smaller
for
than
free.
it
Acro
is
on the castle, getting
originally.
rid of one more.
You can
It
literally
gets down
see
to
how
one more, Tim. Suddenly it's
smaller
2
the
versus 2.
hallway
You
is.
start to sweat and worry for Furia a little bit.
You really do, especially on this basement site. It is definitely
Oh,
defendable
boy.
in that sort of situation, as we now potentially
That
see.
is kind of
Romeo
making me a
manages to
little
pick up
bit,
KZ, 2
annoyed because
versus
I
2,
don't
40
like
seconds
seeing
left to
it
go.
be
Could
so
be an
much
idea for
smaller.
Furia to just hold on a little bit
It's
here,
kind of
take
weird
that time,
dynamic,
use it
but
to the best of their
I
ability.
think it's
JV
just because
manages to
we are so
find
used to
Romeo.
the old
That's
one.
3 in the round for JV92. Ned picks off the last, and Furia, despite that little bit of a flurry from Elevate in the mid-round, still managed to get the job done.
Are getting
It
a
took
warning
little bit
or
of work there,
what?
They managed to get away with it. And of course, with it being round 1, SiegeX, whole new tournament coming together. I think we've got a quick tech pause coming in here at the end of round 1. But at least to start things off, Tim, again, Furia showing all the things that we know they're good for here. Fantastic roam clear as a team. Very smart lineup, despite having the 2 bans coming in against them.
Yeah.
Again, targeted towards what they normally do. And still managing to deal with things even when it came down from a 4v2 to a 2 versus 2. So maybe not the cleanest end to the round, but all that matters is that the round gets on the scoreboard.
I
Right
think
now,
also
it's 1-0 to Furia.
there. I think
Yeah,
just the
strong
first
start.
kill,
I think, you know,
the
largely
sound
what
was
we would
fucking him
probably
out
have
a little bit
expected,
because
just given
the
fact that
sound
we don't know
dynamic
what
is
we're gonna
way
see
different.
out
So
of
for
this
him,
Elevate
it
roster,
might
but
have
it's
sounded
also
like,
the
oh,
first
he's going to
time
be
for many of them
somewhere
on
else.
this sort of
But it was
scale
actually
of
a little bit
stage,
closer.
especially with that. I'm gonna say a little bit of added pressure for the Brazilian players playing at home on home soil.
Yeah.
There is that little bit of extra expectation for these teams there. So as it is, Elevate maybe just needing to find their feet in this one.
Give him a bit of time.
My
It
question
wasn't a
is,
bad round from
by the
them,
way,
don't
yeah,
get me wrong.
Well, it was
I
awful
think
to
though
start, Tim.
the game is
Wasn't
going to
an
be
ideal
released
start.
within a
Well,
month.
they certainly got
I
themselves
think
into
we
it.
are going to be
No,
able
the fact
to
that we're
use
able to
the
play it as well,
test
because you see
server
so
for
many
this
teams coming
because
to
the test server
games
has
against
been
big opponents, and they
updated.
just play scared. They'll sit on side, they'll turn
From
up,
my
they'll
end,
just
by
wait here,
the test
we'll-
server that I
well, I'm
use
playing
has
close
been
to the- won't play the more
updated
risky sort of
regularly for some
synergy-based
reason.
roams
I'm
that
not
you
sure
see from
why.
bigger teams,
So
for example,
I'm
but no,
guessing
Elevate were willing to
we
get out there and
might
try and cause a little bit of bother. By the way, once we've got ourselves
might
back
be able
into
to
it, we'll see
play
if
it.
that carries on. I think we'll go to
No, there was a
CC for our
technical
next site as well,
issue,
Tim.
so
That
that's
top
why.
floor feels like a very classic site on this map and a very classic map in this game.
Yeah, a fairly standard rotation, as we would expect.
You say that. Gym bedroom's really popular at the minute.
It is. It's a bit of a regional toss-up you tend to find.
Took away.
And I think
It says on the top
teams, like
left
you say,
corner,
really
Mark,
left towards
technical
Gym and Bedroom
pass.
being the more popular. I think with that Thermite ban being there particularly, that's going to influence the teams.
So here's the thing with the ban, you ban every round. The question is, the ban that you're going to be using in the beginning, you might not want to focus on the ban that is going to be used for the first round. You might want to think of the ban being used in the later rounds. So you saw them starting downstairs, but they banned Thermite because they know Thermite is going to be used later on in the game. So they might just want to ban it now and be done with it, and then see what the flows go through to the next round.
Lost it twice in a row. We can't go back there again. I think mentally, win or lose.
So it comes also down to how you like. Do you want to ban something in the early stage, or do you want to save a certain ban for later?
Back in the day, where we were on Cafe,
because you might not need to ban, like, for example, Thermite later on.
Only in the 6th round did we see a change away, and we were all stood there just like, surely after the 2nd time you give it up. Okay, after the 3rd.
So it could be an interesting thing, because if you know that you play.
Changing the 6th, and I think got a single round.
Like, especially when you're changing sides later on, you know that you play Maverick.
Pretty good to see.
But you don't want to ban him. So if you start on defense, do you really want to ban Maverick because you're going to be using him later on?
Very well.
Like, do you want to save that ban for later, or do you want to use it right now instead? It's the same with, like, for example, Smoke. No one plays Smokes, but
it is, but I'm also like,
it's going to be a good ban to ban him. But if you're playing him, then it's going to be like, can we play without him?
Both of the Brazilian cities that we've been fortunate enough to visit so far.
It's the same with Doug. If you think about Asami, we ban Asami when we are attacking.
We visit, we're very
but
like saying London and Birmingham.
If we start on defense, we might not want to ban Asami in the beginning. We might want to let Asami be.
For a city, I expect I go into London,
no, my brain is fried.
Manchester, I go into these places.
Depending on the enemy's banning or not.
You've got a little park here and there, but that's generally, I think, cities.
Yes, a lot of tattoos.
Largely what we see. But
it's going to be interesting to see how the banning is working.
It's almost like a city in a rainforest. It's like you go in and there's just so much greenery everywhere.
Did he have glasses?
They really are stunningly beautiful, and the mountains around that kind of surround Rio that we're looking out on every day, absolutely phenomenal. And
it really makes me want to go and see Vancouver in Canada. I've heard it's very similar there, where you've got water around, you've got forests around, you've got mountains around, snowy mountains at that as well in Vancouver. I'm like, the only thing that Rio doesn't have the Vancouver.
Yeah, so
and it's no
it puts into more perspective how you want to ban. It's just not as simple as banning and be done with it.
It's so warm and what's this? Got a globe up on the screen, Tim. I haven't been told about this, by the way.
Oh, we can have a look at Rio. There we go.
Ah, there we go. Okay, then see lots of water. Cool.
You
see how beautiful
what I
it
mean
is.
there? You can see all the greenery and just how lush it is, and all the mountains are just completely like covered in these sort of big forests. And it's just absolutely, it's stunning. It's like I say, if you've never, maybe been fortunate.
I think it also comes down to what the enemy has for strats. So if we are attacking, we know people like to play Asami, but if the team doesn't have the strat for playing Asami, we technically don't need to ban her. We can let it be, or ban something else for the first round. And if we know that the enemy is using Asami in the next round, or like during the first round, we might decide on the second round to ban her down. That way we can keep Asami as long as we can, based on how they are playing, because they might be using something else.
When I was in Birmingham Airport, they've redone.
So, like, if we know that they are planning playing Bandit, Bandit Trick in the Wall, we might want to ban Bandit instead
and all the menu items are named after characters from the show
in the next round, and just focus on having Kaid on the wall
with like a poached egg
to open up.
Ham of some kind. It's really good. It's nice. It's good.
For 40 years
Lol, what's this?
Never actually learned what it is.
And trust me, it's really good, but the classic Brummy thing they've done is swapped out the muffin with a crumpet. So it's crumpet with poached
like
egg,
I said, the soul.
I was
really
I
self-picks.
thought I was getting a muffin. I didn't realise. I didn't read the menu properly. Shock horror. I didn't pay enough attention to something. So weird.
That is just so, it's you through and through.
It is, it is.
I'll
If-
tell
if-
the
if
airport
it's
delay
important-
story in a minute if we really delay.
If it's important, they'll bold it for me, is the way I look at it. But
This
you know
is
what? It
what
was actually
I
bang
hate
on.
when
I
it comes
prefer
to being
that.
All the
delayed.
menus do revolve around you, I've heard, Des.
They do.
You know, they do sit there when they write in a menu and think, what does Des really need to know on this menu? Let's chuck it in bold.
Exactly, just the name of the item, and then if the thing is, it's a crap
Give it
name
a
for a
rest.
menu.
By the way,
item.
guys, I can show you
Listen, it's a
this.
crap name
So
for a
this
menu item.
is
It's
going to
not
be
clear
what you
you're
get.
getting based on
So
that name.
this
think-
that you see
was
behind
it
my
just
cam is
was
just
it
packs.
Eggs Benedict,
So
or was
if
it
you
a name?
watch
something
2
Benedict,
hours,
yeah,
you
one of
get
the
one
characters in
pack.
the
If you
Benedict
watch
task.
Right,
until
okay.
6
I think,
hours, you
yeah,
get
if
like
we
3
go
packs in
too
total.
total.
Be a
big
muffin.
away from what
And
would be,
8
you know,
hours going
a
to be on
standard
May
recipe,
16, which is
like
going
that
to
with
give you
specific
4.
terms, and I think
Then you
it's
have
probably fair
3.
to say you should
And
maybe
this is
have
going
that.
to be
I've got a picture of the
one
menu
of the
somewhere. I can't
skins
pick it up.
here
I can find
is
it.
Sorry,
available
I'm
as well. There's always there's going to be more than these skins that you see, but this is some of them at
I was
least.
thinking, you know, we won round it, and there's not too much to talk about with the game yet. But I'm thinking me and Des are on a classic tangent here. We're moving away, and then Des starts pulling the menu out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a stretch even for us.
What is it? The Blinder Benedict, it's called.
Good start. Good start to
Oh, brilliant.
we went in one round and then the game crashed.
Smoked hollandaise and matchstick fries. Oh, they were pretty interesting. On toasted crumpets. I just didn't read the on toasted crumpets part.
It's just you through and through, is that?
I looked at the picture, I saw the eggs, and I was like, yep, eggs Benedict, cool, that's what we all expect. And then there was crumpets.
So the reason that I laugh at Des particularly, Des once had a 10-hour wait at the airport, despite me telling him, like, we were travelling a lot at the time, and we were on the way to the airport. He says, oh, yeah, no, I'm flying at the same time as you. And I said, Des, I'm not sure you are. I'm sure it was mentioned that your flight had been delayed because somebody else had done the booking for us, so we weren't necessarily getting all the communication direct to us. I said, I'm sure that they said that your flight had been delayed, Des. No, they'd have told me, mate. No. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they did, Des. And then we get there at 8 a.m. in the morning, look at the boards, and Des's flight isn't on there. And I'm looking at the final time, and it goes up to about 6 p.m. And I'm thinking, that's because Des's flight's after 6 p.m. So he like, no, mate, it's all right, no. Goes and checks in, looks at his booking pass, 7 p.m.
Yeah.
We're there at 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly,
That's
I've
a
never
little
been
bit
so
weird.
smug in my life.
I tell you what, it was a great day sat in a lounge for 30 quid though. All these drinks and
It
food.
didn't even encourage you to start listening to me. That's the worst thing.
It was a good day in the lounge. What
By
can
the
I
way,
say?
guys, do you
Also,
see
I've got a conundrum for you.
Dark and Foxic, do you see on the screen that you have drops? By the way, I need to know if it's shown for you guys. Like, does it show anything?
It's not that hard a decision, man. Come on.
I mean, I'm sure we can talk about Siege for another 5 minutes.
The thing is, we're on the B stream.
Or like if you press your profile, then you have here, you're going to see something on this side.
You've got chat open here. Someone actually asked a second ago, oh, did he enjoy it though?
He's in the
It doesn't?
chat. It's getting serious.
I enjoyed the
chat.
Try refreshing.
I've got through one round, I'm in the chat, Tim. It begins already. So if you guys want to know anything, then by all means, please do ask.
So
and we'll-
it works.
You're into the Designates podcast
Okay,
now. We're
good.
waiting for this rehost to go through. So by all means, anything you want to know or talk about, then give us a shout. We'll happily talk some crap.
Let's go into the other game. Like,
Round over towards
seriously.
trophy. Firax
Let's
now
do
back
this
on top,
while
50
we wait.
seconds on
This
the
is
clock to hold
crazy.
out for player posted outside. I believe that's Aniton, who now jumps forward in towards trophy, takes the fight but loses. Methy good for his second in the round, and now Cully to try and take through
Okay,
West
at
Main.
least
Barbed
it
wire
shows
took away his
there,
position.
but
Yeah, it just felt like CHE kind of rushed it a little bit. They got that initial opening kill and then the down, and then from there they all just kind of sent it in. And credit to FearX, able to rotate, get back into good positions, and able to outnumber the entry position from CAG. And it is FearX on the defensive chalet that open things up here for reload. They are on the board. And a really good response considering they did have the opening death, then the down on Decoded. So a really, really good work from FearX to actually just kind of navigate their way throughout that round. Minute left in the round. CAG were looking good on the attack, and
yeah.
FearX actually able to offer
But I feel like it should be showing like on the chat, top chat, if there is a drop on. I just don't get it. Why doesn't it show there for me?
The sponsors for the tournament as well. Don't know about the slow motion.
That scared me.
Oh, nice. Minus the very thick Australian accent.
Yeah, the start of the round there from COG was pretty good and pretty traditional in the sense that, as you typically want on Chalet, establishing presence on those external windows and cutting those lines aside, preventing those.
I thought it was better to
good.
just jump in here.
I think they got
I
caught in
do
transition
have,
and Rin
also
able to get
guys,
that
if you
revive.
don't
Couple of
want
those
to
players on
hear
top
the
four able to get
commentators, I
themselves
do
into
have
good positions.
other like link
As Cyclops tried to transition back
that we
down
can
low,
look
then they
without
lost
having the
control and
casters
pressure, and
on.
it really kind of capitulated in the end. So it's all start from SiegeX, some decent mid-round adaptation.
Still technical pause over there.
Into the second round then. We'll see what kind of approach is employed. Solace in play.
You don't lose your watch time just because you refresh Dark.
Those nerfs that we
It
saw
doesn't work like that.
some time ago now.
This is like
She has fallen
driving
out
me
of
insane.
fashion.
Why
But
did it make
tends to be
stuff
useful in
smaller?
right now.
Like
Tends to be
even his
meta.
wall,
Not some
like
major
on
changes here, at
like
least in
Missing
the
is smaller.
A lot
Why?
of emphasis on
It's
information.
throwing me off so bad.
Combination with the Deimos and the Lion. So there should be no shortage of info.
Like it's
in the
so
round here
weird,
for
the
Cyclops and
lighting.
Sharif.
Like
Taking
I'm so
opportunity to
used to
get
everything
control. In a
being
good
like.
position for Chalet attacking, coming off rotation.
I've been playing this game for
One of the
too
big
long.
changes when it comes to SiegeX as well is the repelling.
Oh.
Hello, jump out. Rin tries to go for something very special, but it backfires. Anderton, quick on the trigger, able to get the kill. Sharif does lose his life on the Deimos. Not ideal in helping clear out some of these positions up above. So 1 for 1, and a fast starting attack from this second round, which is very APAC in nature.
Well, APAC tends to be blips of action at the beginning of the action phase, then kind of standing around for the next 2 minutes.
and then blips of action to close it out.
Just wildness to end the piece. So.
Lots of chaos.
Don't expect too much for
Are
the
you
next
kidding me?
minute. Depending on how aggressive they want to play, I mean, again, both of these rosters looking to sort of stamp their authority heading into APL for the year. So they
You can definitely see the lighting is not as bright anymore.
Drone and Chibisu was ready, able to land the shot
So-
to give CAG
Ooh.
an advantage once again.
They're not
No trade to come
reinforcing
through
that.
for
That's
as well,
interesting.
as Goodboy was completely by himself over towards Lively Stairs, pushing down. And that just leaves.
The lighting is
top
good, but
four
it looks
control for
way
PRX
darker
now.
for me.
For
Like
CAG,
it's
they've
too
got
dark
over a
for
minute
me.
here to kind of think
I
to
just
work their
don't
way
like
through
when
this
it's
round.
too dark.
This is where I want to kind of see a team like CAG from APAC really just kind of start to think. You don't have to throw bodies towards sight.
Yeah, aggressive open hold here from SiegeX, breach open, couple of gates in position, and that allows Coda to post up over towards that half-wall position. He'll be somewhat tricky to clear.
Yeah.
Cyclops, though, with the player advantage, can look to trade that out, maybe be a little bit more aggressive, potentially even set a play down below if they have the information, if they do now off the back of that drone. Still out, though, is available with the smoke in play, and Wookie's still with 2 canisters left. So somewhat of a stalemate, and as I said, don't expect a ton of action until that last 30 seconds, which pretty much
They're
has
very
played
split
out.
though. I mean, PRX are very, very split. They're essentially 3-1.
Oh,
so
is that-
potential. Coda down to about 1 HP. Not ideal.
Wow,
Still,
how
Method
did he
will
survive that?
Fall, and Coda is going for a big power play here over towards Ego Balk. He is very, very low, essentially 1 HP. Goes
That's
for it,
so
hopes that
lucky.
he doesn't get checked, and he may very well not. It's an off-angle position, and he does get the
You
kill
need to aim
onto
at
Jujutsu,
high
makes
head
it a
level.
2v2.
You can't
Correct
aim
time,
on the
but
body
Steve
shot. It
onto
doesn't
the low
work
HP
like that.
Coda. Anderton will flush him out down to Mephi, and he makes it a 1v1. Not a lot of time, just needs to hide. 1 second remaining. You don't need to peek. He just remembered, and he's able to fall back, confirm the round, and SiegeX make it 2-0.
I don't know how SiegeX are able to make that work. I think, again, in many rounds of Siege, we tried to attribute who won the round, who lost the round,
I
etc.
think it's
And
more
it was an
optical
element of both
illusion,
there in that particular round.
right
SiegeX
now
doing a
for
good job
me.
holding half wall. That utility probably not quite
What the
landing
fuck?
as it
They
needed
haven't
to
even
for Cyclops
started
to clear it
yet.
effectively.
This
And
is the game that I
we have
wanted
access
to
the
see
overhead
more
feed
than
off to the
this.
side that isn't shown on stream, but Black Ray there, who we saw at the very end swinging double window, was completely having zero impact there for that.
Yeah,
final
it looks
portion of the round. He was messing
smaller,
around on
but,
that power. These players then forced to filter through into Coded, who did a good job to make that final stand. Mephi had the sound read on the Black Ray, got a free kill. And with that diffuser not
You
inside
can
the
also,
main
by the
line
way,
anyway,
if you have
it
in
is
front
rather
of it,
comfortable, somewhat,
look
I guess,
at the
to an extent,
shadows
for PRX
on
again. So, somewhat
on
concerning
the
signs for Cyclops
operators
to
that
pick
they
things
have
up,
when
but
they are getting in.
credit to
I think
PRX
losing
for
the
making
Deimos
plays.
was not ideal. That was actually a really big loss, because if you have that Deimos at the end of that, or towards the end of that round, you can get the pings out more.
Imagine having the Deimos there to lurk below instead
Yep,
of guiding and
exactly.
flush out half wall, or at least have some additional pressure. Would have been so useful.
Okay, so this
And
is
if you're
interesting.
Sharif
So
as well, and
they
you're playing that
open
operator,
up
you gotta value
feet
your life.
holes
This is
in
a
bottom
player
right.
at 6 Invitational for CAG that was over 100 EPS.
Now I need to
He's
really
their
see
star
this,
player. There is
because
one
for
concern
me
though when it
that's
comes
very
to
dangerous
Sharif,
play.
is that he's actually -4 on entry back at SI. Admittedly though, he had 56 entries. So he's getting quite a lot in terms of volume, but he is technically at a negative. Admittedly, though, that is SI. You're playing against good teams, so I think you can give that a bit of a pass mark. And the positive then is actually plus 16 overall KD when it comes to his performance at SI. So he was definitely the star player for CAG. For him to begin 0-2, not able to make an impact, to be attacking rounds on Chalet for CAG.
They're gonna end it very badly.
I think we're starting to notice that as the fact, of course, SiegeX 2-0 start. I will say though, I mean, Chalet is the kind of map. Really, I love Chalet. It's one of my, if not my favorite map, because I genuinely think you can really win on both sides of the coin. But in APAC, typically, we do see it be slightly favored to the attack. So for CAG to be 0 already after the opening 2 rounds, not ideal.
So double M from the Thermite. Exothermic over towards main breach. Pretty simple stuff to kick things off here for Cyclops. And again, noting that this is the final round before we introduce an additional operator ban for both sides as well. So
yeah, so
that can look
Monty
like? I don't think
Ying
it's
as
like a
Mancastle is banned right now.
Ooh!
It's a nice pick here from Wookie Man
Oh.
onto Black Grey.
Oh,
Free
kill.
Good vert angle and up close. Sharif taken down again.
Oh, Sheriff, that's not
Poor
good.
entry from Sharif. 0-3 start. SiegeX just starting to actually look a little bit comfortable here on the defensive Chalet.
Yeah.
They take a 2-player advantage, and it feels like it's up to Chibisu to go and find one back. That's exactly what he's doing here. Over towards
And he missed that.
And Mephi wins the battle. What a start for Mephi. 6 kills in the opening 3 rounds, and SiegeX now establish a rather significant 5v2 lead.
That's not good for
We're going to start
Tag.
backing here for SiegeX.
I do believe that SiegeX
very
is
strong
going to
here
win
at
this
reload.
game, though.
And I know Arcana is
They
low,
did
and in
play
part,
a
that's
lot
information that will be provided
better.
over, and he unpeaks, unlocks, and Mephi finds a 3rd in the round, and this very well could be the
Hey,
first
Fenrir.
flawless here at Reload, as Anaton, well, he does spot a couple coming
He's
up
strong
by
for a
place there to
reason.
get himself a double. He's got 4, but he cannot make it anymore. 4, though, does go the way of Mephi, and 3-0, the lead for SiegeX.
Yeah, I think heading into this particular matchup, if you had have told me it was a 3-0 start, I very much would have thought that
CAG
that'd be in
attack.
favor of Cyclops. And, I mean, irrespective of the sides, but an opportunity, I suppose, now for Cyclops to try and adapt.
What do you ban?
We do have
here?
the additional bans to come through.
And coaches, I think, do they get to talk as well?
I believe coaches can. I haven't had 100% confirmation. I wasn't actually looking to see if the lips are moving there to confirm that, but been rather dominant from SiegeX thus far. Cyclops, I mean, in that instance, finding it difficult just to get simple map control. Previously, not as much of an issue, as more so their side completions, but that one there would very much be a confidence builder
Let's go.
for SiegeX.
Well, we did have the bans, by the way, and I like the way that we actually did this.
Did the
This is
game-
the first time for all of us.
They
you know,
haven't
seeing
started
how
yet.
The systems are going to work out, but they've been done through that little highlight package. So we've had Grim get banned out, we've had Fenrir get banned
Well,
out.
something
Of course,
broke.
these systems, so 6 operators now
Okay,
banned
that's not good.
away from this particular match. Heading into round 4, 3-0 start for SiegeX. Very clean, very
That's
quick.
not good.
And so far, this match is turning out to be rather quick and clean as well. If SiegeX continue to play in this fashion, this could very well be a very fast start.
Well, it's taken to the 4th round, but Cyclops are going to look to try and activate some shield play here to see if that can be a differentiating factor. We know that typically Anaton, if available, will play bot
Fuse
lane,
and
but
Blitz.
everything was banned out as expected. Don't think Black Ray is not running shields. Anaton will be looking to play that front line and just probably try and aid in a bit more of that map control, get in the face of SiegeX and apply a little bit more pressure. For me, their pressure factor has really not been there as much as it needs to be on a map like
We
Shuffle.
didn't touch on it, but of course the Monty-ban Anaton is widely known as basically the best Montang inside of APAC. Basically a 2-operator.
Yeah, I
with
totally
the
understand
Yin
you,
and the
fuck's
Monty.
sake. That was like
And
for
both
me.
banned out.
It took me so many years before I could get the
That's a bit of respect.
a new PC.
When you've had 2 operator bans on you.
Well, I mean,
And he's still 4-2.
I think in general we are going to see quite a bit of being banned out.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
be honest.
it's target detected. Coincidence.
Yeah.
It'd be Anaton though. Target.
Better map control this time around though for Cyclops. Already over towards Mez, looking to start poking towards Office. They have the Thatcher available once more. Primary hard breach, double wing down for the ace and the Thermite, and that will make this a rather easy task. Tuber is though available, so Mephi can look to stall that out for a little while longer. Keep in mind, 8-0 by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Only just noticing that now.
4K in the last round. 4K. Sorry, I think it would have been
And again, holding down very similar position, half wall, DMR in hand. Really important that Cyclops clear it properly this time.
As Zoto Canister will again look to delay. That wall is indeed frozen. It's a new visual. And Mephi looking to maybe play close contact.
He's doing it really good, Tuber. Really, really good.
90 seconds remaining in the wall. Finally, hard breach established, looking to take top 4 control. CAG can sense the hesitation though in their movement.
I forgot about that.
Mephi, well, when you're hot, and he is starting very hot.
That's a
reload. 9 kills through 4 rounds.
Dude, you get enough, but that angle, what?
He is hot. We need to stay on him. 11-0.
Okay, so he's at this point, Syrup should just he should just lie and wait and take the time that they have to discuss what they should do in the next round, because they are going to be banning someone else. So Fenrir Grim was banned on this round. So the question is going to be what is going to be banned on the next round.
And for me, the most concerning
now you
thing
have
is the Blitz was, I think, the 3rd, maybe 4th operator to die.
Ban pretty much everything for the defender.
Like, you're anticipating the
I think the next round,
they
are going. I think
if you have the Blitz at the hard
I think Kag is going to be banning Tubero because it's getting a little bit annoying
what a start though
for them to like to be able to do something.
Roster. You see Dark, of course, the coach in the background, very happy. Nova, the analyst, no longer the stand-in, and things look very, very good. I love their new logo, by the way. If you, you can just
you will get your break, Foxic. You will definitely get your break, honey.
Very nice, like, very clean.
Don't even worry.
Playing clean Siege. So.
They are playing some very clean Siege. Well, the highlight here, I mean, Good Boy cleans up over towards Piano. Mephi, really the highlight of
like their aims, guys, look so solid. Like they don't have any recoil. I'm like just flying over like everywhere.
I really hope we keep this. We need to keep the slow-mo on the player cams. 4-0. Well, CAG right now playing
Not
slow-mo.
even started.
Yeah.
Also, the new reload bundle, little Good Boy doggy on the drone looks cute.
Yeah. So 2 rounds then remaining in the half.
10 seconds
Party.
As mentioned, actually, in the pre-show desk from Lax, is that flawless part. If you win in a 7-0 fashion, you do get the additional 2 bullets automatically. And I honestly
so for those that miss, like if a team wins, you would gain a bullet. If you do a flawless match with 7-0, you get 2 bullets.
Much of a fight at all.
Well, they've got to find a way to get.
And you can also use like a certain card with where you can skip the game. There are also where you can challenge to 1 versus 1 before the game as well.
And the fact that he's playing the Dayblock role as well, so you calculate that into the picture.
And there was something else that were like
actually be all that involved. Such a powerful tool, powerful operator. And so I feel like for CAG, when you're playing the attack on Chalet, they're just missing a big chunk of that. Can you find a way to get him into the game, get a couple of opening picks? And you've got to remember as well, first 2 rounds, CAG got opening picks. They actually had advantages, 3 on 4s, 4 on 5s in their favor, and squandered both of them. They should have won that office round.
Quickly, let's play a game of over-under. Mephi, EPS, what do you think it is?
150.
Way higher.
200.
Higher.
250.
Higher.
300.
Lower. 263. I have never seen an EPS that high in my life.
Jeez, I've never been that bad.
I didn't even know I could go that high.
And the problem is 1 death and it's just going to plummet.
Take it down to like 150.
Well, CNG have actually slowed things down a little bit on this approach in the 5th round. They bring out the Capital. Trying maybe to smoke off that mirror window, but it's not going to be played off of though. No one pushes in towards Piano. But they have anyone out in that balcony? They do. Chibitsu on the bathroom and Piano balk. Are they struggling to deal with this mirror position? Mephi's going to get a free kill here. Absolutely should find this indeed. Sharif tries to make entry from Ego, but falls to the hands of Mephi, who's turning into God here in Rio. He looks comfortable and at home, and so does BRX. CAG trying to go for a fast hit in towards something does not work.
For fuck's sake.
5-0 as the Korean powerhouse is shredding this Japanese roster.
It's like Lance to the slaughter at the moment. I mean, very dominant. Ferrex just continue to have really good reads on Cyclops. That attack, some of their positions really didn't change that much. Again, Black double window didn't have an impact. Mephi allowed long range with the DMR to disrupt. Cyclops kind of
I'm
had to
trying
go
to
through a
find
bit of Hail Mary
information
play there.
about
You could see the mirror was incredibly disruptive
how
and
it
they're finding
works
it
with the
quite
cards and
tricky to
stuff,
deal
but
with, and ultimately the plan that they went with had other pitfalls. And,
I just
they weren't
don't
able to
see
make up
it.
for that fact. And SiegeX had a good read. And they really tried to lean on Sharif here, but Nephi with a good read and Black Rider double windowed, not able to trade that out. And they really blended themselves into playing these really long lines of sight. There was no sweep threat from behind, no vert pressure to speak of at all, and so...
They haven't even started,
case of
so
just
one of
walking
the
into those lines
pieces
of sight and
gotta be
getting crushed.
broken.
Wait, we get it.
You gotcha, you
Oh,
gotcha.
taking it away. No.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, 5-0 start for SiegeX is certainly not something I had on my bingo card. for this
5 seconds to go.
matchup. I wasn't like...
Is there a... I'm assuming there is a 7-0 on the Fresh bingo card. I can't remember.
Has Fresh put out a bingo card?
I believe there was.
Okay.
Or maybe it was on Reddit. I can't remember.
I saw one on Reddit. Shout out. They did their own bingo card.
So, like I said, I
See,
do believe that
I mean, look,
SiegeX
at
is
the
going
end
to
of
be
the day,
winning. It's
Sure,
not surprising they
7-0.
played really well on 6
Like,
Invitational.
this could be a case
KAG
of, like,
has
defense
been
comfortability,
getting worse
playing
and
on
worse
SiegeX,
for
you know, just
every
traveled. Maybe you'd wanna start
season.
defense, but,
Unfortunately,
I
they
mean,
have
we're
not
heading
gotten
into
any
the sixth
better.
round.
It's so dominant that it's
And 4 players have got a 2 or less kills.
Yeah.
It really doesn't get much more
Well, to be fair, for SiegeX, they've got 4 players with 4 or less. Just 1 player with 13.
Yeah. When you frame it like that, sure. At the end of the day, it's the number at the top that matters, though.
Matters the most.
I think they're just going to go
And
for
those
it here.
bullets as well. So I think it's 2 each. 2 bullets have been...
This is you. This is the part where you...
Ah, they were just feeling
I
out
mean,
if
we'll
they
see.
have.
This Boogeyman might be able to
Ooh,
find the pick,
quicken.
expecting
Why
others
did
to
you
follow
hesitate?
behind the blitz.
Dude,
Indeed,
why
that's
are you
what
not
happens.
looking at the main
Black Ray
stairs?
was caught unaware, but a good trade from Addington. Indeed, now 3 versus 2, but Addington going for the plant. Sharif needs to keep that shield up, and he cannot.
Oh
He
my
tries to push
God.
forward, eventually loses his life. Addington's got a couple of picks, but he needs at least 1 more, and Rin is the only one standing on that ally.
Don't
1
peek the
versus 1, as close as CAG have been to winning a round that we've seen so far, and on the board, finally.
Oh my God.
They won a round. Woo! Woo. But hey, I mean, that was better, right? I mean, it's very standard in terms of a breach rush behind shields, send it in, hope for the
So
best. It
the
was
bullets
sloppy.
Fox
It came
take
down to a
is
1v1, but it was still executed the way you want.
connected
Push
to
in,
the
get the
matches.
plant
So
down,
if you
play off
win a
box.
game, you will get a bullet. So each team starts with 6 bullets. And if you win a game,
at that point in time, you're already
you will be able to get 2 bullets,
eliminates now that opportunity
1
for
bullet.
SiegeX to claim the
And if you have a
flawless
flawless
card.
victory with
So this
7-0,
will no longer be
then you will get 2 bullets.
fan
Now
phase
they
game
would not
for
get
the
it.
second half again if you
When
are
you
joining
lose,
maybe
you
this
lose
is
2
point
bullets.
four.
And
This
the
is
team
new
that has
fan phase
0
implemented
bullets
for
will be
SiegeX.
eliminated from the tournament.
We are going to see a couple of change-ups.
And you see on the board, you see a lot of cards underneath. That was like here. It's cards that you can use before the game starts. So you can challenge 1 to 1 versus 1 duel and win the game that way. You get chicken out by not playing that match.
So I guess
So you get like a free
pretty well.
pass.
He was able to hear that.
Then there was like extra mag or something. Like there's a lot of things.
I'm happy to see it.
favorite part of this whole thing is the slow-mo replay.
That's why I'm like trying to find where.
No 7-0 as well. I mean, I think that's something that we didn't probably want to see on the opening match. Certainly Cyclops didn't want to see that on the opening match either. But yeah, as you were alluding to, we do the bans again. And I mean, I like it. So far, it's not really adding any extra time as well to the game itself, which is good. I think it's being done well. Adds a new element.
5 seconds left.
Ultimately, for CAG now, the question beckons, can they actually replicate a defensive performance such as what we just saw from SiegeX? This is the beauty of Siege, is, right? It's a game of 2 halves. We always kind of like try not to go too much off of what we see from the first half, because now we get to see CAG on the defense. They very well might be able to replicate what SiegeX were able to do. Could just be a comfortability thing. Go on defense, sit back, wait for the other team to push.
Okay, Dark, thank you.
The historical data is not particularly favorable for Cyclops.
So here,
data is this one game.
I'm going to read quickly for you guys what it means. So I'm going to turn the volume down to 0 there. So it says here. So Reload is a dynamic competition that unfolds in 2 main phases: the group stage and the playoff. So right now we're going for the group stage. So starting with bullets and reloading. So each team starts with 6 bullets, which are then put in a bullet reserve. These bullets serve 2 purposes: the leaderboard position and the match impact. The match position is obviously like a team standing is determined by the number of bullets in their reserve. A match impact: when a team challenge and an opponent, both teams reload their bullets limited by their opponent's reserve. If a team wins, the bullet committed are added back to its reserve. If it loses, they are deducted. So each team gets to gamble how many bullets they will put into the game, basically. So it's like you're betting. So the team may not reload more than the following numbers of bullets. So the first round and the second round, each team may not reload more than 2 bullets. Then for the further 4 rounds and 5 rounds, team may not reload more than 8 bullets. So the match structure. Matches in group stage are played in best of 1 format. The leaderboard and direct challenge, the team are ranked by the number of bullets in their reserve. Before each round, team chooses their opponent via a direct challenge. For round 1, the challenge order is decided by a random draw. At the end of round 4 and 5, teams at the top of the leaderboard will directly qualify for the playoffs. The number of teams that move for each round will be as followed. So at the end of round 4, top 4 teams in the leaderboard qualify to the playoff, while teams ranked 17 to 20 are all automatically eliminated from the reload. At the end of round 5, top 4 teams in the leaderboard qualify to the playoff, unless 5 teams qualify to the playoffs at the end of round 4. And if team's bullet drops reserves to 0 or below, it's eliminated, unless it's a dual card to fight for survival. There are special cards in the tournament, wild cards of reload. Cards are strategic tools that can completely turn the tide of the competition. So, oh, can't even do that. Yeah, so it's kind of like, so you have this card here. So that has Survivor card, which is this one. If a team starts a round with just 1 bullet and wins, they gain an extra bullet. This card activates automatically if any round and can be used an unlimited number of times. Flawless victory is, as I said, that we gain extra 2 bullets. Dual card, if a team is facing elimination, they can invoke this card to initiate a 1 versus 1 duel. If the team that invoked the dual card wins, their bullet reserve will reset to 0. They gain 1 bullet for every in-game round won by their opponent, and so on. If they lose, the bullet reserve will be unchanged. So, and you have the chicken card, which allows a team to refuse a direct challenge forced by the challenger to select another opponent. Activated by the team facing the challenge. Then you have extended mag card. This card can be played before a match to boost the numbers of bullets a winning team retrieves. Adding an extra 6 bullet on top of their normal recovery. Activate by a team before the match. And then you have elimination card. Eliminating an opponent via a match or a duel gives the winning team an extra bullet. This card can activate automatically and can be used unlimited times. So this is going to take me a while to understand what's going on, but to keep it easy and simple, if you lose your bullets. You bet how many bullets you think you're going to win in the game, and that's it.
Yeah. Error right, and then we saw him drop off. And now we've just Caster cursed him.
Absolutely, just throwing him under the bus there as Timothy throws the 90 cell onto him, gets the kill. Mephi 13-1 now. Is his EPS dropped by half?
195 as of
No,
round 7.
not 260 anymore. It's dropped off.
Wasn't it in the 300s all this time?
It's like 260. More chance there. They have the yellow ping as well. Mephi on the Blackbeard.
6-1 right
We should
now.
mention
Oh,
as
they
well, I
just
don't think
started.
We kind of touched on it, but we are playing
Okay,
on a
let's
new
just
balancing
watch
patch
this
as well.
finish.
Yeah, I believe so. We haven't really seen many of those changes
we haven't
be impactful in this match. So
we haven't really had the time to kind of dive into it either. There's been so much other things for the analysts to talk about regarding the reload format. Certainly are some small changes. Ooh, chance here, the peek from Akali, but unable to find anything off it.
This is a pretty strange attack from SiegeX, just lurking outside West Main, maybe looking to try and find something cheeky with the Glass Smoke combo, but Coded's out of util now. I know that Woogie has a couple, but he's a fair distance away.
Oh, that was head, that was spotted, but I don't think was seen initially by Woogieman until the shots were fired back by Sharif. He's going to go for this one. No. Yeah, Woogieman a little bit indecisive. I'd say that's probably a symptom here for SiegeX in this round. Not quite sure how they want to play this. Still quite on the exterior.
Why
They
are
don't have a lot of map control. There's only 30
SiegeX
seconds
being
left. This
so
definitely has to be around. As CAG closed out.
passive right now? They don't know where they want to go.
All the cards on the table for Cyclops.
Okay, that
Somehow, Akali has made it out alive and then finds Woogieman in the hallway. And Woogie then gets rid of Sharif, who made the push up fireplace stairs. And that now, with 10 seconds
that
left,
is going to be tight.
An opportunity to
Oh,
close this out. The yellow ping
no
and
way.
Jibitsu will fall to
go
Coded,
for the plant,
leaves
go for the
Anakin
plant, come
by
on.
himself. Free
Oh,
kill and no kit in hand. It's a double. And how about that one?
what the
How
fuck?
did that round get close? And why did Anderson swing there at the end? Gave me a heart attack. Goodness gracious me, Cyclops just able to.
Yeah, I'm
cling
telling you,
on to
it
that
looks
round, but
really dark. I just
not
don't
making it look
like
particularly
it.
easy.
It kind of
Didn't have the kit,
reminds me of the
unfortunately, at
old
end there
Siege
for-
where it
for
was
SiegeX,
too dark
so
to
that
see.
was always going to be a little bit tricky, but a 3-on-1, they don't check
I
right
get
side
they want to
corner.
have it realistic,
And
but
nicely
I
done from
don't
Anderson, who, by the
want
way,
it
is
to
up
be
11
that.
5 now. Getting close to matching Mephi, even though his team is down 2-6, as SiegeX will call a tactical timeout here with Dark leading the conversation.
Yeah.
We don't get to.
Yeah, it doesn't. I was
don't
just
get
about to mention. I don't think.
I thought you were like pausing.
I'm just going to up
Oh,
the
was.
brightness if it comes to that.
Seeing if I
It's
could
easy
hear
to
that.
fix, but still.
We did have, I believe we had Representatives in Boston. From what I
Oh, did we?
sorry.
You mean you did?
I did. It's good to have you back. How do you feel? It's been
I was a bit rusty before.
hard to believe this, but the last time that we actually got to cast together was in Montreal last year.
6 months ago.
6 months ago. That's insane.
A lot has changed.
Because that we haven't even had like local stuff either.
No.
So done more casts with Seven Ace, Emmy as well. Shout out. But yeah, this was a very chaotic end to the round. It was a 3v4 with like 16 seconds to go. Double kill from Woogie. They get the yellow ping information onto Jibitsu, and then there's 7 seconds.
Yeah, he
left on
did.
the player. And honestly, nicely
The swing
done.
there from Anderson is
That is
insane.
a ballsy swing. He should have died. He probably should have won that one, and I think even a little chuckle.
Like,
in his
just run
voice.
away. Get
Yeah.
out of there.
6-2.
I suppose, to be fair to him, actually, probably anticipating the plant, but they didn't have the diffuser, so... Because he tries to get down to 1v1, anticipating the second player actually has the diffuser and going for plant, so I suppose in that sense, not the worst for him in the world. Anyway, long
It's the same with Boogeyman. He,
Yeah, I mean, 6-2.
from my understanding, I was thinking about the Boogeyman, but it didn't go that way. I think.
I think that Anderton's performing incredibly well right now.
Ooh, cheeky.
He's got to
It's
ride
gonna
his
be
coattails a little bit.
cheeky.
Oh, spawn peek attempt.
Yeah,
from
Mama-
Jibitsu, if he can
Mama's
find it
boy.
out West Main.
Oh!
And that is a shot, by the way. That is not easy to hit onto
With
Woogie,
my
and
wifey
he will
boo.
fall on the
Are you-
back too, and Sharif,
You missed a free kill,
unfortunately,
Shurip.
His poor start to this tournament continues before our eyes. He's 0-9.
I feel like I could almost feel the lack of confidence in the...
I don't like this anymore, right? We need to stop pulling. We need to
Oh,
get
are you
this
kidding me?
And he needs his team to win this round for that to happen. Jibitsu helping out by getting that one and shuts down Mephi, who's 14-3. Gives Anaton another opportunity to close that
That was
gap.
a really good pick
Level, and
from
again, for COG, I
from
mean,
him.
It feels like despite the
I'm
scoreline
telling you,
6-2,
playing
they've had
my
a lot of
wife
rounds where they've
actually
had
works
that player
wonders.
advantage. They just haven't been able to capitalize all that on. Good boy, opportunity, but hey,
Good boy,
better
you
Black Boy
got
up
killed
close.
by
COG
Black
feels like
Ray.
they're starting to warm up a little bit.
They're just giving the round away, to be honest.
So minute passed in this round and 4 players in the grave. Coded and Rin, all that remains for SiegeX. But we have seen Cyclops give opportunities in many of these rounds thus far, so do not count SiegeX out just yet, especially with a plentiful amount of time and the ability to gain information still very much available.
Here's one thing I don't like.
Cam spotted out, been able to clear that, and can now get to work with these Latero drones.
When it comes to lighting,
Look for
I
additional
noticed some
pieces
of the
utility
lighting
you
in
can
library and
decide
bar downstairs
yourself.
have cool lights.
BBC
And those lights,
dealt
I'm
with.
not sure if they are
So just chipping
aware
away
of
at the
that,
information,
Siege
gathering tools
or
available
Ubisoft,
for the defense.
because cool lights like that
don't mind this
can
if there is. I mean,
actually be a
obviously
trigger for
it's
migraine.
very
Because
natural, but
for me,
I
I
think their
can't have
tempo, generally
cold
speaking,
lights
has been quite
at,
good.
at my home because
I
it
don't
will
think it's
trigger
been
my
too dissimilar to
migraine,
what we saw
actually.
from CAG in the first half. Early start, then slowed down. Coda just wanted to get the plant down. The gas canister, though, is going to force him back out. Still one more available for Anaton as well. Coda still trying to just make some contact and maybe get rid of one of the members of CAG. Black Ray low.
I like
Still
this
40
replay.
seconds, though.
I think this could work potentially. Try and go for the deep plan and Rin sneaks forward.
Yeah, maybe I should because I
Cody
I
tries to
just
go
felt
half
it
forward.
immediately when I saw the cold light, but I'll have to see how it looks in game. Oh, you're dead,
Well, he
Daddy.
does get the plant down
Oh,
and
he
gives himself
actually
some kind of
survived.
opportunity. It's a very unlikely one at that. Here in a 1 versus 4, Lowenheld holds over towards Ego. Great swing. from
Yeah,
Jubitsu.
would not have
He's starting to
pulled
perform
that,
very
but
well. CAG as a team finally starting to get going. 6-3 scoreline. Set that mountain high to climb, but they are climbing it. They've got their hiking boots on and they've started to make their way up that mountain. 6-3, more respectable scoreline.
By the way, CAG, this team here, they are Japanese, and SiegeX is a Korean
Who's
team.
at benefit more though right now? The team that's losing a couple of rounds in SiegeX, even though they're up 6-3.
I would say probably does give SiegeX a slight advantage. If Cyclops have found comfort in what's been taking place at the moment. I don't know how much of that is really operate-based currently, but yeah, we'll see what kind of impact it will have.
I think
You know,
they
one thing we actually need, just live suggestions.
Shirp said something like he was
So
surprised
you can see this, just like that.
Magic.
in Japanese.
Magic.
Heard something about surprise.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I love this new system, though. Absolutely. I think it really just opens
Now
up the
they change
possibilities as to what we
sides.
can get out of CG Sports and the chopping and the changing. So that the Valkyrie does
It's
get
match
banned
point.
out along with the Twitch.
Yeah, we saw Valk in 2 of those rounds last far.
Look at
Twitch
this.
only in round 7.
How did he see that?
Gets rid of the black bit. That doesn't help in a round such as that as well.
Like,
If
how
you
did
lose
I see that?
An operator that can certainly help you get those entries in a player position like Ego Belk will try and take Piano or the office half wall when you try and get that hard bridge done.
As a Valkyrie and
Yeah, that's
Twitch
pretty
is
BM
bad
for
now.
observers.
I, by the way, I can just see myself when
Yeah, I mean,
when we
really
play
hope I can get a
SiegeX,
kill now.
I can see Valkyrie getting banned a lot when I'm playing her because
I
like
think it really was funny at any point, but
if I get a lot of C4 kills or kills with her, they're going to be banning her.
You always got to try and look on the bright side of life.
So
And the
I'm
fact
going
is
to be
that
forced to play
CG,
other operators
you've got
and not
arguably your
stick
best
on Valk
player
anymore.
that, you know, is just having a down game, right? It happens from time to time. And yet,
That
they're
is
still
going to
being
hurt,
competitive in this game.
actually.
It's 6-3, they're bringing it back. If Sharif gets going and starts to contribute, and it becomes 6-4, you start to get a little nervous if you fear it. Because you had a 6-1 lead, gets the 6-4, so I put a big emphasis now on a round such as this.
No, they don't. Oh, look, the shadow, the shadow. Oh my god, it looks so
There's a little bit
good.
of pressure now to SiegeX to close this one out.
it's just slowly
It's going
starting to
for
build.
again.
Turning out to be there.
You're
is
0
Apex.
in
Apex
9,
starts
buddy.
off on a weak
Don't go
6-1
for
lead,
spawn
then into
peek.
the
No one can attack.
No one can attack.
Oh, why would you do that?
Is it no one can attack, or they're both pretty good at defending?
No, I don't think
Depends
they're
how
playing
positive you
8K,
Yeah,
Dark.
very positive.
I think it.
I think
to
the
be fair,
defense has been
elements of
pretty
both.
good.
Elements of both.
So an opportunity though this round for SiegeX. They of course lost Woogieman on the Blackbeard to a spawn peak, so they're gonna have all 5 players up. Sledge.
Well, we're
goes
about
with
to
the cast
find out if
barricade.
the,
Jaeger.
Yeah, the Jaeger changes are in effect.
And you can
There we go.
see firsthand the Jaeger changes for those unfamiliar. Yes, his ADSs captured those bolts from the Kappa Tower, and you can already see the difference in the fact that he's able to hold on to this position, a key position inside a library, for a hell of a lot longer. They are struggling to deal with him now because
They are
of the
not
Jaeger
allowed to
changes.
play anything
Welcome to
above what
SiegeX.
we can play, is my understanding.
One grenade. couple of flashes. Anderton could probably hold this. I don't think he's really under immediate pressure to fall at this point in time. He can just hold it for as long as he
Wait,
wants. And in
Sledge
fact,
with a
SiegeX may be completely
shotgun?
forced to rotate off this.
Excuse me?
And there's only 90 seconds left,
Now
and you've
we're
wasted
talking.
a lot of time trying to clear out the Jaeger. Admittedly, though, and we didn't capture, but Shreep is now 0-10. They did find that elimination onto him, so still got the player advantage. I don't think they're stressing too much as Woogieman rotates over towards Mud. There is one close by here at bottom library stairs. It is Jibitsu. Does have a Nitro self. Of course, Castle Barricade still up into the effect, but the quick rush through. Here comes the slide.
Oh, good execution.
Able to find that pick. Clears out library. 60 seconds left.
That was a
Axel, though,
really
now
good
up to 12
execution.
kills. Gets rid of Mephi. Takes down his competitor. On
This
the
is
other
what
side.
I'm talking about. This is team play. You have your plan to push
Yeah, and with that, Anderton then forced down pressure across from offense.
and trust in your
Mez
teammates.
exposing that particular position in the corner of library. 40 seconds then on the clock. Still time for SiegeX to very much cook up and attack here and close out the map, especially with that advantage now in play. Control from Woogieman over towards library stairs. But is there an X factor available here from Cyclops? Black Ray lurking. Probably the best bet to make a hero play is Arkali actually in the meanwhile has repositioned for vert control in library. So
Yeah, regained it. And 3 on the exterior for PRX.
I mean, the jump in default plan's not really applicable.
I don't think they're going to be prepared for
Are you
Arkali.
kidding me?
Good Boy does have the diffuser as he finds the entry kill onto Black Ray. 10 seconds in a 1v2. Clouded by the
Oh,
vision
he
of
went
Feria.
in too
Fine,
fast.
Arkali and Co to the job for CAG on the
No.
defense. What a round for Cyclops. Again, they lost the opening death battle as Sharik falls again. They were down a couple of players. Woogieman with an
Yeah,
amazing
they're just
entry through Mud
losing
to clear out library
the
stairs.
game.
The
What's
only caveat was they did fail that initial clear at library.
What
the
is
earlier
it over
portion of the
here?
round, but
Because
felt
I
like
really
PRX
want to
then
see what
actually kinda
this
got
is.
going towards the mid-round, cleared things out. But CAG holds strong defensively. 6-4. We keep going here for the opening game on the
Yeah, yeah.
A-string
Show
for Reload
the
as
numbers.
CAG are
4-2.
fighting back
4-2
from a
to
6-1 deficit
Furia.
to make it 6-4. The last time that we got
Okay.
the chance in Brazil, the very last map, was a 6-1 lead that ended up being quite something special. Yeah, this one, maybe not quite the same. Good to be back in Brazil.
No, it's lovely. I think the most
At least I'm
important
not the
detail
only
is
one
the
having a
background of
wobbly
the Anderton
aim.
Jaeger hold, right? Like,
Yeah,
you think back
absolutely.
to
They couldn't clear him.
to like Foster, I mean, whatever the previous patch was, you wouldn't be able to do that because you would have just been flamed out. But now that the holes get captured by the ADS devices, in addition to other changes which will unravel if they become applicable, that was massive. Now, the Thatcher was available. They could have bought something to counteract those ADS devices, but Cyclops elected for the brute force, tried to clear it and burn it with those flushes and the frag grenade before that, but not proving to be particularly effective. And with that,
Let's
that
see
control
here.
was pretty meaningful. PRX forced to rotate, didn't quite work out.
So-
Woogieman has a read and a ping.
And a run back.
The next
Defensive play.
match
Okay.
is going to be Scars versus
Traditionally, it would
Wildcard.
be the
Then we
Glaz
have
and Sense
Fnatic
combo,
and
but that's
Dark
no longer
Zero.
applicable.
So I was looking at the EPS battle. Mephi,
No,
of course, started at
Talon versus
260
Cloud,
something, down to
and then-
154, Anderton up to
So this is going to be
143.
interesting.
Getting a little bit close. Oh, Jibitsu did land some really solid damage. CAG, they've definitely got the momentum now. Like, they are the team that is looking more likely to win off the back of what we're seeing here defensively. And so far, this has just turned out to be an incredibly defender-sided chalet. Neither team is just capable of pulling together these attacking rounds. Jibitsu under a little bit of fire towards Solar.
Looks like we're going to see how it.
I've got the Glaz and Sens
Oh,
combo
cheeky.
to see if they can actually get that into effect.
Like a question.
Catch this time around, right?
Would
So
you
Jaeger
look
all the
for
way.
someone in that corner?
should be
If you're
very
going up the
effective.
Solaris
Hitting my
stairs,
wing was banged
would
out
you
in that
be
first
looking
half,
in
so
that corner? To be honest.
Quite a significant change
Would you
here
do
for
that?
round number 11.
Through the drone hole, looking to get a little bit of control
That
over what's
might be a
trophy,
really
but
sneaky
this
spot.
is the absolute biggest counter that
Hello,
you can bring to the
Rasputin.
table
How
to
you
stop this
doing?
kind of attack.
But that is a cheeky hiding spot. Okay,
Trying his
Les
best here to make
ain't
advantage
seeing
of the
anyone.
smokes
He's not
in
getting
front of
any
him on the
free
Glaz.
freebies.
Kelly gets on the move, one on the
Ooh,
rappel. Big
there.
kill from Mephi. Coda landing a couple of shots.
Oh.
The down eventually does come through. Onto Arkali, swinging around over towards the mezzanine, and a drop down
Okay,
now from Sharif needs
oh.
to find a kill. Absolutely, now the time is vital for him to get off that donut and try and salvage things for CAG. Well, he's on 0,
Really
and he needs to
Rasputin.
find 3 if CAG are to stay alive here in the opening match of Reload. Coded, Woogie, and Mephi. The 3 up for FearX with 1 minute to just make sure
Sorry,
they
does
do
have a
not
C4 either.
falter in this round. It is
This
a
is going to
huge
be hard.
advantage.
And that's a
Sharif
Blackbeard. You
trying to
don't
find
want to
at
see
least
that.
1 kill. blocked though the line of sight, and unfortunately the one player he could shoot at has a shield in his face, and his position.
Yeah, he's not going to win that. Whoa!
But it is SiegeX that takes the map as they begin reload.
Yeah, I knew they would win that. To be honest, that does not surprise me at all. Okay, let's go and watch the original game. It was Elevate versus Furia. Yeah, it was a really nice try though. Here I actually expect Furia to win though, because Furia is like, they used to be the old W7M, so they were the reigning champion of SiegeX Invitational 2 years ago. So they should be winning against Elevate, but they do have like Romeo, they have Psycho, Eon in the team, really good players.
KZ steps around the corner and slams his man, picks up the final kill, and that's going to be.
So I have left R6 for more than 2 years. Really? But do you still enjoy watching R6 games and stuff though? I like watching Apex, but I don't play Apex necessarily often. But I like watching it. Really jealous that they can play it so well though, because I do want to play that good as well, but doesn't work like that.
This could be a real blast from the past, Tim.
Furia might not even get another ban here, Des.
No,
yeah. I play Apex from time to time, but I'm really bad at it. But I love watching it.
Won't, of course, get that opportunity for the third ban that comes at the start of round 10.
It's just something about Apex that draws me in when I'm watching. Same with the Siege. I love it.
From the former world champions, not current, of course, that's FaZe. But Furia just looking pretty solid.
Okay,
I don't feel like Elevate have ever really pushed them. There's been a couple of rounds that they've won, obviously.
I jump in mostly on ranked on Apex. I do like that more than casual gaming, even though I'm not deadly serious in general.
Where we're going to see it more.
Unfortunately, when I solo queuing, there's a lot of idiots that don't know the basic games of Apex. So
really well executed. They've gone in and won that. They've taken.
My aim is trash, though. The knowledge is there, but like the aim is really bad.
Should be 0 and 10.
I mean, I feel for him. I genuinely
do. You feel for me though?
Not for you. I never want to see players struggling.
But I like playing FPS games in general. I played Valorant as well for a while. I did like that. Why are you doing that? Casey, what? Why would you go out there?
Romeo instead being the collector of his scalp in this round.
That's the difficulty that Elevator will face now, of course. Furia 5-2 up, they start feeling like they can take a few risks here. They can go in there and get involved and have a little run out, see if they can get an early pick. They're going to feel emboldened. They're going to feel confident that they can do so. As it is, they've been punished, and all Elevate can really do here is just dig their heels.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Punish them every time. If they're going to offer you a tasty morsel, like somebody running out of lower garage, then you got to take it. You got to eat it up. And that's exactly what they've done. KZ lost. Castle not the end of the world. Those barricades will already be in position, so it's not really utility loss. We can see the Monty.
I think in unranked in Apex, it should be the same as ranked. If you leave the game, you're going to get banned and stuff. It's like that is the same principle in ranked in Siege. If you leave an unranked game, you will get a ban for that. Should be the same for Apex, I think.
So it's a lot of pressure to be put under, and sure enough, here's that player. It's Romeo below, looking for his man, and now the Dot knows where he is. In fact, it's Romeo taking a lot of shots. Tim, there are 3 players here.
That's patience, guys.
Wow. They get the trade, so it's something. Romeo on for a 3K.
That was patience, but he was dead.
Elevate and get something done.
There has been quite a heavy cost for them there, just in clearing out that Dot.
I feel like Furia actually gave that round to Elevate for some reason.
They're down to 45 seconds, but they should have what they need now. Romeo is the big question mark, because he's got the diffuser in hand.
If they have ban on Apex?
So they can plant in behind that server rack.
On unranked, I'm not sure.
Cover on there. You can see now he's moving moving up. He's getting himself into his spot that he needs to be. They've got the cover from the breach.
Oh,
but
Philippox.
Philippox gets a big kill and drops the diffuser on the ground.
That was a
This
waste.
is a hard one now. They've got to make this work, Tim. They had a spot in the 3v2.
He could have saved the C4 for the plant situation
They're
instead.
in this 2 versus 2. He's in for a plant, and with no C4 on side, yes, this can go down. Doesn't matter what the cam shows them. Without the control they need, this is going to get stuck, and now it's looking real sticky.
It just shows how easy this site can be to plant on. You really don't need very much. You just need that cover.
I usually go underneath. If I know that we are losing garage side as server, I just run down underneath and pre-place the C4 and kill on the plant, because literally that's all you need.
Furia here, despite that fight back, and you would expect now that Elevate are able to hold on for this final 10 or so seconds that they need. Daka manages to cut down Nade. It's all going to be up to Philippox. 13 seconds with a Monty in his face. Not a chance, Des.
Absolutely not. Psycho is going to bait him out here to make sure he can't get on it. And now there is no time left. The most he can play for is kills, but Elevate have pulled it out to a close.
They just gave that
I think
round.
as soon as they knew that C4 came out from Philippox, they were like, that's our time. This is it. We can get this plant down. That's exactly what they did.
Could be one way.
They'll get another round on the board here. Not quite caught up to Furia yet, but at least being
I
competitive.
know, Dark. I know.
No, I was saying I was waiting to see Elevate.
You don't have to
really
be
come out
here
and
if you
win a
don't
round.
want to,
I feel like
Dark.
they did with
Like,
that one.
I know
It was
you're
close.
busy with
Philippox
other
had that
stuff
moment where
as
he
well,
took
but
Romeo out, dropped the diffuser on the ground. It was maybe a little bit slow from Elevate, even once they'd taken
was
that
empty.
catwalk. They still didn't kind of rush their way in, but that
Barmite.
was fine. They
Nice
used the
pick,
time
nice
that they
pick. He's
had,
really good.
and even
I
with two
like
of them,
playing
they just
Ace a
showed
lot.
such a great
It's very
understanding. I know
versatile.
It's a pretty basic concept for anybody who's
Like-
played Siege for a long time. You're aware
Oh,
of
they
holding
decided
that
to
angle
put out the
across and how it
torch.
prevents anybody
Okay.
pushing into CCTV.
Well,
And the safety
yeah, now
it
that I think about it,
creates
yeah, I would
for
actually put out the
Psycho to
torch
get
as
that
well.
diffuser down. But Elevate had to take account of certain factors, and the Nitro particularly was one. Because if you haven't
Lol,
cleared
Dark.
that out, with only 2 players, it's then very
On
difficult to
defense,
plant
it
in that
would be a
spot.
Valkyrie for me. That is primary my main, but I do play Bandit a lot.
Really well played,
Because
and I
I'm
would say Elevate
I'm really good
pass
at
around
bandit
the
tricking,
depth.
so I'm really good to make sure the wall is being closed.
Keep this one competitive as we go through. I think our game over on the A stream is also coming to a close, or probably a little bit further ahead than schedule than this one is right now. Last I checked, it was 6-3 to SiegeX against Cyclops.
Oh, by the way,
Pretty
Drog, I
dominant
sent
in terms of
the
performance.
clips and stuff to the one that cheated
Here.
as well.
Again, competitive, but it does feel like Fury are the ones pushing themselves towards a win. Let's see how things shape up though in this round. Flores coming along for Ion, no doubt identifying there's a few things to chew through in this round. The barbed wires, you've got the Maestro cameras to go through, of course you've got the Kiva barriers to be concerned about too. Lots they can look towards here to get busy with all those drones they've got on side. Also with Psycho playing on the Twitch, there's a few things to try and zap out as they move through the map too. Things like those F-Nats from JV need to be
So
taken
with
out.
Valkyrie, I have
Examples there
1.3
of how this
KD
new
with
banning
her.
System is going to impact on the game. How
And then I have
quickly that
Ace.
wall has got opened with the double
Not as good
electricity
KD,
ban,
but
able
I
to
have
just
high
work
win
their way
rate.
through very, very quickly, and just taking
Ace,
full
Valk,
advantage of that. Full
Valk,
understanding of,
Ace,
hey, this is
Fuse
the
and
space
Bandit
we've
are my
created
top
with
4
those
pick.
bans, and we're going to make sure that we use it to full effect. Twitch drone goes up, we'll take out 1 FNAT, so getting some value out of that utility as well. I think that's something Elevate have done well so far on the attack, is how they've used that utility, whether it be the shield of Monty in the last round, whether it be the hard breach and the Twitch in this round. They're definitely focusing on it.
That's what they do from here though, Tim. It's all good moving fast, but are we at a point where we've got ourselves moving fast enough? Haven't yet moved Philippox out. You've got JV dug in too. I'd expect really
They're
by 1
taking
minute
a
45 for you to have been able to move
why
as a
did it
team
take
and
it so
push these players
long
away, but they're still stuck
time
here as we're coming down to the
to
last
push
75
in?
seconds. Still
They're just going to be
continuing to
losing
pull around the
the
map.
round.
Yes, you've got a lot of drones you've got to use in Ion's back pocket, for example, but just feels like they might be leaving things down to the last 20 seconds or so before they even look at the site, let alone actually hit it.
Yeah, Elevate is going to lose this. 1 minute left,
in
I have
the
not
last
even
one.
pushed
We were kind
in.
of at that 30
It's going to be a
second mark before the
rush
execute came in.
into site and
I'd say something
plant that
they
they're
need
just going to be dying
conscious
when
of.
they are
Maybe
doing
something
that.
Newer teams do suffer from sometimes is
they've got it now.
A little bit of indecision, you know, it slows them down a little bit, but like you said,
Yeah,
they've
in a
got
way,
themselves
like,
established
they're waiting
inside
too
of
long. There's
construction.
no
He's
control,
still
so-
holding on! Manages to do a little bit of damage there, and this is the problem for Elevate. They keep getting those bullets in, tickling them, taking away HP, little bit, and that is ultimately going to cost them the round.
And the problem here, Tim, I was going to say that Evo
Oh,
is
she's
still
creating
up.
enormous
They haven't been
energy
able to
due to
destroy
intense
most of this utility
concentration.
despite all the time
Yeah,
they've had
it
in this
does,
round.
it does.
Nothing
People
is gonna
just
sting
say
them.
it's
JB
not
going
like
down here.
as
Semper finishes him off with the pistol. A 5 versus 4.
like playing this
Elevate
game
could
is
do
not
this,
as
Tim, but
like
the clock is the 6th man here for Furia.
That's a big swing from Semper. Felipox is, sorry, from Romeo. Felipox
the
was
plant
there
is
to
not
trade it
coming.
out, but 2 kills come in. Surely you can't hold
Are you
on.
kidding me?
12 seconds left to go.
In a box?
We know this man has the ability. Felipox moves
Oh
in.
my God.
KZ with a kill from beyond the grave. He makes it even more possible for Felipox. He downs the diffuser. Des, he's gonna do this. The clock
oh
runs
my
out.
god, the shit.
Felipox
Like, didn't
completes
the
a
call
1v4.
come out that he was in
What more can you
Logi?
say? They move so fast.
Like,
in the
wouldn't
round
you
start and
move
everything
at that
grounds to a
point?
halt.
If
They
the
didn't
call
get rid
comes
of
out,
the
there's
evil
one
eye
in
that was there, the
Logi,
whole round being a
you
nuisance.
would not be
Kill
planting in
barrier
that
stayed
spot.
up, and all Furia had to do was
Knowing
play
in
to the
hell
clock.
that I
Said
would
it
be
becomes
planting in
that
that
6th
spot,
man,
I would
and
put
that's
my
exactly
remaining
what we've
seconds to
seen.
go
Now, Tim,
into
we will
gym
get
and
that extra
plant
ban that you
instead
mentioned.
of
We might not
planting
get a
there.
chance to see,
That was a
so we'll
huge
see what the
mistake
third
by
operator
Elevate.
each team will ban away is going to be here. One defender,
Oh,
one
what's the
attacker
ban
to close
now?
things out. And it starts the conversation about
Kaid and
interesting ban
Bandit
that you
is,
can pick out here,
gone.
because do you look to
Now
ban
it's
an
Mira
operator
and
away on the
Monty.
strongest site, or pick the weakest site to guarantee
Yeah, that was a
you win
really
it?
good
Now,
one.
Monty going away because they know that Psycho's been leaning on it, and Mira going to be the final ban
Hey,
taken
Melissa.
out too.
This is what I like about this ban
So,
system,
like,
where you have
here's the
that
thing.
ban after a few
If you
rounds.
go in the last second, there's nothing wrong with him pushing with brute force in on the last second, because usually the enemy like lets go or on their defense, because like they feel like, oh, they will not have time to plant and stuff like that. So, and when they went in for the plant, they did not have any. It seems like they lost the translation on where to go a plant necessarily. I would have maybe planted like behind the bomb instead of planting like behind the metal case, because that is harder to defend as an attacker, or like covering the planter. If you compare to planting behind the bomb, like next to the door, it would have been easier for them. And the communication was not even there for Elevate, because if you kill someone through, if you get your teammate be killed on Logi, you call out, oh, I died in Logi. Then you have Philipox killing someone from Logi, then the call out is going to be coming from there. But there was like no comms to like be shared with that, because you literally know that the last person is near the Logi area, and of course he's going to be rotated towards either construction or like the bedroom door. There's nothing else.
On the 18th of May, so next weekend you get to see what is the plan for SiegeX this year. I'm really excited to see what comes. I always love seeing the year-long roadmaps and what's coming up.
Oh, turn around, there's a Goya behind you, there's a Goya behind you.
We've got Tommy just trying to lock
That was
themselves
too easy.
inside a kitchen. Hurts,
They are
however,
just-
manages to pop up from lounge and find one on
Yeah, they
Romeo.
gave up.
Ion does take down the somewhat indomitable JV92.
Yeah, like they are
14
doing a
and
lot of
5
these
this
small
game,
mistakes.
absolutely
Obviously, I'm not
fine,
no
but
better
will
by
be cut out
by
of
a
this round.
mile.
4 versus 4.
But like
Elevate
still,
just
I
again
know the
having
like the
that little bit of a
basic
moment of a pause. What is
where you
going on
gotta
here?
have
Where
always
are
have
we
a flank
working towards?
drone, always have comms, always call where you die from, how much your enemy has in HP, because if they have less than 50 HP, you know that a body shot is all you need. You don't have to focus as hard on getting the headshot. So you can actually give yourself a little bit more leeway to shoot your enemy.
Well, Psycho, of course, taken with the Monty away, is straight onto the more aggressive pairing of the shield operators. We mentioned you might see some co-op bans where a lot of shields get taken, where a lot of hard breaches go. He sees his man.
Now in trouble,
broke. I mean, a good bit of team play coming out. Fair enough, he was pinned in there. Not an awful lot he can do, and that is what Blitz does best.
Yeah.
Creates a lot of pressure, always a threat to you. And when you've got a teammate nearby to support that shield operator, well, it's hell on earth for the defender.
Just forcing that movement as well. KZ would never have moved his position there,
Yeah.
unless he's got the blitz.
Like I
in
said,
his
I
face,
love
so he didn't really
the
have a choice. 3 versus 4,
the
Fury
comp
might
scene
not
in
be
general,
able to
because
get
I can
it done
see so
inside of
much.
this round.
Obviously, I don't see as good when I'm playing by myself. I do a lot of mistakes, but I can see a lot more and predict. Yeah, they hunted him so hard. So the main plant is going to be coming in A, but then you have like Goyu pushing out. The information is going to be saying, hey, there's 2 guys in Logi. Smoke out, put the pressure on. You see here.
Fury are holding on.
Now the
there.
entire team is going to be moving on to the other side. So the last guy in blue is on.
And Psycho and Naka, all that stand between Furia.
Now
and
they're
the
going to have a
first
cross
win here
angle.
At reload. They might get one back on side, but there's 5 seconds to go. Naka in a temporary 1v2 while this diffuser goes down, not being pushed, and Furia might let this one stick. Sure enough, they get away with it, and now Psycho in a 1 versus 2. Push from the left, push from the right.
He had
he
nothing
can
to do.
Nothing. Furia gonna take this map
GG.
7-3 and
Now,
lock in those 2
I knew
bullets
Furia would
themselves.
win.
Yeah, Furia have played that absolutely perfectly there, recognizing
So there was
that they're up against
nothing
the
more
blitz.
for them
we push
to,
together, we push from opposite directions. There's nothing
more for them to
do.
like
so
lose.
a tough finish there for Elevate. Look, they haven't played terribly. They've played okay. They've come up against a very good Furia today. As she said, they reloaded 2 bullets from
Yeah,
their reserve, so
I'm always going to shoot the pipe next to Jacuzzi wall, because if that blows, when I'm bandit tricking, I think I might die from it. I need to confirm that. By the way, the weapon skin that you see behind is the drops that I have here on Twitch. So if you want to be able to get... No, that's not the drop, sorry, I'm lying. That is one of the skins that you get if you do the predictions. If you guess the right... if you guess right.
We're up against Furia. Yeah, great. You know,
First map of the tournament. Let's get the hard one out of the way, shall we?
Clubhouse as well. You know, Furia are always going to come in and
No.
as we progress through, it will be the lower
I can't even say anything correctly. What the frick?
Their opponents for the following days, so that will offer, you know, Elevate have lost some points there. They've lost one of the bullets, but it is going to mean potentially, we'll see how the rest of the day shapes up, they may be getting an earlier choice.
1999.
And of course, we get to see at the end of today's show over on the main stream who
I'm
they
not
pick
sure
to play
why
against
it's
tomorrow.
so
So make sure you
late.
check out that a bit later. But we've still got 4 more games to go here on the B stream. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, it's Cloud9 coming up against PSG Talon. See you in a bit.
Yeah, we're going to watch that. Yeah, Fury has been really good. There's nothing like weird about how they play. To be honest, I never like. I wonder how long we have to wait. 30 fucking minutes? Okay, this is one. Okay, so here's the thing. One of the things that I hate that they have put in as a rule is that when I'm co-streaming the matches, I'm not allowed to go in and play. So I can't go into a quick match during the time we are waiting because it's like says 30 minutes. So I can't go in and like play casual games. So otherwise I would lose my drops and everything. So that is so stupid. I would understand if it's like when the game is on, but if I'm waiting in between, then what the fuck? It's so stupid. It's literally dog shit in my opinion. But yeah, so there is drops on my webpage, on my Twitch page. If you are from YouTube, then it's going to be a little bit harder. I don't have any, unfortunately, to give through YouTube. No, I can't have it in. I can't have it on at all, Dark. That's one of the rules. And if I want to have more like future like drops and stuff, I need to have 20 average viewers during the tournaments. During this tournament, I need to have 20 average views to get more drops in the future and stuff like that. Is what is kind of says. So it's like, yeah, it's like I understand that part. I'm not mad at that. But I just don't get why I can't play in between. Because if we're waiting for 30 minutes, it's kind of stupid. So to speak. So on this match, we just have to wait for 5 minutes. So that doesn't matter. But still. So the next game, or like my prediction, I did predict... oh yeah. for you. I can't show you the team that I predicted. Fuck. Okay, that's great. Then let's just go over here. So this game that is going to be starting in 5 minutes is between Scars and Wildcard. So Wildcard had re-entered into the Pro League scene. They dropped to Challenger League like 2 years ago, and they have come back. Scars is a Japanese team as well. And Wildcard, I believe, is a North American team. As well. So they have a couple of known names, not too bigger names, but they have like Dash, who's been as well. There is a guy, there is a player in the team that is named Baby Shark, Dark. There's actually one guy named Baby Shark. That is a cool name, sir. Very cool name to have. I don't mind that. Nah, there is actually one player in Wildcard. So that is very good. Let's see here. So Wildcard has not been facing Scars at all, so we don't have any like match information. But based on how they have been playing, I would say that Wildcard actually have a bigger advantage in this match than Scars, based on the last like 5 games that they have played each team. So Wildcard has been playing against Oxygen, Team Cruelty, CL4L, and Loss, and they have won 3 out of 4 games, while Scars have lost 1 out of 4 games. So they lost to Virtus Pro, W7M, Space Station, Oxygen, 1 against G2, but they were kind of throwing G2. But so in paper, looks like Wildcard is going to be winning. And Scars do have the same roster as they had last time. And there is also a guy named Fishlike as well in the Japanese team, so... Hello Samtik, how you doing? I'm working together with Ubisoft to broadcast the tournament Reload from the tournament in Brazil. They are playing with the new SiegeX. So everything you see is from SiegeX that is going to be launched next month. So you're going to see how the banning works as well. So they have changed the banning system. So you ban 1 operator each round, or like 3 rounds. And if you are starting on defense, you will only be banning attacking operators. So never if you're defend, you're never going to be banning anything on defend until you change sides. Then you're going to be banning attacker. So that's one of the thing. They have also changed the tournament, how the tournament works. So we don't have a normal bracket system now. So each team is going to be starting with so-called 6 bullets. They get to bet how many bullets in the game. And if they win, they will gain the bullets to them to win. So if you bet 2 bullets and you win, you will get 2 bullets back. If you have also you have different cards that you can use. You can try to gain more bullets by challenge teams like for 1 versus 1. You can challenge the team to that. You can also do so-called chicken out. Like it's so much different like tournaments. So I'm not clear on exactly how it looks. But it's still going to be very interesting. But we get to see SiegeX at least and see how that looks. Wait. Yeah, 22 minutes. But how are you doing, Santik? Hope everything is good with you. But I do think, at least on this match between Scars and Wildcard should be winning against Scars. But you never know, it could change. I'm just going to grab something to drink and I will be right back.
What a wonderful time we're having here as we kick off the first game of competitive SiegeX live at Reload in Rio. Of course, Rock in Rio, we got Reload in Rio.
Yeah,
it's all a good time to go through, of course, with the heavy metal music to really take us into it. Though I do disagree with Guz and Xenox on the Boston music. I actually like a bit of jazz.
It's suited the environment, but just like this music suits here.
Absolutely. That's a very, very good way to put it. Gentlemen, we want to refresh everybody's minds because you might just be tuning in for the first time today. Really. The first two games just ended. We'll talk about those in a second with a quick recap. But the format for Reload is like nothing we've ever seen before in Siege Esports and its entire history. Because there are modifiers, right? Not just the bullets themselves with how things work, where everybody starts with 6 bullets and they have to load up to a maximum of 2 for the first 2 days. And we'll talk about things later after day 3. But there's a total of 6 cards. 4 of them I'm calling passive cards that are always in play, and 2 that can be activated when the players actually want to use them. We'll tell you how that happens. So first of all is one of our passive cards, which is the Flawless card. What happens, or what does flawless mean in this context?
Yeah, I mean, flawless means exactly what you would think it'd be in terms of this competition. You are flawlessly beating the other team, winning in 7-0 fashion. They couldn't even stand a chance against you. And what that does for you is that gets you 2 extra bullets. So if you're a team going into tomorrow, you put up another 2 bullets, or even today, for example, we almost saw it in the first matchup. Had they won that match 7-0, had Fear won that, they would have accumulated 4 bullets back to themselves, putting them in a much better position. Because at the end of this, you want the most amount of bullets you possibly can get, and a flawless victory gets you that much closer to having more in the arsenal.
Well, that's the Flawless card, one of what I'm calling, it's not official nomenclature, but this is the kind of, I guess, MMO brain that's coming in here. It is a passive card. It is always active in play, but at the end of every single play day, we have a draft show where all 20 teams have a representative each, and we're going to be chatting to them as they pick who they get to play against tomorrow, because we don't know what the games are going to look like until the end of the day. How does that work, David?
Well, in the draft show, usually...
Yeah, we come in when you have the time,
for example, today, the teams that perform the worst at the bottom of the leaderboard will be able to have their fair share of the pick out of all the other
something,
teams.
ouch.
But what can you do then in case you don't want to play against any of the team that selects you? I hope there's an active card that you can play.
Well, there is. There's actually a chicken card, which should be a fan favorite. So essentially, if one of the bottom tier teams picks a team to be able to go up against them in the draft show.
I'm sorry, I love the audio with it.
In the draft show, the team that has been picked will be able to use this once to use the chicken card to avoid playing them, which means that the team that picked them will have to then pick another team from the remaining amount of teams that have not been selected to play the next day.
And that is a single use, as you can see. Unlike our passive card, the Flawless, that is always active, this here, you could only play it once, so you have to be careful. It's like a lot of the things where you might be saving that potion for way deeper into the game. Well, here, do you want to save the card until later in the tournament, or do you want to have it right here, right now?
Again, it creates that element of surprise and also having to really think about how you're implementing these cards and when you're going to use
so
them,
if you, like,
chicken out on
if I
someone,
was one of the teams and you're facing BDS early on, or like the old BDS, I would use the chicken card, to be honest. I would not want to face a lead back and like relay and stuff like early on. I do not want to face them early on.
A little silly that you used it so early on, but every situation is going to be different. You got to roll with the punches, and to be the best, you got to beat everybody.
Absolutely. Ain't no secrets in these chambers.
Absolutely. And for all of that, you'll have to stay around until the end of the entire day, because that's when the draft show will be live and we'll be having a chat with all the players and getting their live reactions to being picked to play against whom tomorrow. There's a lot to figure out around that. That's 2 cards that we've explained so far. We'll be talking about more as we go on with the day and, of course, with this entire group stage, because that's when these cards are relevant for the competition. Though, gentlemen, thank you so much for this reminder. Again, we'll be refreshing as we go. Game 2 of Reload starts in a bit.
Starts in a bit. Yeah. Starts in 5 minutes. I know. So, like, here's the thing. You see here. So you have these different things that I can use. You see a round difference, 3, plus 3, minus 4, plus 4. So this is what is going to be like in the making later on. Lördag, söndag, måndag, tisdag. So music is way too loud. So, like, it says, guys, by the way, it says round 1, round 2, round 3. So this is for the days. So round 1 is today, round 2 is tomorrow. So everyone is going to be facing some form of team in this. So not everyone is not going to be like facing straight ahead. Everyone is going to be facing each other at some point. But yeah, so for tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we'll have to see how it looks when there's more games in. Yeah, I'm streaming all the way to Wednesday. Then on Thursday there is going to be a day, rest day for the entire tournament, and then Friday and Saturday. So that's the plan.
Du vet känslan att behöva diska om för dig inte blev rent.
Yeah.
Inte jag.
Med Yes Platinum! Jag bara slänger in den, även på det korta programmet.
Yes Platinums kapslar har en unik kombination av kraftfulla vätskor och förbättrat pulver.
Bara sätt in den här och ta ut den här! Diska om, inte om jag får bestämma.
Vår bästa rengöring mot tuffa matrester.
It's up to you, Dark. I can manage by myself if that's the case. Like, it's not like it's like overactive here as it is on TikTok, for example. TikTok is crazier. But I'm not going to be live there for this week. So you do whatever you feel like. Sorry, I have an itch on my leg. Yeah, I just don't want to bother you, Dark. That's the reason why. And I would love to be able to to pay you from on and off, like whenever there is more cash coming in, but I don't have stable enough. Because I do want to keep it fair as well. You know, like, here's the thing though, like, even if you are, like, my friend, I still want to be fair. Like that's how I work. I'm more like I like helping other more than myself, which I need to like fix. What was I trying to do?
All of its overhauls played in this competitive system. Now we've seen game number 1. That's bygone. That's done and dusted. We have to talk about our second, and it's Wildcard versus Scars. This is a matchup that in many ways you would not be seeing in a lot of tournaments, but this is really shaking things up.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Again, back to, you know, you choose your opponent. Wildcard picks Scars, and when I look at this tournament and how this format is and how you play it,
You're fair, you let me be a part of this community, and that's fair enough for my book.
I'd say this is a little different.
Thank you,
for them, 'cause
Dark.
I don't see them as one of the stronger teams here, so they're also going to probably look for someone that they can try to beat up on. So it kind of makes sense that they're picking Scars, but at the same time, they don't have that international experience that Scars does, which again can bite you in the butt in the long run.
Yeah, it's a test for both teams, and picking them obviously goes to show the NA confidence, because a lot of regions in general don't really believe in the APAC. So Wildcard coming to Scars for their first pick could be a rude awakening, could be a good startup for Wildcard and what they have to show in the rest of the tournament.
You never know what you get at the end of it. It's best of one, and that is very dangerous territory.
Also, guys,
Let's talk
if
about
you
Scars.
are
This
interested,
squad
like
you've seen over
friendly
many
reminder,
iterations in international play over the
I'm
past
going to be
2 years,
posting.
ever
I'm
since
going to be
Copenhagen
putting it in
until now. They've had a lot of
chat
success
as well, so it's
online
going
as well
to pop
in
up
their
and stuff.
own region in
But
Japan.
for those that do not know, I'm in an organization called Ascensions, and I'm like the lead manager for Rainbow Six Siege when it comes to content creation, esports teams and stuff. Right now we're not looking for esports team at the moment, but we're looking for content creators. And it doesn't have to be in Rainbow Six Siege. You could be a variety streamer, horror streamer, or you just do YouTube, for example. You don't have to be a streamer either. But like, if you want to be a part of an organization that is all about supporting each other and also help each other in a way, and just grow together, then you're more than welcome to DM me or just to let me know if you're interested, so I can check you out. We do have a game that we are going to be making a video together in the community, and that is going to be Repo. So we are going to be playing that soon as well. So we do a lot of these videos as well, where we as a community play together as well. So it's going to be super fun.
It adds on top of everything. Your usual salary.
Just so you know.
You get more secure and you get to focus on your game more.
Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, it's a big thing. I mean, and who doesn't like skins, especially when they look good? And honestly, the creativity that Ubisoft allows all these teams to be able to have. I mean, we have some pretty damn looking good skins.
Oh, out of the whole esports ecosystem, Siege definitely does it right with everything that they're allowing teams to do. So when a team takes charge of that and is able to create something unique, something cool, hopefully no more Hyper Beast sets.
Though, shout out to all the artists that make this happen, because I mean, we've met a lot of them, and they are incredibly creative in their usual work, but to be able to design all of that, and then for the UB team to put it into the game, to really live up to all of this beautiful design is a wonderful thing to see. So everybody's a winner. At the end of the day, you get to show off for all the other people that are looking at you when you're clutching out in the round. Is beautiful to witness. Though, with all the promo aside,
it's up to you, Dark, if you want to join.
about.
Like, yeah, it doesn't have to be Siege related if you don't want to be focused on that.
This squad is, in many
Can be
ways,
more if you want to.
a mishmash that's looking to find success in this international.
You know, it's crazy as an NA
I-
analyst seeing
I'm
this
sorry,
roster now. I mean,
Kamsum.
you have Dash, a very good player coming from Brazil, coming from that WCHEME roster that won all the way back then. Now he finds himself in North America. But then you also look at Baby Shark. He's coming all the way from Europe.
Baby
so,
Shark.
I mean, this roster really is a wild card now. They're really pulling out every little bit, every little showcasing of their cards, and trying to facilitate this roster, make them as competitive as they possibly can be. And on top of it, this is their first international event as a team, and for some of those players.
I think a standout player that everyone should know is Kansan. I mean, he's been performing so well, and to finally have a team where it's his own, he's arguably the leader of the team.
Yeah.
And now orchestrating it by picking up 2 players from 2 different regions to be able to have a little bit more experience and depth. It's a very young roster. They have a lot of potential. First tournament, there's a lot for them to show. There's not too much pressure on their shoulders because a lot of the NA teams are kind of washing them out going into this tournament.
Well, and what's good, especially for Spiker and Mr. Bay, is that you have a player like Kansan that you can piggyback off of. But now you're adding Dash into that element as well that also has that experience, that has won something. So they really have a good support system and a really good IGL to look at and be like, okay, this is what we got to do. This is how we're going to facilitate a round. And I'm expecting big things from this team. I don't want to see disappointment.
Honestly, there's quite a few teams, not just, I guess, 2 NA teams that are part of this tournament that we're looking at as, my God, is this going to be a repetition of Manchester? But there's actually more than that. The Brazil is bringing their own. Talk about Loud. There's other squads that are in here, and we're going to mention them and go in depth as their matches kind of happen here on the broadcast. But there's just so much to look forward to because it is a blank slate for all of these. Yes, your experience, as you mentioned with Kansan
You could
or
just,
any other player, it's really important.
I have it right
but
here.
It's different when you're playing internationally. It's different when you have this format, especially, and when you're on a brand new game with a lot of changes, though not the core, as you mentioned earlier in the day.
When you're watching two main stage level
But it's
teams
on
go at
Twitter
it, it's
though.
amazing
We do
for
have a
its own
YouTube
reasons.
channel,
When
Dark.
you're watching two teams that
But we're
have a
like
lot to
we
prove
are
for
fairly
themselves,
new, so that's
it's
why.
a whole different battle. You're going to see a lot of creativity, maybe a lot of rookie mistakes, but that's the beauty and the magic, especially on SiegeX. Everything's going to be brand new.
Nice, exactly. Now let's take a look at our map. Again, all best of ones throughout our first 5 rounds, our first 5 days of competition here at Reload. Before we go to our main stage, we're going to get Chalet again as our
Chalet, what the
decider. I wonder
fudge?
why that's been happening.
I think it's just a great map for everyone to go to. Arguably, it's Chalet, Clubhouse, maps that are a little bit more aggressor-sided, allow teams to be able to go for aggressive plays, to show a style of play that you're not going to see later in the tournament unless it's from a Brazilian team for the most part. And Chalet is just a good back and forth. It's able to test both things because on defense, you have to be proactive. On attack, everyone knows attack, you already have to be proactive. But the uniqueness that we saw in the previous game excites me for the Chalet because especially the Jaeger innovation, the way we were seeing Tuberauer and Mira be played, I'm excited to see how these teams compete to that because I would say they're on a more aggressive level than the previous game.
I mean, just even the picks and bans already add a completely different element that I really want to see what is going to be used from both teams and how they're going to counteract one another because, again, adding that ban system really does revitalize certain strategies. You really have to think. And again, for teams that are better at adapting on the fly, that benefits them. Whereas teams that do struggle, it really can put a hindrance to their performance.
And adapting on the fly, experience usually weighs over new players. So in that regard, Scars is looking very comfortable in this game, and there's no pressure on their shoulders.
Clear communication is a big part of it as well. And speaking of comms, let's bring up our casters who just casted the first ever matchup of competitive Siege on SiegeX. Guz Xenox, I mean, it's a huge honor in general, but how are you feeling at the end of your first game?
Feeling good. I mean, it was a very fun game. I think, obviously, for FearX to get out to a 6-1 lead and then ultimately not close it out too quickly was a little bit disappointing. But they looked really, really sharp, all things considered. Slightly new roster with 2 players coming over from
I
D+.
would change the command a little
CSG,
bit
at
there,
least some
Dark.
credits
I'm
the
going
bank
to
after
put
a
in the link
really
tree on
dismal
that
attacking
as
half,
well.
At least get the scoreline a little bit more respectable. But all I can say is APAC on top.
Yeah.
Does that count?
At least APAC won.
And also on the bottom.
That's a win for you guys.
That's a go.
That's a win for you guys.
I love to hear that. I think Ace would be saying also that we're all winners here, especially all us our viewers that
I
get to
think
witness
that would actually
all
be,
this firsthand. Gentlemen, I won't dilly-dally or delay any longer. Our game is set. It's all yours.
Yeah, and another APAC team that we get to see now with Scars, of course, though, going up against a wildcard from North America, which should be a lot of fun. Again, you've got a team in wildcard, which we haven't really seen, right? So, like, we get to see something a little bit different, whereas for Scars, it's probably a little bit more of the same in terms of the roster that they're kind of bringing to the table. It's a good test, though.
Yeah,
I think
so
for both
I
teams,
changed
admittedly,
that,
a wildcard roster that's nearly put together versus a Scars roster that has got quite a bit of
Yeah,
experience.
so you
And I
have the
think
link
over the
tree
last 12 to 24
or
months,
the
a team from APAC that we
X.
typically expect to do well, make majors, etc.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of intriguing changes.
that's going to be a
across the
little bit
board. For many of the
easier.
play teams attending Reload and Wildcard, very much at the top of that list. I mean, Dash coming in feels kind of random, right?
Yeah,
But such an experienced player. One at Montreal, of course, incredibly accomplished. Baby Shark in as well, over from France. So I don't know how it's going to work. Like, there's a lot to
and
look
it's also
forward
a
to.
best of one again, so like, it's a bit tricky because you kind of look at this as a a really good feel out for both of these two rosters against each other. But I wouldn't be taking a whole lot away from it. Right? It's similar with the FearX and CAG game.
Day one, even two, to an extent, is very much a vibe check, right? Like, how did the players look inside of the server? What are they looking to approach with? They're not necessarily looking at the end result, more so how they're approaching the game and how that's translating. And this match is going to be a great example of that.
I do promise, by the way, there are other maps. We're just going back to Chalet again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all good. I think as the guy said on the desk, right? No, an extension of what they said. You're probably trying to find some comfort at an event where things are kind of uncomfortable. New build, new rosters, a lot has changed. Chalet, though, very much still playing out in a similar fashion to what we've come to expect, at least what we saw in the previous match.
Yeah, and I
But
think as well when
I don't understand. It
we kinda
says
come into this
62. Yeah,
particular
now I
matchup,
see.
I was wondering for that
It was
social prediction. I was
wildcards.
like 62%. I was like, who's that for? It's for wildcard. You know, at the end of the day,
That was interesting.
you also don't want to give too much away. We're playing best of one, so you might have a predetermined map where you're like, yeah, let's just go to a map like Chalet, have some fun, and we don't have to, you know, kind of reveal too many of the secrets as we head into the first ban phase of many, which was, I think, a pretty good success from the first match that we saw.
Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark.
Neither of those two teams
So
really
we have actually one that's named Baby Shark,
straight
then
away
we have
can be
one
put
that
down for
is
Scars,
named
they're gonna be coming
Fishlight.
First up in this opening half against Wildcard. You know, the question will be on
That
them,
is,
can they actually find some attacking success
interesting.
here on Chalet, or is this just going to be defender-sided again?
Well, the onus is on very much Scars to be the initiators here in the first half. The bans have come.
Okay, Dark. That's
Really
very
tough.
nice of you.
When Scars
We are
fall
going to be
onto
putting
team
out
lost
more.
the board from
So gonna try and
Wildcard
play
away into
Repo, but we need to have
the conclusion of round number 3 for the additional bans. to come
at
through.
least
Again, it's maybe
3
the
to
first
5
time
people
watching
who's
SiegeX
willing to
in
play the
this
game. But
particular season. And
It's early on, but I think it's going to breathe a little new
a
life
subtle
into,
change.
yeah, a little
Enough.
subtle change. I think the fact that as well you get to kind of ban out two from the opposing
Did the
side,
guy
such
get
as
the
Scars,
sunburn
attacking
on
into
his
this.
cheek?
You can get rid of the Azami and the two round, rather than just sort of like one of them, for example. Or, you know, you get to choose the two this time.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, we head into the
Because
second
like I
match.
said, I think that
Reload again.
Wildcard
Only
is going
two
to be
bullets
having
that
the
have,
majority
been
of the
reloaded.
game.
Well,
Day
there's
one.
is a maximum of 2 for the first day. There's been, from what I've looked so far, the majority of teams elected.
Oh, I did try that mirror window
to
once.
avoid,
I
but there
did
are
actually
teams
try that
picked
one.
I think Elevate in the previous match against Fury, I think he listed one. Obviously a bit of a high risk.
Which is probably a smart way to kind of go about it. You're going up against, you know, Furia. But yeah, I think for me, coming into this opening half, all
Wait,
eyes
where
on
did
Scars'
that
ability to
FNAP
attack APAC
been
has
from? Oh,
really
it's on the
struggled with
window. Okay,
attacking
okay.
in Siege over a large period of time now. When, you know, back in the old days, you think either pre-COVID or even just slightly post-COVID, it was all about, well, APAC's kind of this all-gun, all-attacking, flare-based, you know, sort of region. But actually, in terms of recent times, it's been a region that has struggled attacking on maps. So that's definitely going to be something that we will see. Scars can find some early success on the attacking side. Wildcard on the defense. We get to see this new-look roster for the first time as well here at Reload. And I kind of come into this 25-26 esports campaign really with my eyes
Oh,
glued
the
to the North
reinforced to
American
tell you
region.
that.
There's so
Okay.
many changes, so many really solid teams. That's the reason to
Interesting.
watch
So
for
they
me to see,
reinforced the
can they make that next
entire
step?
bedroom
Some of
wall
which are
or
not in
like
attendance
office
as well.
wall.
Shopify
So
is the greatest example of that.
Oh, so you're going to talk about the castles?
They're not.
I do have to give a quick shout out to our lovely friends in Parker and Jesse. who
nice
are actually-
refrag from
live on Twitch, so maybe
It
Wildcard.
has gone live, so shout out to them. They are North
Rim
American.
off the board, so that is a very
Just on the
good
north
pick
side.
for Wildcard,
North
to be
north.
honest.
1-for-1
But also
trade
at the
here.
same time,
Rim off
it's
the
a
board,
good pick
Job
from
being dashed.
Scars as well,
Who's a
because
big pickup
Fenrir
from his
is off the
Wildcard
board, so
roster.
it's not going to
Has
be
lost his life on the Fenrir.
active.
We're short, very, very low
So-
as well on the IQ. But if you think, it's
No,
good.
Fishlight is getting
Quick start to this round,
a
but
little
not a
bit
whole lot has happened.
heated
little bit of map control
right now.
established for Scars, especially on the top floor.
See.
Yeah, pretty aggro extension, but the fall off now in play. Bay Library.
Ooh, my
supported by Baby
wifey
Shark over
is
towards the
on board.
library stairs, a bit of a cross establishment. And actually down
Oh,
below,
you
Baby
should
Shark
have
cuts his head up.
known.
Well, there's a yellow ping there. He
Scars.
does another one at the end of the hallway, but he does lose the battle. Baby Shark had the information, but hey, Gator had the better aim, hits the headshot. And just like that, Scars established a 3-on-2 advantage.
Yeah.
Hey, Gator has now been down. Wildcard certainly have information as to the whereabouts of Scars and what the way they're pushing. Fire extinguisher. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good
he's
use of it.
using
Just
that.
kind of block a little bit of that line of sight towards games as Fishlike is. In fact, all three members of Scars are incredibly low. And Spiker will
Mirror's
take
like
advantage of
getting a free pick.
The very aggressive. Wildcard
Oh,
rewarded. And you get a
nasty,
full
nasty,
wild
nasty,
fish
nasty.
like now
What the
last
hell?
Remaining player from Scars, low on HP. And supremacy
Really
for the
nicely
Wildcard,
done on
good start.
Spiker.
Yeah, I
Really
mean, honestly,
nicely
it was a
done.
pretty decent round, all things considered. I spoke about
Like,
Scars
I
and
feel like
APAC as a
Scars would
region
actually
struggling to
have the
attack, especially
information
in
that someone
previous
is on
match between,
library.
CIG
I
and
would
Fear X.
never
That
let
attack
go of
that round
library
wasn't
stairs
completely
unless it
awful.
was
They were
properly
able
droned
to
out.
very
And I
much
feel
get a
like
few
Scars
picks
did
onto
not
Wildcard,
drone that
get some of
area
top
out
four control,
and just
slightly make
gave
the way
it
over
to
towards side, but credit to Wildcard,
to
especially
Wildcard.
Spiker. Was able to establish good position, hold strong, get a couple of kills, and they also got a lot of
Oh,
damage in that round. Like when it was a 3v2, like they were all very, very low. Yeah, a little bit of an early conflict, and I love that peak as well from Baby Shark. Thought he maybe should have got the second kill as well, but yeah, at that point, Rashoy, Alligator, Fish like all very low. It wasn't going to take much for Wildcard to close that round out, and they start well on defense.
Yeah, effective peel from Wildcard and then able to be very aggressive towards Library. That Scar seemingly did not have a read on two.
Do you see how he's sitting? Oh my god.
Seems to be feeding really good information. IQ was on the board, but clearly not finding all of that.
Technical
Well, we
pause.
started our first match of the day with a technical pause into a rehost, and we're going to do that again today. It was a rehost, unfortunately, after the one round has been played out, which is slightly better than the first match because we got it before the first round was actually played out, so that's at least something.
Wait, you don't have Twitter, dog.
Yeah, I mean,
What?
apparently, like we obviously on the A stream didn't realize, but the B stream was like severely behind. Poor.
Did you just sign up for Twitter?
But yeah, I mean, I think for this match again, you got to kind
Wait,
of
what's your name on Twitter, dog?
re-cool things down a little bit. It's day one, you know, fresh tournament, and coming into a fresh year. So expectations on a wildcard roster newly put together are very low. I mean, and that's probably a good thing. You don't want to come into a tournament and have super high expectations. And this is kind of the caveat for reloading.
Or is it an old dugout? What the fuck?
If Wildcard as a roster did well in North America, qualified for a major, then there's a little bit of expectation because you've qualified for the tournament. But this is a little bit different because it's the partner-only invite system, and they get to kind of come here and play.
Wait.
There's pretty much no expectation on
So,
this Wildcard roster
it's
outside
this
of maybe
one?
at least do well against the APAC teams.
Is it unfair to bundle them into those teams that perhaps
This one?
wouldn't qualify if it was a qualification?
Well, we had this discussion actually on the Jake.
I feel like Wildcard are
Hello, Craftsar. How you doing?
teetering on the edge.
So,
I mean,
what is
that's
it
the
that you
thing,
want to
like, because
ask me, honey?
it's
so many unknowns though.
It's exactly. There's
It's
so many
not
big
this
assumptions
one?
from this team. Yeah, and that's the thing as well. You know, you're going into, and to be fair, this is where for Wildcard, depending on how they actually perform at this event, then the connotations around them change going into the North America League to come for stage one.
Yeah.
So then that's like, well, suddenly you've got maybe a change in the level of expectations. If Wildcard go on an amazing run here at Reload and look amazing, then you go into the North American League to follow, and you're like, well,
Got a target on your
we're
back.
going to get that back again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and also for Scars, for CIG, for Fear X, seeing these three APAC teams as well to begin here day one on the A stream, going into APL, you know, like this newly reformed APAC system that
You didn't know you still
had in about 5 years, but you know that's going to be again, you know, another thing to consider later on as well.
Yeah, very intrigued to see how.
Wait, so this is your account?
Shake up this year.
Well, I mean, you know, we've
Best
been
team
a
at the
little
moment,
bit
I
simple,
really
haven't
don't
we,
know,
last,
because we
little
haven't
bit of
like
time with
got
the
that
sub-region.
far in.
Over
But
time,
if I'm going to be basing off
teams
like from Six
very
Invitation,
much
I
lent
would
into
maybe
just
say
being good enough to
the
qualify in their own
BDS or
regions and have created
Falcons,
massive
who
issues
is now
internationally now.
name.
They're gonna have to be far
It's
more
the same
competitive in
roster,
Yeah,
but
well, the hope is as well that we can get to a point where
think
APAC
that
teams
might
can
be.
get to events and have higher expectations.
I'm really excited
do
for
well,
M80 because I
rather
really
than
want to know
just,
how
bomb
they
out
play.
phase one or whatever it may be, depending on the format. But I hope it's a case of the region can lift itself up with a format such as APL, rather than trying to improve within your region. It's almost like all the regions within APAC improving together. Form as one to take down EU and Brazilian supremacy. Which, by the way, you know, like that's my thing for North
Okay.
America is the match is re-beginning, by the way. We can see
But
it on
you
our
just
second monitor, so
follow.
don't fret, we are getting back into Chalet here around
Like I
coming up
just.
shortly. Is this the year, and I say the year 25-26 campaign, right, going in towards Six Invitational, so over the next 8 months or so, can North America take that next step? Shopify Rebellion's looking good. I mean, they're not at this event, but
I feel like I do share the same kind of optimism as you. I don't know how much of that is just an unfounded gut feeling, or if there's actually a lot of logic to back it. I think there's elements.
I was speaking to Lax before in the green room, and he wasn't too.
I feel like we're more
he wasn't
excited
too
than the
high on
American
the
boys.
EU
yeah.
teams.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's just That's what North America.
He's a humble man.
Yeah, he's a humble man.
So the match that I want to focus on is actually Talon, but they are not starting just yet. So I'm just waiting for that game to start.
Wildcard, and again, all onus is going to be certainly on Scars and their ability to attack. They're going to have to get. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying
It's the same name, Dark, so it's not anything.
That's already probably far better than what we got in the opening match. The other two APAC teams. A little change up in terms of attacker selection for Stars, and I say little, it's actually rather large. And they will employ the glass this round.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Fire extinguisher pot early, which will be the little nuances regarding the new environment. Whether you want to leave them up or destroy them early. I don't think it's going to make too big a difference, but it is something to consider. A little run out to Bay.
Yeah, I think the consensus so far talking to
just you can appeal, Dark.
Tengu last night. You know,
there is where you can actually say that you can't
defenders, you just shoot as many
got hacked or something. I don't remember how you did that. But
small impacts. I think it was the same fire extinguisher in the games. The only one that we've captured.
Yeah, the game,
we saw it in the,
like
in the first game,
the game is really dark. I don't like it.
Also map dependent as well.
Yeah, because of the positioning of them.
Yeah, again, Wildcard banned out two very important operators for Scars in Deimos and Montaigne, both of which that can certainly aid the entry for the attacking team. Again, new ban system employed. Something to consider, but apparently no issue. It's a double kill for Scars to begin the second round, but the response is swift from Wildcard to bring it to a 3 versus 3, and we will then settle.
But you could just up the brightness, and I think you will be good with that.
That's okay. It's always next time.
Plus, we don't know if it's the spectator that is having it really dark.
Two of the snipers employed here as well, on the Glaz and the Wamai with a castle.
Yeah.
Not the best lineup, I think, for a 3-on-3 with 90 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely, it's giving me the old Siege vibe. So I'm not mad, but as long as I don't like it.
Well. I mean, so
but huge nitro from Spike up.
I don't like it, but as long as I can up the brightness, I'm good.
Activated and no
so
heart breach now means that they're pretty much forced to filter through.
So smoke deployed, 2 still remaining on the Wamai. He got to find this kill wreck.
That was so close.
He doesn't want to overstep the mark. Grabs the kit. Minute left. Smoke though, unfortunately now has extinguished. There is a bulletproof camera as well watching that doorway, just like from above. Actually able to use the vert, finds the kill onto Kansan. And so first floor control only now for Wildcard, but there's only 40 seconds remaining in the round. Yellow ping information. Can Fishlike find the kill? Indeed he can. From above onto Spiker and clears out that dining room position. And suddenly the snipers are finding an avenue here in the second round.
Wow, the snipers are the last man standing.
Got the capabilities to win this round for Wildcard, and this is the player that you want in this situation and why they brought him to this roster. Watches towards the hatch, of which, of course, Fishlike is above. 20 seconds remaining. Yellow ping information off the BPC. Knows where the last player is. Drop down, and surely Dash should be able to finish off this Kali. Indeed, he does. Huge round for Wildcard.
Really good, really good.
That's clean Siege. The positioning there.
That was really good. That was a good clutch.
Able to push forward off the back of the BPC info, kill the player entering dining, and in the meantime, not overexposing himself to the trade potential for the hatch. Tucks in the corner.
Okay, gonna switch now because I'm really interested in the Talon versus Dark Zero game. Cloud9.
We often talk about this. It takes time to build a team. It takes time to build.
So this is the new banning system, guys. They're banning the first round now. So they are banning Maverick and Kaid. Oh my god. This is Nighthaven as well. June 10th is when SiegeX is going to be available. I am guessing now that it will be available earlier through the test servers. That's just a guess because I have seen my test server being updated regularly now for the last week or so. I've seen updated 3 times, so might be SiegeX being in there and getting updated. We will have to see.
Some really interesting counter bans we expect. For now, what we've seen, Tim, is hard breach bans. We saw a couple of those back on Clubhouse earlier. And
yeah, we have to see what happens, Dark.
We've seen Kaid and Bandit. Bandaway as a pairing in every half we've seen.
I mean, we knew it was the impact it was going to have as well. But I would
Oh,
also
okay.
say
Look at that. They're reinforcing this side with a mirror.
really rapid just getting into game.
Like we did on
Half
this
of
side.
them
We
guns, because
reinforced
they're
on
doing
this
it
side
simultaneously. We've only got 2
and
in
open up
support.
this side.
It's
So they are doing
It's
it.
done in
Great to get.
60 seconds.
They're
rather
doing
than
it
2 minutes.
differently.
So we're going to be up to the top floor to kick things off. PSG Talon are on the defense.
Clubhouse,
Trying
Chalet,
to hold on to the upstairs. There's
Bang.
with everything in Siege, there's pluses and minuses with this. One of the negatives I think that you get with defending top floor is it kind of takes your roam game away from you. There's not too much roaming you can do.
I
We've
forgot
got
which
Misa
map was in
underneath at the
pool.
minute, and of course with Nitro in hand, some damage can be done on the verticality.
Oh my
but
god, I've
you can't-
totally
if
forgot.
the attackers kind of decide to just go to site and play around you, there's not too many ways that you can get yourself involved. Maybe coming back through warehouse, you can be a little bit tricky. Maybe that little meeting flank, but it's easily watched. It's easily dealt with generally by the attackers. So we'll see how that progresses through the round.
It's one of those, I think, where it's more about the fortified positions that you set up and hold, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking towards Garage here, and his army, as you're seeing here out of Ryder, is no doubt. I love, by the way, we've got Soldier Reload and Ryder Reload as well, which rolling their names in towards the end of the tournament. Can't complain too much. But there's positions you have to break down, and then having things like the castle, I think, is a big one too. Really creates a lot of frustration for the attacking team to have to chew their way through. No doubt the mirror doubles up on that as well. It means there's not a lot of map to clear, but it's hard to clear.
Already starting on the attack here, Cloud9, with getting rid of some of that utility and just
Why is it
forging that
clicking?
path,
So
clearing
bank is
the
one of
areas
them.
that they want to move into. We've seen a lot of use of the shield from
Clubhouse.
Packer to do exactly that, getting in towards meeting corridor, forcing
Border.
them back out of control, just getting that space.
Chalet.
Electrical, trying to move around and support that push on the
Cafe.
breach as well. PSG Talon, they're pretty comfortable right now. They're sitting themselves back in sight, like you said. They've got their stalls set up.
Yeah,
They've
so
got those areas that they want to hold
Border,
on to. They're
bank,
trying to play it
cafe,
behind that utility
chalet,
to do
clubhouse.
So. This is where it's going to get difficult, though.
Is
When
it?
that blitz can start pushing forward, but like you say, with that low health, makes it very difficult for him maybe to be as aggressive as he might like.
It could be, Dark, that you were inactive for too long, because when you're inactive for too long, it would just suspend. Ooh, Misa.
Has been stopped away in a great C4.
Whoa. On this match, guys, I think that Talon might be winning this. They've been playing really well. They have gotten. Oh, you see? Oh my god, you see?
Through, almost getting away with it, but Misa underneath has not been cleared out. PSG Talon
Nicely
with a flawless first round to
done.
start things off.
Misa's done a great job for them underneath there.
They
At the
have gotten
beginning of the
better
round, I
and
commented how difficult
better
it may be from
Talon.
his position to have a big
Much
impact
better
in the round,
over the
and that
years.
Nitro needed to find its spot if he was going to do so, and they manage exactly that.
Yeah, I
Gotti
think they
gets one
automatically
with the
suspend their
Nitro,
account when
and
it's
then we've got the line
inactive
of
too
sight there
long.
to deal with
It could be
Packer from
that.
Misa. Just fantastic
Because
stuff
if
from PSG
it
Talon.
says like on your
Really
account
getting
it
some
hasn't
value out of
been
what can
posting
be
anything
a very
since
difficult
2023,
position to
so.
find it.
The thing is, if they get the plant down there, it's a very different conversation we're having. And there were two chances where they had
Dream
to get
is
stuck. If it does,
in-
then it's really hard for
is in-
PSG Talon to retake. I spoke about these
Now the thing
fortified
is,
positions. Think about the days of old.
Cloud9 is an old team, has been one of many American pro league team. They also had the first female pro league player in that team as well. So it has a very long standing. The organization has been active for like 8 years or something, so it's a long active org.
So many times.
And on the C9 they have Packer that is from M80, and you have Dream that was on the Unwanted team, where the audience just screamed his name, Dream. And you have Kobalak. So they have a good team, but I feel like they are too new. Yeah, Dream to go. So he's in Cloud9. I just feel like this, the dynamic that they have
from both of those locations. So that's number one job
might
for
not
the attackers.
be the same as
Open up those
Unwanted had.
walls, IT wall,
I'm kind
the
of sad
basement
that
wall, and make sure
Unwanted
that
did not
PSG
get
Talon
picked up by
can't play
org
in
as a
those
full
areas,
team.
and they've done it rapidly
So-
with the basement at least. They'll be looking towards
Because
top
they
floor
ended
as
up
well, get
so
very
high
open.
up
So this
with
right now
the roster they
screams to me
had.
from
I'm surprised
Cloud9,
that
pillar
no one
plan
picked them up.
inside of that window.
Actually, I'm like, I would almost say,
Together, you know, it just
I would say that I'm
utility dump
almost
to play around
mad.
that shield to make something
Ooh.
happen. With, of course, a lot of vertical control to come in, which is something they missed out on in the last round. Yes, it was more about the threat from below. This time it's the threat from above they're worried about. Same thing sounds true, though, Tim. There's a lot of positions to break through here first on the PSG Talon side. So for C9, a new team that have come together. We spoke about this on our last map when we had Furia against Elevate. Furia taking that win away, as you'd expect on Clubhouse. Our concern for Elevate was that we aren't yet seeing the team
150
move
left.
with
I have
particular
not
pace or
even
purpose as an attacking
tried to
side.
take
The
certain
defense, they were okay,
areas.
but just couldn't quite make it work against a former world champion team on the other side of things, and I think you might see both of these teams struggling with that to some degree here. So, for C9, they've got to figure their way through. They'll start things out with the entry onto the Azami. A good pick to find at this stage in the round. 5v4.
Yeah, that's a great start for them. Just gives them that foundation, but also that bit of space as well. Dealing with that top floor. As I said, that is somewhere that
Misa
PSG
getting
Talon
a
will have thought
refrag
is
onto
key to
Packer,
hold
really
on to
good.
To try and prevent that plant going down. C9 don't necessarily need to kill everybody here.
Diffuse
All
is
they need to
down
do
in
is
warehouse.
create
That's not
enough space,
good. That's
enough
not good for
safety to be
Cloud9.
able to get in behind that pillar and put the plant down. So it's about gaining storage.
Oh, no!
control. Still fighting with Gotti up on the top floor. He
Oh,
misses his
Gobbler's getting
opportunity,
a
but
nasty kill.
Kobe does not. He takes him out, and that's advantage Cloud9.
Siege timing moment there as well. Like,
Yeah.
just a matter of pixels, and he gets a kill onto Catwalk, and maybe gets away from the Blackbeard, but he then dies through the software.
I
the
hate
Blackbeard's pressed
Blackbeard.
up right into his face, and this is the fear of these shields, Tim. It's less that the
Yep.
shields themselves are lethal. Don't get me wrong, they are, but it's
Like,
more what happens when a team
Cloud9 has fantastic player in the team. I just feel like they don't, like they didn't have enough time to become a team yet, but that might be just me
to hold
thinking.
things out here. 30 seconds to play, Tim. That clock is going to become his friend. He could do this.
Potentially, but he's going to find himself in a fight very, very quickly here as the man comes around the corner, manages to pick him up. The Twitch finishing out
was
the
ready for
round,
that.
and it was a good pivot from Cloud9 as well. They started out, as I expected, getting garage wall, getting basement wall, getting IT wall, all shaping up towards
They did that
pillar
really
plant,
well.
and it wasn't really working for them. So we see them switch and move more over to the control side of the map. Find a couple of kills. Great play from Cloud9. Great adaptation.
A couple of questions have come in, by the way. Did they change Nighthaven in SiegeX? No,
Not
it is
yet.
the same. It will get updated at some point, but because there were other maps that had older lighting and graphics, they needed to get updated first. And because Nighthaven is more of a newer map, there wasn't a massive driving need to get this one updated. So, nope, hasn't changed yet. But yes, Chalet, Club, Bank, Border, and what was the fifth? Cafe, have all been updated. And you'll no doubt see them all throughout the tournament as we go by.
What was
The
that
second one,
drone that
Mayaji
went
was right there,
past?
is the unwanted roster. Well, I hate to tell
Did you
friends,
see that, guys? That was like
they've
a
been
little
just
jump
the
by
whole win. The
zoom
players have
like
kind of had all
really
their
fast
cards
through the
picked off and
screen.
As
out
it
to
turns
different
out,
teams.
they were wanted.
They were,
Just
they
on
were
separate
very, very
rosters.
wanted. Yeah, just all on different places. And as you can see, Dream is on this team. But yes, unfortunately, Unwanted is no more, despite an excellent finish. They wanted to stay together as far as I understand, but didn't quite get the offers for the whole roster to get picked up, which could be hard to do when a team has already got existing players and needs to retain some of them.
Looking at the
Yeah,
format
but
just as we get into
damn,
the
I would
action
still
phase here
continue
before it
though.
all kicks off proper. We've got
I would
our
like, I
reload
would still
values up at
want
the
to
top of the
continue
screen, so
and
just
make
next to the team
and
names, you
try
can
to find a
see there, we've
sponsor
got
in
a
due
6
time
wide
instead.
for the
Like
bullet
that
with
would
the
be,
red
but
bullet, so that
the
is
cost
the
for playing
point
out and
system
stuff in a
for the
hotel is
tournament that we're playing
actually
here. Every team starts out with
too
6
expensive.
bullets in their reserve, so that's what the 6 in
I
white
know, dog.
represents.
That's
How
why
many do they
I'm
have
like
at the start
I'm
of this game?
not in a good
And then the
spot
red
to be
2
sitting a
is
full
how much
week
they've
not
chosen
playing.
to reload
It's
for
going
this
to be
game.
itchy,
Basically, that
like
signifies how much they
fucking
can win.
crazy.
So
Or
if they win
lose.
this or lose, if they win this one, then they gain an additional 2 bullets, so we'll move up to 8. If they lose, then they will lose
Woo!
2 and go.
No, don't
down
lose
to
that.
4.
Oh, dear.
Talking
Oh my
about
God.
losing 2.
Why?
We're gonna lose 2 early. Packer
Oh
manages
my
to find the kill, which
god,
was
Ram
essential
and
after the
Ibana
damage
off the
that
board.
Misa
That's
had
going
done
to be
there. But I
hard
tell you
for
what, he will take that
Cloud9
trade
now.
all day long.
That is just
Yeah,
lethal.
that's
The
a
fact that
good
he's got away with not
trade,
one,
good
but two
trade.
is
Ooh.
criminal. Now Packer's going to have to try and
What?
force something here to try and get his team back into it. Doing his best, but it's a team kill. Silent going through his teammate to get rid of Soldier on the other side. It's actually not
What
a
are you
bad
doing
recovery for
upstairs?
C19. They've got things back to a
The
2
bomb
versus
is
2,
downstairs.
but
Why
there's
is the
basically a
2
whole round to play.
guys
They can't do vertical
upstairs?
destruction with Kobilat's because he's gone.
Oh my
and this is why as
god.
defenders, it's
What?
so worth going for these early trades because the attackers have now basically got no utility to work with outside of Dream's about Pocket Selmas. And even they've gone as well, so...
Yeah, so we're silver. Damn!
Massively.
Yeah, they've literally got to work with what they've got, you know, bar a couple of nades and soft breaches that are not going to necessarily
I know that you're supposed to be aggressive, but damn.
Completely. They're just doing their due diligence here, using the time
If this happened when we played Ranked Dark, we would be actually pissed. We were like, what the fuck are they doing?
He's going to be, you know, having a big part in how the shots are called, what are we doing here, how do we use that time, let's get on the drones, let's see what's going on. Siege time at its finest again there. Just a slight missed opportunity for Cloud9 just based on the timing, but they'll start trying to open up some verticals, clear out utility. They know that they've got plenty of time left to use. 50 seconds.
Normally it would be 2 roamers, but not 3.
But ultimately, there is going to come a point where they have to push and they have to try and find those kills.
At this point, stack up as a 2 and push.
I would ask the question why 2 of them were like standing on the same doorway in general. Up with the aim.
On top, waiting for them around the corner, and sure enough, round he steps. Dream is in all by himself. One more to round the corner. He knows that his man's here, but he's got to win this fight. Not going to be able to do it.
Nicely done. Let's
close.
go, Talon. Let's go.
I did ask in chat a second ago about how bans work. Do you ban on rounds 1, 2, and 3? Not quite. You ban 2 in round 1, and then the third operator gets banned in round 4, which is what's about to happen now. So, producer Sam, let's get it up on the screen so you guys can see what this extra ban's going to be. Both sides taking away 3 operators each. That's what you'll see coming up here.
There we go, we can see, so Cloud9 as the attackers get to
They're
take
banning
away
now after the third round.
Already banned out Kaid and Bandit
Let's
at the
see.
beginning of the game.
I think it's going to be Goyo and
attacker to sit alongside Maverick and Monty. Simultaneously done.
Valkyrie.
A little bit of time,
Okay.
a few seconds. We have Valkyrie and Blitz both being taken away. So
Lol,
the
dark.
use of Blitz from Packer, you know, which is
2
no
rounds,
major
yeah.
surprise really, to see him using that operator. So PSG Talon, no, that's enough now. We're going to take him away. So that's the double shield ban taken out. And guess what? Packer's going to move on to Blackbeard.
I do think people will ban the shields a lot on the attacker side. I don't think people will get, like, they would just take, like, Blackbeard, they would take, like, Blitz and Deadbuffs last Monty, depending on if they are going shields. Like, I think that's going to be the most banned operator, because people don't want to deal with a ban, like, with shields in general.
In that half, we want it gone, and that's why the Valkyrie's gone away here. And I think this is my favourite thing about it. You'll see very targeted bans based on how those rounds have played out. Wonderful stuff and a really good change.
10 seconds remaining.
I heard that slurp.
I was spilling water.
I tell you what, I'm so not used to this. We drink bottles of water elsewhere. Here I've got a can, and you've got like a plastic cup with a foil lid on.
It's quite difficult to
It's not what I'd normally look for.
I heard that
slurp.
What the fuck?
Bottle, but I'll give it. It's better for recycling.
Good to quickly prevent the spill. So, moving into round 4 we go. Back up to the top floor. So the defensive.
By the way, guys,
rotation
one
will
of the
just
games
continue as is.
during the
That's
week,
something else
I
I'm
am
kind of
going to
watching
be
for the next week
casting,
too. With this
so
new
without
banning
having
system,
the
are we gonna
commentators
see
in the
that
background
maybe
here,
the
so I'm going to
rotation,
try and
so the way
cast
we see,
a game
you know,
to
side
see
1, 2, 3, side 1, 2,
if
3
there
as
might
your
be a
rotation.
potential to
Are we going to
cast.
see that change a little bit? Once we have that third
I
ban
like
coming,
doing
there
that
could
type
be
of
value
thing,
in potentially
but
switching your
I
rotation
want to see
around
if there is a
bit.
potential in
whilst,
general.
You know, historically over the last year or so, particularly, we tend to see pretty fixed rotation through the sites and then back through them again. We might start to see that order sort of switching up after that third round as we move into the fourth round.
For me, it's what you target.
Yeah,
ban.
like I like that.
Rounds, you target ban an operator that's been a nuisance.
Oh, they're
on
doing the same
stronger side
castle
of
thing.
defenders. Do you target ban one that's been the weakest?
They
You
do
can
the
make sure you
same
win
thing
it
as
again,
we
for
did.
example. I imagine
Oh,
you
how
wanna capitalize
cute.
on weaknesses and try and play for the sites that you know you can win. Anyway, in this round, Misa starting out strong again. Almost put him in my fantasy team, so I'm gutted that he's doing so well. He's up to 6 and 2
to be
at
honest,
this
I
point, so he's
don't
really
like
starting
the
to cook in
mirror
his half.
setup. That
Almost
is
more kills for the
so
rest of his team combined,
like.
and is keeping PSG Talon in the lead right now of 5
Why?
versus 4.
It feels like it's harder to hold.
Looking to make himself a little line of sight to work with.
Like, if that mirror window's gone, you're vulnerable more than you were beforehand.
Yas downstairs protecting him. Yas, I think he's hidden away here. I'm not sure that Cloud9 are aware of his position, and he's just going to keep himself sat in there. And whilst he does, he could be a real threat, because as we
Yeah,
can see, Cloud9
I
are
feel
moving
like
into IT. If they
for
move
me, I
into
think commentary
Warehouse and
needs
onto
to
that
learn to
catwalk as
have.
well, and Yas
I
suddenly appears,
like
that
when
could
they
be
have
2,
like
3,
pause.
it could be round ending.
So here's the thing. There is a caster, his name is Santaro, and they usually have a pause in. He does usually have a pause when he's casting, when there is okay to have a pause. He knows when the pause is good to have. So I like that. And there also were because he's dead now kicks. He would show more emotion in his casting instead of sounding like a little bit monotone. Like these guys are really good. I really like them. They sound a little bit flat in my opinion, but they are experienced. They know what they're saying.
It's him and Dream here to get C9 over the line.
Cloud9 have played this really well, created space where they needed it, and they're now using that space.
Damn.
Managed to find the final kill, but you saw the way that Dream was able to work into Warehouse, was able to do that because Cloud9 had found Yas. They'd gone in and got the kill, they dealt with him, and then created.
For those that do not know where Koblax was before, he was in Dark Zero beforehand. So he left.
That last man. That's going to be round 4, going to Cloud9. Levels things up at 2-2.
I think it was Dark Zero, yeah.
We are very
close rethink. Was it Dark Zero or was it Space Station? Or was it like Shopify? I was like...
necessarily, and they are certainly both here to play.
That's the way it should be. I mean, again, both teams came in and put in 2 bullets into the
I
chamber.
really had to rethink.
Feel pretty confident we can win this one. That reminder, if either team win, they'll go to 8. The loser will go down to 4 because they've both put 2 bullets up for this game. Like in the last game, we had Elevate putting up 1 and Furia putting up 2. Well, Elevate, because they lost, only dropped 1 bullet, whereas Furia gained 2 because they chose to stake a little bit more in that one. So as things are staking up here on day 1 and day 2, as a reminder, you can only put a max of 2 bullets up. On day 3, that goes to, I believe it's 8, Tim.
Yes.
So in a single game, you can find yourself careering towards the point where you're in the lead and maybe to qualify on day 4. So I believe on day 4 we have 4 teams qualifying, then day 5 the 4 highest teams then qualify.
Not forgetting our cards that can be played as well.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Koblax, yeah, Koblax. So Koblax left Dark Zero in August last year. Then he got picked up this year on March 5th. So he was unemployed from August, September, October, November, December, January, February. So he was unemployed for 7 months in the Pro League scene until he got picked up by Cloud9.
Additional 2 bullets, so if they've reloaded 2, they would win 4 overall.
Oh no, let me redirect that. So he joined, I read it wrong. He joined Dark Zero August last year and he left March 5th.
Top floor focus coming out from the attackers. Defenders got a couple of players up here.
Instead of Koblax, he had Citizen as Spirits join
and that's because
instead.
There was such a strong contest on this top floor. I think you're going to see the same, though it looks like PSG Talon are a little bit lighter on the whole.
Bolo left and Mint left.
Get a bit too much before then, though.
April, so Bolo left April 29. So he left like 1 week ago. Dark Zero.
Just 2 players already, and there's half a round still to play.
Yeah, it seems almost like that.
They left April 29th.
Seems to have had a bit of an impact. The Valkyrie being taken away, and now
Mint
PSG
actually left January 3rd.
Struggling to get themselves into these rounds, and there's no specific
That's that. Mint is really good player though. He's such an underrated player. So Bolo left to focus on his family, is what I heard. So wanted to work more at home.
But other than that, you tend to expect your Nitros and your vertical challengers from a Valkyrie coming later in the round, but we didn't get in there. Cloud9 managed to find themselves another. That's round 5.
Yeah, but officially he left Dark Zero, so he announced his retirement a long time ago.
That's what stung them a little
but
bit,
his
honestly,
contract did not end
dual
until
purpose in a way.
April
They had
29th.
two bulletproof cameras in that round. They would have had 3 more black eyes. Not only is that information to let you know when you're being pushed in from, the bigger thing to it, I think, is that when those cameras are getting taken out, as you know where a push is coming from. And so in a way, Cloud9 have capitalized on the no Valkyrie Fury and pushed in, caught out 2 players completely.
Okay, I don't like that they have cups
and everything has crumbled
to
and fell
drink
apart from
out
there.
of.
So it was
I
really good
would
of Cloud9
I would
to
actually have
exploit
bought a
that gap
water
in the
bottle and
setup
just sip
now
like
put
that.
themselves in the lead
It would have
1-3-2.
made it much easier than sip on a
Heading
freaking
down
cup.
to the basement then for the final defense. We've got Yas bringing along the Goyo. We've seen some good use of Goyo already here on the B stream, particularly thinking back to that Fury again, KZ.
I don't like the C9 is leading. Yeah, come on, Talon.
So
I need you to win.
Playing a lot of Goyo as well, so plenty of usefulness being
So,
brought along. Interestingly,
in my prediction,
we've not
I
any,
said that Talon would go to
Rara
playoffs.
yet. We've not seen any Rara yet.
I had to think about how to say that one.
I had to think about my
That was
pronunciation.
one of my predictions.
Yeah,
not seen any Rara yet. I think we will as the tournament goes on.
I was speaking to a few teams yesterday, and they were
I
saying,
also
yeah, some
predicted
really
that
interesting
Furia
use
would
cases,
go
like, you
through,
definitely
and
will see
they
the
actually
operator
won.
brought out of this tournament.
I
Just maybe
predicted
here and there,
that
one more
Dark
team's getting a
Zero
bit of a
will
feel
win
for things. You
next
won't see
match,
too
by the
much
way.
creativity coming out just yet, but make no
Which
mistake, you
next
will
match
see
do we
Rara
want to
throughout
see?
this tournament.
Because after this, it's going to be Dark Zero versus Fnatic, or Falcons versus Loud. Bear in mind, Falcons is the old BDS. So they have changed name.
I was going to comment and I thought, nah, I'll leave it. Ice Cole's just said, is there a cricket in his mic? We actually think there is a cricket somewhere in the room. We can't tell if it's like squeaky aircon or if it's a cricket. I'm pretty sure it's a cricket somewhere.
I think it could be. I did say
I'm
this
pretty
earlier.
sure it is.
I think it could be.
Don't get me wrong, by the way. We're not like in some weird backwater venue like
We're
this.
in a very nice arena.
A very reputable Olympic arena. It's dead weird, but we're not sure what it is. But I'm glad someone else has seen it, so thank you very much, Ice Cold.
Lol.
We'll keep updated as we normally.
Yeah, I was thinking Falcon. I would love to see them as well.
We'll let you know.
I want to see what changes they have made. Plus, I love League Effect. The IGL, he is the IGL, and he's so freaking good at IGL.
Working their way across the top there. Still haven't got themselves, I think, confident control. We can see that PSG Talon.
Oh, yes, it's getting tracked.
I'm not sure that they've been found. They certainly haven't been dealt with. So
yes,
problematic for them if they're unable to deal with that player. I've said it already. It's Yasu's actually in that position last time. He was taken out, and Cloud9 did a good job of that when they were
Time
attacking
for
onto
some
the top floor.
ads.
But this time, it seems like they might just have slipped through the net. So what?
Seems like you need to have some sub dark.
Progresses. Kitty does manage to find Misa, and we see Cloud9 heading back up towards that top floor. But with only a minute left to go, they could be leaving it a bit late.
Oh, there is a fucking cricket. Here it's in background now.
As you get towards this
I
point,
actually hear the
about it on the last
cricket.
one, and we saw it Sting elevating a few of their attacks. Tim, it's the clock becomes that 6th man. Now at this point already, with the way things are shaping up, it's not looking awful for them. 5 versus 4. PSG Talon, all you got to do is hold here. You've got 2 C4s to play behind. You've got some Goyo canisters you can pop out. There's a lot to work with, but there's also tons of utility in the back pocket of C9. But here we go. It's all about the guns. Streaming for 1. It's down to a 5v3. And they know that there's one more. Sure enough, was punished the vertical at the exact time
you knew
required,
that he
but
was
it's a bit of a
upstairs.
bait and
Why did you
switch.
let go?
Soldier there himself to trade on the vertical, but sight is now in the hands of C9. That plant's going down, and there's nothing to stop them.
Dream is going to find the final kill. They don't even have to put that diffuser down. The time is done as the round is ended before they manage to do so. Dream closing it out, and that's 4-2 on the first half for Cloud9. I think they're going to be very happy with that start. We go through the half, through the side switch, as we always have, and we go through that quick, that sped up banning phase that we've got now, as they will ban 2 each again. Looking towards the second half this time, so PSG Talon on the attack will ban the defenders and vice versa. We can see on the screen in front of us there that Kaid was the first one to be taken out alongside the Blitz. That's going to be gone. We can see Cloud9 wanting no part of that whatsoever.
Yeah, I got my first pack, guys.
Success that they were able to find with it from Paka in the first
got
couple
the
of
first
rounds.
pack
The space it
done.
was able to create double shield ban as Blackbeard goes as well.
Don't forget to claim your packs, guys, if you have gotten any.
Will be taken out alongside. So we move into the second half. Interestingly as well, I mentioned it earlier. So we have an opportunity there at the halfway phase, and you might see it when we're seeing the player cams there. And don't scream at your monitor going, the coach is allowed to talk. It's during the game. During that halftime banning phase, the coach is now allowed to speak to the team. They're allowed to speak to them during the first banning phase at the beginning of the game, and they're allowed to speak to them during the banning phase in the middle of the game. They're not allowed to speak to them during the round 4 and round 10 singular banning phases, but in those first and halftime ones, they can do. So it's kind of like a little bit of extra sort of tactical time that they get in to have a little chat with the team, whether that's focused on the bans or maybe something else that they've seen. It's something, you know, both teams get the opportunity. They still have their tac timeout to use, but if you do see the coach's headset down and talking during that halfway banning phase, that's why.
And hopefully they've got them set up for success here in the second half. The C9, the thing is to speak about Labs, it's one of those maps that we've seen pretty split, to be fair. It's pretty bang on 50-50 in terms of attack and defense win rate. But as we spoke about these two teams, you know, PSG Talon have struggled to find that form at international events. C9, a new team coming together. It takes a bit of time to make attacks stick. And so I always look at this and now see a 4-2, where Cloud9 have done really well in their attacking half to get the 4 rounds. I see a pretty big mountain for PSG Talon to climb to be able to match them and get a 4-2.
I was hoping that Talon would win this.
Let alone even think about winning out the game outright before we get anywhere near that point. So keep a close eye on how this plays out. Soldier is going to be the pinpoint, the spearhead of their attack on the Monty. On the defending side, well, they're pretty tucked into them. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Azami, you've got the Warden to deal with any smokes that might come on the way through. They're pretty well equipped here to deal with whatever PSG Talon might throw at them.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, a real key position. Kobe on the Azami, on that warehouse catwalk. He's kind of playing in behind the Mirror, moving out. He's got himself a little bit of cover as well. That position needs to be dealt with by PSG Talon. And to be honest, I'm a little bit more concerned about them on the attacking side. Your defense, you can come in with your plans. You've got your rigid strategy set up. Everybody knows what they're doing.
That's an interesting defense, though.
You've got to be playing a little bit more fluidly. You've got to be moving and playing what's in front of you, responding to what the defenders are doing.
He's
and
slow.
that's where PSG Talon might start to struggle a little bit. 4-2 down, they need to be finding this first round.
Yeah, I knew he would be dead.
Not gonna help. Packer
I'm not sure why he's by himself though. Why did Soldier go in by himself?
Been all alone here, pushing in. Has had very little support. I don't know where Ryder was at the time, but the fact he's
yeah,
being challenged from below by
that's exactly what I'm wondering. Why did he push in by himself
on an island all
in
by
that
himself?
area?
They've now lost again that spearhead of their attack. I worry for PSG Talon here as we come in towards this last 60 seconds. They simply haven't got the strength, the ability to push through and break open this defense that's coming out from C9.
Just going to spot the drone there and take it out. And like you say, Cloud9 now happy to pretty much hold their positions, sit back. They've got 50 seconds left to go. They've still got utility
I see, like, they have not
them.
picked anything with EMP to take that mute jammer away.
Where are your answers? Where's your plan? They managed to get the Flores drone in. The Rotero is going to take out one of those keeper barricades. Yas manages to find one. We've got trades going back and forwards, and ultimately it still finds us with Cloud9 in the ascendancy. 2 versus 1. They just need to hold on. 25 seconds. There comes the final fight. Packer,
they did not bring anything for the EMPs. I feel like their strat was so wrong.
Well,
because they just left, they did not take anything. I would rather see them take Dokkaebi with EMPs and just call and make sure they open up instead of having Flores. Because Flores is good, but at this setup, it's useless.
More than wait for PSG Talon to present themselves
But
at these
it's
riskier
useless.
angles. The thing about this map is sometimes it can be very, very bottlenecky. A lot of single doorways to push through. It just makes things a little bit simpler for the defenders. But don't take it away from them. It was a good defense coming out from Cloud9. Now we go down into the basement where they have the chance to go up to match point and open up a 4-round lead against their opponents.
Starting to feel like it might be a little bit insurmountable.
Yeah, but this is best of one, Dark, so if they lose this, they lose this. It's best of 3 on Friday against Saturday. It's going to be the best of 3.
Momentum here. I think it might have just got away from them a little bit. Cloud9 looking more and more comfortable. As I said, coming in, a new team that's been put together. You know, they don't have experience playing on this sort of stage with each other in this way. And so, yes, it will take them a little bit of time just to get settled in, just to get solidified.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we do have,
they're already looking like that
I think,
towards the end of their
our
first
best
match
map.
Day 1.
Let me...
They are. Again, it's sort of the early days. We don't want to.
I can check our 6 tracker, which map we have the most win on.
Not forgetting that when you lose Tim and you fall down the leaderboard with those bullets, that you then get to pick your opponents. You imagine then you'll start to see some of these lower teams who don't want to gamble too much.
So the maps that we have the most win, highest win rate on, is Coastline, Consulate, Villa Cafe, and Clubhouse.
That things start to get very
Outback.
interesting because one win could propel you to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, so the top 3 would be Yeah, Coastline, Consulate, Villa, Cafe,
Just using that
Clubhouse
Monty there
is the top
for
5.
Intel gathering. Just have a little look in
Or top 6,
through
it would be
the
like
window,
top
see
5.
what they can see.
So they
Through the
have over
kitchen, they're gonna be looking to get
50%
control
win
of
rate.
that
Coastline,
floor.
we
Make
have
sure that they can work
62%
above,
win
get the
rate on it.
verticals. You want to be in storage. You want to be
Consulate
comfortable
55,
doing so.
Villa
You can open
55,
things up
Cafe
and just create a
53,
little bit of
Clubhouse
space
52.
inside a site. One thing they do need to be careful about is it's the Monty of Soldier who's roaming around there on that mid floor at the minute, trying
Our
to create that space,
least
trying to provide that intel.
map-
Does have the diffuser in hand.
The
so
map that has
need to
the
be
lowest
careful
win
that they
rate
don't
is
get caught
Chalet,
out by anything
Labs,
like
and Border,
Nitros
and
on the
Skyscraper.
side of Cloud9. They could find that diffuser down in no man's land.
All right, well, let's see if they can keep the soldier alive for longer at this time around. As mentioned before, that they generally see a Monty, he'll be the spearhead of your push.
Yeah, but here's the
Hasn't
thing,
been
dog.
the most successful
Like,
for them, but at this
if we
point,
want to do strat, it depends on
he's
how
not
many
getting himself bullied
we
in a 1
are.
versus 3 as it
Because
was
if
last
it's
time
only
round,
us
no support
two,
from
we
his
need to
team.
like
Has got himself
do
moved down
strats that
and ready to
work
start
for
bearing
you
down
and me
on
to
this
play
opponent's
together.
team. However, there's things like the mirror to deal with. The team's got to be mindful of that. Not the end of the world, but with the
It was the
softball
same way
next
we
to
did
it,
like
expose himself for
the
a brief second,
mirror
and he's
window we
pretty
did
much
on
toast.
Bank.
Smokes it off and
Our
starts to
random
walk on
did not
board.
understand
Right
how
idea,
that
betting
worked.
one out there. A Gumine comes on through, but 2 kills have come through for PSG. Talon
That was a
looking
nasty
good here,
kill.
Tim, with still over a minute to go.
Yeah, that's good stuff from them. They're obviously confident that they've got that mid floor controlled, and now
They
they're
got the
working
top floor
through. This is
controlled as
good
well.
Communication, good teamwork from them. They've got the space that they need to put this plant down here, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing in the next few seconds. Just signaling that he needed a little bit of cover there. Soldier Nitro goes out, cannot find its mark, and they will not stop this plant going down. But how about that? A huge double from Dream.
Dream
But
makes the dream
Monty
work.
manages to get
Oh
his
my
shield
God.
back up. Maybe just in time.
This is going to be a measure now of Soldier's capability too, because if you can dance that shield around properly, you can get away with this. But look, he's a bit doomed here, Tim, at 1 versus 3 to play through. And Monty staring at him, 2
Oh
players
my
nearby.
God, that was
PSG
such a
Talon
good
will
kill
find
from
their
Dream.
win. They knew
God
what they wanted
damn
control
it.
of Tim, didn't take any more of the map than they needed, and they pull it off beautifully, even with Dream almost pulling off a flourish.
But Dream makes the
Good
dream
stuff
work.
from PSG
Oh my God.
Talon towards the end of that round, particularly picking that plant spot, creating the space. It's just the basics.
They
and that is
did
what you've
like
gotta
the
do
basic.
well
That's
at
what
a
you're
tournament
supposed to do.
this.
Like
have
open
any
up,
hopes
take control of
picking up
above,
results is
go
you've
in a
gotta have
plant.
your basics
Yeah,
absolutely
in that
nailed
corner
down,
or like in
and
the
then you need
box
a few
there.
special
You
moments
have someone to
along the
cover
way,
your flank
and that
or
was a
like the
great
potential
example
C4
of
that
basics.
comes.
Mid-floor control, so they know they're not going to get challenged from above.
Yo, shut up, Doc.
Just control that space inside
But like,
of that
we can
wall
definitely
and
make
then
like
use
strats
it
that
to
is for
get the
you and me,
diffuser
because
down.
if
Had
we
the cover
hold
for
a
the
certain
nitro,
area,
it wasn't
like
close enough
we did
anyway,
when
but
we
there was,
attacked
you
in
know, the
Oregon in Attic.
possibility there
You,
for
me
them to
doing
shoot
Glass
it
and
out. Had it been a little bit
Maverick
closer
there, it works
to the
perfectly
planter,
for us to
great stuff
push
from
in.
PSG.
Like
They
we
managed
get
to
that
themselves
control
on
and
back.
it's so
Will
much
that stop
easier.
the rot? It's been a little while
And
since
it's the
they
same
won a
when
round.
we are
Hopefully
defending
that's
in
gonna give them the bit of
Nighthaven. Like
confidence
I'm
they
bandit
need to
tricking you,
push on
holding
and get
a
themselves
warehouse.
back into this one.
So
Nervies
we
and still,
have
like, one
things that
single
works
thing goes
for
wrong,
us.
They catch out the Monty early, or you lose a
But
key
unfortunately,
operation.
like 2
Heartbreach
is
goes
not
down
going to
a
be enough.
spawn peak. We've already
That's
seen
the thing.
Misa in that first half getting out and getting a 2K, for example. C9 very, very capable of doing the same back to you. And the whole attack can fall apart, and then you've got 3 rounds in a row that you need to win. It's a big stretch, Tim. And this is down this first floor as well, control and storage. So you're going to have to break through the top floor first, and then worry about the site itself. So time becomes an issue you've got to like, think about. But at least the starting parts of the round aren't too bad. For example, getting the garage wall opened up. Very easy for my Gotti on side. I believe it's already been done here. So now they can move away from that. Have it as
I
phantom
actually
pressure
did
and think about
ask a
using it later
former
into the
pro
round.
league
Probably
coach
Soldier pushing
about
his way
using
through.
pro strats in ranked, and she actually agrees with me. Certain things you can actually use in ranked. It depends on if you are a full team or if you're just duo queuing or solo queuing. It depends on what you are doing for strats. If you're doing a full-on strat, then you need to be obviously a 5-stack. If you're just going to be taking a part of it, it works when you're doing it in listed groups.
But we can see Cloud9 at the minute, they're happy to just drop a little bit deeper, but to keep their
But it all
presence
comes
up there
down to
on the
if
top
your
floor. They are not backing
teammates
down
understand
just
the
yet.
And why not?
purpose
PSG
on the
Talon aren't putting enough
strats
pressure
that you're
into
doing.
challenge the
If they
ground
don't
and take it
understand the
away from you.
purpose,
Why
then
get it
they
for
would
free? You can keep on running
die
that
to
clock
it.
down. They've got to still chew through things like we've mentioned. The keeper barriers being in place. Yes, there's no mirror available in this round at the very least, but even the Monty's having a bit of bother here, just stepping inside of the building itself. Problem is, well, we've got you off towards the one side. They've got a good bit of crossfire they can employ. We've already seen Shields being that spearhead with a second player to support.
Yeah, I
Look
think
at
like
this,
we are
C9 is still
very
digging,
clear
they're
on what we are
nothing over to
doing,
PSG
but then
Talon.
like
That puts all the onus on the attackers here to make
Oof.
something happen, and sure enough, a swing like that could be a
oh,
way to get
nasty
things
got
moving,
it,
Tim.
nasty.
You see the flashes going in. Will the attackers follow them? Is
Oh.
the question. You got to get some value out of that utility.
What?
Good shotgun play here. Just taking the quick peek. Flips onto the secondary and gets his man. Packer with a beautiful double, and that might just swing the tide. And kill after kill comes in for Cloud9, and they've just decimated PSG in a matter of seconds. Des.
I love how in chat
Yeah,
people were bigging up
Packer
saying
got
he's
kicked
going off today, he's
out of
going off today.
M8
When
because
you
he
need it
was
most,
one of the
that's
worst
round where he
performing
steps up and will very
player
much
during the
guarantee putting
tournament.
his
But
team
I
up to
understand
6 and
why
3.
he was,
Soldier may have
because
managed to
like
keep
he
himself
was
alive until
because
the
of the
end of Monty
coach
this time around,
situation. They
Tim,
were not
but
like
there's no one left to
amazing.
support him. 40 seconds still to play with a smoke.
So I don't understand why people are like hacking on him in
Pull
general.
off something miraculous here against Cloud9.
Plus he is one of the younger probably players. One of the youngest actually, so give him some leeway.
I don't think they are this powerful at half health to go up against 3 on the side of Cloud9 and come away with a win. 20 seconds left to go, pressure from above, more damage done to Soldier, matter of time, and who else? Packer, a big round, closes it out, finds himself now on 6 and 5, goes positive overall, and gives Cloud9 multiple match point opportunities.
This is kind of what I expected. I spoke about it earlier,
Yeah.
unsurprisingly, by the way. A little timeout coming in. I think it's because
They
we're going into
needed
our
talent.
bans. As a
They had
reminder,
good
round
rounds.
10 means that we get to see another operator
So
taken
this
away.
match is over.
I'm wondering here if Cloud9 ban away a shield, or if they say, you know what, you guys aren't doing too well with the Monty, you can keep it. It would make sense to ban it as the last operator out of the 3 when you look at
What are
shields,
they banning
but
now?
who knows? And maybe on the defensive side, well, there's a whole host of things you can pick. The Azami, though, has been a real nuisance for them.
Mirror
It's
and
gonna be the Mirror
Ace?
and the Ace taken away,
Okay.
though.
I mean, we always know that there's a lot of value to be found in
So,
Mirror or in banning Mirror. but like you
spoilers
say,
up
the
ahead.
Azami has been a
Wildcard
real
won
thorn in their
against
side,
Scars with
choosing that they are gonna
7-1.
continue to
Not
attack
surprised. I
into
told you
that
that
Azami at
Wildcard
least,
would
but
actually win
They
it.
had to choose one of the two. Cloud9 looking
I
great
did not put
in the last
Wildcard
round.
in my
That- I just wanna
prediction,
go
so
back
I
to that
hope they
double
lose
from Packer.
all the other
Absolutely
games.
beautiful stuff. The reason I called at the time, beautiful shotgun play. Just how quick but accurate those peaks were. Just getting himself that right distance. And
So right
just
now,
firing that shot
Wildcard
exactly
is in
onto
the top of the
doorway every
leaderboard with
time,
8
enough chip
bullets,
damage
together
to
with
get him
Fura,
down, but then the
and
speed of
Furax, who has
thought.
also
I've
8
downed him.
bullets.
I've got another one coming from electrical window. Hits the deck to change his angle of attack. Flips onto the SMG and
Hi,
gets the kill.
Foxegg.
Just beautiful stuff. A beautiful, beautiful double for Packer.
And enough, like you say, to put his team up to match points here. 3 bites of the cherry. They've got to get this one right. And the painful thing is, a PSG Talon, you've got to be right every single time. C9 have only got to be right once. A well-placed C4, a run-out that I spoke about earlier on. Anything like that to disrupt the other side can be enough to see it done. But
I just
being honest
noticed
with you, Tim,
no
spoke
one has
about
a,
maybe not banning up success from Soldier playing this operator. It feels like they're doubling down on that and saying, you keep playing it because we haven't really seen you put it to great success yet. Outside of the one
Hate
attack
you.
on the downstairs. But guess what? We're not going downstairs. We're up on this top floor. We've got these fortified positions. Yes, there's no mirror for us to do it with. We don't really care, though.
A big loss as well for PSG Talon.
Crusher was not ready for that.
The maximum available number of bullets in this round. Day 1, day 2, the most you can reload is 2. PSG Talon doing that, obviously thinking there was a possibility that they come away with a result here against Cloud9. That's going to see them dropping down to 4 overall, which is as bad as it's going to get for any team today. So it will put them
Did you
definitely
really
down
get
at the
scared,
bottom of the
Crusher?
league. So it's a big blow for them at the beginning of things.
I love how there's although it's written, it's not quite the same as having it in the halls of Boston, of course, at SI, but Dream is sexy. The chant that we heard non-stop for Unwanted has carried on into the halls of chat, Tim.
I can't see it going anywhere, Des. You know, I can't see that stopping anytime soon.
No matter where you have an event, I'm
Dream
pretty sure
is
someone somewhere will be
sexy.
chatting it, regardless of playing on stage or not.
Volume 30. Oh, okay.
All
Did
right,
I see
this
why?
could be that last round that we were speaking about for PSG Talon. Got to get it right here and now. In fact, you got to get it right the next 3 times round, or you are screwed.
No, you want to get
Main thing I'm looking at, Tim,
you want to get
is gonna
everyone
be
a heart
this
attack.
Deimos.
That's the
Normally paired up
reason.
with something like a Dokkaebi as a pairing, they're really good at hunting down roamers and removing any sharp edges.
One thing that I noticed is when you ping something, you hear a sound.
Here, though, you're really relying on Ryder to get that job
Where
done
something
for
is
you all by
being
himself.
pinged.
But
I
as
don't
we've
like
often seen,
that.
the weakness for
I
Deimos,
hope that you could turn that
you can
thing
only
off
trap
because
one
I
player
don't
at
want to
time,
hear a
so if someone else is
freaking
playing and
ding
waits
every
to
time I
support
ping
and baiting
something.
you in, essentially, it's a freebie. There's nothing else you can really do about that unless you're someone like Shoko, who plays the living hell out of this operator and makes it look easy. Though,
Yeah.
that said, that team are one that also use an awful lot of Dokkaebi to
Why
pair
are they
up
using the
alongside
fucking
it.
mod? It
So I'm
has
just a
not
little worried here
worked
that
for
Ryder might
so
get
many
sucked into something
rounds.
and end up
Why
paying
are they
the price
still
for it.
insisting of doing that shit?
The Deimos there, as we can see, Rad just holding that long angle, looking to try and pick somebody up through Garage. But Cloud9 are using the utility well. We can see an attempt at Deathmark coming in from Ryder there, but it's not going to work. The mute jammers being brought in.
Oh,
just
like
move
in the
through
last
doors
tournament,
and prevent that
they did
tracking
not even
from
use.
happening. And right now, it feels a little
They
bit.
did not
with
even use
120
Monty
left to go. That PSG
in
Talon
the
are
last
just
tournament.
scrambling a little bit, Des. They haven't got themselves established anywhere really. Everywhere they go, there's new utility for them to try to deal with. This time, Silent has a little bit of support from Dream as well, and PSG Talon are just stalling out at this door.
All right. Oh, the shots of the
big.
shield. This is good. He's got a win though, and sure enough, gets away with it. Like that, Tim. They've broken the aqua
Yeah,
hold to a
they
degree.
worked.
So lucky not to lose a second
getting
player.
really good.
I say that as Elsewhere Mises now managed to find out Packer.
That was
so,
really good.
By coming together with 3 on Aqua, making use of that distraction to get in on the other side and
Hello,
get a second
Cryptic, how
player
you
down,
doing?
PSG Talon are into a 5 versus 3.
Yeah,
The watching
Cloud9
tournament
back
right
to the
now,
wall
like
They do
in
have those
Brazil?
Cuba barricades.
Really?
We commented on the fact that PSG
Like,
Talon
you're watching
hadn't
in
banned it away.
Brazil.
Is that going to come back?
I'm so
to
freaking
bite them?
jealous
2
if that's the
versus
case.
4, but they managed to cut down Dream. He was in a key
Woo!
position. Ryder finds him. 1v3. Gitty keeps
That was a
battling, but
nasty
cannot
kill.
do enough. And PSG Talon close out the round
Damn.
and keep themselves alive in this one for at least one more.
It's another effective use of the Monty as well, Tim. I know I said that for 2 rounds we've seen it fail, and it worked out for 1. Just down into the basement was where we saw the most success. That was a really effective round, I think. Didn't try and go too aggressive, didn't overplay it, even with the lead up in his face.
I
didn't try to
did
get, like,
watch
panic or anything, and even the player
Major. I
playing
have
behind him
watched
was really there just to
Major
force a distraction. And that
once
was a
when they
Ryder
were in
made himself
Sweden,
known
and
coming
I
up from the bottom
watched
of Aqua. Somewhat
tournament.
surprised the Warden didn't hear him
The
coming up
Major,
there and go for the
the
challenge, but I
Major
think he
did
was
not
too worried
exist
about
at the
player
time
coming
because
in
it was
behind Shield at the second
2018,
time.
and I watched
Really good
when they
team play
came to
from PSG
Sweden.
Talon.
So I
Kept it simple,
actually
even
saw
with
the
C9
original
sticking 2 players in
G2,
Aqua and trying to
or like
contest.
Penta,
Now
the
we go down to
original
the
Penta.
basement. It's going to be on C9 to try and trip PSG
As
Talon
well.
off,
So
I
I
think,
saw
on
the
his
match
first floor
between
on the second
Penta and
floor to stop them being
G2
able to execute like they did
at
last time on this side.
2018 when they were in Sweden. So that was really fun.
Obviously, there's still a lot
And
of work
I
ahead
watched
of
the
them here at
Major
PSG
in
Talon. They've been
Sweden.
getting
I
kind of
saw
one
Sonics
round to
versus
Cloud9's
BDS,
2
which
over
is
the
Falcon
course
now.
of this
So I
game,
saw
and that
Leaf
is
Hack and
not gonna
other
be good
guys
enough
as
for
well.
them. They need another 2 back-to-back
So
here without a
it's
single
so
loss.
freaking
You feel
cool.
like Cloud9
It's so
with the
cool.
opportunity to go anywhere
If you
in the
can
map,
go,
are gonna
then
be
I
able
highly
to close
recommend
it out
it.
somewhere. They're going to try down in the basement once
I
again.
drove
Packer
2
just
hours
opening up those lines aside.
just
We've
to
got
go
Kobe
and
up in
watch the
kitchen
games.
as well. A lot of work for PSG
It's so
Talon
worth
to
it.
do here, and it's going to revolve around clearing out this mid floor.
That was
They did
like
well last
super
time to
happy.
do so, and it gave them the opportunity to get that diffuser down. Can they do it again? They've got to win those same gunfights.
I was when they showed the Major in 2022. I was actually in a. You could actually see me from the live stream on Twitch. Woo! Why are you running?
That's not so ideal. I had no idea that Ryder was inside the map at this point, and Silent, clearly making a bit too much noise in the top floor, has been picked off for free. Now, those Catcan traps are still down, of course. They can still deal a little bit of damage here. Likely to catch someone out and kill them? Probably not.
As soon as they know they've killed the Capcan, they're going to be very, very aware of any potential traps in and around that area. The droning will be going on. They'll be making sure that they check every doorway.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll get caught out with that now. It'd be almost unforgivable if they do. A great start for PSG Talon. As I said, they needed to be coming in and winning every single one of those gunfights on that mid floor, just like they did last time, so that they can apply that pressure. They've got the intel on Gitty
Okay,
as
so
well.
I have
They
the
know where the
intel.
guy is. He's been forced away, and he's going to have to consider getting himself back towards site here. PSG Talon, they are taking what's given to them, and they're taking quite a bit of what isn't.
Woo!
They are going in there and forcing these
almost
players
got
to
him.
move,
Oh.
using the verticality of the Deimos as well. Here comes the
Ah,
next
can you
challenge.
hit?
It takes a few
Gitty.
seconds, but Misa gets the job done. The trade is there from Gitty, but still advantage PSG Talon.
And what I like is in this round, I know he's gone down now, but Misa brought along the Dokkaebi that I mentioned, and pairing that up with the Monty and with the Deimos makes for one hell of a threat going around the map, trying to clear out roamers.
Why are you running?
Kind of gifted it for free. They've removed Packer down to just 3. A couple of smokes in the back pocket, a Dream to play behind 2. And with 60 seconds on the clock, This is where PSG Talon have got to start being respectful of how much time they've actually got left to make this one work.
They need to...
Going out the drop, you can see what the game plan is going to be. There's also a Goyo canister to go through, though.
Damn, that is not... they need to hurry now. They need to hurry because there's not enough time.
Is not available. 50
Oh,
seconds left
Kobalax
to
is
go,
flanking.
So
He's
plenty
flanking.
left on the clock after that fire burns down, should they want to move through that area. Kobalax has just come in to try and see if he can manage to find anything on a flank. Did the drone see
The
it?
drone
That's
missed
the big
him.
question.
The drone missed him.
Flashed past in front of us, but if Talon weren't paying proper attention, Kobe might just be able to get off a huge flank here.
Sure enough, they've managed to get their way
Oh,
through.
the drone missed him. The drone missed him.
It's the two smokes in the back pocket of Dream. I'm worried about Tim. They'll start getting the plant down. Out comes the smoke, but he's down. He got a chance to pop it, I think. No, it's not even tagging onto Soldier. This is great for them. They've dealt with Dream really well. Yes, Kobalax is upstairs, Tim, but he's got it all to do against 4.
I just don't think he moved quickly enough.
He
And
missed
that's
the
not a criticism
chance.
of Cubby. He's moving through carefully. He's going to take a lot of damage and be cut down there. As you can see, it was just that PSG
This is
Talon
how
were
matches
doing too
should
much
be
too
intense and
quickly
heart
inside
racing.
of
Yeah,
side.
definitely.
It's one of those. It's probably a catch-22. If
I
Kobe
love
does
how,
move more quickly,
like-
he probably gets picked up and they know he's coming on
Yeah,
the flank.
I
and
wanna
they just
play.
deal with him easily, so he can't really win in
This
that
is bad
situation.
for-
But he was
that's
just
really
kind
bad
of
for
5-10
me.
seconds behind the action there, and by the time he
By the
got
way,
into
we
a
have been
position
live
to
for
be
3
able
hours
to
and
do
it doesn't
something
feel like
about
it's been
it,
3
it was
hours, to
too
be
little
honest.
too late. The damage had been done, and with 2 back-to-back rounds, there's PSG Talon. They just need one more. We're on the verge.
Will they
This
win?
is the thing, because Cena
I
had
like
the chance
PS.
to go through
Yeah,
so
I
many
like. The
sites,
thing is,
and
why
they're paying
I
the
like
price here, Tim.
PSG Talon
It looked
in general
unbelievable
is
at
the
5-2
org
that
that
we'd
I
see
like
away from
more
Jimmy
because they
Page
really
trying
take
to
care
battle
of
their
their
way back
content
in, but as we
creators.
said, this map's quite
In
well
general,
split
I
between attack
love
and defense,
how
and
they
PSG
do
Talon
that.
have found their groove
But
here.
I
C9,
like how
they're
the
struggling to
players
adapt
in
and respond. They can't
PSG
see a way
Talon
through it.
has
It looked from at least what looks from here.
involved
That was the one in
every
that shield. They'll
tournament. They
change
get
things up here with
better
things like
every
gas coming on the
tournament.
end, got the
Slowly
Doku
but
coming
surely
alongside
they
once
get
again.
better.
I
So
just
they
want to
are
see how
like
they've got their number figured out
evolving
here, and they're
every
not gonna
single
be able
time.
to hold off PSG Talon. Overtime could be inbound.
So
With
have
the
they got to the
potential of
finals and
overtime,
stuff?
I think
No,
it's worth,
but they have gotten
explaining
better,
the
better
banning system
for
and how it
every
works
time.
moving into overtime,
And I like
because you
seeing
would be
that.
quite right to say it. Do they ban again? Do they have to go
It
through
was
that?
the
And
same with
answer
the
is
like
no,
BDS.
will
They
not.
were also
Under the
slowly
new
getting better,
banning system,
like every
what
single
will
time
happen
until
if
they
we go
hit the
to
plateau
overtime
where they
is
could not
the
get past in the
operators
finals.
that you have banned during the game for the relevant side will be used on
Yeah,
your
time
overtime
goes
rounds.
fast when you have a
So,
fun. Like
as an example, if
I
and don't
like
know if this is
watching
the
a
way
lot
around
of
or not, but for sake of an
the
example,
games.
if Cloud9, when we move into overtime, if we do, if they start on the defense, then the bans will remain as they are now. In round 14, when Cloud9 move on to the attack, then it will be their defensive choices from during the game earlier on that are their 3 bans. So there will be 6 operators banned for every round of overtime, and it will be those operators that have been selected earlier for the relevant sides.
Spot on, Tim. Makes things nice and flowy, at least with the bans. Here we go. Soldiers in pretty quick here, straight up against the door. And trying to
Don't
force
go
these
too
players
far,
back.
Soldier.
You're
Just
looking
don't
for
go
that
too
second
far.
player that's on support, and sure enough, one is here, but look at the response. C9, 2 players straight up against the door themselves. Packers found one. Hopefully it doesn't all crumble for them here, because Tim, they're only going to have one call out from the Dokkaebi. They're in trying to find more, and sure enough, they try their best, but Tim, C9 has simply won out in the gunfights. They've removed
they got
basically
shredded.
everyone.
What the
Yas is on his
fuck?
backside, got him with it all to do.
What was
And
Talon
PSG Talon,
doing?
trying to move a bit too quickly, may have just paid the price.
They just tried to brute force it, Des. They just
Yeah,
tried
like
to
they
work
just-
in with that Monty shield. They showed so much patience using that shield previously. This time, it was
They
like
should
trying
not have
to just
forced
get
it.
in there with a sledgehammer and crack this one wide open, and it
It's
didn't
overtime
work
now.
for them. Cloud9
No,
were able
it
to
is.
stand up and win those gunfights when they needed to. They're going to know that he's in here on the balcony. It's going to be very, very difficult to get this pickup. Will manage to, so that's something at least. Yas back on their feet, leaves us in a 2v4, but with a minute left to go, this is almost certainly Cloud9's.
One below, one in IT.
Hello,
Players inside the
Rasputin.
box.
How
Not
you
really
doing?
down off towards their left. Just everything's looking rough at this
he's
point.
like
And they know exactly
1
where they are. And they've
HP.
burnt the flashbangs to try and make sure they get the pickup off. They've got nothing else to work with except these candelas that Yas has now got in hand.
What's
they could maybe
this?
make this work. There's no warden on side, for example.
Tournament
They've really
for,
got to capitalize.
Kobe's
Reload
very low
in
health.
Brazil.
I guess that's something
They're
if
playing,
you're looking for the
SiegeX.
side of PSG Talon. What are the positives? Kobe's one shot away, but even with that, he manages to get the trade. Takes down Gotti, and that's a big loss. Out
Yeah.
of the 2 that you wanted to lose, it wasn't
Fuck.
Gotti. Cloud9.
Oh, I wanted PSG to win.
They take down PSG Talon after they did come
come back at them a little bit.
What, JT?
7-5, that will secure them 2 bullets
Like,
for their
no, I
reloaded
think-
shares, so they now see themselves
I just don't get. I feel like PSG sold the last round because the brute they were trying to go in brute force in. There was no point in them of doing that. Nice, congrats, JT. Yes. You're getting better. I told you you would get better. I have seen a little bit, but CS is not my cup of tea anymore. Like, I did play a lot of CS, but just lost interest in it. Oh, it's not. Oh, did I mute that?
It feels like they can start being annoying and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying, like holding everyone to a
Yeah.
standard and like understanding, like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. To, like your team understands and like buys in, and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right? On the aspects, you know, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, you know, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so those
Some
guys that you see
responsibility,
right
some
now, all the
responsibility.
5 of them, they are IGLs, in case you did not know. So.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about like about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
Yeah.
hey, say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time.
Yeah,
And
like-
so, that's the thing, to have people that
A
also
lot of
see the
people
game
say
from,
that
like, a
you
high
don't
level,
have a
like,
life
strategically,
as a
that
gamer
can also
because
call is, like, so
you
beneficial.
actually work more
You need the credit,
hours
I feel
as a
like, you know,
gamer
like
than
if
you
you're
do in
telling
an
these people all
actual
the time, you also
regular
need to be, like,
job.
there to be sure
Because
that
you
are
start
giving
like 8,
positive
the clock
reinforcement,
out
you
at
know.
4.
Like if you're gonna say when
Here,
you do something bad,
they
you need to
start
make sure
at,
you also say once they do
8
something good, otherwise
and continue
it's
out,
negative.
continue
It's just
to
negative balance,
after
you know,
8
you need to always make sure it's
in the
positive
evening.
or neutral, you know.
So, and they play
I feel like as
literally
well,
more than 8 hours
you need to
per
have
day
a
more.
aura. Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Yeah, respect thing. Respect, yeah.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I played since I was little. I played the first console I owned was a Sega. Ready party, yeah.
Hear from all of them, and especially from Likefak because the Hope Core video that was
So
made,
it's like a long time ago.
Guys, are we going white or long bar?
Yeah, like I did play on Sega, then my brother had like the old PC, so we played Resident Evil. Then you had a Nintendo, then we had the PS1. I have the old consoles saved here as well. So I have the PS1, PS2 and PS3 saved. And I also have the PS2 Slim, I think it was called. Or PS1 Slim, I don't remember. No, PS2 Slim. So I do
It's terrible, but
I played a lot of like Street Fighter on console, but also Final Fantasy, console PlayStation. So Street Fighter, Legend of Dragoon, Final Fantasy.
I think Packer is in a far
I did play Counter-Strike 1.6 and Source stuff through PC as well.
Because of the respect thing, join a team like M80 as a rookie
I
IGL,
didn't
it's very
own a
difficult to
PC
respect
until
that.
I went to
On C9,
college
all
after I
those
was
players are
done,
mostly
so.
rookies besides really Dream. So it's a way better position to be in.
Well, maybe we'll get to see C9 later on today and see what.
Yeah, everyone has a
can
different
offer. I've never been an
lifestyle,
IGL in
JT.
Siege, but
That's the
IGL
thing,
in-
like,
in
everyone
all
has their
times,
own journey.
either in raid nights or
As long as you're happy with your journey, that's all that matters. No one else should have a say in what you want your journey to be, yes. There's going to be some speed bumps, but they are just bumps in the road, and you're not going to be staying on the bumps for so long. You're just going to be driving through, so. I'm 40 years old, Rasputin, so I'm 40. I'm an old hag. My first console I had was a Super Nintendo, and Street Fighter was the game I played a lot. Yeah, I remember playing on Sega, Sonic game. There was also old Indiana Jones game. Damn, that game made me go so crazy. There was stuff in that game did not wanna like work all the time.
We get to see how these two squads come in. Fnatic with a lot of changes over time. They've been
Yeah, of course, Resident Evil. Who doesn't wanna like? I remember Silent Hill as one. So when I met my husband, he would play the game and I would sit next to him. So he would play all the storyline games and I would watch next to him, and I would sit and draw as well. So he would play the Metal Soldier, he would play Silent Hill, Resident Evil. Then when Resident Evil have like the co-op game, I would be playing with him. The Thai family is a gaming family. Rasputin, by the way. So my son and my daughter plays games as well. So my son plays a lot of Revenant, Monster Hunter together with my husband, who loves those games. My daughter plays like Fortnite, a little bit storyline game, Roblox, and so on. So it's
we saw Nafe also in the IGL roundtable. What does the squad look like when it's
so we are like one of the kind.
Well, I mean, the DZ story has really just been trial and error.
Okay, 30 minutes for that, so
find a
we're
new
going to be
legacy
watching
when it
this
comes to
first.
SiegeX, and that starts with picking up 2 players that specifically round out the team.
So
and
like
fit the whole
game
stadium.
for like when it comes to
Citizens are
games
becoming on
in
the
general
team,
for me
he's
as a
filling the
journey,
solo spot.
I
A
didn't
perfect
focus
one-for-one
too much
swap.
on
He's a great
gaming
flex, breaking
until
forward. The team needed a little bit more consistency, but one thing
until I
that
was
we've
like
never known DC to be is
21
fast.
or
They've
something.
been a slow
I started to
team.
focus
They've tried
really
to switch that
heavily
system
on
up a little
gaming.
bit, but picking up Spirit, I think, is going to be the
Because
key for the team,
before
because
that
he
I
is the
was
X factor
playing
that that team
football
needs so
and
desperately.
badminton
He is the
on
player that is constantly playing
semi-professional
these
level.
crazy, wacky ops,
So I
the
was
shields,
focusing
the
a
game,
lot
the
of my
glass,
energy through
and
that.
he's very quick. He's very quick on his feet.
And then after like when I finished school, I was finished with football stuff. I kind of focused more on playing like Counter-Strike. I found an amazing community that I was part of in Counter-Strike, and continued for many years there. And then I found Siege for a friend at 2015. He said he had the beta. I wanted to try the game, and fell in love with the game, and have been playing it since. So.
in Europe and now internationally as a coach. I mean,
As I have been playing video games since the Prototype console. Oh, Prototype is a good game. Did you know? By the way, guys, did you know there is a talk about making a remake of Prototype? Did you know that? It's actually confirmed.
For these matches, so especially with Kangaroo coming in and the new roster, as you were saying, all the
I feel identical when you said you had played it's like, yeah. When is my birthday? February 3rd, so we have already gone past that.
We have an event in Australia one day where Kenny's gonna be there and we can actually...
I got hooked at gaming when I turned 5 and have been gaming since basically.
I'm not gonna be appropriating any Australian lingo for this, but we have to talk about Fnatic on the other side. They were picked by Dark Zero.
Yeah, it was a
Fnatic,
couple of months ago.
many
Oh, by the way, guys, so for you that are in YouTube, you might not know, but we have passed 1,000 followers here on Twitch. So I'm going to be doing a special stream soon, and I will let you guys know. So this going to be 1 versus 1 tournament. There's going to be some sub-challenge, bit challenge, and a lot more. So there's going to be a lot of things.
On paper, to me, isn't the best. I think during that transfer window that they could have got some players that were on that free agency list.
Your B-Day, June.
Cyber series where they did end up getting second. They did verse very formidable opponents there from their EU talent. So
and it's going to be a lot of scary run on stream. Yeah, you basically going to scare the shit out of me.
As a brand new roster, not having as much time together, there is hope.
Yeah, I was right then. Yeah.
Zero, with how well they've looked, the players they have on it, this is going to be a big challenge them right out of the start of this.
Both teams are almost in a similar position where they're trying to establish a new legacy of being that consistent main stage team that's constantly showing up. DZ with Nath, Fnatic with their new roster. I love to see Deepak. I love to see him, since Rogue, slowly become more and more of a leader and a backbone that a team needs. And so now, finally being on Fnatic, it doesn't really seem like there's anybody stomping on his toes to be able to prevent him from doing that.
We talked about Kenny on the...
I look tired, really?
Over on Dark Zero. We got Tristan.
I don't feel tired. I just like have... I do have my low energy, but just sitting and not doing anything in general can be hard in general. Like, I don't mind sitting and talking and stuff, but I like... Fuck you, Dark. Swear to God. Fuck you.
To shine, to really show that they are making the right decisions on these roster changes.
Yes, Rasputin. I have the same name across every social media, so I'm the only one that has that.
That Dark Zero has.
And Sathis behind picking up the players.
I use Scare Crouser again.
Players that are more experienced. He has a couple of those guys.
That's a scare alert, JT, that I have on Twitch.
The new sets of players to be able to bring them up to speed, and I think that's a genius way to look at it because you're looking forward into the future of Fnatic. Because obviously at the moment, they're not going to be a top contender, so he's trying to build.
Yeah, so you can actually scare me by using the alert.
This is what Dark Zero has been attempting and doing, succeeding even at it over the past 5 years, really, since the 2020 SI up to now.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Dark Zero as a whole, this is a roster for its entire span of Siege.
Yeah, you're not easily scared then. I'm like super easy to be scared.
How they play, they are a far better team in terms of the dynamic and style, where it's just not so static.
Well, gentlemen, let's talk about our map for this series. Again, all of our matches are best of ones until we hit the main stage next Friday. Lair is up on the block here, where Dark Zero get to have that final ban. What are we looking at here?
I'm loving Lair for Dark Zero. I feel like North America as a whole is coming to this tournament with playing all of the big maps.
Lair,
are usually more common to ban.
Yeah.
Lair, Nighthaven.
Now, Dark, we need to learn something about Lair. We need to lock in on that.
To the newest map that has come in, to be able to shake it up, and NA has a really good advantage at understanding how to.
Dark, I'm gonna watch Dark Zero if you're okay.
Because it's a map that when you form a new roster, unlike Dark Zero, those players that came from said rosters enjoy this map. They're used to this map. Not to say that some of the Fnatic guys don't as well, but Dark Zero already is a better established roster.
I think Dark Zero is going to be winning this. Thank you so much, Rasputin, for following me over at Twitch as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
On the first 3 rounds, it can adapt and prepare counter for their.
Are we doing all-day stream on June 15th?
He said that
nice.
Direct ban him, and then he would have the ability to play crazy operators, the way he said, you know, that I don't want to leak anything from what they said, but the operators that he would play would really allow him to be fully
aggressive.
Gonna
see how much does
ban that shield, then he can just be the information gatherer.
And when we know what the issue
no
is,
round difference on that one.
Ban one player, you still got 4 other formidable opponents that you have to.
By the way, Cressa, do you know which maps that is our top maps when we are winning?
It's the best strategy, especially for a brand new team like Fnatic. You're going to need to be able to adapt, and if your only adaptation is just canceling out one player, you're already starting out wrong and wasting your ban.
Yeah, I saw that message, Ark.
Also that are very familiar with EU playstyle, plus Kenny in the background.
Pamba party time.
You got people that have years of experience now. Competitive play.
You so
It's
mean,
gonna be a
fuck's
tough fight
sake.
for Fnatic. That's what we're kind of just making it clear.
Our
That's
best
the
map
size that we're
is
looking for. This is why
Coastline,
Best of Ones is the best
Consulate,
moment
Villa,
for you to
Cafe,
kind of
and Clubhouse.
flip everything
That
on its
is
head.
our
And just
top
say,
5
with the
maps.
Best one. This does put Fnatic
Oregon
still in a
does
good
not
spot,
even
because the nice thing
get
about
close
Best
to
of Ones
it.
is both maps are kind of equal in some aspect, and you only get one chance, so it's really
Yeah,
going
it's our
to be
top 5
faster
actually.
at adapting.
I'm going to be faster at calling out our casters. Let's bring them up. There they are. Gus and Xenox, gents again.
Oregon is actually on 10th place as win. I'm checking on win rate, so.
I want a good game. I want a nice close one. You know what, Milos? I'm very happy. We've had enough APAC for today. We've had enough Chalet for today.
APAC won today, but
that's a lot coming from you guys.
Yeah, I have
They did,
Dark
but
Zero
want something
skins
a
as
little
well.
different, and a good old classic NA-EU rivalry match here on Lair, I think, is right up my alleyway.
Yeah, I'm super keen as well. I mean, Lair's going to play out quite differently to Chalet.
Yeah, what would our group name be?
Right, I mean, DZ, as you guys kind of alluding to, looking to reinvent themselves a little bit heading into this particular season, and for Fnatic,
Boomers?
a complete overhaul to see if they can find some success. They've been waiting as an organization, I think, now for quite some time.
The group name Boomers?
Very quickly, Fox, have you got any dance moves? Because we've had some really good techno music in the background. You got anything?
Dance moves.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a number of new design maps since 2 years ago. Yeah,
He's just a chill guy.
it is.
He's just a chill guy. What time
Corrosive Boomers?
Oh, 8 o'clock.
I don't think our name will even fit if we like go into play.
Don't worry, he was stricken just before we got in here. I'll leave that image in your mind as you get ready
Dark
for game number 3,
Boomers.
gentlemen. All yours.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. As I said, I'm very much excited for this. A little bit of a mix-up from the APAC shenanigans that we've had this morning. Now we go over to two teams with, I guess, some, again, intriguing roster changes that we've got coming in for both of Dark
Well,
Zero
do you
and
have a
Fnatic.
better
It's a Lair
suggestion?
map. It's not Chalet, thankfully. Something different here. Match 3 on the A stream for Reload Day 1.
Yeah, I'm really eager. I think Dark Zero very much going to look to come out of the gate strong, right? We know that North America heading into this season could be largely quite competitive, right? So they're looking to see if they can switch things up a little bit. Will we finally see a change of pace?
Social prediction, though.
Very one-sided social prediction.
What time is the EU lads up? Are they up?
I think it's pretty fine.
Okay.
You
Well,
mean
I mean,
Dark
look, I think
Zero?
Dark Zero
They
definitely should
are,
go. This is the favourite
they're still good.
roster. I think
They
they're
have
core
not
3 that they've retained
gotten
as well, and that's
better.
sort of the
They are
additions they've made.
they
For
are
me, puts them as
in a
one
little
the
bit of a
teams again. I think
stalemate.
they got that
So
name
they
on.
have
You look at
spirits now.
Dave Tambutu and JR, I think, as core
Because
3
they
are really,
had
really solid.
Kobalax in the Dark Zero
roster that
before,
has
so
been
Spirits is the
performing
new
quite
player.
well over a little bit of time. You add in Citizen and Spirits now, who have both
What
shown
do you
that
mean,
they've got
Krause?
really
Run?
what it takes at
You
high
want
level.
our
There's a
team,
question mark
like,
for
you
how
want
big
our
they
group to be
gel
called
with
Run?
the other 3 in this formation for the new DZ. And for Fnatic,
So,
well,
like,
an intriguing
Dark Run,
off-season,
Krause
speaking
Run,
to Fresh
Run
in the
Run.
back room a little bit. There's this almost idea that, especially over in the European region, there were certainly some big names that you could have maybe got if you were Fnatic.
Yeah, Run Run.
Sure, Jaksu Groovy come in. Are they the names that were needed to propel this Fnatic roster into international events?
Run
Of course, they get
Spirit,
invitation
what the
to Rio,
fuck?
but you think about going into stage 1, stage 2, can they make a major? Can they make a SI with this roster? It remains
What
to
the
be seen.
fuck?
For Deepak Sarkson and Jags, of course, being together for a little bit of time now as well. It's pretty contrast, but also quite similar in the sense you've got a core 3 on both sides.
That would
2
actually
new
be
additions on both
hilarious.
sides. But for Fnatic, they've definitely got to do quite a bit
So
more to
much
catch up
fun.
to even a team like
Jesus
these.
Christ.
I think in the eyes of many, probably going into this event with
Now,
very
technical
low
issues?
expectations, probably especially in comparison to some of the other EU talent at this particular event. So,
Like,
Fnatic
the game didn't
really just
even
have to prove to
start,
themselves, I think, that
and
can
they
find
have
some
already
confidence with this
technical
event and sort
issues.
of lay the
What?
foundations for a successful season.
Well, for those that have only just tuned in, of course, today has been...
I don't know, like...
Why are you grabbing your chairs? I don't see
No,
it.
Dark, I know.
Worrying.
Special Forces.
Keep the back in good form.
Ah, yeah, I'm going to sit down for a bit here.
I mean, when you hit your 30s, start getting a sore back.
It does. Obviously, CAG Fear
Dark,
was the first
Special
match that we had today. That
Forces.
had a rehost before we got underway. And our very most
Run,
match
Special
as well, Scars and Wildcard,
Forces.
also had a rehost before we really got underway. The good news in
We
both
get him out of the
those-
way early.
Exactly. We
Yeah.
get him out of the way early, and then no issues so far. It's actually been a really quick day for the A stream so far. I think the B stream's lagging a little bit behind, but
Probably
no
also.
issue.
Here's the thing, Krauser. When it comes to Special Forces, there is
And
like a
honestly, it could have
meme
been,
in
yeah,
Sweden right
sort
now
of a
about
ban
Special
if it wasn't
Forces,
for
I think.
CAG fine
Like,
on the opening
did I
map.
miss it? Or do you understand the meme?
Apologies, but
Yeah,
Map is not my
SL.
strong point. You're joshing a little bit. I
Yeah, that would good be like
I became a counselor
run.sf,
because my
for
education
example.
was.
I think what we need to do now is we need to start keeping a little bit longer.
Let me see if we can like.
No, I'm joking. We can kind of just go check Guz mode a little bit here. Match 3 today, DZ, Fnatic. Definitely one that, you know, when we kind of found out the schedule, I look at this one as yes, I know Dark Zero definitely come into this one as the favorite of the two rosters, but genuinely curious as to how Fnatic
Speaking of, one of you.
Where is it? I'm not sure
grab the
if
headset,
I
pop
know
flex?
where it is
Yeah,
though.
you guys
No,
can.
I don't think so.
No.
You know, we did actually. Last time we were in Brazil, we actually got to do a TriCast with Mr. Foxy.
Yeah, it was a terrible experience.
For you, I enjoyed it. I think it was great. We got some good insights. I think.
You're just being nice.
Can't
to him 'cause
remember.
He's closer, so he's in with arm's reach. Where was I in Boston? I was at home. I was at home.
Where were you in Boston?
I was just at home relaxing.
Not working.
Getting my tan on.
We are actually getting back in very shortly. Just going back through the ban phase, and beautifully, it comes up on our screen. Actually, I don't even think we got. Did we even get through the ban phase originally? I'm not even too sure.
But
Either
like,
way,
here's the
Warden
thing, like
trade
special
off
forces,
by,
like it's a meme,
Zero.
but like
Wait, was that automated or was that actually that quick?
I think it was automated.
Yeah, right.
I think they actually did do it. We have not actually played a single round yet, but we're about to do so here on Lair. Match 3 of the day. Dark Zero and Fnatic both have reloaded 2 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point that I was actually going to bring up before the rehost was Fnatic, despite going into this one, was, I would say, significant underdogs, still electing to put 2 on the board. We have seen in some of the other matchups, Paul's first day where
I need to see if I can find
in a
it.
more one-sided matchup, not taking that risk of putting 2 bullets on the board. So
Can only today be able to put up 1 or 2 bullets.
What was your question, sorry?
I didn't have a question.
That was a statement.
That was a statement.
Ah, my apologies. I couldn't hear you over the reinforcement.
No, I was just very profound in my statement there. Thanks, guys.
Very
10
wise.
seconds left before insertion.
So Fnatic defending here on Lair. Defense has been really the talk of the town so far, but that was back on Chalet, different now.
And different region.
And completely different regions as well. And I've been very much talking up the North American region, so I'm kind of hoping Dark Zero don't let that come back and bite me. I mean, what is the realistic, right? Like,
I'm trying to
keeping
find
the
it.
expectations grounded a little bit. What is the realistic expectation for Fnatic at this event?
Reloading!
You're putting me on the spot here a little bit. I don't think top 8.
We are live.
I don't think top 8 is realistic. If they
No,
can
I
maybe-
don't believe so. I don't think top 8 is realistic either. So is it
If they
just
can
a
maybe,
case of
if they can maybe avoid bottom 4, I think that
Yeah.
would probably be a success.
yeah,
As harsh as that may sound.
get a couple of wins, you know, beat the teams maybe you should be beating, etc.
But look competitive. They need to look
Yeah,
competitive.
and I think that's probably the case for a certain amount of teams here that have certainly made a bundle of roster changes. You got to look competitive. You got to show good signs. The way, you know, we were actually talking, we had the benefit of talking to Sathis actually a little bit last night about, you know, what do we kind of expect in terms of this roster. And it's really kind of like that slow burn build, right? You're using this as a platform, grow, build throughout then going into stage 1, etc. It's not the be and all of the fact that we have to perform at this particular event, but you've got to show those signs. You've got to show, okay, the addition of Jackson and Ruby are going to
I
flow
can't
nicely
find
with the
it.
Sarts and Jax. Slow start here on lane to begin. The attack for Dark Zero.
I can't find that meme though.
Also deployed for Citizen. Spirits on the Ying. 2 new members of this Dark Zero roster. Speaking of Spirits,
Yeah, I know.
main stairs, steps on a Gumine.
Shotgun in hand.
Yeah, that's the one,
Information, but a
Foxy.
mid-range battle. Unable to take that head on. Waits for that Candela and pushes forward.
Up
Oh,
close.
oh,
Don't think
oh,
this is
oh,
making group. He'll be making that
Oh!
towards main stairs. Spirits on 1
Ooh.
HP, so is Jaxu. And Spirits will be the better of the 2. Although another one pushing up main.
Oh!
Heads the kill with the shotgun onto Jax. 3
Oh
in
my
quick succession
God.
for Spirits. What an entry for him. What a start for Dark Zero.
That's why he paid the big bucks, right? Spirits, they framed him as being the difference maker potentially here on the Dark Zero roster and looking to play more exotic picks, and that's exactly what we saw in the opening round. Lobby hit, Candela's from the Ying,
Like,
shotgun in hand,
the only
proving to be very
thing,
effective, punching that position top stairs into bathroom.
I can let.
Not really much
Yeah,
away
you
of
can send the
response from
link
Fnatic.
here.
It's
So
not a typical set play from the attack, and Fnatic struggling to adapt.
that's.
I mean, is that something that this...
Yeah, but
Dark
he
Zero
says
roster
special
probably
forces. That's the
needed a little
thing.
bit
Like
was
that's.
a bit more
It's not like.
pizzazz and flash and
change of pace.
Change of pace.
It's a big thing for
Yeah, I
Dark
think the
Zero, and it
pace,
has
I
been.
think you're right.
Well, this was an easy highlight for those.
That
in
was a
room.
real comeback. That was
Took
really good
full
from Dark
control
Zero.
From main stairs to the Mez, clears out Jaxu, and obviously had an idea that the flank was coming from Jegs.
The player Ying,
it's good to see
yeah,
Kendrick
Ying
Kenny
was
back.
good. Then you had Glass. Then
He
like
was-
they just
He was
forced themselves in
a big
really
part
well.
of Boston in terms of the hype from the coaches, and he was definitely
But like,
one
here's the
that-
thing. Like, one thing that I'm
was
worried
making a
about
wave of
because I
noise,
don't want to
and
like
he
step
brought
on
that immediately
anyone's
round one,
toes.
get
Like,
reloaded.
we're not discriminating on
promoted
like
down to
on
a
people
full
down
coaching position
with
for
Down
his team,
syndrome. It's
so
just like it's a
clearly the
funny
organisation
thing
Boston were very happy with his performance, and I think
in
rightly so.
general because we are special in the
Both of
team. So
knowledge and
if people is going to
experience
say
on the
like,
technical
oh,
side,
you're
but
like
also I think he's
you're
on a
like
good side of
being mean to those
So
that
for
have
match
the
day
Down
is very much
syndrome. Like,
appreciated by
no,
players.
it's not in general that it's about.
Now, this
It's
is
generally
particularly
about
for the new
us
man
being
phase.
special because we are so
Allegedly,
fucking
the coaches now
stupid
need
when
a
we
bit
are
more
playing, and that is
the
no
ability to
joke.
speak to the roster as well, so
Like, you
not
have
being
seen the
valuable.
gameplays that I have done,
Of course, with the
and how I react when I play. There is no shred of like dignity behind that, and this is the same with
Clearly
Dark.
to try and shut down spirits, right? And they
Crosshair
follow that
might
up
be
with
the less
a target
awkward
bound
one,
to him, depending on what he
but
likes to play with the unit first round, first follow-up. That'll be a
Aggressive
tricky one.
Jags.
no special
Quite a
forces.
little bit of contact here under the entry of Citizen, who is playing Riora.
What's our speciality?
First time that we've got to
Uh,
actually see vision
Screaming?
of this operator, which was
Yeah,
of
I'm
course
special in
revealed at
many
Six
ways.
Invitational. So a rounding applause.
Easily scared?
Are you there?
Getting weird kills?
I was cheering on at home at 4 a.m.
Cheering on a home for you. You had to be a bit quiet.
Yeah, couldn't be too loud.
What do you think of Riora, though? From what I've heard, a lot
Oh
of
no,
players
I
here
know,
expecting to
Dark.
see
But I know that
a little bit of
the
action from
this the thing is this is
As Sark goes
also
and finds a double
a
on the
little bit
roam on the top
to
side for Fnatic. That's a great start to the second round.
a little bit of a meme
So
thing.
obviously from the beginning of
Dermot.
this round, Jegs also tried to make a little bit of early contact. So Fnatic trying to get aggressive
We
here
can
on layer defense.
name our team Dermot. Dermot.
Very much see her as an enabler for making plays and creating space, but you need those other teammates up to get full value.
Reload.
So we'll wait and see. I don't think this is going to be the best round to showcase her ability to not garner that control.
I give them a call.
Dark Zero now just really in salvage mode, seeing if they can pull something special off, but it's unlikely.
Dodgy bomb does ring out from NJR. I think Dark Zero have just elected to just sit back, see if Fnatic are going to continue to play aggressive.
It's
Maybe catch
based
one of them.
on a guy
Fnatic,
that
after finding those initial
is
2 kills and being aggressive early,
a
have
Swedish guy.
just
His
kinda
name
cooled
is
things down a little bit
Dermot.
and
He
elected
was
to
in
fall
a
back
show
play side,
called
40
Dancing with the
seconds left,
Stars.
5v3, and it's certainly
As a
well-drilled
judge,
outfit, although I say
and
that
he
Sark goes for
fled
one more, does
Sweden
find the head of
because
Spirits
he
and
had
Fnatic
bought
with a really good response here in the
sex
second round
in a
after
sex
Dark Zero and Magnum
establishment in
Spirits
Sweden, which
were
is
super aggressive in the opening
illegal.
round.
So he
Swift
left,
response,
fled Sweden,
41.
and he's
Expecting the
known
swing from
to
Dex.
like
Citizen,
evade
really good game sense, does
reporters.
find the kill. Running out of time,
And
though, for
he
Dark Zero,
literally,
running out
like,
of
one of
players.
the reporters found him in England, and he actually ran away when he saw the reporters.
not
He
gonna be
was not
effective,
arrested
Ruby.
because he's
Hit
in
well,
England,
second
so he
one
can't get
effective, but he had
arrested.
already found the kill.
But he ran from the reporters
Second round.
in the
Majority of the work
streets.
done
He
on the
just
warehouse,
ran
that chick doubled
so
it.
funny. So
Open things up. It can be quite a difficult part of the map to attack. There's so many different angles and positions that defenders can situate themselves in, and so clearing that
run,
in an
Dermot.
effective manner, in a methodical manner at that, can be a challenge for the attack Dark Zero on that occasion. Once you bleed those picks, then
Yeah, I
you don't
know.
really
That was
get
more like a
full threat
joke.
from-
Your whole game plan all just goes out the window.
As I said, that you pretty much automatically go to
yeah,
salvage mode. And to
Death
their credit, Dark
Stars.
Zero, you can see very much playing the round out. You can see some deep comp looking to try.
Yeah,
and
this
play
map
defensive,
is a little bit.
especially if the Arms is doing that X situation, but ultimately just too many defenders to overrun, and with that, Balmond's falling as we head to third.
Which is already better than really what we got probably from our opening matches, which both the first 2 matches of the day we're looking almost flawless territory by the end of the first half. It's Fnatic.
I think
really,
Boomers
really
were
solid
actually
response.
better, but
Now to Dark Zero to change things up a little bit, and Spirits is electing to bring Shield play out rather than the Ying. We'll go more
Fnatic won that one.
Capitao as well for Pambazu.
So that's
I
after
don't
the
mind the
player now
feet
playing
holes
3
there,
different
but
operators
it's kind of awkward
across
at the
first
same
3 rounds.
time. I
That's
just
what you
don't
want.
get
You need
it.
to have a good operator pool.
Well, especially with the new ban phase, right? Because at the conclusion of this round, it puts Fnatic in a difficult position. If Spirits continues to play well, are they going to back that up with the Monty and try to fully take shields out? Do they elect to maybe play it quote-unquote a bit safer and take maybe the ping out? I'll be intrigued to see what the response is like, but it is dependent on the performance of this round from Dark Zero and what they were able to achieve.
What's that C4 gonna do?
And again, I think we had a little bit of this conversation regarding wildcard in the previous match about teams that wouldn't necessarily qualify for events, and I think this Fnatic roster probably fits that bill in such a strong region. They're not a guarantee. And Fnatic as an organization, I mean, I can't recall the last time that they actually made an international event.
It's been a while.
And so this is such a strong opportunity for this roster with their 2 new additions to get some really good prep in for the upcoming season.
How do you find Boomer as a sexual harassment dart?
Match available, 3 in fact for Fnatic, and again another slow start to this round. It was Fnatic though in the previous round that elected to take the pace. That pistol was close to the head, but doesn't quite land. Certainly an opportunity that goes begging for Dark Zero.
That doesn't sound bad.
They are getting a decent amount of map control here in the 3rd round without losing anybody. Obviously the Montaigne helping in that factor.
They don't really understand
Iris play
the
there
issue.
for the defense will appeal, but effective thus far.
Only 1 exothermic actually available, by the way, so this is it. You got to get this hard breach opened up.
Now, I think Dark Zero is taking a little bit too slow, to be honest.
Well, there's a Nile available for Fnatic, of which one of those is through the Nitrocell checks. Gets rid of Citizen. So Thermic will be delayed by the Zoto canister. Only 60 seconds left, and so far you've got to say, for Fnatic, they've done a decent job of just keeping Dark Zero at bay. They've got the opening kill.
Yeah, Dark Zero is going to lose this round. I feel like Fnatic is doing a really good job of holding out for the time.
The path of least resistance direction. Nave makes all over towards main breach. Impact from below. Util game strong from Fnatic in this round.
Sarks actually is going to be a thorn in the side as well.
It's going to be really hard for them to be able.
Nave going for the plant, trying to find it. You can indeed see him, but he was zoomed in. Able to un-ADS and catches him just on the edge of the smoke. Yellow ping, knew that Pambazoo was coming to recollect that kit, and Fnatic shows some really good signs of life here through the opening few rounds. They take a 2-1 lead over Dark Zero. Dare I say, you know, you come into this event, you
people
talk about
don't understand
expectations, and you talk about, you know, for which teams, what are those expectations? With this Dark Zero roster, certainly more of an expectation.
Lagom means not too much, not too little. It's like right in between. It's a Swedish saying.
Well, it's early, very early days as we head into the round 4 band phase, but it's a good start for Fnatic, and all the pressure certainly with DZ in this match. 80% on the social prediction going the way of Dark Zero.
I knew it. I knew Dark Zero would take Tubera out. Yeah.
It just looks strong. I mean,
but here's the thing,
no mistakes, no errors,
Lagom,
nothing for Dark Zero to punish on.
Krause doesn't understand what that means. So it needs to means that makes sense for him as well.
The first shot,
otherwise, like if it's going to just be like
get the reinforcement up the tuber and the back line.
Lagom legend.
I promise that's apple juice, by the way.
Yeah.
What he was drinking. Yeah. How do you know? Well,
so the banding, Fnatic banding because they got a lot of.
Yeah, obviously.
Dark Zero got a lot of kills through the Ying. It made them hard to hold. No, he's from the Netherlands.
It was very marginal. 2-1 start though for Fnatic.
Two-brow Ying ban. I suppose not too unexpected, right? Two-brow
makes sense. Obviously, we've been seeing that employed here by Fnatic on the defense.
And the better two-brow just because they wanted to push into side more, so.
Had a little bit of a glimpse at this new ban system. What are your initial thoughts?
Given 2 of those matches have been so one-sided, I think it is kind of challenging to really judge it. This one, though,
I'm going to go on a limb and say I actually like it.
I had no IKEA.
They put a bit of a challenging position. They leave the Monty up.
Oh, we can name IKEA.
Into that immediately. So we'll see if that continues to happen.
Krause, what do you say about our name being IKEA?
The one round was fun.
Yeah.
But understandably, considering how strong the Ying crunch was round 1, they're just like, no, we don't want that.
Nave just gets himself into a position where maybe someone from Fnatic might go for a little peek through the hatch. So far, though, it's been very controlled from Fnatic on the defense. Again, not
That's
really
very
giving too much
Swedish,
of an opportunity for DZ.
But I like what you said,
One round
average.
that Dark Zero has won.
What do you
was really
think
off the
about
back of
that?
Dark Zero
I
getting
think that
aggressive,
actually
pushing
might be,
forward, which that's kind of what we wanted to see from this new lineup with Citizen and Spirits coming in. It's also somewhat of a concern if, you know, Spirits is the one that, you know, in the opening round, pushes up main stairs, gets a 3K, but now he's playing a little bit slower on the Montang and trying to facilitate for others. If the others don't actually then
I
play
like
off the Montang,
average. That,
you might just be wasting
that
some of
works
that more
really
aggressive
good.
potential. Again, it's rather slow paced here from Dark Zero. Nave trying to just make a little bit of noise to see if anyone wants to come check him out down below in briefing, and one has been spotted up above, but no shots to land. Deepak towards R6. Again, only 90 seconds left. Dark Zero is slow.
I thought they said Avengers first. First, I was like, no, we can't name that.
I'm gonna pick up this pace though.
That's a
Trying to put some
trademark.
pressure on Fnatic earlier in these rounds, force out mistakes, trying to force them out of key positions. I think right now Fnatic are very happy with the way that Pacing's playing out in this match. Opportunity there for the Montang speed and nuisance, but forced away by the gas canister. Well played so far from Deepak.
Yeah, I like that more, actually.
Divert pressure below from Nath and...
Well, this is what happens. You linger around for long enough, and Fnatic are going to be able to get an opportunity to get someone on flank. Spirits, really the objective here is get into sight, see if you can get into a corner, get the plant down, have others cover off the back of the Montang. Citizen with a long angle, very long angle, gets off of it though temporarily. Goes for the rotate, wants to now play off of Spirits, who wants to get into a position to go for that plant successfully, and he finally elects to go for it. Watching the cover, or Citizen, but he loses the battle to Groovy.
Citizen's not having a good game.
The answer of that is yes. Gasbait, way too late. Unfortunately, by Deepak, he did lose his life as well. Spirits cannot make it out though, so that loses a little bit of pressure onto the kit for Dark Zero and being able to watch it, but they found kills, they've got the numbers, 3-on-2.
Saw that buck down below, so keep that in mind. Cross needs to be broken. Jackson to lead the line, but he falls to NJR.
Nicely
who
done
lined
by
both
Dark
up
Zero.
and DZ respond.
Much better.
It might not be
but I think
the most
average
flashy
is actually really
siege
good
from
though.
Dark Zero, but certainly a very calculated round, really good play. Spirits getting into that position and getting that plant down, not
Team
easy.
out,
There's a lot of
team
eyes
out,
on that
time
position
out,
from
or-
Fnatic, so for him to be able to get in, get that plant down. Yes, he loses his life as he's making his way from the plant. Doesn't matter. He did his job, and he did it really, really nicely. And for Fnatic, I think they actually put a lot of eggs into the Jegs basket on that flank, and he just got nothing off it. Had he been able to get a little bit more from that flank, maybe there was an opportunity for Fnatic, but he lost out, and now it's 2-2. And so far, hard to really kind of break these two teams apart through the opening 4 rounds.
So to basically go then for round number 5, to cast our minds back to the last time this objective took place, it was really decided in a very early fight over towards Warehouse. Fnatic able to sneak a cheeky double, and that pretty much completely broke Dark Zero out of that particular round. So hopefully this time around for the North Americans, they're able to formulate a bit more of a response here on the attack. Maybe fight for a little bit more map control, potentially Joker being played for the round as well.
Wait, Falcons have not started playing it?
So we'll see. Citizen as well. On
Really? They have not even started yet.
Will be useful on the map clear. Fnatic have shown certainly a ability and a willingness to
Damn,
flank, especially
that was
late round.
interesting. They have not even started.
Testing those vert players. Citizen himself yet to really have too much of an impact on the
Pure
scoreboard, just
focus.
thus far.
We are not allowed to have EU as a name. There is some regulation to
Well, you
that. You're
kind of
not
did his
allowed
job
to
in
have
that
it.
last round, though, right? You're just providing distraction from the plant going down. He took the battle, long angle. Okay, he lost it, but the plant went down, so he's kind of done his job there. That's why sometimes you look at the numbers and look at the stats, and it's not always telling the full story. NJR though, 7-2 start. On the dock, if he calls out.
Yeah,
very
but
early,
I'm sticking to average. I think like that's really good.
Oh no, he's about to. Sorry. But for Fnatic, yeah, I mean, decent signs so far, but will it be a case similar to the APAC teams where you can have good signs?
It's
things
easy
be
to
looking
remember
well, but
as
you don't
well.
end up getting the result. There is that logic bomb now by NJR. Oh, Spirits. Well, so far, Spirits making a very solid debut here for Dark Zero. NJR had already gotten that one onto Jaxu, and that's a quick little start. Dark Zero switch up the pace. So slow and
They're being
methodical, playing off the Montang in the
aggressive.
previous round into round 5 now. They completely switch it up. Again, fast entry, somewhat similar to the opening round. And I gotta say, through 5 rounds now, we've seen from Dark Zero 2 different ways in which they can play their attacking siege.
Foxy, can you write up in AI and ask what color is average? And you would actually get an answer for that, believe it or not. You would
Dark
actually
Zero
get an answer.
line up. Fnatic just got hit with an absolute sucker punch. They just didn't look ready for that change up of speed. I think it's a case of like you don't want to be that one-dimensional. You don't want to be that kind of team that's always rushing in, always
I
fast
would
and aggressive.
not
You
like
don't
it
wanna be that
if
team
it
that's
said
always slow,
orange. I
always
absolutely
methodical, because it's
hate
too easy
orange.
to read. Jegs, well, you know, you're down
was ready for
5-2.
that.
You got to just go for something. Loses the battle to
He
Citizen.
was ready.
And Groovy by himself. This is definitely going to be a third round on the board for Dark Zero. And so far, really good signs from them as well in their ability to change things up. Flawless round. Yeah, too easy, says Spirits. Kangaroo Kenny once again hopping around.
It's like, which side do you want
DZ
to...
camp. Looking pretty chill at the moment. It is only day one here at Relay, and I think for the most part, teams are going to want to take a more relaxed approach in the early phase of this particular event.
I would
Really
take
leaning to
orange
heat up in the
before
last
beige.
day or two, at
Damn.
least that's our expectation. Spirits
It
are
said
very
grey or
locked in.
beige. Oh my
Hit
god,
thus
no.
far in the half, especially in cracking open rounds and
Like
creating
grey then,
opportunities for the rest
but not
to
beige.
claim full
That I
control,
don't feel.
be
It needs to
aggressive.
be colors that also like kind of pop as well. You don't want to be too.
It was
like,
a good round. It was a good round, Kenny. I agree. I would say so far it's been a very fun opening half. I think you could definitely make a good case that Fnatic's had some good rounds and DC's obviously had some good rounds as well. We probably haven't had a round, guys, where it's like both having a good round together and it comes down to like a 2v2 or a 1v1. So far, the 5 rounds that have been played out have been pretty one-sided. But the scoreboard itself is, well, as even as it probably can be at this point. 3-2 lead for Dark Zero, but for Fnatic, I think they've got to get this third round on the board here to close the half out. They've got to get 3-3. See, it feels like the one strength for Fnatic so far has probably been on site, and then where they're not winning early contact fights, and probably the roam game as well hasn't worked. So that's concerning, especially on a map like Lair.
Time to ring some ears!
So the mute in play then to complicate things a little bit here for the attack. Opening directly into Dawn's will not be for free. Amber though with impact amp, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern. I agree, the early portion of this round will be really intriguing. Spirit's already looking to apply pressure. Actually almost caught on the rappel, so good set play there from Dark Zero, but he's unpunished. Able to retreat and that utility can continue to reject.
Yeah, Jackson just looking a little bit nervous throughout that hallway, expecting battles from a few different angles. Oh, well, that's not good. Oh, that's good though. Unfortunately, did lose Pambazoo. By the way, actually hasn't had a kill so far, so probably not all too much loss for Dark Zero. 4 versus 4 anyway with the quick trade onto Groovy, and Citizen goes for another one. Gets rid of Sarks, who started very, very well in this half for Fnatic. And only one gas pay remaining as well for Deepak, with 90 seconds left in the round. Spirits is so, fortunately, taking a large amount of damage from that, just too slow to get out.
Losing Pamba hurts though with the impact amp. It means that direct route's kind of taken out a little bit here, and so Dark Zero may be forced to the 5th or above. Certainly wait and see. Nave has already navigated down below though, so looking for an alternate route. Actually managed to catch the timing. Up above, Spirits with the can opener, able to apply pressure, and Jakes looks to hold his ground.
Yeah, he wants to go for a peek though off the back of the opening made by Spirits. Still 50 seconds in the round though, plenty of time for Dark Zero. They've got the player advantage, just got to think their way through this situation. Got to be careful of Jaxu as well, still towards Medical. Nave, well, he wasn't careful enough. Caught out. Good trade though by Citizen, and 3 in the round found for him as Spirits gets another plant down. And Citizen makes it the quad and could be on for the ace. Over towards Storage as the remaining player in Jegs. Citizen may as well just go hunting at this point. It's a 3v1 in the post plant. Maybe you don't have to hunt too much. He has to make his way over. Now caught in briefing. Spirits can call out. Citizen comes hunting. It's an ace for Citizen.
They're doing it really good. Really, really good.
And what a start for Dark Zero. 4 attacking rounds on the board, and they did it as 4. Pambazoo had no impact in that round, as he, of course,
They're
did
playing it
drop out
really,
of it.
really well.
And it's a really good side, you know, mentally for Dark Zero. Sometimes, you know, you're playing a game, someone DCs, and you just immediately go, oh, here we go. But straight away, instant kill. Citizen goes nuts. Obviously, we're going to pause to get Pambazu back in, etc. 4-2 lead for Dark Zero at the half, which means we will also redo the ban phase now coming into the second half. Fnatic, some good signs, and after 3 rounds that they had a 2-1 lead, and then Dark Zero respond as they probably were expected to do so.
So officially in that technical pause now, and yeah, I think that last round was a really good display of Dark Zero's resilience, but also ability to adapt. We saw good pressure up above, but then immediately once Nafe had maneuvered bot green and kind of saw that
Yeah,
opening,
they're getting really good.
the team just converged, rotated. We saw the smoke plant on the door. It was very difficult to deny from above. The horizontal pressure was dismissed as well.
Technical
Dark
pause
Zero very much
again.
playing like a solid unit. And again, goes back to kind of the storyline that we established a couple of rounds prior. They showed really good adaptability position-wise, but in terms of pacing as well. They were not playing that old brand of DZ where every single round came down to a 15-second execute. They were a lot more adaptable, and I mean, the man on the screen now probably spearheading a lot of that Spirits.
He's been
good job.
Well, I mean, I know Citizen got an ace in that round, but you kind of think about the half overall. So if you would look at the bigger picture in terms of the 6 rounds played, I think Spirit certainly comes out and immediately makes an impact here for Dark Zero, and not just on the Monty, to be able to do it, like he said, on sort of different roles as well, opening round 3K and an aggressive kind of entry through main stairs up towards the mezzanine. Easy 3K, clear out a lot of Fnatic, and then to go switch up, play
I
that solo role,
asked
play that Monty, and
ChatGPT
also
to
get
make
2
our
plants off of the Montague play as
t-shirt
well.
or
So
match
he's keeping himself
shirt.
alive, he's getting himself into the site, he's getting the plant down. Citizen, he is not just hot in
This
the server,
is
he's
the
apparently
shirt
hot
he came
outside
up
the
with.
server as well, fanning himself down.
That's our
Call him
team
off.
t-shirt
Maybe-
for
I don't know why
matches.
Citizen's trying to cool himself off though. Stay hot. He's got an ace, mate.
You don't want to overheat.
It's true, you don't want to overheat. 4-2 lead
Just
for Dark
enough
Zero.
to beat
We've
you.
got ourselves going through the ban phase right now. Blackbeard and Azami, the first 2 off the board. We'll bring it back to you guys visually as
Like,
well.
should we have that?
Change up into the second half. Dockerby and Newt will also be getting out for the second half.
I'm going to save that just in case if we do have us like a
Basically
team
just the
someday.
Citizen highlight package. The ace in the round. He got the poor admin in the background trying to help out Pambazu as well, caught in the middle of it all.
It was all Pamba that round. It was all him.
Unfortunately
Imagine
for,
if
for Pambazu,
having that
he's
as a
actually-
match
he's obviously
t-shirt.
had his stats reset. All he's lost is his deaths.
That didn't happen. What do you mean?
He's just he's got 0 kills, but now he's luckily enough got
Just
0
enough
deaths
to
as
beat
well.
you, yeah.
Yeah, big start. I mean, some power players. I mean, it's. I
It
think
does
a really
make
good
sense.
sign-up
Like
for
you
this Dark Zero
you have the
roster.
name
Name
average,
so far
and then you
hasn't
have
had
like
to
the
be
slogan
big
just
man
enough to
either.
beat you.
NJR,
Like you
they
can't
kills
get better than
Spirits
that.
has been immense. 6 kills, but also with the Montaigne play. Citizen with an ace in the previous round. Pambazu hasn't got going at all. He hasn't found a single kill. And that's not just because of the
Yeah, and the charm would
Not
actually
him,
be
but
like really good.
general.
Is there an operator that Spirits is not afraid to play? Bringing out the Tachanka here for round number 7, opening round of defense. An operator that is typically compared to the smoke, and most would regard him as weaker, but Dark Zero bringing both for this particular round, the crowd control, and the added ability of the destructibility.
Quickly the sucker on Twitch there. Damn.
Can sometimes be an
We have to
effective
like
selection.
show that to crowds later. I think he
Meanwhile,
thinks
on
that is going
Maverick,
to be
so we're
cool.
seeing a couple of operators brought out of retirement here for this particular round.
Mine ready to go.
Yeah, that
What
was
the-
really
what the
good
play is
dart.
going to be
Really
for
good.
Fnatic. They'll be wanting to get off to a good start. I'm sure the mental would have been.
We
tested a
we
little bit
went
there
from
towards the tail end of the
boomers,
first half.
special
Dark Zero
forces,
really
Dermot,
grasped momentum.
Well, this is
then
where it comes
average.
down to the Fnatic. You're into the attack now. You got to put that scoreboard out of mind, and you got to just kind of switch up and see if can we gain control of this match. Because right now it's all DZ. I know it's only a 4-2 scoreline, but the last 3 rounds in a row,
Our
they've looked very
thought
dominant in
process
doing
went
so.
from like
And now
really
get to
really
kind of sit
bad
back, go
to
defense,
getting
and force Fnatic
less
to kind of
bad,
come to them.
less bad, and normal.
Dark Zero are pretty forgiving in terms of contesting this map control at the moment.
But like here's the thing, like we might have team name in general, but like what are we going to do?
Happy to play a little bit deeper.
Crows are gonna play as often as we can.
Only just over a minute remaining for Fnatic. So far, the opening
Babs
attack
can't
round of the
either.
second half has not been set the blazing glory. They've only got 2
Yeah.
players inside of the building.
Well, I can
Dark Zero should be
post to
able
have
deny
a
default.
full
Yeah.
stack, but
So at the moment, they are in the lead.
Oh, most definitely.
but like here's the thing: how
This is far too slow right now. From
my
Fnatic,
question
to be
is
fair,
how
though.
far do we
R6
want
Master,
to
you can go that slower pace as long as
But,
you
like,
can win a
if
Heartbreak's
I
battle.
like if I ask you, Dark, how far do you want to go? Do
passive,
you
Dark
just
Zero,
want to have it
they're
as a
not
hobby, or do you
But
really
Vision
want
right
to
now,
try getting up
Flashes might
there?
push them out. NJR, good shot onto Groovy, who went for the wide swing, didn't have the full information. NJR's watching the doorway. It's all too easy right now. Entry in from Jacksu. Deals with the barbed wire. Bees have gone out, landed onto Spirit. Position now known, but they can't really deal with him. NJR got taken low. And unfortunately for Fnatic now, heading into the final 20 seconds,
where are they going to plant?
They have to rush, and yeah, where are they going to
Yeah,
get this plant
they
down?
need to
Yeah,
run
Defect
in
has to
now.
kind of just
What the
send in.
fuck?
Jacksu finds a kill, but he almost got traded.
Oh, he's
almost
going to miss
immediately.
swing.
One
Oh, he
into
does.
the middle of the site, but all
Ooh,
of
he
these entry
missed that.
doorway positions still being
Oh,
watched.
Pokeball!
Although Fnatic are starting to land a couple of shots, and Deepex gets one down. That's only Citizen. That is up for Dark Zero, but there's so little time remaining, and Citizen able to get at least one, and the time ran out before either he could get the last kill or the last
That
kill onto
was,
him
like,
was to be made. And in the end,
close.
for Fnatic, I think the time running out is the
Damn,
best
that was so
way
close
in
of
which
him
they got a
losing
little lesson
that.
there because they were just far too slow throughout that round. And the time eventually came back to bite them.
Yeah. Big credit, though, to Dark Zero in that round. I think that the
Like,
smoke to change
here's the thing,
combo
like,
made things so
Fnatic
difficult on
actually
entry. As I
had
kind of
all
noted
the
a minute
cards
ago,
in the
you
right
can't play
place,
default. And as
but they
expected,
could not
Fnatic continues to
finalize it.
plug
They could not
utility
push in.
Easy.
I'll be
Yeah?
listening to
Think
Fnatic.
about the bans first of all. Second of all, guys, if we have a Deimos and there's a guy hiding behind a table, it should be really easy for us, yeah? Don't just destroy the ADSs. When we're on the drones and shit, fucking ping everything, guys, yeah? As long as we have Deimos open, we need to make sure we're doing that, okay?
Yeah, that, like,
Exactly. We have to do the simple things, guys. Simple
Wait,
things. Use
where-
each
what-
other more, okay? Look at the
the
operators that
team,
everybody's on.
they have
Fucking
just
use each other
started.
more, okay? Simple. You had everything you needed there, but we didn't use each other, guys, okay? We could have killed the Jaeger a minute ago, yeah? So let's make up a little bit, guys. You fucking got this shit. It's simple. You see that setup? Easy. Let's go.
Yeah, you heard him. Go! Kill! Kill them! Come on!
Let's see if they have a good setup to offer, if they're holding heavily or not, or if they're giving us for free.
His shit. Why
I
is
mean,
he
I
sitting
absolutely
so
love whenever
low?
we get
I
access
feel
to the
sorry for
coaches.
him.
Safest, I think, absolutely on the money there when you said we probably could have killed them about a minute ago.
Yeah, like, default was on the play. They had to find other win conditions. They had the Deimos down below, not having great impact, and Spirits allowed to play behind desk was crazy. We saw 2 players stacked outside the mezzanine door for the longest period of time as well. The eventual switch up right at the very end was probably the correct call, but ultimately time was the downfall of Fnatic in that round. Perhaps would have won that fight, we'll never know, but
10 seconds to
not
insertion.
the best of starts. Dark Zero now with a 3-round
Just the pacing thing, though. I mean, I think Safer said it right. You know, you had everything kind of set up. You got to play off of each other and what you've got. And if we did it a bit quicker, essentially, is what he was saying, that they really should have got the job done. And then you're looking at a 4-3 scoreline. You get an early attacking round on the board. Things look a little bit brighter. But now it's 5-2. You got to claw your way back, and you've already called your tactical timeout as well now. Will Fnatic play with a little bit more flair here in this 8th round, pick the pace up a little bit? Dark Zero, I would imagine, would be probably ready for it. Like, this is where, you know, from their side of things, it'll be how they'll try and pick up the pace now. Time ran out for them, you know, they got timed out, so like they're going to probably try and play a little bit quicker. Let's be ready for that.
This is where we really look at Fnatic as to who on the roster is going to step up.
Yeah.
That leadership role, take responsibility, take control. Look to change their fortunes here in a match that has proven to
For
be
fuck's
difficult,
sake.
as expected.
Fuck's sake,
But
you
they've
could
had flashes
say
of
that.
brilliance as well throughout this match, especially through that first
Yeah,
half.
I mean,
They-
round
Yeah,
two,
I
round
do believe
three,
Dark
they
Zero
look
is
really,
going
really
to be
good
winning this.
especially the way
Fnatic
that
don't
they
have anything on them on this map. Dark Zero was well
Shotgun
prepared
to work,
for
dealing with both
this
canisters.
matchup.
Hamster is on the board as well. And they are up to double digits. A plethora of options
I
as
would
well for
like
the
to
Deimos.
watch this match
We haven't
off
really
stream
been
and
able to
see
see a
what
whole lot of
setup they
Deimos
have to
actually
look
so far
closer.
today, either
But
banned out
I
or
kind of
just
have
not
a
really been all that
generalization
successful.
of how it's looking this map, but like I'm still not used to this
know
map.
exactly where he is though, inside a stock, and Sarks is going to have to force his way either out or he wants to continue to take this fight. Super aggressive by Pambazu. He's kind of retaking this position back in towards Lab. Again, Fnatic are just kind of stalled out of sight. They're just kind of sitting around trying to find these long angles, and Sarks gets caught.
Yeah, they're just
takes a bullet to the
backing.
body.
Oh!
Headshot opportunity. In the end, does find the kill onto
Nice.
NGR. There's an opening, and now goes prone, expecting the doorway swing. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. First time, second time is good though, and the plank going down as well by Deepak. There is that pace switch up by Fnatic here into the 8th round.
Oh,
It is
the
working
recoil
so
on that
far.
shotgun.
Plan will be successful. Citizen might just need another ace at this point if they're going to be able to salvage this one for Dark Zero. 2 versus 4, much better from Fnatic to be able to get into sight, get some really good kills. A lot of that off the back of that opening pick as well by Sarks. And that's a much better round from Fnatic, responding to their coach.
Yeah, they showed some good patience in that round, but in contrast to the prior round, they were in a much better position, especially against that lineup and with the positions that they had to actually execute that kind of play
I know
style.
you were
Once they
joking.
had drained
I
out
was
some
not
of those
too
smoke
serious
canisters,
with
the
what
glow
I said.
canisters, etc., their life was a little bit more...
Jesus.
They were less burdened in terms of actually getting inside of the side and finding an opening and being able to execute on that. So once they did, they went bang, did a good job, overwhelmed DZ. There was that
Also
first
thinking
pick.
there was something.
Was effective. And immediately Dark Zero snapped into action and trying to find trades and find some of that control back, but Fnatic ready and waiting.
How much do I have? Oh, 90% left on the next back.
A 2-round buffer, probably about right, par for the course in terms of what we've seen from these two teams so far. And I think this goes back a little bit, you know, for Fnatic and what they want out of this tournament, which is that, you know, that kind of gradual improvement, right? Like it doesn't need to be, you don't need to
To be honest, I don't hear any change in the sound in game, to be honest, because
you get some really good
it's just about the same, but like, yeah, I think it's going to be different when you're actually in the game than you are listening from this
and
side.
on the flip side as well, I mean, Spirits and Citizen have just slotted straight into this roster.
Reloading.
Looking like very natural fits so far. Long road ahead, but
yeah, I mean, it's first glance, but first glance is pretty good.
Makes you want to have a second glance.
We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow's second glance. Fnatic though, a bit more work to do still, 2 rounds behind. Tree for Jegs. So the gas canister at least baited out, which is honestly a pretty small little win. Bridge opened up as well. They look to get top floor control.
Stay close to me.
The Nook Lurk lobby. So in combination with the sound distraction from the Candela, Sarks is being given a big responsibility in this round to find something.
Yeah, well, is his position at the mezzanine known here whatsoever? Default not being watched doesn't matter. On the Nook, does shoot it out anyway. Sort of a little bit of informational tools there for Dark Zero. But I just feel like they're creeping around the map, trying to get into some key positions. Dark Zero firmly just holding sight. Obviously got a bit of presence up above as well.
Yeah, we're not going back with special forces.
GR though, that finds the opening pick onto Deepak off
Average
the back of some
forces.
hard breach.
No, we are not changing anything. We're keeping team average. Oh my god, don't even, like...
Of course, do still have the Shamika launcher.
Oh, he had a free kill.
If you want to deny some space or territory on the map, the Diffuser does need to be picked up. And the close angle fight, Groovy can't win it against Pambazu. Naif also getting rid of Jags means again advantage for Dark Zero. Fnatic losing the contest in the middle portion of the round. Almost, and did indeed get the kill onto Sarks after he did get the down onto Pambazu. And with that now Fnatic firmly on the ropes. It's going to be 6-3 in favor of Dark Zero unless Jaxu holds off a very heroic performance.
No, I'm not having any of
Needs
this.
to find the 1v4 as Pambazu gets
No, it's
back
enough.
up.
Don't complicate it.
DZ, if they can get themselves a 7-3, 7-4 kind of win here, it's probably about that pass mark and what we maybe anticipated for a matchup such as this.
Wow.
There's one for Jaxu, 24 seconds to go.
That was
that was the low health Pambazu, and now he needs to drop. Smokes go out. Doesn't go for
Shut up,
immediate
Dark.
plant. Bulletproof camera, by the way, is watching his very position. They know exactly where he is. They've got Vert up above. Not much more he can do from here, and NJR will put an end to his misery.
Oh,
and
by the
give
way, guys, I'm
themselves,
thinking of buying
match
these
point.
headphones instead of using the one that I have here. So this is earbuds headphone that you can use
Darkzero give nothing away for free.
for the
They then saw
PC.
the follow-up with the Ying, and once again, they were playing around the Warden safety numbers up above. Didn't give anything away for free. Fnatic were unable to capitalize upon that.
So thinking of
positional
buying
advantage in the middle,
something
follow-up
like that in
beautiful
the future.
Ying.
Fnatic could just never get any kind of vert as well. They couldn't
See if I
clear out
can.
top 4. I think really at any point in that round, it was just Darkzero won every contest that they needed to win. So it just ended up being a rather
Because
plain
I'm
round,
like
but a very good round for
having
Darkzero to win.
headset in general can
Grim has
actually
been banned out
increase
along
my
with
head
Defender.
my migraines because you have the pressure here.
3 of those, in fact, now for Darkzero.
So I know a streamer, JustGoat, she uses like fuck's sake, JustGoat uses those headphones that I just showed. It's the same one. That's why I was thinking maybe I should try the one that she has.
Darkzero, the superior roster of the two, but that kind of again was the expectation heading into.
But then we have to go to the local
particular
store
matchup.
and like ask about what they have. Let's see what
North American fans to get
there is.
slightly excited.
Damn, they are loud.
And I think for me, I'm actually really intrigued to sort of, now that Darkzero have essentially set the
that's
benchmark, or about to set the benchmark with this performance, how is that going to compare against
Falcons
the
only
SSGs
lead
of the world?
2-1 now.
Because SSG arguably, I think many would
Their
say,
wildcard just
is the best.
set a
I mean,
nice little benchmark in the previous match.
yeah, but I don't think wildcard are in discussion for the best team in NA, are they?
I'm surprised to see that they are using Tachanka a lot here.
Today,
You could add them into the benchmark, I'm sure.
This one's not done for Fnatic. It is only 3 rounds to force OT.
Yeah, so that's one I'm like
I would say the
thinking,
up
but
and down kind of performance.
I have
I
to
really
take
wanted
one
to be
step at a
subjective
time.
for
I'm
Fnatic. They've had some really good
going
moments,
to
and then
buy
just
a new
ultimately,
phone because
anytime
my
there's
phone,
been an
like
arm
this
wrestle
phone
round,
that I have, is
Darkzero
an
just
Xperia 5 II.
So
This one is
the way that
7
they've
years old.
won any of their rounds is either changing up the pace, going for that surprise factor.
So
getting
this
some
one
early
is
frags.
old. So I need a new one
Any
because I
kind
have
of
to
round
restart
where, you know,
this
it's 5v5
phone
with minutes
almost
to go,
every single
just
day.
backing in Darkzero, and that's the reality.
Because
unfortunately,
the
between these
apps
two
and
rosters.
stuff doesn't work. So my ID doesn't work
Rough debut
as
for
well.
Groovy as
So
well,
I
3
have to
7.
restart
Jack
that.
definitely held his own. Spirits able to stay alive. And Spirits was absolutely immense in the first half. Has gone a little bit quiet in the second half because he hasn't been needed. And I think that's a testament to this
I think
roster for
of
Darkzero,
buying
is
the
they've actually
Samsung
got all 5 players that can kind of go and do
S5.
something. It's not a one-man show or a two-man
Is
show.
it plus Samsung S5
No
Ultra?
smoke this time
It's
around
called.
for DZ, but the Tachanka's still in play, and Spirit's using that to stall out the position
Because the company that you hire for my phone,
Oh, and the Jaeger again.
or like for my calls and stuff, they don't have Sony phones anymore. So I can't get any discount.
Whether the information is prevalent or not, Sarks can't
Oh,
get
he's
out of the
getting
corner.
like
The
shredded.
Tachanka was far too annoying. Basically had him pinned down. Might be a little bit
getting
too late here for the
shredded.
Deimos. Although Deepak does find the kill onto NJR, shuts down the Jaeger. Still a minute remaining, so I mean Fnatic don't need to panic at this point. It's a 3v3. You've got time, you've got 60 seconds. Kit in hand for Deepak as well. Jags can certainly still do something as well on
No,
the Deimos.
I don't get that much. I get less than 50 euros for that.
And this is another instance
It's
where
not even
somebody
worth
from
it.
Fnatic needs to step up, be
That's,
the playmaker.
that's what
find
I mean.
that
My
opening,
phone
then
is
it's
too
Groovy.
old to be able to get any
Jaxu on
good
the
discount.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
There he is, Jax from down below, playing off his mark. Deepak lost his life, and that's Kit on the floor as well temporarily. And Pepperzu to put potentially the final nail in the coffin here for Fnatic. Jaxu in a 1v2 on his new roster with 25 seconds. Does have the diffuser, but arguably needs to maybe go for these kills. I don't see a world in which they're going to allow him to get this plant down and for him to play the post plant. Thought maybe there was a chance to
Oh, he
spot
doesn't
that
know
head.
he's in the corner.
No, doesn't check left side corner.
That's
Citizen gets the barrel
good.
kill.
Nicely
Kenny
done, Dark
gets up
there.
and
That
down.
was
So
a
Dark
really
Zero
good play from
within
them.
the
They
end,
played
rather
very.
comfortable victory.
They played very comfortably in this game. Very comfortably. They did not get stressed or anything. So that was really good. Very nicely done, Dark Zero. I am impressed by how you have evolved. That's really good.
Perez, this is all going in Loud's favour as they find a flawless round.
Certainly not what I expected, Tim, but I'll come back to what I said about the Dockerby ban. They can't force these players out from that east side. Like, yeah, cool, the breach is one thing, but they can't easily push it and force these players away. They're stuck trying to make use of a Grim, and those bees, as we saw, just missed, didn't add anything to that attack. And they were very much stung at that point, pushing in blind. I've long said that I really wish teams would ban the Dockerby away more because it hamstrings Falcons, especially when you see they make a call, they push
So here's the thing, with a new ban wave, it might be hard for certain teams to adapt the play in the matches. Because if you ban a certain strat that they are using, sometimes they would get lost because they lost that player that they are using a lot. So it's kind of going to be forcing other teams to be able to adapt.
Dockerby take Deimos away from Falcons and see what they can do on the attack, and the answer at the minute is they can struggle a little bit, and that's what we're starting to see. They just can't get hold of that office side of things. They just could not get the push on in there. We'll see whether they can manage it in reverse here. It's going to be a mirror attack. They're likely, as we saw last time, Leak Effect moving in through T and Karaoke. They're going to look to try and get that office wall open again, put a little bit of direct pressure onto site itself, but they've got to come up with something different here, the Falcons, at the minute. They can't rely on just winning gunfights.
Just wait, it's going to come, Dark.
Like, Live especially has had a couple of rounds now where he's really gone bananas. Like, the previous one there, stepping up to try and tag onto the Salma to get rid of it. The one before that, when it wasn't actually the round before, it was a couple of rounds prior, where he ran out onto the Dokkaebi making the phone call. Like, he's just willing to take those risky plays and make something happen.
Of course, Foxic, why wouldn't we? You're such a nice and sweet person. Like, you deserve all the love. For being just who you are, like, it's kind of obvious from my standpoint at least.
Aggression once again, this time out.
Ooh, being aggressive.
Keeps taking the quick peeks out onto the balcony, wants to know whether Falcons are there or not. This time they're taking it a little bit more slowly. It looks like they're going to be working for that cross-map clearance rather than looking directly towards site. We can see them, you know, trying to get themselves into geisha, trying to get themselves a little bit of a beachhead established where they can move on in, and now finally they will start thinking towards that soft wall that opens up into office, towards that sort of position. But again, having to jump the Rotero drone to avoid it being shot out, having to just get it on the wall, it's not the best opening that they've made.
It isn't, and this is where they might start getting a bit stuck here, Tim. It's where I start feeling nervous for them. They've got to employ something to make their charge
forward. Like, why is BDS BDS? But like, they are BDS for me. Like, it's so annoying. But come on, let's say Falcons.
Might be what they're missing
Jesus
here,
Christ,
but
that is so annoying.
They can get it done. Still only halfway through the round. You can see the tag coming on through from the Grim Bees of Solotov. Still got another one of those E1D
Leafback got one kill, the STK.
Found the entry.
Good kill.
STK taken offline, and a 5 versus 4 begins.
Perez is pinged out as well. They know his position.
Nicely done, Shaiko. Come on, Solotov, get one. They're peeling off the defense one by one.
From the Grim Bees to make sure they get in and get the kill. And this is BDS.
Oh,
Shaiko. Just looking much better here. It was inevitable at some point.
Like, really good. Way better from
that's going to close out the round.
Falcons. Really good by Falcons for like layering off the defense.
One or the other team, they just seem to get in there, get a few kills, and just run away with it. And this time, it was
having
Falcons.
fun and joking around is allowed, as long as we know each other well enough. It's okay to joke around.
1 and 3, where 1 survived and then 2 survived.
They were in Challenger League before, and they are a Brazil team.
Though, at least as it stands, with it being the attacking side, I'll give it to Falcons and say having 3 attacks on Skyscraper. I'm very, very pleased with that. Last side of the half then is going to be Barbecue Kitchen. This does mean there's a lot of map to clear here, and I think in the last round,
Loud has been in Pro League, I think 1 season, and then they fell back, I think.
Trying to do much of the same again. Falcons were just willing to be patient and let them make
the play
like
there's a limit, but like
try to get a bit too aggressive
if you've been in the stream long enough, you kind of know the vibe and you know how people interact. I mean, you and I, Dark, we make some really mean jokes at each other, so the chat might feel the same, like, oh, I could do that as well, and that's really okay.
Paris just going to be doing the work. to get that
They
reinforcement.
love this.
No, they're quiet,
Yeah,
Dark.
even on down
They're not even
doing
loud.
the work to create that sort of safe space for them to play over inside of Office and Exhibition and just try
Yeah,
and
of course.
create as many hurdles, as many obstacles as possible for
So
Falcons to
game-wise,
work their way
guys,
through.
we
They've got a presence
have...
out in Geisha,
How many
of
games do we
course,
have?
they're going to want to keep hold of the vertical.
I might
and
not
so
watch.
Falcons
Yeah,
here. The
might watch every
difficulty
game
is,
today. Fuck.
I almost prefer this site in some ways.
So
for
the
team
next
karaoke,
game,
because
guys,
it's
is
like
going to
team
be
karaoke,
G2 versus
but with an
SSG. We
additional
need to
step.
watch
You know,
that. I know
once you've got
Foxic
that top floor,
likes
you've also then
SSG,
gotta get down into
right?
sight. You've
You
pretty
like
much gotta
them?
get
I know
control
you
of
do.
about 75% of the map here of Falcons on attack. So
I know
just
you
so
like
much work
SSG,
for them
fuck's
to
sake.
do.
Just dug in for the most part. This time around, not looking to get too aggressive. You'd maybe expect to see that with a Solus on side. You know, Perez wants to get out there, take away the intel away from the other side. We see Mute and Mozzie employed in this site previously to try to achieve the same outcome. A little bit different.
And the game after that, we have W7M versus M80. I really want to see that. I'm probably going to die at the end of the day.
But you will see teams every now and then employ in a spot where they feel she can have the most effect.
To be honest, I
Clearly that's what
might
Perez
not
feels
be
that
able
he
to
can get
stream
away with
every
here.
single game every single day because
Demonstration
I
of new
think I
opponent
will
kind of by the
ruin
way
my
around the
body for
corner.
doing that because it's
get
like
off the rappel and
a lot of
straight back on it
hours
again.
that we will have to see.
Love to see
But
it.
more than
He's just gonna be
50%
getting
per day,
onto
I
that
would be able to
window now,
stream
try and
it
cut
and
down
stream the
any
games.
movement, any rotations. Try to punish them. Dapo
Said
does
the
manage to
blind
pick
man
up
and walked
Solotov,
away.
though, and it's
Lol.
not the start that Falcons would have
Ooh, that
wanted
was
in the
not
round.
good.
Like you say, 3 attacking rounds is not the end of the world on Skyscraper, but
he
wouldn't
saw
the
his
fourth
spot,
be
he saw his
wonderful
spot.
for them. Just missing the tail end of Leaker Fat there. He gets
Woo!
the ping.
No,
Can't
he got-
find his
oh
man as
my
he's
God.
pinched between two. Basetto finishes him off with the shotgun. 5 versus 3, and
That
Loud
was-
are in the driving
Oh
seat. And
dear.
what did I say, Des? These rounds, they just go all in favour of one team or the other. 5 versus 2, and Falcons are on a major back foot.
Felt like a little bit of a, I don't know, unsynergized round really coming out from Falcons when Bride's got himself in no man's land and got picked off in a 2 versus 1 when Shaiko's
Yeah.
gone hoping for the best down backstairs. It
His
has
eyes
crumbled.
booty.
And to be fair to Loud, Tim, I said it previously, they didn't go aggressive and try swinging everything they possibly could. They were waiting to see what the other side were doing. So the patience game has rewarded them, but I feel like Falcons will be happy that they've walked away with 3 attacks here on Skyscraper. Now they switch onto the defense, and it's on to Loud to show us what they can do.
So as we are at that halfway point where the sides switch, we will go through the banning phase again. So each team will ban out 2 operators simultaneously. Loud banning the defenders, Falcons banning the attackers. The coach, of course, is allowed to speak to them at this point as well, just through that short banning phase. So again, maybe a little bit of wisdom that they can impart, just remind them of what the strategy is going to be for the second half, what they're expecting out of the opposition on the other side of the coin. We're going to move into round 7. We've got Blitz and Ace are going to be
I
taken
brought
away
Crush up to speed with
by
our name, so you
Falcons.
know.
We're going to have the
Did he like
Electro
it?
Bros, Cade and Bandit.
I like he started saying that now.
Yeah.
Never heard you say it before.
It's catchy.
Yeah, the Electro Bros.
So we're going to have Cade and Bandit.
Okay,
taken
so for
away
those
by
that
Loud,
might not know,
so that
does
should
anyone know the
facilitate them getting
anime
in the map
called
a
One
lot
Punch Man?
easier.
I love how they just knew Loud what they were playing into here by not taking the mirror away, that we were going to see Falcons step across and play it. And
I
sure
don't think
enough,
anyone
that's what
does
we've got.
here,
No
but-
Castle on side to make it a triple architect lineup, but you do have the Kiba barriers coming out
Yeah,
of the
so
Azami alongside
I
Mira
found
to be a bit of
this
a nuisance. And
on my Facebook. So what would you say if we had one Punch Man as a live action? Would you think Statham would like fit the part? Like, what do we think? Like,
Important that Brede makes sure that he stays alive.
I think he
and
would
that
fit
he's
the part,
in
Laura.
position to be able to do something about it. Doesn't want to be getting wrapped up in gunfights. and
No.
holding angles where he can't use those drones to best effect. We see them used in 2 different ways. The York.
yeah, I know.
Sometimes we
I
will see
wouldn't
them
like to
used
see
purely
him
for
either,
intel and
but
plant
still, it
denial,
was
just
funny
kept
as
safe
hell
and
to see
brought
that
out in the
picture.
last 20-30 seconds to prevent those plants going down. Sometimes we will see them used much the same as an attacker drone.
Well, to be honest, he
going
would
ahead
actually
of
be the
roamers,
closest character
clearing
that would fit.
areas for
He
them,
has
feeding
like
intel into
the
them,
body for it,
getting
he has
them
the
primed and
hair
ready
for
fight.
it,
I think
but
the
he
fuel
doesn't
pack
look
one, I
dumb.
think, being
That's the
used on.
Deepak
thing.
kind of
He looks
pioneered that play style
serious.
over on Fnatic, of course. The player surviving from the roster that won the Berlin Major back in 2022. And it was actually there where he showed a really effective use
Yeah.
of the Yokais, sending them out through drone holes to be outside the map and jumping up to scan what was going on around things like Clubhouse or Cafe, you name it. And really just showing that, you know, you can use it aggressively sometimes to even drone in your roamers. It was quite innovative at the time, and now a number of teams have started trying to employ and use it as C4 out from Solotov, catches out Daffodil.
No for me, okay.
Let's not forget that Loud are attacking over onto team.
Yeah, I know, JT. He doesn't have hair. That's why he fit the part.
That they are looking at, and they're losing bodies, they're losing time, and looks like they're losing ideas at the minute. They don't really have too much of a response.
What the fuck,
SDK does manage to pick up Leakifact. Perez onto Solotov. The cast the curse strikes true as Falcons start to crumble a little bit there. Loud applying pressure elsewhere. They've got themselves in now. Falcons have had to dip back towards site. It's going to be a
No, they're not making a live action. That was a meme. Like, guys, it's not... It's not going to happen. It's just a meme. So you can relax.
Because again, we've got that Docker on side. We've got a cool in back pocket. We've got a Monty to bear down on any of these players that would dare not be playing near a teammate. Loud have really got all the tools to make this round work for them, but we're into that last 60 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not even going to be a live action for that. Jesus.
And of course, these yokai still loom large.
Drone heads into Drone. I don't know if it quite caught the feet of Shaiko on the Azami or not. I would imagine they've got a good idea that's position that he's in, given that they're going to be playing into Kiba barricades there. They've just seen him move back across as Basetto looks to get on in towards site. Damage taken here. Need to be careful. The Yokai drones could well come into their own. Users picks up a beautiful headshot. Shaiko cannot do it.
How did
Loud managed to get another round over the
Loud
line,
win
and
that?
Falcons could be having a wobbly start here at Reload. It's not too unusual for this roster. We do see them sometimes, you know, pick up those tough results at the beginning of tournaments and kind of grow into them. But
this
right
is
now,
not good.
Loud are looking good.
This is not good.
Yeah. I don't want to get too excited by it because it's the first round of the attack. And I said earlier on, for Falcons, I think you'll be pleased coming away with 3 attacks from your first half. Where I start to get nervous now is if Loud win this next round and start to put a bit of a gap between them and between Falcons. That's when you start to feel a bit nervy for them. What I will give to Loud, though, is their attack at the end of that last round was brilliant. They knew they had the man advantage, didn't rush things, gave themselves about 30 seconds still to work with, and all executed as a team. So even when they lost a player or two, when there were Yokais disrupting the Monty, for example, there was still someone ready to capitalize and get a kill elsewhere. Really good stuff and showing that composure that we've been wanting to see from them. I think Daffodil so far, yeah, sure, his numbers aren't spectacular, but he's fitted into this team really well, not forgetting that he's come from Keyed Stars, you know, a lot of work to do to get into the way that this team works.
Dark again?
Synergize with them better. It was the thing we've said that we want to see from a lot of teams at this event, is how they're going to gel together when they've only had a few months to work things out.
Oh, he has the diamond skin on the deagle.
Not at all. We're going to see Falcons now defending the opposite side of the
Show
map.
off, Shaiko, show off.
That they tried
Show
to hold
off.
on to.
God damn
They need
it.
to do a better job than they did in the last round. Loud, although it looked like a good start from Falcons, they made it very difficult for Loud to get in. You saw Basetto on the Monty kind of shifting around, trying the minibar door, not working there. The wall was reinforced, moving back across to the office breach. Just couldn't really seem to settle, but then all of a sudden, I think it was Perez who managed to get himself one.
Yeah, his brain is
and
stuck
it just
there.
Opened things wide up for Loud, created all the space they needed. It was still a little bit of a close finish, maybe, but
What is going on that wall?
Falcons know that there was more work for them to do in this one.
I don't think they get the middle bit because of the angle off towards the side there. It's easy to shoot those X-Kairos off the wall, so they're in a bit of a difficult spot here, Loud, where I don't think they'll have full access into VIP without first moving
Wait, that wall is soft?
But at least partially
Did you
opened
see
up,
that?
they should be able to force him
The
back
main
in a
wall
way
is
so they
soft.
can finally get things done. Not forgetting here, Tim, that this is just to get in towards VIP. There's still various other things I've got to worry about, like the main breach, making sure there's no one holding out towards Terrace. Still lots of movement to do. In fact, you can see the Legion of users out towards Shrine or around Toaster, whatever you want to call that down towards the other side of the map. So for now, Falcons largely
Why did they
bothered,
leave
just
that
waiting to see
wall
where Loud are
soft?
gonna
I
start
just
their
don't
push
get
from.
it.
And as far as Loud are concerned, they are completely stacked up around site. They're on the balcony,
This is
they're at
naughty.
the breach,
Oh.
they are just completely in that position, and they need to find kills from there, which they will start to do. Live manages to find Breeder. Shaiko can't quite find the feet. STK is down and out as Solotov finds the finish, but Live and Perez one apiece. Basetto's in there with the shield on his back, putting the diffuser
That was
down,
the
but he
worst
doesn't
setup they
need
could
to,
have done,
as the
video,
kills rain in,
Falcons.
and Loud
That
another
setup
round.
was
And right
gosh. Why would you leave that walls off? At least reinforce half the wall and use impact to stop them from coming in.
Of two possible round wins have gone to Loud so far.
Like,
Falcons are
it's
crumbling
bad.
a little
It's
bit
bad.
here, Tim, and
And
understandably,
this is where they struggle.
there's a Falcons tack timeout
Yeah.
coming in here because they need to get this fixed and fixed quick.
They looked, I commented on it after the first couple of rounds. Stu Flex was happy, he was smiling, the whole team looked, and we've talked about how they are a team of energy and emotion. And when the going's good, they are great. But when the going's tough, sometimes they struggle. I think in longer series, that is less of a problem. They have more time to kind of reset and to come back at it, and it's like, yeah, maybe we just lose this map and we go on to the next one. They don't have that good grace here, Des. It's best of one. You either shake yourself out of it now, or you're going to lose in 2 rounds' time.
Really bad from
Hopefully this is where
Falcons.
they shake themselves down, brush themselves off, and go again, Tim. Got to make it work here. They're even going back to Karaoke and Tea. Rather than rotating onto that third site of Barbecue Kitchen, going to have a go at these two primary sites. Across those last 2 rounds, though, I'll give it Loud.
Lol,
Like far
fuck's sake.
superior team. And I imagine already Falcons are thinking, God, we've got to ban away one of these operators because we are getting suppressed across the board here. There's not an awful lot they can do. Don't want to rag on him for this either, but Shine had a golden chance to get 2 kills from that terrace spot where he saw 2 players out on Balk. Sprayed away at the legs, but just couldn't quite get enough damage down to finish either off. That could have been the defining moment in the round if he got away with 2 kills there, but unfortunately did not.
Heading on into round 9 then, it will be the final round that we play before those next bans come in. So at the end of this one, Loud and Falcons will get another ban each. Loud will take another defender.
Now Dark
and Falcons
had
another attacker.
ads
Looking
because
at
he
the
doesn't
minute,
have a sub,
I would
fuck's sake.
expect to potentially see another one of those shields taken away by Falcons. I think Bassetto particularly is using the Monty and the Blackbeard fantastically well. He's attracting a lot of pressure. He's causing a big nuisance that then players like Live, Perez, STK are able to take full advantage of the space they're being afforded because of the focus on Bassetto. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Falcons take a shield away, but how do you solve the problem? By taking the ace, he's just going to play the other. You take Blackbeard, he'll just play the Monty.
That's the problem. I mean, they're already at this point banned away. They could have gone for a double shield ban. We spoke about these co-op bans where you ban 2, in this case, Electro Bros away. You ban away 2 hard breachers, 2 shield operators. And at least then you've got flex on that third ban in case you need to ban away another one like that, or if you can afford to be a bit more flexy. Whereas by banning away one or the other here, like, you still leave yourself so wide open, I think, that it might come back to bite them if they're not too careful. One thing's for sure, though, Loud are the ones in the driving seat here.
Yeah, you look at, I look at the ace ban and I think, how much has that really gained Falcons? And Hibana's been brought along. The attackers haven't had any real problem breaching, and I don't think it's gained them too much, but hindsight is a wonderful thing. We're going to have Leakerfact just watching these black stairs for the time being from above. I'm sure that Loud
What's
will be
with you
more
today
than
with the
aware
fucking
of the
scare
potential
alert?
danger of that
Come
position.
on!
Frida is on there as well, so Leakerfact just trying to support his teammate there, make sure that they can hold down this position. We know that smoke on these stairs can be a real
shut
power
up,
spot.
fuck's sake.
It's difficult to move in and attack him because you're
I'm not
always at
used to
short
sitting
range, whether
still
it's
and not
from
doing
the
anything. I'm
sort of
used to, like,
balcony door or
doing
whether it's from
stuff.
the bottom of the stairs. You're always in range of that shotgun, so it's a tough challenge to overcome for the attackers.
Just want to be careful here that Breed doesn't shoot through these smokes too soon. Bearing in mind there's still 70 seconds of the round to play here. Ideally, you want to save that more force for the execute, but he's using it in response to utility coming out, whether it's the Grim Bees, whether it's drones coming on through. No doubt flashes will start to follow soon too. Here
he's
comes the first
alive?
rifle coming out from the Dockery
How
as
is
they
he
start their push on
alive?
towards him. This is when they need to try and capitalize and pick up a player 2 on the side of Falcons. Sure enough, they get 1, but there's trades coming back and forth down to a 3 versus 3.
I thought Breeder had made a real good move there, getting up to the door. I wasn't sure Loud were aware of it, but they really were. Perez stepped in and managed to get that kill. 3 versus
shut
3.
up,
They're
Dark.
starting to work in behind the light screens of Sensia just to try and get a little bit of space up at the top of Black Stairs. They're aware of the player just inside of Karaoke. They've got to shut down Leakerfact. If they do that, Loud might just have all the space they need to think about getting a plant down.
They've got so much utility here between the Kappa Tower and the Sens coming in and the Grim. It's horrific.
Yeah,
Finally, Leakerfact taken out as well.
did that
They knew that he
really
was there off the
good.
back of this, and now making the Sens Falcons used to get the plant down as well at 3 versus 2, and we could see Loud here, Tim, going up to match point.
Perfectly played. As I said, just get in there,
How?
get the kill onto Leakerfact.
How is Bagan playing so bad?
To put the diffuser down. Leakerfact was the linchpin in that situation. And how did Loud deal
Have
with
they
it?
lost
In
a
typical
mojo
Loud
since
style.
6
We've seen
Invitational?
this roster, Des. In Brazil, do this so many times. We'll just walk in. We'll just walk in and kill you. If you want to hold that position, that's fine. We will just outgun you. We will just outmuscle you. And that's what's happening to Falcons right now.
So well coordinated as well. It's a beautiful thing to see. And Falcons are
Loud is not in my book to get into playoffs
However,
at
let's
all.
take a look at what our bans are going to be coming in. It's the Ying and the Azami, Tim. Not quite sure that's going to be enough here to save Falcons, being completely honest with you. And in case they felt like there was any kind of solace to hold on to in the back of the Azami, that's been taken away from them too. Another go-to Shaiko operator off the board.
Yeah, I think, like you said, they've got to ban something. They've got to have a plan. They've got to have something behind them. I don't think it's going to be enough. Like I said, is there really much value in taking away one of the shields from Basetto? I don't think there is, because you take the Monty, you'll just take the Blackbeard. So I get that, but do I think that banning phase is going to be enough to save Falcons? I don't honestly think it is. Because right now, no matter what they do, Loud are finding answers.
Got a rehost coming on through here, as you can see, so we'll get ourselves back into things shortly. I can tell you that we went down to
So
Barbecue
here's the thing
Kitchen
that you guys might know.
So in
When
that
there's
case,
a technical
Falcons were saying,
pause,
"Let's step away from what we
you're
tried because we've
not
lost
allowed to
karaoke
talk
twice,
with your
we've lost
teammates,
exhibition,
because
we've got
otherwise
to
there
try
would
something
be
different."
like a
As I said, I feel like it's too little too late now. You've got a 3-round deficit
timeout
to play through. You've
that
got to
you
go
talk
back to
with
those
your
top 2-4
teammates.
sites after this.
So these guys need to be
really
quiet during that time. They're not allowed to talk to each
I just
other.
don't think you're going to see that, Tim, and I think Loud will find a way through.
Like,
That's the problem at the minute. I don't think the question at the minute for
talk
Falcons is
about
where,
strategy
it's
and
how.
stuff. They're not allowed to
That's
do that.
the
They can
far
talk
more
about
important
other stuff,
question,
but they're not
because where
allowed to
is
do
not
any
going to be the
tactical
answer. No matter where you go, Loud are going to find answers. They are going to find a method to break down whatever you've built up. So it's about how you do it. It's about going in and winning those gunfights. Falcons have got a couple of players that have been a little bit quieter than we might expect so far. They need to be getting involved. This is the time. It's now or never.
That's worried that it's a bit too late for that, Tim, to be honest with you. Again, there's a lot of work to do. This timeout might play in their technical timeout might play in their heads a little bit too. Know that they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. It's not the end of the world. It is day one, but it's more about the message that it sends, Tim. That again, Falcons last year were consistently that team finishing second place at every event.
Yeah, this is going to be very scary. If Falcons lose, it's just going to leave it open for other teams to take the spot. They've been consistently, like he said,
I'm really interested to see how much the change
that they have been like second place. They were second place in 6 Invitational, number 6. They were second place in the major before that.
Seeing it a little bit in this half as well with
the 1-1 major before that as well. Like they have been the top team for so long, and now when they changed to from BDS to Falcons, have that magic really broken off right now? Or will it be like,
talking to the players at the minute?
or will they like shape up?
During the technical pause, the only times they're allowed to talk to the players is during the ban phase before the game starts, during the ban phase at half-time, and during any tactical timeout, whether it's called by them or called by the opposition team. Whenever a tactical timeout is called, both coaches are allowed to speak to their team. So it's always something that they've got to consider when they're going to call that timeout. Is it a good point to be letting the opposition coach talk to their players as well? Always a little bit of a balancing act. But Falcons right now, it's not about balancing, Des. It's about overrunning. They've got to tip that seesaw in their favour, and they've got to do it every single round at this point. The best they can hope for is overtime. 3 rounds they've got to survive without mistake now. Are they capable? Yeah, of course. Are they going to do it based on how they're playing today? No. Something's going to have to change.
But don't forget, we also thought the same about Cloud9 and PSG Talon early on. We thought, oh, Talon, like, they're down 6-3. There's no way they catch back up. And they did win 2 rounds in a row. Like, it's possible. But ultimately, the outcome was still what we expected. And I do think Loud can take this one away. And also to get back into the game in just a second. All players are back in the lobby. So should be able to get moving any second now.
The other thing I would say about this Loud roster, you know, whether that's with Dafo or Flashstreet, you know, whatever we've seen from them, they're always good at winning when they're on top of people as well. Once they get ahead in terms of the scoring, I think they're very good at staying there. They're ruthless. You know, we see those teams that will get 6-2, 6-3, and always let teams come back at them. Always let it go to overtime.
Oh, I
Whereas
have
feel with
a pack doc. You should check it out.
these players, they seem to grow in confidence more and more. It's like, yeah, we know we're on top of this. We know that we're beating you
6
up
minutes
at the minute. And
is
they
going to
will
be Doc
just
0.
completely
LG,
ruthlessly
SSG.
finish this one off.
Sure.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
I'm quite sure our hold-up is here as well, as we are basically ready to get back into things. I think we've got to do, as I say, switcheroo was the most important part. We had Loud on defense for a second. I was like, no, they're on attack at this point.
Yeah,
And
but
should
we have
be
to wait
rolling
to
their way
see
through.
what Cross says.
Almost there. A couple of last moments here for Leaky Fat to review the strat book.
Like, if
a written strat book is a new one.
I'm just
Normally it's
thinking,
a
if we're
diagram
going to
of
be
the team, so having
starting
massive,
like a form of
stack of
team, I
paper,
think
but
we
here it's more
definitely need
written.
to do like Siege Cap and win those.
Yeah, it's always fascinating the way that different teams do
would
different
be
things.
a
We've got
better
so
start,
one to
but
the
like we
SI
can't
with
even
their
do
big,
Siege
like,
Cap because we're not
landscape
having any regular
pages that
people.
they had printed out
If
for
that's
each different
the
map,
case, we need to
and
look
everybody does
for
it in different
people
ways,
that
and
is
then we've got some sort of blue
interested
squiggled writing for Loud.
to join, but it all
we
depends
are
on
basically
how
ready to go
serious they
again.
want to
Sorting
be.
out stats, which
Then
have
we
now
have to
been
decide
collected,
who
and we
is
are
going to
good
be
go. Here we go then, we'll see.
like how we are going to
Fight their way
manage the
back in. There are 3
strats,
rounds down.
who's
Loud
going to
sit
be
at match
managing
point. This one could be a very,
the
very
reach
short
out
ending to
for
this game, Tim.
scrims and stuff like that. There is so much
A
more
little sound effect with that.
than just
Very nice.
doing it
It's always,
start a
a
team
little
in general.
reload sound effect.
It is. Well noted.
Just a reminder of what hangs in the balance for this one then. Both teams have reloaded 1 bullet each of their 6. So whilst Falcons may come away with a loss here, it won't be as bad as it could have been. They could have gone for 2. They've chosen to go for 1. Loud will gain 1 if they win. Head up to 7. Falcons would move down to 5, so not the end of the world, and certainly not a tournament-winning performance immediately from Loud either.
One of the only reason why, for example, Falcons are coming to this playing 1, because you go down to 5, which means that you're, if you lose, of course, you
I
are
have
more
already
likely to still
opened
have the pick of
mine.
your opponents
I got the,
tomorrow. You'll be,
You should
down
be,
at 4.
in theory, you'll be in the bottom half, because half of the teams are going to win.
Yeah.
Top half
Yeah,
of the
the
table.
thing is, I'm
Half
not sure
of
if
the
my
teams are
name
gonna
is going to
lose
fit,
bottom
though.
half of the table, and it's the bottom half of the table that will choose the opponents for tomorrow.
If you
That's
lose
the
your first
thing.
2 games and you go down to 4 points, you're still very likely to get your selection without
My name
falling,
is
without
Long.
falling too low down to being at risk of elimination the following day. The exciting part for me, at least, is that means the next day they're likely to be able to pick their opponent. You pick someone at the very top of the table and play your absolute heart out and try and batter a top team that's got, I don't know, 8 bullets.
And you
might
just
find
go in
yourself,
and reload 8,
yeah,
and you could be jumping
and
right
you get
up to the
straight
top.
up to 12 at the very top of the board, and then you're qualified. You're looking good.
TA,
at that point.
what does TA
I'm
stand?
not saying
Is
the throwing games, of course,
team
but
average,
more
you
that
mean?
they know
Okay,
they
now
lose
I'm with you.
games.
It's just-
Okay.
It's gaming the setup, isn't it? It's looking at what's the structure, what's the how can we reduce our risks whilst
If they lose games, then they're in a spot to be able to make that kind of play. If they win, then cool, it's still bonus. You're walking around with more bullets than you started with, so it's not the end of the world. But of course, we'll see what the strategy looks like over the next couple of days as the team starts getting in towards that point. Pasetto struggling with this wall. It's going to be jammed away, so the need to get rid of that mute gemmer from Solotov that will be underneath, surely cleared out by someone at some point. And then that VIP wall can get opened up and they can start their push in.
And they've got the impact EMPs that will come in.
That works too.
Yep, that's going to do the job.
Trigger it
quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's get the job done. I was very concerned for a second then that wasn't going to happen.
was like,
in
hang
time.
on, man, I'm on my drone. Leave me alone. Like, no,
Very
do it
worried.
now.
Pasetto is going to be using that second exothermic charge. That's going to be, I think, Geisha Wall getting opened up. I'm not
Oh,
sure. Is it the
Leafback
Ninja
again!
on the
He's
other
having
side?
a
We will
bad
see as we progress.
game
STK
day.
manages to pick up
It's
Winker
not
back, and
playing
it's
good.
It's not looking good for Falcons. There's
Shaco half.
By the way, do you see the jump out in and out? There's
gun
no
that you are
stop when
down.
you're jumping in and out
And a
in
half
the
where you
same way
struggle to
now.
find
There's
kills,
like
let
no
alone
pause
rounds.
anymore.
It's not feeling good if you're this Falcon side. Half the round now elapsed and down. Couple of C4s they can play behind, assuming of course they need them or even have the chance to use them. Now could just steamroll their way through. First phone call coming out from the Dokkaebi. That'll start the march on forward, at least for a couple. Grimby's over the top, and one thing Loud have been really good at this half, Tim, is overwhelming with utility. I've really enjoyed seeing their use of the Sens alongside the Capitao, alongside the Grimby's here. They're really good at this stuff.
That was a little bit too early with the C4. He kind of panicked there, Psycho.
Something to work with inside of this round. 4 versus 4 as it stands at the minute. Still with users in position inside a drum as well. We'll
So
see how
users
aware
could
of
actually
this
be a
Loud are when
potential
they
game
come to move
changer
in, but
there.
he could absolutely decimate them if they just come through that wall, they're going to get hit hard. Usus is waiting for that, but it's going to be Solotov underneath to pick up live. 4 versus 3. Falcons could be holding on for another round. STK is going to get caught up in that FNAT mine as well. And right now, Falcons' utility and gunpower is all working for them.
Usus down.
Liquor stability coming on through, but another one goes against them. Brede also low on HP. It is not looking good for Falcons.
This is not good for Falcons at all.
Does mean that it becomes the 6th man for the defenders here. It starts forcing the attackers into forced errors. They've got no choice but to take a risk. I know earlier on we had Solotov holding this angle that we've now got Basetto approaching. He's still there.
It does not
There's
look
2
good for
players
Falcons.
nearby.
Yeah.
But look at the clock coming on through. Solotov gets his man and they get her down at the same time. That
Oh
is just
my
what
God.
You need. Daffodil
Really?
not going to have enough time
And the
here
diffuser is
to
over
pull
there.
this one
Don't
back.
peek, don't
Not
peek.
got the diffuser in
For
hand.
goodness sake,
2
don't
players
peek.
off towards his left and right. Might get one for a bit of fun, but this round is done. A
Whoa.
3K for himself, but Falcons, they hold on.
There was a little bit of me nervous there.
If it swung, I'd have been like, please don't.
But here, no, I can't do that. Don't do that.
But I think the conversation had been had. That the
Figure I was kind of part of a team, and he, you know how he and I don't mix when it comes to understanding the ranked games and like comp games. Like, you know, he says that like pro league strat doesn't work in ranked, for example. It's not going to work if he has that mindset.
But the way that they've been
it's just going to be a lot of fighting.
Today is going to need to improve if they want to get 3 rounds back to back. It's not something that they've been able to do as of yet.
Yeah,
we're going to see them this time.
But for me, I know it's going to be bad because if
so far attacking
not to be sound mean to Fugge, but he doesn't even want to hear my advice. In general, when it comes to like certain strats and stuff, like he doesn't see the way I see things.
They've lost a couple on that other side, and that's
and like I have said to him, I do this more than him. Since I do stream this a lot and watch a lot of games and everything, I have a deeper understanding than he does. But yeah, he doesn't want to listen. Like Alvin is actually worse than Fugge, to be honest. He doesn't respect me at all when it comes to strats and stuff.
They've had success.
Ooh, that was a
Disrespect being shown to the Valkyrie.
That was actually that might be a really good spot for the FNAT to hide.
Pick, which I believe was going to be the striker. Of course, bringing along 2 sets of secondary gadgets or utility there would have brought a lot more to the team. We've marked a few times on their effective use of
Vabs
utility.
works,
Very
but
good at
like
overwhelming
he's
either
never
side
here
with
though.
The Dockerby calls, the Grimbees coming on through.
He comes
Capital
like once a month.
It's very, very good.
I don't think he's going to be able to
picking
join,
up kills off
to
the
be
back
honest.
of that distraction. Here a little bit less effective, I guess, because they've turned instead towards Basetto on the Monty. That shield being the spearhead of this attack and looking to help them take ground. The Falcons, like you remarked, I think I'd rather see them play a little bit tighter here rather than risking getting isolated. There's 2
like
players
if
out
Toxic
here,
were
dipping
not
back
in a
together
team,
around Shrine Side,
we could
wasting
have
a bit of
asked
time.
him.
Yeah,
but
that's going to be the
he's
key.
in a team.
Absolutely, they should have a presence out there and be trying to slow down this attack. But they've got to make sure that they fall back in a more structured way, that they keep themselves alive, that they don't overhold this because they don't want to be losing the bodies. The flashbang comes in. Good support.
Oh, Shaiko,
from underneath
damn.
as STK takes some damage, but there's the first death. And now's the big question for Falcons. How do they deal with this? How do they fall back? And how do they keep that manpower alive?
SDK knew that he was dead to right, so had very little business getting away, and it was more of a confirmation from Falcons that they managed to push him. We've gone chasing a little bit too much for a kill and paid the price as a result. 4 versus 4, those shields still alive. And they've got control of this east side of the map.
Yeah, unfortunately, like when me and Alvin was a team, he didn't even respect me when I was coaching. He always argued back. He would say that he knows better than me and everything. He still does to this day, so I have a hard time playing with him. But it is what it is. Alvin is a nice guy, but he and I don't match when it comes to playing Siege. And I feel like I can't play with people like in competitive scene.
That's beautiful
if they're going to be having that kind of attitude.
Seeing whether that nitro is coming up from underneath or not. Liquefact tries to use it in a different position. I'm not sure he's going to get any joy. No, he won't. Just goes a little bit early live. Manages to escape any damage there. But 4 versus 3, and Falcons are holding on well.
Well, it's also in a good spot here. This could be a nice little challenge onto the player sat inside a goal. It's going to force, I believe, it's Brede away from that spot. Can't afford to stay for much longer. Indeed, a smoke comes out and forces the Monty back, but the pressure is building on this site. As soon as the second player gets rounding in towards Breeder, this could start going from bad to worse. Shoko goes down, Users hits the deck. 2 players, Tim, suddenly are on their backside. Leakafak and Breeder to do it all here. And there's a plant going down. There's great cover coming through on the breach. Leakafak to do it all, but I don't think he's going to have the chance. Gets it for the spray, over to the shotgun, but it was only a delay in the victory that Loud were after. They bring down Falcons and win their first.
Fuck. That's not good. That is not good.
The one that was carrying the team, keeping them that far in the tournament for so long, but his numbers trumped everybody.
Now
on
we
the rest
are
of the
on
roster.
to G2
As for the
and
rest of the team, we know
SSG.
G2 is a team that always shows up when it
I
comes to
might
games.
not
I'm really
be
happy
able
that
to
they
stream
didn't
the
make
last
changes
game
after
for
the
the
last
day
round
because
because
that's going to be I think
they
that's
do
going to be a
have the
little bit
right
too
firepower
late,
and the way
but
they
we
make
have
things
to
work.
see.
They just needed a little bit more time to make
It
things
starts at 11, so it might not be too late. So we have to see.
A lot of experience, but having brought on just before Boston cameraman that used to play for FaZe Clan, for those who remember in the day, one of the most decorated and I guess well-known players to ever come out of Brazil's competitive scene in Siege and even before that in other games. Having him on the squad to really guide you through things. We've seen the impact that a player like Julio had when he swapped over to the coaching role. This is something that we really look forward to seeing. In general, for me, I am a big Uno fan. I've always loved Uno as a person and as a player. I'm very happy to see him back on the team, everybody vibing together. This is a good fit.
They're slowly getting more and more Brazilians under the roster. You know, every region so far has having a Brazilian team.
I mean, Loira is kind of the protege of Alamau at this point.
Absolutely, they are the same. I mean, but back to Uno, he is a very consistent player, and he's such a good backbone for the team. He's always doing the dirty work that the rest of the players don't necessarily want to do, and that's just G2's aggressive play style. They're all so spread out. They all play their little 1v1 situations because they know that in the site, Uno's going to make sure it's locked down.
And if I'm not mistaken, Boston was the first event where Alamau actually stepped off of his IGL role, where Uno then took place.
In LCQs leading up to it.
And then you just talking about they need more time, so that they already made a big change. They put one IGL in a position where he can just do what he wants and then relied on Uno. Now they got through SI, they made top 12, top 8. Now they find themselves here more time.
Fuck you.
Is going to be, and I'm really excited to see what this roster
Can you stop doing that shit?
And as an optometrist, I can clearly tell you that the Uno vision has always been 2020.
We're gonna hop off now. I'm gonna play some ranked with Krause. Okay.
Known as the eyes of the team.
Thank you, Dark.
Better shot calling and cam work than anybody else that you could see, and that's beautiful to witness now with the team. However, we're gonna move on to SSG on the other side and what this North American
screw
crew
you.
has to offer, because we love to see them.
I have a question. How can I get to R6 Marketplace? You just type Rainbow Six Siege Marketplace and then you log in with your Ubisoft account, as you would normally. That's all you need to do. So just Google it up and it will say that. So.
What's some characteristics that we know about SSG? Discipline. They're aggressive. They have the adaptation.
I hate the yellow. I really hate their t-shirts. Why are I don't it doesn't do anything for them.
To when it matters most, and that's when they fall short. Now that's the
That
issue.
doesn't
That's where
make
Newers could be the key. And
like
could be is the biggest word that you need to think about, because Newers has so much untapped potential. A little shot towards me and OXG, but we were not able to tap into what Newers' potential could be. SSG is the perfect foundation for a player like this to either make it.
It's so
or break it.
ugly.
And that's what SSG
I
is.
just
Getting
don't
him the right
understand that.
living space, the right workout schedule, making sure that he's
Yikes.
working on the team regimen like SSG does. Newers could be the moving factor for SSG becoming a team that just goes to events to a team that potentially wins events.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that definitely has a lot of potential. I think they've always had a lot of potential with every single iteration that this team has had. What does worry me that I do have to say, and I am happy that Newers did land here. I think he's deserving of the spot. But when you think of when Forrest was on this roster, he was a risk taker. He would get the job done. Sure, he wasn't flashy. He wasn't on top of the leaderboard all the time. But he was making those risky plays and setting SFG up for success. And it's not to say that Newers won't step in that role. It's not to say any of these players can't do that. But that was a lifeline that they could definitely rely on, that Forrest was getting that done. He's no longer part of that. You brought another fragger on the team. And again, Newers is probably one of the most mechanically gifted players in North America. So there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be playing his role to where he needs to. It's just I need to see someone on that team fill in that supportive role, that Forrest was taking initiative and getting the job done without looking flashy, without being the star player.
Well, SSG's downfall has always been decision-making. So obviously changing out your hard stay IGL and Forrest, picking up a playmaker, and then throwing that burden of leadership onto a player like Fultz, who we've time and time again see him evolve from a player. Since he's been the Ashe entry, now he's the backbone, the IGL. He's the player that we're going to look for to be that leader, that voice in the server now.
Well, the work ethic of SSG has definitely not gone unnoticed. We talked about it to great length in Boston, and we'll continue to talk about it here in Rio for Reload. But our map for this series, reminder, all of our matches are best of ones until we hit the main stage, and we're going to get Chalet for the third time today here on the main stream. What is there different, though, compared to the other games we've had?
Again, it's going to be two teams.
What's with people play Chalet? I don't like Chalet. I'm so bored of that map. It was so, like, it was played a lot during 6th Invitational as well. I'm so tired of that freaking map now.
That is exactly what's going to happen. Whoever is starting on that attacking side, you are going to be pushed to the limit on that defensive half of trying to figure out where you need to.
By the way, yes, I have a lot of candy and stuff, but I don't even feel like I want to eat it. I'm more like I want to drink instead.
You mentioned at the start of this matchup,
like when I've changed, like when I've been trying to lose weight and stuff, I've been eating less because I'm like getting fuller quicker, and I don't feel like I want to eat a lot of sweets either in the same way. I want to have more of a salty sweet or stuff, something like that instead.
To see what the other is bringing in store, they don't want to necessarily risk too much, especially.
Or I would love to drink like more.
On a map like Chalet, I think
drink is that like I've been like really in the mood to drink a lot of Red Bull.
How they're abusing the ban system, how they're able to swing things into their advantage, and defenses.
Well, they don't actually. It's just best of one. And they need to save certain maps until like towards the semi-finals. Otherwise, it's going to be very readable.
Show you guys, but if I'm not mistaken, G2 was actually number 1 in defensive stats overall, and then I believe number 3 overall for their attacking percentage. So if you're looking at this roster looking at this matchup from a statistical standpoint, G2 realistically looks significantly better, but that is, again, SSG has now added newer, so that those percentages could easily skyrocket.
Let's see if G2 have gotten better, because they had their downfall a lot. Now they have cameraman in the team as a like coach.
Chamber in the back of the magazine. Our casters are ready. Gus Xenox, please. I'll just give it away to you because I cannot wait to watch this.
Another EU NA showdown that we had, of course, in the previous match. Now we have once again here SSG, obviously the newest addition. Keen to see how that's going to go for G2. Obviously running it back after SI, where look, probably wasn't the greatest end for them. And these two teams, of course, played against each other at the 6th Invitational. It was a 2-1. They actually did play on Chalet, which SSG trounced them. It was like 7-2. So curious to see if they can actually make up some ground against Space Station Gaming here for this matchup, which it's a difficult one for me to kind of look at, because I think for SSG, do they deserve to go into this as the favorites? Yes, but by how much? Like
narrow.
Narrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to have newer slots in, right? Obviously in his own right, an incredibly talented player, mechanically very strong. But he needs to slot into a system that is a little bit unique. SSG, of course, with their own approach to the game and their work ethic outside of the server. And I think for me, that was probably the biggest point that I picked up from the desk, is that work ethic storyline. You compare that to the likes of G2, who historically probably take a little bit more of a relaxed approach to how they prepare for events. And is this a case of Reload just being another event that they don't care all that much about? How much stock are they giving this?
How many events can you put into that sort of mindset, though, right?
I don't
like that. By the way, funny thing happened. Do you know what Trump did?
Interested to see what the social prediction is going to look like at 51%. Well, he said narrow margin. It's actually to G2 though.
Yeah,
it is. Very much narrow margins here. It's been a quick day today.
He actually went into a coach position instead. I think it's assistant coach, if I remember correctly.
Could very well be the first time on the A stream that this one goes at least to the 7-5 kind of margin.
If there's any game that's going to be close on this day one schedule.
Yeah, he's an analyst. Cameraman went into to G2 as an analyst. Then you have Ramallo is still the head coach.
It has been happening on the B stream, but yeah, on the A stream so far they've all been 2 until this one, where they only put up the 1 each, which I mean, is that a little bit indicative of the fact that maybe both teams kind of feel like this is a rather even matchup and you don't want to just risk that 50-50?
Yeah, he like the White House sent a formal letter to the main capital in Sweden, Stockholm, because they have their American embassy is located in Stockholm, where they said to us that if we're going to make some deal with Americans, we need to sign an agreement that we are that we actually give up our civil rights that we have in Sweden to adapt to the US civil rights instead.
This current format, and obviously as we progress throughout the tournament
and stuff like that, and
over the next coming days.
luckily, like we're in Sweden, so why should we give up our rights? Because they are in our country as an embassy, so they are on Swedish soil. So why would we give up our civil rights just to make some deal with them?
They played on this very map earlier today. All of them struggling.
Ooh.
Elmo actually lit up there from the spawn pick.
He got one bullet to the shoulder.
Yeah.
That's Ashen, he always does that. It's nothing new with Ashen, he always does that.
Loud.
Yeah, who ended up winning that?
Quick spoiler alert, I'm pretty sure it was loud in the end. I think,
yeah, like the government in Sweden just said fuck you. Literally, like, if you're gonna make trouble, you can just leave.
Yeah, you could probably go.
Literally, that's what he said. Like, you could just leave.
Well,
like you can, we don't have to do anything. So we don't have to pick up your trash. We don't have to give you clean water. We don't have to give you electricity if you're going to behave like that. It's our ground. So if you don't like the terms, then we're not going to be delivering all these things. It's the same in general. So yeah, it's up to you.
That will very much be their.
So literally, like our government just gave Trump the finger.
Couple of good finishes internationally of recent, you know, 5th, 6th at Boston is good, but taking that next big leap into the top 4 tough. So we'll see what they have to show here in Rio. Ashen continuing to aggress offside after that initial spawn peak attempt through trophy.
Ashen is a really aggressive player, really aggressive.
Notice some of the community as well have, of course, caught on to some of the changes. Jaeger being very much a dramatic one.
Woo! Nicely done, Blaze.
A lot of the information regarding operating changes, operator balancing changes, the reveal panel next Sunday. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, we are very honest about Trump. We don't like him here. In Sweden, we really hate him.
Shield to
we really hate them. There's nothing like. I would say our government is very weak. I would say like pansies in general. But we don't like Trump either way, so it doesn't matter. Ooh.
Gets rid of Uno, and that makes it back to a 4v4, and still very much site control for SSG. G2's gonna have to pick up the pace here.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit quicker here.
A lot of fragmented fights. New is now up close, low on HP. A single bullet will take him down, scanned out by the line, and Blair is able to confirm that with the DMR. 30 seconds remains, the Avenger up close for the trade, eventually taken out himself. J9 over towards half.
Well, it's looking good for G2. They're doing it, but they need to be quicker now. They need.
Very much stop that.
Smoke still has one canister.
Not currently in hand for G2.
No, 0 canister actually. Damn, that might be a losing round.
Fight skill, the SMG. It's a double stack towards Piano. J9 should be able to win this battle, and he does.
What the
double
fuck?
headshot, and SSG hold on very nicely up above.
That was. No, that was not good. G2 should have won that.
Certainly an
Time just ran out.
G2 and SSG. SSG, though, able to hold out. And a good hold onto site. Gives them the advantage in the opening round.
Damn.
Probably the least linear round that we've seen on this map so far. Of course, it's third appearance here on the A stream, but as I kind of described it, fragmented fights around the map.
Yeah, they messed up. I'm not sure why they didn't look through that door. Because if you go like that in piano, you tend to be looking towards the office as well. You don't leave that unchecked no matter what. So I'm still a little bit surprised.
SSG off to a strong start.
But I think G2 did a really good start either way, because you gotta remember G2 played really badly during SI. They played better-ish, but it was still catastrophic tournament for them. So they need to redeem on this one, and they're facing SSG, who is a better team.
System and how it's going to affect teams and the way that they
So it's going to be
sort of
interesting.
navigate these situations. Of course, there's always a world with the previous ban system that it may have been a black beard and Deimos did get banned out one by one team, one by the other, but now SSG
Hi,
able to
Fifi,
sort of
how you doing?
G2, and then they get another one in round 4. So far, it's been an intriguing
Thank you for the
change.
tab, honey.
Fresh likes it, I like it. But I think we need more time just to sort of see, and from what I've heard, a lot of the players do like it. It just changes things up a little bit regarding the meta, can change certain maps that maybe in the past would have been quite stale with very similar bans to what you usually see. And
Okay, so Doki
Fresh
is
actually
droning
made a very
in
good point
Alamo
that I kinda wanna echo a little bit, but
for
you could take
getting
certain maps like Clubhouse and,
the
you know,
blue
you can either ban
area
out all the hard
secured.
breaches, so that changes the way the map gets played, or you could ban out
So
a lot of
I'm
the
guessing
entry
Alamo is going
operators
to
and
hang
get rid of
around a
your
little
Capitals,
bit,
your
waiting
example,
for
focus more on
the
that.
defenders
And
to
what
move
that means
down
in terms of
library
what
stairs
changes
to
for
get
CG
the
Esports is
refrag.
You can get a map that plays out very
Like, I think
differently
they're
in the
waiting for
same
that.
game because
So
it
that
changes
would,
the bans at the half.
Now here's the thing: how are they going to be pushing
That's
out?
why they're paying the big bucks, Old Fresh.
He's very good. We'll
I've
see
heard
him
he's on
tomorrow.
I've heard he's on big money.
Oh, here we go. Noah's with a big run out, gets back into piano, but unsuccessful in terms of
Oh,
finding the
that's
kill that he was searching
cheeky!
for. And if anything, copped a stray bullet on the way back in, and it's not the jump out that he was hoping would go in that sort of direction as Breach gets opened
That
up.
was
A
so
bomb, of course,
cheeky.
dining a kitchen here for the second round, but you do want that vert.
For those that do not know, Uno is an IGL as well.
For G2, especially for the eventual push in towards
He took
site.
over
And
the.
they lose
Ooh,
Doki as
Doki
well.
died. Damn, that's not good.
They make that more.
Oh!
Lewis has found 2 over
What the
towards
fuck?
Breach. Ashen. No one here now. And G2's attack has very
What the
much just been
fuck?
completely stalled out with those quick kills in succession from SSG. That's a very
Why are
lackadaisical
you
push up
ADSing?
library stairs from Alamau. Just didn't look ready for the fight, and Fultz was very much ready.
I
this is
would
gonna be
like
a
for me.
second
I
round
would
for
always
SSG.
ADS on that staircase. Always.
Wow, Newis, big round 3K, flawless for SSG, and G2 just
I would
never even
always
looked
ADS on that
likely in that
staircase.
round.
It's crazy how stupid I
Never
can
really
be.
got going on the attack outside of limited hard breach, but then actually capitalizing upon that, getting a bit of map control, working on the vert as expected, and then cutting off the reaggress. We never got to that stage. He was doing a phenomenal job, landing some nice shots, denying that control, and then the lurk left isolated from G2. The likes of Alamau, we saw pretty much going in blind.
Yeah. Okay, that's weird.
Not in a favored position to be able to
happened there?
crawl back 80.
The one that's new is Newers. He's
Snow
the
White
new
coming out for the third round, and
new
so
person
far,
for the
Chalet,
team.
I'd love to see like
Horse
an
left.
overall attack versus defense win rate for this map so far,
Oh,
because it's been so incredibly defender-sided across now 3 maps played of it.
Scopos.
He went over to
It is
Dark
early
Zero,
days,
I
though, of
think?
course, for this
No,
one. Still
he
only
did
2
not,
rounds
sorry.
gone, and as you mentioned, Scopos in play.
First time on the A stream.
Typically, I guess when it comes to Chalet,
Horse
this
left
is the one site you may actually
the
see it
safe road,
employed.
so.
Yeah, Newers can employ the utility on the top floor and then look to peel back in a safer fashion. That is the one thing about Chalet, is actually going for the peel is very difficult because of cutting off the likes of West Main and front door.
Let's see here.
Maybe having a lurk on mug
Green.
isn't all that difficult for the
Siege.
attack to execute, so does in that sense make it a little bit more of a certainty for Newers.
I will say, again, with the reload format, you know, if SSG win this and they win it comfortably, let's say they win like 7-2, they'll be like, damn, why didn't we just bet 2 bullets?
He went to
What were we
Oxygen.
thinking? Why did we think this was going to be close? We got another opening kill here, this time onto Blaz, and getting rid of the Capitao. Very, very strong start again for SSG. That's a strong operator off the board. And G2 are just very much struggling to get a good start early in these rounds. They're not getting any kind of sense of momentum. They're not really getting good map control. SSG on the defense of Chalet looking very strong and
I
continuing that
think
trend
it's-
from North America today.
No, excess.
Yeah, fighting on the
Who,
back foot never fun to see,
excess.
especially on attack. It's exacerbated.
Hello?
Throw
What's
that
here?
kind of utility into the mix, and it makes things now a challenge. And J9O might be opened up a little bit if they know the Capitao is
No,
down.
Oxygen.
And I wanna see
He went to
G2 now.
Oxygen.
He's going to put the onus on themselves. He's like, okay, I'm going to go make something happen. I'm going to find a pick. I'm going to try and open up this defense. Well,
he was in SG,
then
then he left. Newer
He
were...
actually held his position and got a good fire back onto Alamount, so a decent trade between those two. 4v4, Lawyer goes for the lurk and finds Benja. Doki also gets involved, and Newers at that point felt he had to get aggressive to enter back for SSG into the 3-on-2. Favor of the attacking team with over a minute remaining. This is much better from G2.
I think it was in Oxygen.
SSG really for the first time presenting those opportunities. With the Ashen Lurk, I mean, Benja up above, not having support. G2 though, to their credit, take advantage. Scope Shield just making that plan a little bit more awkward for Uno, but able to clear it.
Yeah, it was in Oxygen before.
Does lose their life though to J90, and so far these two have got 9.
So they just traded.
Information. J90 just his presence alone.
So Forest and Newers just changed team with each other.
The clutch around for G2 because it's just started to get a little dicey there when they brought it back to 2-on-2. Got off the plant as well, and honestly that ended up being the best decision made. G2 on the board.
Yeah,
it's rare at this level you'll see
they
a player
basically
pull off a plant
switched.
that late. Wasn't immediately looking at it, so maybe we'll catch it in the replay, but it was probably less than 2 seconds.
I'm pretty sure if he sticks that, even if it's successful, loses his life, and then it's a 2-on-1 post plant. So, great decision made. Uno gets the double, and that's the first time we've really seen G2 here on this map actually look a little bit competent. Because
I like
the first 2
G2's
rounds, very dominant from
shots.
SSG,
I actually like it.
especially that second one. And of course, as is the new system heading into round 4.
Why
just
does
like
he
that,
look
3
so
rounds played, and
tired,
we get some extra
J90?
bans.
It doesn't
It's gonna
look
be
like he
Valkyrie,
has
and it's
slept
gonna
in a
be
year.
Montang taken off the board.
I will say that I think in that round
Low
you do
JT.
attribute some of the round loss pretty directly to SSG. I mean, you saw the play there from Ashen, and then isolated. That was
No.
Then a lot of portion of that round, Uno immediately after pulling off that plan, able to find the swift double kill.
I'm going to have a hard week,
Sometimes it is
guys,
rounds
because
and
I
moments
really
like
want to
that
play,
can really
and
excite a team.
I don't know there's going to be
Sometimes
any
you can
time
get off
to
to a
do
bit of a
that.
slow start, you
Almost
might
like a
feel
fire starter, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you can feel a bit sluggish, and then takes that one individual play to kind of hype up.
First game of the event as well, the first 2 rounds, not ideal. You get flawless, SSG are looking good, and then you get a round like that, and it's the
forgot
way
to
you
check
win it,
something
not
as
just,
well.
any kind of round. They had a really good start, got themselves a good advantage. Okay, got a bit of map control. Oh yeah, SSG bring it back, but then Uno with a double. Okay, very good. G2 on the board, 1-2. And it's an attacking round on the map today that's been rather defense-decided, so you take that, you bank that early attacking round.
Alamau gaining good information down below, probably looking to establish that information for his own lure.
Okay, there was no tags that I missed.
Well, I said it in the last round, who was going to be the one for G2 to kind of make things happen. It was Alamau that got that kill.
Yeah, it looks really good. Ooh!
Trying now on the Nook this round to be aggressive.
He's tagging Newers a little bit.
We're seeing more and more teams go for this open hold in through office, and J90 doubling down with the deployable
Yeah,
shield.
like that long
makes that
angle
pushing through
is
the likes of Mares and Wyvern
clean.
more
It's a
uncomfortable,
high risk, high
or more
reward
angle
type
that
of thing. So if
attack
one
needs to
dies
be
through there,
mindful
someone
of.
needs to take that place right after.
So you mentioned in the previous round, it was the first round SSG really
Oh!
presented the opportunity.
Doki! Honey! Come on, you need to be aware of these.
Nearly caught a good timing there, I think, with the lawyer too, but
Jesus
not to beat.
Christ.
It does mean that once more, though, G2 fighting from the back foot. First third of the round goes against them, and
Doki's
now
been
they're looking
having
to try and find a defender
a
isolated.
little bit of trouble. Loria even
One was
more.
located, but-
Like, with
a map
Loria,
control from SSG, though,
as a
defensively.
player,
You got one
there
Overlord
is a
bar,
lot
one
of
Overlord's dying, and
hidden
then the triple
miss
stack upstairs as well. So
with him.
you're
So if
utilizing
he
as
doesn't
much of the
perform
map as
good in the
possible on
beginning, he
defense, and
would
it's forcing
probably
G2
be
to
bad
have
for
to
the
kind of
entire
pick and
game.
choose, where do we want to go? Do we
Maybe
clear
coming
past
back
off?
at
Do we
the
get rid of
end,
Newers?
but that would
you gotta
almost
kind of
not be
clear that
enough.
vert down below
That's
as well,
how
push over
he
trophy
is
soul the side of the map.
a
So
lot of
you're
those
really
times.
forcing that G2
And it's kind of the same with Benji Master as well in SSG. He's going to either have a good or a bad.
That's clearly not working at all. G2 go for very much a quick hit in towards
So-
top floor, and SSG were ready. They still had good numbers up above, and that was a very clinical round from Space Station
Yeah, I
Gaming.
think
and G2
the darkness
back
is
to the
because
drawing
of the,
board after one
the
good round. It's still on the
spectator.
board,
He
though,
just
from
have it
SSG.
dark.
3-1 lead. And that's the reality too. We've mentioned it a couple of times on the broadcast. It's best of ones today. So you don't have the opportunity to kind of reset after a map, go into maybe your map pick, and then be a little bit more
Is that a beer?
comfortable. If G2 don't start well, then
Is
you're
that
looking at
a beer?
4-1, maybe even a 5-1 half, and then that's just mentally difficult to bring yourself back into.
It better not be a beer.
Yeah, 1.0 bar.
I might also get the.
That better not. Like, what is chat? I just want to see what chat is saying.
So keep the edge, let Folds take the bucket.
Care the shield crank too.
Are they drinking beer? Yeah, someone wrote that. Someone actually wrote that. I was not the only one.
Pressure phases, sorry. So just keep that in mind when we switch over to
Heard. Good shit. Let's get it, boys.
Beer.
Didn't hear that one, crew.
It might be Red Bull. Yeah, that might be.
Crazy one to say, crew.
Come on, no lame. Come on, twin.
Yeah. Do we have Frost or no?
Nope.
Okay. Putting out bar
Yeah,
back.
it actually made more sense. I think it's actually Red Bull. They were sponsored, so.
Oh, really good little insight there.
And I'm pretty sure that they have a strict rule for drinking alcohol during a tournament. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory for that. But it did look a little bit iffy.
Doki, by the way, who's sweating up a bit of a storm.
It must be pretty warm in the player area.
I mean, we're in Brazil, mate. It's warm.
Yeah. 30 degrees Celsius, I think, outside. I think we stood outside the venue. And this was, what time? What time did we get here? About
10:30.
And we were roasted.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So I think
SSG looking good.
for tomorrow, guys, maybe tomorrow.
You posed the question before we came into this about
Why couldn't I
Newers
see the match data?
question mark as to where he's going to slot into this lineup, and so far, absolutely perfectly. 6'2", Newers has been great. And I know, of course, as well, matching him at 6'1".
We will see. Maybe tomorrow I would do a casting on one of the games. If I find a game that I find it really interesting, we do a casting for that. But I really want an interesting game.
Though. That's a shotgun in hand for Benja. This could be trouble for Doki if he does make his way through this doorway. You would imagine he could be dead indeed. Gun barrel shown, and Benja's not going to let him get away and fall back to safety. That's an easy swing for Benja. Really well
yeah,
played.
Doki has been having some issues.
Wants to get aggressive so far. He feels like he needs to be the one to stand up, but they're all just standing down.
This is SiegeX,
SSG are looking for a 4-1 lead. G2 crumbling on Chalet.
They are playing the tournament through SiegeX.
The entry game for G2 going from bad to worse as this half progresses, and SSG.
Maybe they should use Red Bull
confidence
to make it look like actors drinking beer. Yeah.
I don't know if it's miscommunication or misdirection on these entries, but just continuing to fall flat.
So everything you see now is SiegeX. Obviously, the sound is not going to be. The sound sounds the same, but it's because we are like watching.
It may be flawless if SSG.
So we're not hearing anything directly in game.
4-1 lead, pending a miracle.
Flawless, but Blaz is going to have to get an ace here, and a 1v5 ace at that. Yes, gets 2 kills, and that's always nice for the confidence booster that you're able to hit some shots, but needs to find 3 more. Position well and truly known as well. Doesn't have the kit. I'm assuming actually SSG have got full control of that diffuser, considering you've got Ashen and Benja over the Mez.
It's coming out June 10th.
This is almost impossible territory that if you could pull it off, it's one of the better plays you'd ever really see. But now he makes his way up, and this is where it becomes so difficult, and Benja will shut him down immediately. 4-1 start for Space Station Gaming.
But like I said, I think you will be able to play through beta, through
and continuing
the test servers. I'm not sure. We will find out about the reveal and stuff next week on Sunday.
Typically, it's a map that is very good for attacking teams.
Yeah, so the game is going to get released on June 10th. Then 3 days later, I'm going to be on a gaming festival / LAN festival, working together with them. So I'm hoping there will be something Siege related. I have not heard anything yet. And
someone get Doki a fan.
he needs someone with like a leaf just standing behind him, just fanning him down. I mean, I will say, I know that Alamau doesn't get anything from that, but I also like the fact that once they lost Doki, they felt like if we fall back, stall ourselves out, we're just going to lose this. Goes for broke, sends it in, tries to be aggressive and play the role that he's employed to do there on the blitz. Ultimately, it doesn't work, but the idea is sound.
Yeah.
seconds to go.
So the free bands, Asami, Fenrir, Val, Blackbeard, Damus, and Monty. So
not really having anyone
this is
that's
not looking
really
good,
standing
GG.
up
I
and
did
didn't
think
wanna
that
kinda take the
SSG
game
were like the better team though,
scruff of the
but
neck.
still.
I know we're physically quite a distance away from the player booth where we are right now, but I'm quite surprised we haven't heard Ashen yelling yet. I don't know if he actually has been or not.
No,
Definitely in
Ashen
position to
probably
be
got
vocal.
some
He's only got the
lecture
2 kills
about
himself, so-
being
yeah, maybe his personal
yelling
performance
and
is,
stuff.
limiting him a little bit.
I know
Obviously,
it's
we can
all
see
the
SSG
funny
in the
games,
attack, right?
but
That's something to kind of
Really?
mention too for those that have missed the Chalet game earlier in the stream. Attacking has just proven to be very difficult. And a lot of that, comes down to maybe the new ban system as well.
Ooh,
That's something to
almost
take
tagged
into account.
someone.
Some maps may change that sort of attacker defender-sided nature.
Are you
Sounds
kidding
like Intel,
me?
He is absolutely on fire. What a way to make a statement on his new roster. This is just... This is just absolute domination from SSG in the first half as Benji gets rid of Alamau. 2 and 6 for Alamau. And this G2 roster, of course,
Yeah, I think
it was
like
a 2-1
he
result back in the playoffs at our side
got
between
into
these
a
two
lot of
teams.
heat
SSG
for
won that out,
the
sent
things
G2 to the
what
World
happened
Bracket.
in Six
I think
Invitational.
ended up
There
losing
is
to
like you
Oxygen.
still need to.
They didn't win
You
the
can
game after
yell
that,
us up,
lost
but
to
you should not
SSG.
be a provoker on.
SSG with a, I think, 5th place finish. So far, they're able to continue the good times here at Reload. Even the new addition of Newers, they look even stronger.
Could be a very good day to be a North American fan. If they
Oh,
win.
this is turning out to be an amazing day to be a North American fan.
If they win this, then they just need M80 for the perfect sweep.
And that's to come after this. Minute left into this final round of the half. 3-5.
Are they
G2.
aware?
got any
Like
fight
they're
in
not
them.
even looking for a fucking echo
Don't know, Uno, Doki, and Loyal.
at all.
That camera's
Like
still
they're not
up, by the
seeing
way.
the echo that is above.
Oh boy.
It's not your half, it's not your half.
Oh no.
This is not good at all for G2. They're going to have to pull something very miraculous to bring this round back with under 40 seconds left. They just can't find anything. And to the credit of SSG, the one round they lost is because they presented. This time, they're giving them nothing.
Very disciplined. Sort of what SSG has become around.
Benja, his position in kitchen will absolutely not be known whatsoever. And G2
Yeah.
are running out of time. Yellow ping information. Not sure exactly what was supposed to be there. Well, Benja did get up from that prone position, went for a peek, and loses his life because of it. One through the hatch up above. There's no vert, by the way, in terms of G2. It's just a first floor horizontal push, and they are getting slaughtered. They cannot make their way into kitchen at all. Cooked up well and truly.
Yeah,
And served for dinner. It's 5-1
SSG
in favor
read
of
G2
SSG, and
really,
they are
really
making
well.
quick work of G2.
They read them really well. They are not giving them
another example
anything,
of-
so really good.
G2 losing the opening duel, finding it difficult to recover. You throw in the information being fed from the yokai, and
I
never
might
had a chance
sound
in hell of
mean,
being
but
able
I
to
think
win
they
that
should.
round. SSG very
I said this in
disciplined.
the last tournament
Couple of
as
cracks
well.
appeared
I
very,
think
very
they
end of
need
round,
to
but it
change
was
the coach
eventually
because their game play together
Switch
is
over.
not working anymore. Like
Vans
they
come
are
out
like not
more.
having anything. They need to take someone
How
else.
impactful will that necessarily be in this match? We'll have to certainly
It's
wait and see,
been
but
like he's been a coach
G2
for
at the
so
moment
many
not
years,
looking
and
particularly
it has not gotten any better. They have changed the rosters
attacking
so
really
many
difficult in
times,
Chalet so far today.
but the coach is not bringing anything to the table anymore. Like
is a matchup where we
nothing. It's
anticipated
too
or we
easy.
expect more from G2.
Well, this is going to be now, again, following what we've seen today. Very
Like
defender-sided
I
on
really
Chalet,
think they
so now
should
the
be
question
changing
boils
him.
down to
Like
SSG's attack.
he's
They're
a
gonna
good
buck that
coach. Don't
trend.
get me wrong,
They've
but I
gotta
just
find
feel
ways
like
to win these
it doesn't
2.5
work anymore
rounds
with
necessary to
G2.
get to 7. The good news, and there is actually good news for G2, is they only bet the 1 bullet. So again, those a little bit unfamiliar with the format for Phase 1 here at Reload. Because if you go to 0 bullets, of course, you are eliminated. And you kind of have to pick and choose a little bit where you want to bet those bullets in this matchup. And they've said, hey, okay, SSG is a pretty good team. We're only going to bet the 1. It does mean you could only win the 1, though. So it's all about that risk versus reward for SSG. I'm a little bit surprised now. I mean, it's hindsight Harry coming through once again.
So when it comes to defense on
SSG,
Chalet
I
for
felt like coming
G2,
into
they
this match,
are
they were the
better
favourite
at
team.
that than
I'm surprised they
attacking
didn't bet the 2
on Chalet. But so when it comes to attacking on on like Chalet for SSG, they are also really good.
How SSG go about
The question is going to be what have G2 changed to stop
Black
them
being available though
in
for
general.
the second half, unlike the first, and so Ashen looking to take full advantage of that. As we set ourselves for a final objective. Map clear likely on the cards here, false repositioning. Capital bolts in play. No catch available for defense, so that will be a really effective tool that SSG are going to want to play around and get full advantage of. Be interesting to see exactly where that is employed. False with information over towards
Like, are they not
Well, you
seeing
kinda
the
use
drone
word
that is
discipline
on
as
the
well for
staircase?
SSG in some of those rounds, and I think this is where G2 need to kind of follow that same, thought. Be disciplined. Yes, we're down 5-1. Doesn't mean we need a spawn peak. Doesn't mean we need to be super aggressive and feel like we have to win all these rounds back so quickly. Just back yourselves in, hold defense, try and play, quite standard defensive siege, and as proven today, Chalet's been a little bit difficult to attack. And the main well, that was a unlucky. To get away from it, and actually ended up being a 1-for-1 trade between the two. Benja did die, but the frag grenade from the graveyard able to get the kill onto Loira. 1-for-1. Always gets rid of Alamau. Shuts him down, who has struggled in this match. And the Blackbeard tries to get aggressive. Ashen unable to get that gun up in time, and Uno will take his head off. 3 versus 3, and Doki, though, keeps the advantage for G2.
Oh, no, watch out the window! What the fuck are you doing?
From SSG.
Like, why would you go through that window without having like
opportunity for Space Station to get an early attacking round on the board in the second half and really put that nail almost into the coffin of G2 to go 6-1 up. Down to Doki and Blaz. Just hold on for the next 50 seconds and see if they can win this out for G2.
Yeah, 1 grenade and 1 smoke to play around for SSG, looking to try and isolate these fights as best they can.
The booty.
They have the information though. It's going to be a challenge.
You obviously,
no line scan remaining.
You obviously know that someone
is
is
well.
in the cake area there, in the small cubby. You know that.
In this match so far.
It's kind of given.
What the fuck, Doki? Now isolated. Overwatch backstore needs to swing and hit the second, and he does just that.
Nicely done, Doki.
Finally finding something to celebrate.
Oh no,
But it may just be something small for now. Still a tall mountain to climb. A 3-round deficit still on the board.
Yeah, but that's a big round. I don't think that can be overstated, considering the fact that in the end it actually came down to a 1 versus 2 for Blaz, because J90 got that pick in towards site, and I think they had a pretty good idea of the position of Blaz over towards Barstock. It's pretty much a default hold at that point. If you haven't cleared it, there's probably someone in there. And so for him to be able to just kind of push out, get the double kill, yeah, that's a big moment for G2, because they were staring down the barrel of 6-1. You don't want to give up that early attacking round for SSG, and it gives them breathing space to be able to bring this game back on the defense.
I like that trade. That trade was quite funny, but like, here's the thing. As a player, you tend to be aware that someone might be in the window in piano. You tend to like have some awareness, and especially when you hear someone shooting from there earlier on, you kind of know that someone is probably going to be lurking there on and off. Not sure why he was not like looking towards there.
Very quickly it becomes 5-4. It doesn't take much. 2 more rounds, and G2 have to have that mindset and mentality. But of course, keeping in mind that at some point there will be that extra ban on both sides. And this is where, like, I'm looking forward to getting to see this system more and more, and how teams actually.
So I think, in general, when it comes to banning, I think they might want to ban.
Is it a Fenrir, for example?
So G2 might want to ban.
You ban out the Fenrir and force G2 to
Deimos, and I think SSG might want to ban Fenrir on this one.
If SSG are getting some good value from, a Montang, then you can ban that too to help out the defenders.
So the Sense in play round 8 on an objective where historically the Sense has gotten some play. Can roll them through dining, trophy, and now with the toggle feature it does offer a little bit more to the attack. Depending on how SSG look to actually play around that, what kind of space they're looking to gain.
Well, the information is coming out. Someone in kitchen.
The objective is above. Utility though still can be used down below for that trophy entry, for that lobby entry, and Forks takes full advantage. Clean shot there onto Doki.
One in kitchen. all faults, wasn't ready at all. Loira finds the double kill and a wonderful vert hold down below in kitchen from Loira.
Damn, that's gonna hurt for
And SSG went for a
SSG.
bit of a pinch. It did
Damn.
not work. Lost too many members in quick succession.
Oh,
J9
why,
keeps the round
Alamano?
alive, though, with that kill
Why
onto
would
Alamao,
you be so
and gets
aggressive?
now. Pushing in towards office, a little bit of top floor control. They do not have the kit. There's a lot of time remaining in this round, so this is rather aggressive from J9.
He's not in a good spot, please.
Blair's able to swing. Catches a decent timing as Nua's jumped into that frost mat.
Well, Nua's will get himself back up, a debuff from here on out for the next minute. Remaining in this round, Loira and Uno. Two left standing for G2, and again for the second round in a row, it comes down to a 2 versus 2. G2 at this point, scrappy rounds are more than fine. You were 5-1 down. Now you're 5-2 down. Just get these round wins. They don't have to be clinical or clean. It was a good start to the round, but SSG brought it back again. The only downside is Nua's is in a world of hurt. J9 at half health as well. I still like the position here for G2. There's only 30 seconds left. Kit down below.
Yeah, Diffuser's on an island.
This has to be a round win for G2.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Press! What did you? Oh my god, he missed a free kill!
Round as well, so he is quite literally on one leg. J9, he had to be the hero. Lost the battle to Loira, who well and truly has set the tone in this round for G2. Played oh so wonderfully down below in kitchen earlier. Uno will finish
He
it off.
missed like a free B on the C4 there.
And the defense on Chalet continues to just so strong from all teams that have played this map so far.
Damn.
Well, SSG
That's crazy.
Cool. A tactical timeout.
Took a minute to fucking telegraph what we're doing right there, and they just read it like a book. You're giving them way too much time to think. If those initial plays aren't there, and we can't set those initial cranks, you gotta fucking flip off and go somewhere else. That shit took way too long last time, right?
Yeah.
Just keep it fucking simple. We want to go for something. Commit is 5 and just go for it. And if we
By the
can't
way,
do it,
fuck's sake, Jaeger got a
get to the
buff.
point where we can't just go anywhere on the map and crank these guys.
If you did not know.
All right, let's get it done.
Yep. Let's go.
Is the buff is already on in the game.
Yeah, it's one of two things. You start from the spot, we either crank fast if it's there, if it's not there.
I think it's good to go catch him, but we always
Jaeger's device picks up Capital bolts now. It did not pick up before, so he got the buff
I think I'll take the
for
mouse.
that.
Play my turret. I'm taking the mouse here. I'm
Yeah.
gonna bait games and go up.
So Capital arrows did not affect the Jaeger device before, but now they are.
I'm not playing that.
So that's the buff, basically.
He's going to bait games. Then it's going to go up. No, really good insight there. And I think obviously we got to hear with SSG first up. It's like, let's commit a little bit better in the round.
So I think it's a good buff for Jaeger. It's not too strong and it's like in middle, so
maybe less sweaty. Maybe he's been able to cool down a little bit, which is helping inside of the server. And yeah, I think for G2,
I
again,
get it all the
these rounds
time
don't need to
because
be super clinical. Just scrape over
especially
the
on
line, get
Chalet,
this
when
down
I'm
to the
bandit
board,
tricking
slowly
down
build
in
into
garage,
some
I would get a nade or a Capital burn on me because the Jaeger device did not pick it up. So I was always forced off the wall because of Capital. A lot of people don't know that Capital arrows is not catchy. Did not catch onto ADSs, but now it does.
Ended up being, I think, the most important aspect of that round for G2 and why they ended up winning. Even though it did eventually come down to a 2v2, they were still in the position to win that because of what Laura did.
Well, I really like this from Benja. All the way through lobby already. I mean, he's already hitting sight. GT will not have a clue.
Oh, wow. This is incredible. Yeah, and
Well,
this
no,
is actually on cam as well. That is a Valk on cam. Uno is wondering, how has he walked in through, quite literally, the front door of this site? And I think even Benja at this point is like, now what do I do? I've just gotten sight, killed someone, and no one's here. What is this round? Doki, though, with the double. Well, he didn't need to bait games at all, made his way to piano. This is a bizarre round.
What just happened?
Free kill onto a Valcon cam. G2 then clear out the rest of SSG, and they're on the verge of making this 5-4. Well, that was a crazy 30 seconds or so.
What the fuck?
Been a crazy day. Chalet just seems to be producing something special this afternoon.
Benja's like, I've got sight, everyone, and they're like, okay, we're coming, and then they all die.
Well, I think Benja wanted to rotate to try and support the team. Yeah. By the time he got there, everyone was dead.
Yep. And Fault's stuck outside now in a 1 versus 3 with 90 seconds on the clock. I mean, we've just had
And
a
now he
timeout.
went
Could
around.
actually
Look
prompt
at
you
that,
whatever he wants to do.
Rebel!
Kind of just sit back outside and obviously the players themselves can kind of just talk things over, because for SSG, this is the reality.
I want
for
G2 to
this
win.
map, and what we've seen today is that attacking is just proving to be quite difficult.
It really has been a grind. And if you put a foot wrong, you just get absolutely crushed. And I think SSG will be quite disappointed just
So Ben,
off the back of that.
Ben, after this, what are you thinking? Ben H, after this round, has concluded, which will obviously...
I think it's going to be
in
either
favour of G2.
Blackbeard or Damus. It's going to be banned in the next round
What do you
for
get rid of?
when
Either side.
G2 decide. And on defense, I definitely think it's going to be like...
Here. I mean, Ashen's kind of been sitting on it a
It's
little
going
bit.
to
I mean,
be
it
like
hasn't really
Valk.
been all that impactful.
It was the Valk Monty in the first half.
Could have the Valk be taken off the board if you're SSG. Wolf's almost getting the kill onto Blaz. Could have made it interesting. Would have made it a 1v2 with just over 20 seconds, but Blaz able to keep his life intact. Position known, takes a tag, comes down trophy stairs, and yeah, you would imagine in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done.
I'm going to take a punt and say Valk baby.
Okay.
I'm saying
I
Valk,
just pretty much said that.
Did you?
Damus slash...
I don't think you did.
Who did I
Well,
say?
what do you think?
Damus
Do you
and
think Valk baby is?
Blackbeard?
I think Valk
Did I
baby.
say that?
Okay.
Baby,
Either
of course,
one of
being
those
Blackbeard.
two.
Stole that one from Fox on the desk. It's kind of cool like that. He's a chill guy.
He is a chill guy. All right,
The
let's see what actually
Valkyrie-
comes through here as we've gone through the 3 rounds of the second half, and it's
Valkyrie and
Valk
Blitz?
and
What the fuck?
SSG.
Blitz?
Do we get half a point there instead of BB? It's just B for Blitz. Yeah, this was a strange start to the round. 2.5 minutes. Benja walks into sight, gets the kill, and then Doki with a double up above, and while SSG just couldn't follow through with that entry from Benja. Really good response, and G2 in general this half.
Why
really
Blitz
good
though?
response.
I'm really surprised by the Blitz ban because
really
they
good.
haven't really
considering how
played
badly the round started, it
Blitz.
was a very good round for her, yeah.
Uno's gone from probably about to crash out, being like, how am I dead? What are you guys doing? To yeah, good job, everyone.
In the space of about 30 seconds. Probably even faster.
So 5-4, finally we get
So they're
ourselves that close
thinking
game we were
that
searching for, with
SSG
the
is going to
5-1
be
half to
playing
SSG. It
Blitz
felt like maybe
instead
they
of
were
the
gonna run away with
Blackbeard.
things, but again, proving to be very defender-sided, and G2 are getting their turn.
But we know that
themselves.
Ashen is going Blackbeard.
Valkyrie?
Yeah, I thought so. No, he went
Available for
off.
G2. No,
Two
Blitz
cents, okay.
available for
I actually thought for
SSG.
sure that they were going to use Blackbeard.
And now this is something
Hello,
we saw
King.
earlier.
How you
Of
doing?
course, Jaeger
Hope everything is good.
able to
How
catch
do you
Capital
enjoy the new
Pulse, and
season of
does
Apex, by the way? Do you
reinforce
like
that
the
position
new
top library.
operator, Sparrow?
See a little bit more of those changes, of course, on the reveal panel next Sunday. I've already noticed that people have caught on to the Jaeger buff. And in the past, this ended up, especially with Capital, being a very easily clearable position. And in the earlier match, they basically had to give it away. Like the attacking
I'm
team
doing good.
just couldn't
Been
clear it out. And it was
been
like,
busy, as you can see, like with the Siege and with the
Rayora as well for J9.
with the organization as well.
SSG planning here. 10th round, 5-4, 3 rounds in a row for G2. This
So
one
I
leading up.
just got promoted as the manager lead for Rainbow Six Siege department, and I also am
direct library, at least
holding content creation for Ace Ascension as well. So it's been I'm kind of busy.
Depending on what the approach will be here from SSG, I feel like it
It's
may be a
been,
tool used to prevent retake later. Really reinforced first. Obviously, you need to compete for that first and gain that control. G2 not looking to give it away for free.
Yeah, I've been sick as well as usual due to mainless and stuff, so...
That killer position.
Oh?
Gates to go down. Yeah. Impact and response, though, so good counterplay from G2.
Yeah,
Oh,
with a double kill for
Newers,
SSG,
what the
and
fuck?
finally they look strong on the attack as Bolt
He's
will also
crazy.
follow suit. Ashen on the Blackbeard getting lit up, but makes his way down library stairs successfully. as Uno will indeed fall to Newers as well. This is the SSG we were expecting in this second half. Absolutely clinical on the attack, slicing through the defense of G2. And Ashen will get this plant down, and not much that Alamau can do besides a free kill onto J90. And SSG will very much, you would imagine, take a 6-4 lead, but Alamau just says this round is not over yet. 3 kills. Brings it to a 1 versus 2, 30 seconds in the post plant, but surely in what is one of the more difficult post plants to win, with so little time remaining, this should not be possible. You still have to clear a big window as well. You've still got to deal with the Blackbeard shield. And indeed, the shield wasn't
that
even
was
necessary
so
as Ashen
clean.
pulls out the gun,
That
puts
the
an end to
shot
the
was
round,
so
and 6-4 lead
precise.
for SSG puts them on match point.
Certainly one of the more creative attacks we've seen this afternoon here on Chalet, and certainly one of the more successful ones as well. The combo there of the Ray
Yeah,
Aura
I'm
and the
doing way
Blackbeard to
better
get
now,
that
so
space on that top 4 after initially.
like I
getting
said,
very quick
it's been a
control
lot
the
of things
piano,
happening,
presumably
so.
off a two-play stream. It's really fun to watch. The impact
Yeah,
did come
that
out
was
in
really
response
good.
to too, but that hold was just under such immense pressure, and they couldn't withstand it.
This is game awareness. You like
work
are
there
ready for
from
people to be
SSG.
on certain areas, so.
Noah's in the chat, by the way, wrote Ali mid.
That's toxic.
That's not something that's... well, you can clearly tell there after they need your stats up. That, I was not making that one up. Yeah, a little bit of banter in the chat between these two. Mal did pad his stats a little bit, but hey, I mean, he also made a somewhat winnable chance for himself after the initial 3 kills. It was always going to be very difficult to finish off his early work, though. So 6-4, as admirable as the comeback as it's somewhat been for G2. It's probably, again, a showcase in that round that SSG have really got their number right now, and 2 opportunities to close this out.
But I did ask you earlier,
haven't had
Ging,
a
as well, like
7-5
how do you like
today on the A stream?
Jesus, do you like the new season of Apex so far? Like the new character Sparrow stuff? He looks very promising, but I have seen...
Feels like a very complete SSG roster though, doesn't it? Yeah. So much firepower. And Nua's 13, his debut for this roster.
They should retain number 1 in NAL.
Ashen
It's also a
died
question of can they
already,
crack the
damn.
top 4 at
Well, like,
international.
I've seen Sparrow have, like, his tracker, like, is
By the way,
covering
the
so
Ashen
much.
Ashen, no Blackbeard,
Dude,
but
Uno,
traded
you
by
heard him
Benja,
open up above!
shortly
What the
thereafter.
fuck?
There's entry through main entrance for Fultz. Also cleared out that bar stock position.
Yeah. I can...
Nuas continues his rampage, and also on to Alamau, who he was very much giving some words to in the chat as well, and clearly ready for Loira. Nuas is on an absolute heater in this match.
Yeah,
His
they're
debut for
losing
SSG,
this.
15 kills, has been dropped. Blaz, very low on health. Doki, under a bit of pressure towards Fireplace Stairs, and the plant going down now by Fultz, and it's looking very likely that SSG are going to make quick work of G2 here at Reload. They only put in the 1 reload, the 1 bullet up for grabs, but SSG probably thinking they should have done all 2. It's
Yeah,
7-4
I'm
on
just worried
Chalet,
about
and the
his
North Americans are on
tracker is going to
fire
be
in Brazil.
a little bit too good. That's the only thing that I am kind of scared of, to be honest.
Players have never really seemed concerned. If they've never been
We're
pushed out of
Nighthaven
position,
now
if
on
their
the next
utility
map.
hasn't been clear,
And
if there
next
isn't
game,
some
Jesus Christ.
element of sight that has been taken away from them that you've had some sort of control over, then your attack has not been successful, and you're unlikely to win the round. You know, yes, I will put the caveat on that if you just run in and kill 5 players elsewhere in the map and never have to go near site, then of course it's not the point. But if you've got 2 or 3 players that are playing a site-based role like that and are never being moved around and never being disrupted, then you got to improve. You got to be, you know, dealing with the extensions of the defense, particularly. They paid too high a price for dealing with Catwalk there. Losing 2 whilst they were trying to deal with that was too much.
And that's why I think in this round you've got KDS going onto the Dokkaebi. I wax lyrical about this operator all the time, but I think when you're struggling to get through the map here and you're being blindsided, sideswiped by a couple of players on BDS at different points, a Dokkaebi is a really good way to cure that. She sort of band-aids over and covers up a lot of issues that a team can have because of how effective she can be here. So now it's on BDS to be able to respond to that. But FaZe, I imagine, once you see the phone call come through, will be pushing forward with quite some force, hoping to catch out a couple of players.
Once again, not happy with the positions of those Hibana pellets, needing them a little bit lower. Like I said, you got to get it right. It is, you know, a good way of opening the entire barricade with 8 pellets, but each time it's taken 12 pellets. It was handy last time, it's Saga this time. It's taken them 12 pellets because they've had to reposition them.
Ooh.
So, you know, there is a little bit of risk in
Ooh, I'm going to use that. What?
That is the important part. Freck, once again, barely having to move his feet, even though this isn't the same site.
That is crazy.
And looking to cause a bit of bother. So for FaZe,
Characters are always OP at launchers to get idea how to generate strong best effect and nerf controller. Yeah, like didn't they nerf like bang it really hard as well?
Freck getting rid of souls, the ace taken offline. What is going on for FaZe team? They're struggling to get control of this top floor.
I like what FaZe did there, though. They really bullied that smoke usage by getting all 3 of them used so quickly. Freck is lucky to get away with his life there, but will do so. Robbie was taken out in the mix of all that, but yeah, I like the
I
way
would
that
reckon
Viking
that
dealt with
FaZe
It
would
took
win
very
this, but
little damage from
doesn't
3
look like
smoke
that
canisters coming out, and they were all within about 3 or 4 seconds. So one thing that you're looking at with those smoke
What do you mean?
canisters
How
is
does
to
that
burn
work?
as
Oh,
much
you mean the
time as you
Hibana
can.
pellets?
So you wanna
It's
play
the same
one,
way
let it
when you're
disappear,
using
play another
Maverick.
one, so on and so forth, to burn the clock as much as you can, but he got him done in about 20 seconds, and it was really well done. FaZe are looking better here.
So, like, when you're using Maverick, you kind of make a line from one point to a small... You make a small decision on the wall with Maverick, and it's definitely the same way with Hibana pellets.
Hope to see BDS shine a little bit. 30 seconds on the clock gives them a chance as well.
They nerfed all of the Salt classes with a speed boost. You only get it when you get shot at by one and what? That's bull. That was a
second, and like that, Tim, 2 quick
that
kills.
nerf was like hard. Damn.
Yeah, they really might. We see that flash come in, but it comes
But
back off
it
the
does
door
make
frame,
sense,
doesn't
because
stop
if you're
them,
opening
however,
up a
moving
small
in and
decision
getting
on the
the
wall
kill.
like
Bit of
that to make it soft, it works in the same way for Hibana if you're using.
The challenge is made, but KDS, he's just able to spin and find his man. And that's going to be FaZe getting themselves the first round on the board. The big question now is, how do BDS respond? We've seen them win 2 rounds. That's the first we've seen them lose. How will they respond?
She's opening the same way, but she's just opening out bigger.
Defenses so far. I want to give a nod towards KDS in that round. It's worth stressing, by the way. Like, twice he was challenged, twice he didn't die, and twice he immediately got the responding shots out to kill the player that was assaulting onto him. Both P4 and Lasmo fell down in exactly the same manner. Bans have come on through. It is going to be Monty taken away and the Fenrir on the defensive side. So going to force FaZe his hand here, Tim. Force him to do something a little bit different. And that's going to be the Blitz, of course.
I was going to say, that's going to be Blitz or
We'll have to see if I can jump into Apex. I haven't been jumping into Apex at all lately. It's been crazy.
To the bottom floor this time.
Yeah, I like Hibana as well. She's really versatile.
In the first round, it was very, very solid from them. They got the opening.
I like Maverick as well, but I feel like Hibana is a little bit quicker. She's faster. She's a 3-speed. Maverick is a 2-speed, so it's obviously going to have some...
round 1 and 2 particularly, rounds where I would say the same thing.
A little bit more to give.
Bothered? No, not really. And then, you know, round 3, yes, FaZe have had a little bit more success with moving them around, so they need to be finding a bit more. I'd like to see FaZe maybe try going a bit more direct to side.
Yeah, there's over 60 characters in this game, King. They have changed now the banning phase, so we are banning more operators. That way we are forced to be more aware and be more tactical. Like, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the most tactical the most tactical FPS game out there compared to like Valorant and Apex. So...
Shield has been taken away. Instead, Vitkin goes across the round. We are attacking into the basements. They want that soft destruction. Not forgetting last time we did this, Cyber went down very early on the buck, and they didn't really have any option to get verticals opened up anymore. Hatches they could do, because the Monty had the hard breach gadgets in back pocket, but that was really all they had going for them, which forced a very predictable attack, which BDS dealt with.
It's easy to learn if you're willing to put... Like, the reason why it has a longer learning curve is because there's so many characters, but you're not forced to learn every character. That's the thing.
You might say, okay, it's not that big a deal, but he's just always been in the right place at the right time and taking the right gunfights.
Yeah, bit of a situation, a bit of a different
Yeah,
situation
every
for BDS here
character
rather
has
than
their
the first
own
time
pros
they
and
attacked.
cons.
This time they're being
Woo.
forced back to site potentially because of the
Why
numbers
would you
game.
swing that
Cyber
back, to
is
be
gonna
honest?
be taken out, but not before he found one for himself. Handy manages to pick up Virtue, 4 versus 2 now, and FaZe are seriously in the driving seat.
BDS are almost like, we know we're going to lose if this comes down to an execute, so we want to swing everything. They're just determined to catch out a player or two on FaZe's side before they can even think about getting inside the building, but as you've seen, Virtue's already lost his life here. P4 wasn't too far away, and his challenge coming out at the same time. So now they're going to have to face off in a 2 versus 4, and this is not a pretty situation to be in.
Let's see.
Breck's just going to be holding that angle for as long as he can here, just trying to catch himself. At the minute, BDS are just hoping to catch a cheap one, I think, because somebody from FaZe moves in.
They're taking their time at least. They're not being overly aggressive. I would like that.
2 versus 3, and it becomes a little bit more winnable. But I don't
They
think they're
even if it's 4 versus 2, they still take it with a good time. I think though they need to increase the movement a little bit more.
That time to clear utility, to create new angles, to apply vertical pressure, to try and push BDS around. I come back to that same question. Have the site players been bothered? I'll tell you what, they're about to be.
Yeah.
Site player, singular Tim. P4 is the only player left and he's got it all to do here. It's not looking pretty.
Nasty.
Bit of King with a closeout. Very composed.
Yeah, like I said,
yeah,
I would not be surprised if FaZe actually got
They tried to get
this.
aggressive. They tried to swing onto those windows to take down a player or two, so it would be more balanced come the execute. But FaZe, they've seen this one 1,000,001 times. They're never going to let a team get away with that.
No, not at all. Just closing that out very, very comfortably. We're going to have BDS timeout is going to come in. And this is what I said, if you remember. After they lost round 3, how do BDS respond? We've seen them when they're winning. How are they going to do when they lose a couple? And that's the position they're in now. It's not quite backs to the wall, but FaZe have reeled them back in. They've leveled things back up. It's kind of start again at 2-2. And Liloon decides she's seen enough, and there's something that she can contribute here in attack timeout.
I think you've just seen FaZe change their approach here, where it's been a bit more slow and composed. They've not really given any opportunities to BDS to capitalize or cause any trouble. I touched on what we've seen from the Dokkaebi previously to help with that as well. I just think at this point you're going to have to reimagine things a bit and come up with a different idea, not forgetting, of course, that with it now being 2-2,
So one thing I like about BDS, and this might not be biased, but like I like that they have a female coach. She's the only female coach in the pro league scene. There is no one else.
But now you've awakened the beast.
Because they're still predominantly male-oriented, and people don't like a female player or a coach.
We saw them there in round 2. They were able to get the win.
That's one of the more annoying things.
Towards that warehouse catwalk, and BDS were able to pick up players elsewhere who were kind of, you know, left a little bit unsupported maybe because of the numbers being thrown at catwalk. We'll see whether FaZe play it a little bit differently this time. I'd like to see some pressure. Again, I'm thinking about more direct towards site. Get yourself into meeting, get yourself into control, get that wall open behind pillar. Prevent BDS from being able to use all of those positions that they want to. Taking warehouse catwalk is no bad thing. Completely agree. But put some pressure on elsewhere as well. Team up, get a couple of walls open, and just make them really think about every angle that you're pushing from.
Just like they were a little bit low
some of the
in the
same
volume.
sort of setup we saw before, particularly Fret being on that as army is the one I'm looking at. You know you're going to see him set up around catwalk. The one I'm most interested in, Tim, is the one you can see on your screen now. It's P4 playing on that pulse. Typically played from below and looking to disrupt teams when they step in with soft flooring above your head. It's an easy C4 kill. But I think here it's more anything else to see when is the push coming on through, when can they try and do something about it. No smoke on sides to impede FaZe either. Of course, that has been the stinger when they've attacked him with the Monty a couple of times, but no shields on side here. BDS changing tack a little bit. FaZe sticking in towards that Dokkaebi once again, just try and mitigate the damage these Romans can do.
Clever drone work there, just trying to see at distance whether there was anybody playing in behind that wall to try and affect those hard breach charges from being successful, whether it might be an impact nade or something like that. Obviously Bandit is banned out, so it wasn't going to be any sort of Bandit tricking, but just wanting to be aware exactly what was going on behind. As it is, I think FaZe making, again, reasonable progress here. Going to be looking to use the little can opener, the secondary hard breach utility, just to create that line of sight. They can then go on the roof or on the rappel and just Try and make life a little bit of a nuisance inside of control and electrical.
Quite a lot to clear through those for FaZe, admittedly. Like, even the Flores Rotero drones aren't really much use at the moment because of the mute jammers that are scattered around. They've got walls that have been locked up tight. They've got mirror windows. They're sat behind at the next hurdle. They've got P4 feeding in from where the
lot of
push is coming
stuff
in from. So there is a lot for FaZe to work through here,
BDS.
and you can understand how halfway into the round they've got very little achieved so far. Still sniffing out where these roamers might be, sniffing out exactly what the setup is they've got to deal with. At least getting rid of the mirror window here with souls on that Ash. But the clock is running down as we come towards those last 60 seconds. For FaZe, it might be quite an explosive execute here, Tim.
Yeah, the Pulse could come in clutch here. Just P4 feeding that intel in. They know exactly where the pressure is going to mount from, but not much that BDS can do about that at the minute. I like this from FaZe. Like I said, get themselves into positions that's going to force the defenders to worry about it. Take their utility away from them as it is. Virtue manages to take Handy's life away from him. 5 versus 4, 40 seconds left to go. And despite the pressure that FaZe are mounting, this is all BDS so far.
They're very confident. Oh, the mirror window, come on.
But if anyone can do it, it's them. It's Cyber in particular.
What the fuck, Cyber?
Finally shut down, and it's into a 1 versus 1. Vidiking going in for the plant as well. This is so risky, but it's going to force Lasmo up close at this point. He's going to try and stick it. Comes up there. It's the 1v2, but can Lasmo get away with it? Yes, he can. Cyber might have gone nuclear, but Lasmo's the one to clutch out the 1v1.
Well, I think if BDS is ending up in a situation on day 3 where they need that 1v1,
I'm just looking quiet because really?
Might just be
really?
the man. We've got auditions all through day 1 and 2 to see who is going to be the person that could well go
I was
into that
sat talking
situation.
to the team actually at dinner yesterday, and I was saying if you guys come into the 1v1s on day 3, who's going to take it?
It feels like taking a penalty in football.
What
doesn't
really
it,
made me laugh is
shootout?
they were like, we actually have 1v1 tournaments like all the time, like
Right.
just as a thing to do. And it's like, and everyone's different in different scenarios. Like someone, if they start losing the playoff, they don't really care about it and they'll troll a little bit. Someone else is a real sweat about playing it.
Like,
as well.
are we serious
Never
about
decided
this?
who's got to be that
Jesus
person.
Christ.
And the funny thing is, as soon as I said 1v1, one of their ears perked up. So I want to see if he's going to be the player that gets picked in for it. I'll reveal who it is when it comes around to it, but it just really made me laugh.
Should they get there? Should they end up in
Should
that
they
situation?
need the 1v1? They might not even need it at all, Tim.
Might not happen. Might not happen.
Very funny.
We will have our final defensive round for BDS. Honestly, Des, this roster has impressed me so far on the defense. I think they're looking pretty solid. They've made it difficult for FaZe. They've stood up well to some difficulty as well. Cyber getting 3 kills there, still managing to close out the 1v1. Not easy for them. And I like what I'm seeing from this BDS roster. It's still not going to be an easy second half for them. I think the attack of Nighthaven is probably going to be more difficult for them. I always say this about new teams. Coming in on your defense, when things are pre-prepared, when everybody knows exactly what they're doing, is one thing. When you get on the attack and you've just got to play into the setup that's there and you've got to adapt and you've got to communicate and work with each other and work around each other, I feel like that's generally the more difficult aspect for a newer roster. So we'll see how BDS do in the second half, but so far, so good.
It's one of those, like you say, when they're really dug in, they've got layers of defense set up. That's where FaZe has struggled to break them down in time because, as a remark before the game started, they're not the fastest team in the world. You've seen Vidiking playing on Shield. You've got Cyber doing the same here. Admittedly, a little bit faster running around with the blitz. You're trying to do what his name says and quite literally blitz the other team off, get them out of there nice and quick. But I think BDS have got to show that they can play this roam game the same way they did in the first couple of rounds. Can't take that away from them. They played a really good, effective couple of rounds to begin with. It did start to slip. Very confident they can do it again, but that Dockerby, let's keep saying teams crutch onto it because of how effective it is at helping you deal with roamers, and that's exactly what they're hunting down. Virtue taking out one, does get traded, so a good bit of team play coming out from FaZe. But Lasmo might be using his teammates as a bit of bait here. Never mind, the vertical is in play. FaZe bring things back to a
that was not a good kill, and now they get a blitz as well. FaZe is just giving the round away, actually. They're not playing it close together where they can refrag.
Really well. They're just able to go 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, and it keeps them on top of things. Handy manages to find Robbie. 3 versus 3. Can FaZe cement this manpower? No. Once again, Handy wanders into an EDD.
You see that? You see that?
Beyond the grave by Robbie, and it again creates that situation where FaZe cannot hold on to the man advantage, cannot hold on to those numbers as they are. BDS always fighting them back. 2 versus 2 now, and I don't think they're aware of Lasmo's position. I really don't.
Azami could
Oh
be the
my
He's
fight.
going
God.
to win this round in about 2 seconds.
Oh!
No! You can't bowl that one! It's always KDS that should be dying, but just doesn't. Fret's going to be lamenting
How is
his
he
teammate there.
alive?
That should have been a closed-door job, 4-2. Bish, bash, bosh into the next half. But now Fret's got it all to do, and BDS could end this half 3-3. They'll feel like they deserve more.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Oh,
First one, the round
enemy
becomes
start, he
very
missed that
winnable,
shot.
but just missing his opportunity there, and I know it's a fraction of a second, but that can be the difference between a win and a loss. They know exactly
pushing for
where
the kill.
it's likely
No?
to be. No, they're going to go for the plant.
Oh,
they're going to get the kill.
Oh my
KDS
God,
manages to
they
find a
they
double
had a
at the end to wrap things up for
freebie.
FaZe.
Mossy
3-3
had a
in the
freebie
first
on
half,
that.
and
What?
Honestly, Des, I think that's a fair reflection of the score. Nothing really to separate these. FaZe have had their moments. They've come out big in a couple of rounds where they've needed to, but BDS have also
Okay, so
played
now
the
we are
defense
banning
really, really
because
well.
it's 3-3, so there's going to be
kicking themselves.
the first ban coming in.
4-2 would have been realistic.
This is the kind of chat you have afterwards where you'll be saying, oh,
So
we could've
I'm
won
guessing it's
5-1
going to
because you did
be,
this wrong in that round and this wrong in that round. Without that, it'd be 5-1.
Dokkaebi and
FaZe,
Mossy, I'm
maybe to
guessing.
some degree feel like they've managed to
Ah,
scrape
Sami
3
and
rounds on this one.
Monty.
Probably surprised they're not
Okay.
walking away with 2 or even 1. But
No, the second one is going
all
to
that
be
matters is the number
revealed.
of rounds you've got at this point in the game. They go on to the defense at 3-3. Now bans are coming on through. Immediately seeing the Monty go away alongside the Maverick, and on the other side, the Azami being taken offline. Going to break away from that combo of Blitz and the Kaid that we've seen through, Bandit and Kaid that we've seen most of the day. Still keep the Kaid away, but also going to see the Azami removed.
Just as a reminder, at the halfway mark as well as to what this match means, we've got a reload of 1 bullet for BDS and a reload of 2 for FaZe. So a little bit more on this one for FaZe than BDS. And right now, I mean, obviously that shows a lot of confidence. FaZe coming in here thinking new roster, you know, we're on home turf, we're world champs, we're going to come in, we're going to do a job. And right now, maybe not as clear-cut as they might have thought, but I feel like the next couple of rounds are a really big test for BDS now on the attack.
This is where we've seen the teams today that are a bit newer, a bit fresher, coming into this with a new roster, trying to figure things out a little bit.
To be perfectly honest with you guys, I still don't understand the tournament rules that they have with reload, with bullets and stuff. For me, it feels a little bit too complicated for my head to wrap around. I like the more simplicity on the tournaments in general. I don't understand why we needed to complicate it.
But they're going to need some players to go massive if they're going to walk out of this one, sending us towards overtime or even getting a map win.
It just feels so stupid in my opinion.
What does bullet icons on top mean? Like, Tim spoke about this a second ago. Think of it this way. 6 is what you've got now, and the number up to the left, the 1 in this case in red, is what you lose if you lose, or you gain if you win. It's as simple as that. Don't worry about any further than that. So FaZe will either go up to 8 or down to 4. BDS will go up to 7 or down to 5. That's the nice and simple answer to it, and you'll see that number going up and down. When it comes around to days 4 and 5, if you are top of the leaderboard and you're now top 4, then you go through to the live stages. That's the simple part of it. There's a bunch of the mechanics that I won't dig into right now because Robbie has found himself dead from above.
That's
King getting himself a freebie unleashed from the shields that he had in that first half.
Yep, nice and easy kill through the floor there. I was going to comment on BDS's drone work. They had a nice position in warehouse. They were watching what was going on in IT, and I thought they were looking good, but maybe not as thorough as we might have thought because they've just walked right on into Vita King's trap, and he's going to continue watching from above.
Yeah, that's a good angle.
That entry coming into that area of the map. 1 minute 40, and not really a lot of progress for BDS to speak of just yet. And this is what I was concerned about. We're only just starting to see walls getting opened up. A little bit.
Yeah,
of
1:30 left.
attack.
That's actually
Where's the adaptation?
too short
What
of
are we
amount
gonna
of
do?
time.
Are
Am I going to be like stressing the last 30 second in?
It's what you're willing to put on the line. And it's more what if you lose, then you lose 1. If you win, you gain 1. You can obviously put up to 2 if you want to in these first couple of days of the tournament. Day 3 onwards, you can put up more. So think of it that way. Don't worry about it too much for now. You can worry about it tomorrow when teams start getting close towards 0 and facing elimination. That won't be happy times for any team.
I mean, rather than Elo, it's your points in the league. So
yeah.
6, as it stands now, they have 6 points in the league. If they get the win, then they'll have 8
The hiding
points
in that
the league.
spot is actually a very strong hold.
now at least being stalled out. Tim, we're coming down to this last 45 seconds, a couple of smokes.
So yeah, FaZe is doing this really good. They're really wasting time without like having. They're not extending and being aggressive. They are wasting time. They're forcing BDS to be rushing into site in the last 20 seconds, like 10 seconds, that we'll be forced to rush in and plant, and that's how FaZe will be able to win that, unless they overpeak now. You see here?
Waiting for that first kill to be the go signal. They've got to just decide that they go in and go for it. Handy gets taken out, Souls with one, KDS another, and the problem BDS face now is that they're having to rush. They're running
This
out
is
of
what
time.
that was.
As I suggested, they were just a little bit too slow.
It could have gone really on
seemed
the
to have
other
too
way.
much of an idea on the attack. They couldn't break FaZe down, and then when they have to rush in, FaZe are ready and just cut them to pieces.
Doing it really,
very
really
similar to what we saw out of BDS in the first half, where the defense just completely shuts out the other side. And I remark that FaZe are consistently one of our best defensive teams at any tournament they play at. I think you've seen it there in that half. They've just starved BDS out. And I also remark that you see a newer team coming together, maybe struggle on the attacking side to get the synergy together to break down those kind of defenses. I feel that's what you're seeing, and I think FaZe here could just go on and win a couple more rounds and propel themselves far into the lead.
That would be my concern if I was a BDS fan. Absolutely, that FaZe now start running away from this. Like I said, BDS coming onto the attack was going to be a different thing to BDS on the defense. Don't get me wrong, they could have excelled. They could have come in here absolutely, you know, on fire. It's always going to be difficult to do that for a new team on a big map like Nighthaven Labs. There is so much for the, and we've just seen it there, and that was only the top floor side. It's going to get worse for BDS, I would imagine, because there is so much to do on a map like Nighthaven. You've got 3 huge floors to work, and now they're attacking onto the basement floor, and that is just going to make things worse. Where on the top floor, you can kind of just go straight towards site and just worry about site. Now you've got all these other positions to worry about, and FaZe are going to take full advantage of that. FaZe will be
thinking, like,
everywhere.
what
They'll be all
does
over this map.
BDS
They'll be
need to
setting as
do
many
to be
problems
able
for
to
BDS to go and solve as they can.
do differently?
Sure
So,
enough.
like,
There's a lot
the
of
way
things that they can stall time
the
out
way
with.
they're holding.
I mean, look at the lineup. It screams defensive, right? It screams that we're going to dig in deep and
Holding
really
really,
make you
really well.
sweat to break us apart.
Gotta remember
Got
the site
overtime
is downstairs,
wasting,
so
the
they.
fortress that turns into a
So
mirror
what
window.
BDS needs to do is
minds to slow them
locate the
down.
guys
I do like at
upstairs,
least
take the
BDS are trying
fight
to
there,
speed
and
things up with
then
the comp
push
they've got.
down
I speak
to
about
open
the
up
Deimos and the Doki
vertically with
combination a
Ram and
lot.
stuff,
Ironically, the old BDS
or
roster
they
were
would
the one
need
that
to
played the most,
need to
and saw a lot
ignore
of
the
success
guys
with it. Last month
upstairs.
to also punish off the back of that. So they've got all the right tools for the job.
To
Mainly focused
open
on
up
road clears.
vertically
They have a
and
good amount of
then
time to actually
push
execute,
down. Just
identifying
ignore
the
the guy
phaser,
at top floor.
stalling them out here, making them sweat a little bit. I feel like it's the right approach to the round for BDS, but as we all know, Tim, you can have all the right ideas in mind and the right players in the right positions. It can all fall apart with a couple of bullets.
Again, BDS just seeming to come to locations where, oh, it's reinforced. I'm going to have to dip back away. I don't know how thorough the droning is being. They've got 6 left on the board, so they shouldn't be short of intel. But again, it's just like there doesn't seem to be sort of a clear, cohesive plan of how they're all going to push together.
Yeah,
They've been
they seem a little bit
chasing
lost
shadows
now.
for half of the round. They haven't had an engagement with FaZe, but they've been nowhere near sight. This is, I won't say perfect defending from FaZe. They get this opening kill, and it will be. He does get shut down by Freck. They needed
How did
to
he
win
not
that
get
first
more
fight.
damage?
Actually, there's very little damage to Freck as well, so that is good for
That
BDS.
was
But they need to
weird.
push on from here, get some urgency.
C4 off the board.
Straight is all Hal having the Vector as well with that rate of fire that you didn't find the head at all. Instead, just getting a little bit of chip damage down. He knew what was coming as well, was the craziest part. But it was a great response by Frack. Give it over to him. He's got a kill that they very sorely needed. Mirror offline. I mean, a C4 is removed from the team, but far from the end of the world for them. Here we go. First could be cool coming out 2, hunting their way through. Second one even, sorry. But they need to find someone off the back of it.
How did you not hear that?
They get rid of one, but you heard him.
Frick!
The call was ringing out. You should have known that Cyber was there.
Yeah, that's a big slip up from BDS there. He did check the top of the aqua stairs, but it's like he didn't believe Cyber won't be stopped. He drops all the way down, gets
What the
another
fuck,
2 inside
Cyber?
his side.
Hello?
And this is the problem when you're playing against FaZe. Players like Cyber that can kind of just decide, you know what, I've had enough of this, and they're just going to get one kill after another
BDS
from top
was
floor to
totally
bottom.
lost.
He's just absolutely run through BDS in about 10 seconds flat.
It feels like fighting shadows, as you said. Like,
yeah,
over half the round are gone. They hadn't seen anyone, but it wasn't like FaZe were hiding. FaZe were actively roaming the map trying to find them. More like passing each other, and FaZe were just being very careful and knowing where they had information and where they had control. And BDS just looked a little bit lost in that round. Not forgetting, Tim, they haven't got attack timeout to use here. You might get a mini one for a quick second more between yourselves as players after this round where you get to ban another operator, but of course the coach can't intervene at that point. Just feels, like I mentioned, that a couple more rounds and FaZe have completely run away with this one, and BDS are going to struggle to play catch-up.
Moving into the third choice defensive side, then it's going to be control.
Yeah,
and
if it's going to be, if they lose the next round here, BDS needs to take the tag time out because that's actually.
A number of areas.
I would maybe have taken it during this time,
but
but
have somebody knocking around in basement as well. There's a couple of nitros, 3 nitros in fact on side. Somebody like King would be perfect to play, not necessarily in the basement specifically, but somewhere where he's got quick access to basement. So again, he can just play that deterrent role. So you don't want to go in and plant necessarily because you're worried about what the Valkyrie's going to do underneath, and they will certainly try to be holding on to server, to IT, to
I'm really excited when
they're
releasing this on June.
They're committing in those areas to make sure that they've got what they
like,
need
should
to
we
do.
do
So,
like the special stream on that date when they're releasing SiegeX?
They seem to be unable to kind of on a big map.
Have the special stream on that day.
Back to the map Vito. You remember I said it. It's a big map. There's a lot of strategy to worry about. There's a lot of time to be taken up, and that's what BDS.
There could be actually something.
Got the Rower
and we're
on
celebrating
side,
on multiple films.
We do.
So
we do.
Fuzzy Followers. Then we have
it's funny,
also.
I was speaking to Liloon yesterday over dinner.
SiegeX.
Chilling out in the mess hall, as it were, of this event, and I asked her. I said, "Are we going to see much Rower
So
this event?" She's like,
I think that would actually be good.
Won't show it to the max of all the strats that we've got in mind, but you'll definitely see it getting used.
And
by
then we have the
teams,
1
us
versus
included.
1 tournament
Right
as
now,
well.
you're seeing it using combo with Smoke to push on through and start getting control. And look at that!
What?
So they've locked out control
Oh
to give
my
them an angle
God.
straight towards sight here. Trying
Bulldozing.
to
They're
keep
just
but no, they missed the
bulldozing.
mark
What?
on one. Andy had slipped the net, got rid of Freck, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2.
We have a major flurry at the beginning of the round, really. There's still over half
They
of this
just
to go.
went
BDS
in.
going to use that time while
Damn.
they get in the drone's position. We'll just give you a quick idea of what Rower does. She's actually gone for the round now. Frekka's been taken out, but just applies a panel to a door, much like a castle barricade. It's fairly similar, but can be deployed at range. You just saw one on the door as we were passing through it there. There's a little target up at the top, and attackers or defenders can shoot that. They just need to be close enough to the panel, and it basically either opens or closes it.
Oh, you're dead,
It just
honey.
allows the attackers to create new safe spaces and
Yeah,
to
1
lock
versus 1 now.
defenders out of areas, create new angles, all sorts of things. We find ourselves now in a 1 versus 1. King versus Robbie.
You still have a
Robbie
lot
is
of time to
low
play
health on the
with,
glass
so
door.
you can just go in and
King
plant. Plant is
with
in a
maybe
good
a little
spot.
bit of intel from his fallen teammates as well. I'd have to back him for this.
Yeah, he'll just hold this angle and hope that Robbie comes searching, because Robbie might not have the confidence here to go for a plant, knowing that he doesn't know where this last man is. But looking like he might just himself in the corner here. He's got away from that site entirely
just toss
and tried to drag his man over. They've got the ping down. He's going to spray the wrong spot though if he's not careful. Oh, doesn't matter. Was just off to the right of that ping and finds his man. Wins out the 1v1, as you say, Tim. FaZe up to 6 and 3, and BDS tries
Yeah,
their might.
they are
It's
definitely going to
a good
win this,
effort.
definitely.
Just cannot find a single attack against FaZe.
BDS had a great first half. I feel like FaZe have just kind of took it
There
up
is a couple of teams that have shown that they are going to to the next round, like the top 4 that is going to qualify. Like for now,
pretty confident.
if I'm looking at all the teams that we're playing today,
really, and it's because I know how FaZe play. I know that they're going to be on the cams. I know they're going to have some.
I would
intel.
say the top 3, top 4 would be Dog Zero.
Situation from his team, but I also know that King is going to play that super
is not
smart. I think Robbie did the right thing. Get in there if you feel like you've got a
Why is
space.
that
Get the
not
diffuser
updated?
down, especially on a class. You know, you can maybe then play it at range.
Okay, that is so weird.
Your strength.
So I will
My
like
point is
see
not that Robbie,
the top 4 is going to be Dog Zero, Furia,
King is so good.
SSG.
And his decision making is going to be so solid that it's very difficult to do anything against him that's going to get you the win.
And I'm hoping it's going to be M80 because they have a really strong team right now, so I think it's going to be them.
Definitely tried. That last round
It's going to be
was
the
a
top
good
4
idea
that goes
they came in
through
with.
the first
Missed out 1 or 2
qualify,
players on FaZe
the
and completely
first 4 to
dismantled the round from
qualify.
that point
After
onwards.
that, I'm
It's hard
hoping it's
beat a
going to
team
be
that have got this
G2
much experience, this much discipline.
and
FaZe has mentioned one of only 2 teams here at the event who haven't made a roster change.
W7M and
They know each other incredibly
Talon.
well at this point, as shown by them lifting the hammer not too long ago, just a few short months
I'm
ago in Boston.
thinking it's looking
So
far, but
like.
we will know on day 4 who will
Feels
qualify.
Like the conclusion is pretty clear for all to see.
Yeah, it would certainly seem so, but let's not write them off just yet. They've shown us some good siege, just unfortunately for them, not on the attack so far, but we've seen this already a couple of times today, and at this point, when teams have faced match point, they have been able to come back with a bit of something. So let's see if BDS can do that for us now. The drones
Why
go
did you
out,
touch the drone
30
there?
seconds into the action phase, they're going to be looking to get themselves established inside of meeting towards control. Electrical have already spoken about this take, about this presence from the attackers. Try and get yourself in there and prevent the defenders playing in this space. Bitter King, I talk about his fantastic decision making. You can't go for the drone there. You know someone's going to be following it.
The thing is, look how many drones they've killed, Tim. 6 are gone, only 2 are out on the field. Like, FaZe
Yeah,
denied
he's
so
killed.
much intel away from this BDS side. That's the kind of advantage you want when they're walking in blind. It's exactly when you can have the biggest impact.
Yeah, Twitch drone doesn't
Maybe
do
fancy
a lot
himself
of
going in
damage
for
anymore,
afters
so
at
I
this
think
point.
you're
As
pretty
C4
good.
already looking for that main breach, could find someone out too, and sure
There
enough, it's going to find
it is.
P4.
Now they just have to reinforce
Nice
that
little trade,
wall.
but
If they can
Virtue
reinforce that
managed to
wall, they
find
can't get in.
Cyber's just playing tight on this door. He's had such a good game as Cyber. A couple of rounds where he's really dragged FaZe over the line, and it could have gone the other way.
Like, come on, have the balls to reinforce it. Come on.
The electrical window.
Have the
BDS
balls to
knew
reinforce
that
it.
smoke
I
canister
dare
was
you.
coming from handy, and they didn't want
I dare you to
any
reinforce
part of
that.
whatsoever. So it's kind of back to the drones now. Like you say, there's not an awful lot of them to
I
go
dare
at.
you to
They are
reinforce
using
that.
the switch drone just to get a little bit of intel inside of electrical, so they know if anybody's pushing them. There's a big concern for them. They've also got the Grim Bees out there as well. They know that Cyber's feeling it. They know that he wants to get aggressive. He's looking around this corner. Finds his man. Beautiful headshot onto Robbie.
We said at the start of this game it had been a bit of a slow start for Cyber.
They don't
They
have
needed
any
to see him come
reinforcements
online.
left, that's
Tim,
why,
he's done
but
just
still.
that. Up to 13
It would have been
and
good
7,
if they kept one in
dominating
pocket
this
and
lobby
then
through and
reinforced.
through. Makes it a 3K for himself here in what might just prove out to be
Cyber is
the
having
last
a
round.
good
Will he make it
game
and ace himself to
today.
close things out and open up the account here at Reload? Certainly looking to do it. 2 left standing, just Lasmo and Virtue between FaZe and a win.
You're going to see some smart play from FaZe now, and I genuinely think Cyber will step back a little bit, and he's not going to he's not going to over-aggress, and then he runs into control and over-aggresses. Cyber's going to go down. Handy's going to be on the deck as well. And BDS maybe fight this one back. It's all up to Souls. We know that he's a very clutch player, but this is not going to be easy. 24 seconds left to survive.
Oh, Lasmo! I tell you what, he's got a bit nuclear there, Tim. It's a couple of times today he's looked a bit naughty with the pistol. It was the Ella earlier on. Has gone pretty big in this round when required, but many will look at that and just think, how have FaZe thrown that one away? That was theirs to win.
I'm a little bit surprised by Cyber there, but I'm going to put it down to the scoreline. 6-3, they know they can get a little bit active. It's not the end of the world. Just get in there. Try and see if you can get a couple of kills. Finish the game off there. I think if that was FaZe at, say, 5-4 or 4-3, you'd have seen a very different ending to that round, and that is that they'd have given them absolutely nothing. That's what I expected when Cyber dipped back into server. I thought, yeah, he's just going to get himself out of the way here, and they're going to let BDS sort of bring the fights to them, and they'll cut them down as they do. But no, him and Handy got a little bit aggro and decided they wanted some kills instead, which, given that it was 6-3, they've got the space to do that. I wouldn't expect to see that again from them. I think also in the back of the mind as well, they know that they've got basement to come, and it's like I said, this for me is always going to be the most difficult site for BDS to attack because there's just so much to do through the map. We saw them spend a minute 40 running around the map last time. Didn't see a single FaZe player. They were there, they just couldn't find them. They were constantly revolving around them, and it's always going to be a very difficult one for them. FaZe will play it in the same way. They'll just get themselves out in the map and get active, burn as much time as they can from BDS, and I think all of those factors probably play into them not really being too worried about just running at them at the end of the last round.
That was my daughter.
Very similar to a comp we've seen coming out of FaZe previously. All about hunkering down, wasting a hell
That
of
was
a lot
my
of time when
daughter.
it
She
comes to
we
the
bought
but
her some
other players can play it on their
pens
own
today
too
and
just
some
keep BDS guessing. What
drawing
I'm quite
papers.
curious to keep my eye on though, Tim, is Virtue here, playing on the Nook. Of course, that changes now what feel like a while ago, where unless you're sprinting, you don't see the full charge going down. So essentially, you can be invisible to cameras for the entirety of the round, as long as you're not rushing your way through. So is it going to be the X factor for them? Is he going to get a cheeky little stab in somewhere? He's tried his best here, but nearly gone down for it too. They knew that he was coming, and now he's got to get himself out of danger.
So she came to show me what she drew with the new pens and stuff. So,
it is the kind of player
and I
that
just teased her a little bit now.
Kind of be prepared for, kind of be ready for. We know how good they are, guns up players like Cyber. You know, they're going to make it so difficult to win a gunfight.
What, JT?
Tracking is active at the minute on Cyber. He's ducking and dodging. He's
Pushing
diving,
behind.
he's weaving, he's doing everything he
go.
can, but it was surely a matter of time. Handy does manage to take Virtue out
Oh!
along the way, but this is much
What the
better
hell?
from BDS, a much better clearance.
Oh,
This is what they needed
really?
last
Congratulations,
time. Instead, they got
JT.
nothing for the minute and 20 that they spent looking. This time, they've got 2 kills.
It's going to be
The
a
key one
the
is they've done it inside
baby.
about a minute and 15 seconds. It hasn't taken them 2 minutes to
So happy
go 2
for you.
1, which you maybe look at
You're
there
going
and
to
say,
be an
actually, that's
awesome
pretty good for FaZe
Mongol.
because they've still got to clear the whole map and think about hitting the site, whereas here, no. They've still got half a round to play with. This is not bad for them at all. FaZe probably now starting to think, God, okay, how can we get ourselves out of this? 2 choices, fall back towards site, try and play tight together. Second is actually try and go aggressive and put down a player or 2 here to even the scorings out. So when it comes round to the execute, the clock becomes that 6th man and you start to get a bit of an advantage. But as things stand now, FaZe are in a losing position.
Just going to see the boogie drone up above, starting to rip those floorboards up. Give it a little bit of vertical access for the attackers.
Yeah, she needs to take it easy then and not be too stressed. It's a sensitive period for her. There's going to be a lot of hormonal changes, so her
and especially with the Deimos still
her
active
like
here as well.
emotions is going to be all over the place, even though she doesn't want to.
For FaZe to try and hold on now.
Oh, he's got him down. I was going to say, surely he gets him here. Roy picks off his man. There's always a danger when you're roaming against Deimos, and it's a 4 versus 1. Vidaking with it all to do. And Robbie's about to have another track up if they need it at this point. And he is going to be dead to rights. Not that it matters as Lasmo.
Nah, nothing to be nervous about. Just support her and have an understanding that when she gets a little bit more irritated than normal, it's not her fault. Most of the time, it's not going to be her fault because you're going to have times where you get angry for zero do that. You're just going to be mad at something when you don't need to, and then you're going to be crying and being emotional. Then you going to have the worst cravings. You want a specific thing.
Look at Cyber getting the 3K and still losing
like she might like want a specific thing, like a chocolate flavor or something like that. It's specifically for me. Like I had my specific flavor was strawberry and licorice. That was my super craving. I didn't want anything else. So that was something that I like. I was ready to murder my husband if I did not get those things.
It's not quite enough. Him and Cyber trying to do all they can. There's more work to be
but
done.
you would definitely do good, so no worries.
They want to close it out here and now, and it's going to be a top floor defense to see if FaZe can do it here and now, or if BDS send us into overtime.
I honestly thought the basement was where they were going to lock it down. You know, just as they had done before, get out in the map. But it shows. I said, you know, new teams will sometimes struggle with adaptation, with working around each other. But BDS, again, are showing a good ability to do that. They recognise what they struggled with the time before. They've made adjustments. They've come in. They've got the kills. They've got themselves the man advantage. And then they've forced themselves down onto site. Really well played from BDS. Exactly what you'd be looking for from an attack on that site. They need to go again. It's going to be up on the top floor. FaZe, can you hold on?
That's the big question. Starts to worry about the mentality if you find yourself going to OT, like past ghosts come back to haunt them.
Yeah. Well, you start, you know, you start dissecting the rounds that they lost then, and you know, 3v2. Do they need to be as aggressive as they were? Do they need to, you know, Cyber's getting out into control and trying to find that kill? Do they need to? Can they dip away? Can they play their angles a little bit more? It could have been over.
It could have been, but it isn't. Still with a chance here to make something happen, and Lasmo getting on a less mobile operator here across, of course, onto the Blackbeard. Bit of a surprise to him, because I've seen him shine, of course, with these more mobile operators throughout the game, as mentioned. Not quite sure going slow.
It's a girl.
Ah.
Damn.
Going to be getting the
it's going to be such a cute baby. Another streamer that I follow, she actually gave birth today, actually, to a baby boy.
you see, Lasmo's had a fantastic day.
I wonder
Great
if she
kills,
posted
great
a picture
situations
of
that
it.
he's
I
been
don't
able to
think
deal with,
so, but
they play nice, sort of organised Siege as well, playing in behind the intel where they can. They've still got 8 drones on the board, 5 of them active, going through there, trying to get a real picture of exactly what FaZe is doing.
No need to rush it for sure, BDS. We've seen the move with good pace. It's been the key thing, but they haven't rushed things and paid the price by not droning out correctly.
She's
Even in rounds where
tired.
they've had no
Poor
drones left,
girl.
and they still managed to get away with it. Here we go. That looks like it might be, I was going to say, a bit of a fast push coming in here, but stopped in their tracks by that Goyo canister. As C4 finds out Robbie. Handy taking a few chip bullets as well.
If the game
But
still
now FaZe have
exists
got
after
the numbers
the
advantage.
10
We've
years,
been here a couple of
10 more
times
years,
now.
that's the
BDS
issue.
always find a way back.
Yeah,
One step at a
it
time.
doesn't necessarily mean anything, as FaZe have shown over the last couple of rounds. I would, like I said, at 6-3, behaving how they did, getting aggressive, looking for that kill is one thing. I don't think we're going to see that from them here. They're going to give BDS absolutely nothing. Anything BDS want, they're going to have to go in and take. Are they aware of the player on lower aqua stairs? I'm not sure they are. The challenge might just attract them too much to face.
Oh, that's really
teamwork.
good.
Nitro comes out to
Really
draw
good
the
teamwork there.
attention.
Oh
Cyber
my
pops up with the
god.
challenge.
Oh,
They
don't
know
team
there's
kill.
another
Don't
one
team
there.
kill.
Be careful of the team kill there, potentially. Handy
Yeah.
gets himself out of danger's way. KDS will be
Oh,
taken down, though.
Cyber got
However,
Frex there.
Cyber found
Why?
Frex, and that is likely going to be all she wrote.
Wrote?
Is
Is
it?
it? FaZe? Yeah, it's looking like it is. And that's people, that's people just kind of games where it
I
goes
like
through
how
here,
they're
it
like,
doesn't really offer
you
an
know,
awful
like
lot. And sadly for him,
emphasize
this game is
some
one
of the words. Okay, so now we have M80 versus W7M. This is the game that I was waiting for.
Sleep in, have the day, chill out, maybe watch some games. Sure.
Probably depends on which region you travelled from to an extent.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, maybe for W7M, they just be
Let's
itching, ready
see
to go.
here.
They prefer the morning game. They get their opportunity though against M80 now. So no
So
Brackett, no
M80
is.
By the way, why did I pick W7M to go through? I'm kind of
They
confused.
don't have to deal with that, and the Repel entry into solo.
I think I took the wrong team. Oh
He's not
shit.
Lewis. He's
Okay.
he's got 16 frags, but not quite into this game as Loman will get the opening kill onto Hot and Cold. Giveni will get the trade at least onto Dodes and shuts down the Ash. They didn't lose the goo mines though from Legion, so not ideal for M80 on the defense, and also not only that, but W7M starting to get some decent map control and putting pressure straight in towards the site. Volts has gone just straight for a look in towards Kitchen. Bulletproof camera is up, so probably doesn't feel all that safe to go for the plant. And despite it being watched, he's just walking through. This is super ballsy from Volves. Deals with it, no pressure whatsoever. And he can just go for the plant. M80, hello, you're watching him quite literally.
I can't hear him.
Someone going to actually deal with him. Indeed, finally,
Wow.
it's the Fuser who does eventually peek from above and gets the kill onto Volves.
And the self-reflected man is back. Okay.
Yeah, W7M with good early pressure, but M80 not panicking, retaining control.
Looking
up above
at
and doing so,
M80, I've
able to
been
deny
wanting
that
to see this
first
game.
plant attempt. Parley with the follow-up. Loban to try and cover horizontally. Pressure from above. M80 unable to deny. Drop from Gunner immediately, and he finds the kill. So Loban now with the 1 versus 4. Good for 1. Narrowly misses the second. Diffuser already being touched, and Loban will not be able to get there in time.
Nicely
for the final
done.
kill, and M80 able to
Nicely
consolidate in that first round.
Yeah, strange round. You know what it kind of reminds me of is the SSG G2 game where we saw the Nook just kind of rush into sight and get the free kill onto Uno. I think it was Benja.
Yeah,
And then they ended up
I'm
losing that round anyway.
having
Pretty
good
similar
vibes
situation
about
with Volks,
M80
just kinda
because
literally
Fabian is the
walking into
coach
sight,
as well.
Deals with the BPC, and then eventually lost his life to the vert above. But he almost got that kit down initially. And it was kind of given over to W7M to walk in. A little bit of a bait because he's got the vert up above anyway with office and bedroom.
So yeah, the reason why I feel is good about M80 is because Fabian, everything Fabian touches
Yeah, I don't think this is a
wins,
situation
basically.
that W7M
Thank you.
Start for M80 though. Certainly didn't wilt
So
under the pressure.
that's the thing. Plus you have Hot and Cold, Gunner,
Number 3 for Fabian.
Kano and Diffuser, like Gavini, like they are really good players for a reason. So if you combine that with a great coach as Fabian,
You know, the addition of Fabian, it's gonna be a
I
big one,
think
but
that might
there's
be
always
going
that
a
talk
long
about
way.
Can you use PSG.
I think
Talon
also
as
it's
an
going to be a
example of the
little
way
bit
he kind of
easier for
coached that
Fabio to
team, very
communicate
aggressive
because
in
it
nature.
was.
Will that translate? Will that
don't
work
know
really
how
better
good
for MA?
the
That's gonna be the
communication
question.
was with Talon
The other question
in
maybe
general,
does he calm
but
down a little bit in his older age?
I just had a look at
I
his,
hope I
Wikipedia.
didn't take
He is 30
W7M
now,
as my
so
prediction
he's
because
pushing
I would have
40.
been wrong because I wanted to have
He is
Furia.
one foot in the grave.
The blitz employed here by Dart. Swift entry into games. He has stepped on a goo mine, but bearing no mind to it. Nitrocell does not hit the mark, and Dart's continuing to push forward. Dealing with that goo mine, and in the background, Volts is going for the plant over towards default. Kino's not going to be able to get over to deny. The smoke, of course, was up as well. Diffuser has gone
That
down.
actually
and this is
worked
looking
for
like
him.
a very successful Swift round from W7M. Just a pretty much clean hit in towards games. Get the plant down. Wasn't even at the half wall, was just in the smoke. Wondering if he can maybe go for the long arm of the law and reach and try and get this counter defuse. Wants to wait until he's got someone helping. Hot goal cannot help at all.
Yeah, that was really good. Really good by W7M there.
Ground from W7M, good response.
Number
That
3
was-
for Fabian, 3 hammers.
Maybe.
2 as a player, 1 as a coach.
That was
Maybe.
really
I think
good.
I've unlocked it, the Easter egg.
If he wins another one, does he change his number to 4?
With this team, do you think they're going to lift the hammer?
No, I'm not.
we're asking the big
that is not an
questions now.
implication.
It's like,
Yeah, good round from W7M though, and I think just punishing M80's lack of awareness towards big window, and the push through that was the big one as well with the blitz.
Well, technical pause. We haven't had our rehost for this game yet, so we might get that out of the way now.
Did we have one in the previous one? I don't think so.
Maybe not.
I think we skipped one. I hope that doesn't mean it like converts over into this one. We get 2. Luckily though, not a rehost. So
yeah, that was a
seems
good
like
plant.
we are getting back into things. That was probably the shortest tech pause you'll ever get. So be thankful. Yeah, it's a quick 1-1, but more importantly, if you want to put an
By the way,
emphasis, it's
I
a
found out the reason
W7M,
why
so
people
that's
open up the
big
soft
takeaway
wall
for me
on
against It's been all
Destiny
about
there.
defense when it comes to
It's because you
Chalet,
can
but
hold a
W7M,
long
swift
angle
entry,
from
good
there
plant, good
to
execution.
library. So it's kind of helping you to secure support for the one that is holding Destiny.
I think it was Dots on the blitz that cleared all the way through Barstock, even with the Goo
So
mine.
literally that angle goes towards the single window in library.
Space to be able to dine
That's the angle
So
you
really
hold
well
this. Imagine
executed.
if you like playing
W7M.
Tugaro or like a Rooney with the DMR. It's going to be easy pick for the one that's jumping in from
Blitz
library
play
window.
for round number 3.
So that
So do we
could
continue
be
to see
something
that
to try, but I don't think it's going to
pace
be
amp up here from
anything we can
W7M?
try with
Well, and this is the thing as
randoms
well,
because
after
they're
this
going
round,
to
then you
get
bring the band
pissed.
back in, so
It would have to be
M80,
something to play
it's
with,
kinda like, okay,
like
well, we've already
buggy
banned
and
two
stuff, like
shields.
explain to
The
them,
blitz
like
is giving us
this
issues.
might
Do we then
actually
ban out the
work.
blitz as well
Go all in.
and go all in on that. The nature
And
of
of
the new
course,
ban
like you
system.
said, reinforcement, then reinforce it later. If it's getting too heated, you lose too many people, then you
And
just
fair,
reinforce the
on the
shit.
flip side, I'm not too sure if there's much that W7M would look at and say we want to take this away from M80. There's the blitz employed once again. Playing behind it is Loban.
Oh, shaving their heads! You're shaving their heads!
It's so aggressive on this so far, just trying to take as much space as possible, and he's got so much good information in towards dining as well. That can be played off, but no one there close by. And in fact, it's Doss that's popping a lot of heat right now. Gunner cooking inside of dining, gets the pick, stands up though, and comes a little bit of help. He has been downed. Dodes looking for more. That's a good one. That will have to be taken out. Oh, that's a free kill up above. Almost. Diffuser still alive. And very fortunate, to be honest.
Watch out the window.
Yeah, single
you can see
digit
the
HP it would
oh.
appear for Diffuser.
Damn.
Halfway point, W7M have fought hard for limited map control.
Oh, by the way, Dark,
Bolts go out.
Jaeger got a buff now. So they
Yeah,
announced
seemingly
it during
went to
this
escort that Diffuser
match.
up through Soul Rock.
So,
Has
you
good
know the
information
Capital
to
bolts
potentially make
did
this
not,
play work.
like the ADSs from Jaeger
Need
did
some
not
assistance,
catch
though, from the rest of the team, of course.
the Capital's
They'll work into
firebolts and
their
stuff.
Execute positions. Hot and cold with a nice
They
angle
have
towards
changed that, so Capital's firebolts
position.
gets
Could
caught up
potentially
in the
catch
Jaeger
somebody off
devices
guard,
now.
Thinks better of it, maybe trying to catch timing elsewhere.
It's the first real slowdown.
Yeah,
moment,
so
really,
I
of this
wouldn't
match.
be
First few
able to
rounds,
balance
certainly
with that
with some
wall
pace behind it.
downstairs
Comes the switch
in
onto the Soul
Chalet
side.
without getting burned now. So if you just,
Final
it
vault
will
as
be
well
enough to just
available
put
from
all
Dodos.
Jaegers
They
and
look to
I'm
team
good.
up and deal with this castle barricade.
40 seconds, looking to make entry. There's finds another one. He's got 6 inside of the opening 3 rounds. Now deep into sight, going for the plant. Again, good response from Tino with the Nitro Cell. He's found 2 of those
Oh, the plant's
so
going
far throughout the
down.
early portion of this match. But the plant has been successful, and that's something that M80 and more importantly Fabian wouldn't be too happy with to see these plants
That's
down. But
really
hey,
good.
if you're
That's
find the
really
kills in
good.
response and deny them a good post-plant position, it's not the end of the world. Loban in towards Solar. Can he light them up? That's one. And almost to the second. Hot and cold holds on.
Really
and M80
good.
will retake the lead 2-1. So it's 2 rounds. Oh, it's... Is it 3 rounds now the plant has gone down successfully, but 2 counter diffusers. Certainly a little bit of a concern, and of course now with the 3 rounds played out, we head into the ban phase behind the scenes, and I do wonder surely that blitz will get banned out because it's been the most prevalent side of the attack for W7M.
Yeah, a bit of an intriguing round there. I'm still not entirely sure if it was a conscious decision from M80 to allow the plant to go down play retake, or if they simply didn't hear it or didn't feel comfortable reacting, because we saw them very static once that plant went down.
I think they waited because there was not a good spot to go and be aggro.
Within range to hear it.
I think that's the reason why.
Back at that previous round, a lot of action down below initially. The Blitz trying to fight hard for control. Dodo's with a nice clean 1-tap to get entry, and then that plant went down. Gav and Kino caught over towards Closet. Logan did his best as his 2 teammates fell in the post, but hot and cold with clean trade, and M80 evidently pretty pleased with that result.
Well, we've had the bans come through, and the Blitz remains available for Dot, but the Capitao no longer available for W7M. Ella also has been banned out, so curious about that. And I guess that removes some dump potential for the ADSs onto the Jaeger in terms of clearing out them.
Yeah, we'll bolster the catch
Only 10 seconds remaining.
So it can certainly lock down a stronger position for M80 defensively a 2-1 lead.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
And
bomb
again, I think the pass might be to W7M is 2 rounds is probably what they really need. Maybe for a team of their caliber, they'd be maybe not too happy with that, but it's just the nature of what we've seen from Chalet today. Gunner with a peek outside of Piano, went a little early on the spray, and Palu's able to avoid losing his life. Maybe a little bit of patience necessary there for Gunner.
A big spotlight on Palu for this event, joining the team, and I'm sure he'll be under the microscope a little bit this particular event.
Yeah. We heard that didn't necessarily want to leave Team Liquid. It's just the way that it's panned out, and all things considered, he's joined obviously a very strong roster.
Loading new man.
But as you said, after SI, maybe a case of just retooling a very, very good
no.
2024.
The other match is going to be starting in.
So far today, though, North America undefeated. And maybe looking to continue that. Start so far on the defense.
In 30 minutes. Ooh. Hello. I got
So they may be wanting to be a little bit more cautious here. Now we go basement. Need to clear out a lot. And so far, there's only really 2 players playing a little bit more of that.
But I think, for me, I might watch the last game as well. As long as one
and I imagine he's going to bring his way all the way across and look to try and catch W7 off guard. And he very well may work. If he makes his way over towards the Mez, peeks down, and they're not ready for it, he should get a free kill.
Yeah, late flank. Where are those air jabs been placed, though, from Palu? Surely can deny
Logic
this.
Bomb, though. Well, to be fair, Giovanni hasn't made his way all the way to the mezzanine.
Oh, do you see the change they did? They made sure that the trash can is not shootable.
To go down, and again, uncontested. This has happened too many times now. It's becoming a trend.
The trash can is not
so much
shootable
so,
anymore.
At least W7M not only get the kick
Oh,
down, but they find the kills
shit.
to go with it. Absolutely.
The
Just
blood
clearing that
situation is
path
going to be
forward
crazy
in towards
then.
The basement. The flank didn't work. Nothing worked for M80 that round. And again, clinical for W7M. So much so they brought the techno music out as well. The party has begun maybe a little bit prematurely. 2-2 is the scoreline.
Concerning for
You don't have
M80,
to
when
watch, you can just have it
the
like
likes of a
tabbed up on low
Maestro,
volume.
Goyo,
Or
and Warden
you
set
can
up,
do
and you're
this,
allowing
by the
a
way.
plant to go down, at least largely what
A
we said
small
looks to fail and
tippity
pretty
tip.
uncontested and undecided.
Go and
That's
Google
quite
up
concerning
tab
because you should
muter,
have one of
because
those
if you use
pieces
that,
of the
it will
puzzle
still count
directed
your
on towards that
view
default
hours. So
plant
if you
position,
don't want
whether
to
it be the
have
Warden contesting
any
it in the face of utility
sound
or
when you're sitting on a
Maestro
PC,
running on
you
the
can
side,
just have it up,
Goyo
use the tab muter,
sorting out with canisters.
and you can just go and play whatever you want
see
during
that be
during that time
particularly
without
impactful in
having
any
any
round.
sound.
Unlike the previous round above, where they were able to
I
quickly
use it.
scramble and find those swift picks. Unfortunately, that
So,
time around, and arguably in a much
I have it
different
here.
position naturally on that main bridge.
This one.
Couldn't
Mute this. And it still will count in your watch hours. But if you have this muted down here, it's not going to be counted. It will not count if you have that muted, but this one, it's
Concern
okay.
for Fabian and for M80. And the biggest concern would be, and again, this is from probably a coach's perspective, is the fact that these plants just
And
keep
it's the
happening.
same with
That's probably the most concerning part of everything.
it does count
in a
as
very
viewing as
uncontested
well.
fashion.
So
There needs to be more of a contest from M80 for W7M. This has just been far too easy.
I mean, credit though to W7M, right? It isn't completely on M80 allowing this to happen. W7M are finding these very specific positions and timings and making it work.
like on Tuesday, it's like the games are not more.
Just play outside right now, W7M, and see whether or not M80 want to get
Like
aggressive at these
Tuesday
windows.
is.
Volps does a bit of work with the shock drone.
No,
inside of the
Tuesday
building.
is the same, so I'm not sure. I think it
gone over
says
on this.
wrong. Because the game format that we had for the entire day is going to be the same every single day until the last day, which is Wednesday,
like
is
to
going
me,
to
I
be
mean,
the
again,
same.
it's a 2-2
Then
scoreline,
when
but
we get to
W7M's attack,
Friday, then
they're
it's
setting the pace and the tone right now. They've got the control.
it's still best of
M80 have
one
been able to get 2
on
rounds.
Friday.
A lot of that has been off the back of those quick plants.
best of
They
one
can sometimes
on
find the kills
Saturday.
quick enough to be able to re-establish a good position in the post
I don't
plant.
think that is best of one. It's
This
best of
is the
3.
concern. If W7M
Yeah,
gets
so
earlier
Friday,
kills in the
Saturday,
round,
and
then
Sunday is
the-
best of 3.
The actual on-site execution has been perfect. Well, that's going to make it even harder for M80, and now they have to do it without Gunner. He was spotted earlier at the mezzanine, eventually has been targeted and taken out. 1 and 5 start for Gunner, not ideal. W7M once again seemingly in control here in the 5th round.
Yeah, certainly an unconventional performance from a player that we know can be one of the very best inside of the server. So no doubt he'll be frustrated and looking to refocus. 60 seconds then on the clock. W7M advantage, and we know they love going for these plans. Dodo's able to double down.
Beautiful from Dodo.
Oh, are you kidding me?
It will fall. W7M are about to
Lovin
take
got
a
it.
third
What the
attacking round here on
fuck?
Chalet as Gavini just caught.
I'm just
absolutely
giving
blindsided, shot in the
round.
back and hot and cold. The only one that remains now for M80.
Wow.
Flawless in the end, and I'm not
Yeah,
too sure Fabian's
nah.
going to be happy with the way this half has played out.
No,
For a
that
map
was
that's been
bad.
incredibly
That was
defender-sided today.
bad.
They've given up 3 attacking rounds to W7M.
That
One
is
more round in the half.
bad.
It must get to 3-3 for M80. Absolutely at a minimum.
I've got the popcorn ready in the microwave for that Fabian attack timeout. That's going to be content.
And no need for attack timeout right now.
No.
It's still early days, still first half, still good opportunity to at least get a third on the board and then see how your own attack half goes next up. But ultimately, for M80, it's... Yeah, I mean, you've got the 2 rounds, but it's just the nature of which the game has been playing on the terms of W7M. Like, we haven't seen a resounding, dominant round from M80. They've won a couple of rounds, but off the back of it being a little bit touch and go. Whereas W7M have won
I
probably
think it's
2 of their
going
3
to get
rounds quite
better,
dominant fashion, so
but
that's the concern.
it remains to be seen.
Double catch denial as well. Will buy a combination again with no capital. It does mean that they can certainly fortify some positions.
Yeah, I presume they're going to go for the pillar/top library cross here. They also have the mirror in support to make that push either from the
Yeah.
double window above. On
So this is going to be the last defense round for M80. After that, it's going to be they are going to be attacking. So I think M80 is going to be better on the attacking side.
Trying to go Capital, Jaeger change, that's a challenge, and Capital evidently banned out anyway. This would be a nice challenge for W7M to try and overcome. It looks like they're also playing the right position in the corner, diffuser on the Jaeger, so honestly, I think the most optimal strategy for W7M may be leaning more into the horizontal, maybe a lurk down below as well, trying to gain control and force M80 back in that regard, because taking on that setup above, I don't really know if it's going to be the calculated play. You'd have to play it absolutely perfectly. And they don't have actually a ton of throwable utility to deal with it, especially not explosives. Again, Capital banned out.
I think as well for Palu, coming into this roster, he doesn't have to do really a whole lot. He can kind of just slot in, play his role. He doesn't have to be the one to be a star. The core four from W7M have already shown they've got the capabilities to make grand finals, to be a top team and do some big things.
I mean, going back to the point of clearing this, it looks like W7M are eager to. Dodes needs to get value from those shock drones and clearing at least one, preferably both of these mirror windows. Oh, there's one.
Yep, one does get popped. You can hear that in the background.
I don't know which one.
Still good presence over towards the mezzanine for M80. Got Gaveni there as well.
Oh, there you go.
And there you go. He elects to just hold this position. In fact, all three can actually play off each other. I love the positioning for M80. This is going to be very difficult for W7M to clear this cleanly. Even if they can maybe get 1 or 2, I imagine they would lose a couple.
Ooh, Gunner getting one.
Has lost his line. There is that trade. Oh, hello.
Oh,
Diffuser.
no.
Gets caught in the hallway.
What the
Gunner falls
fuck?
as well. That's a swift 3K for W7M. Even though they lost the opening duel, M80 got the opening kill. It's 3 in quick succession for W7M. Really good pinch to clear up above, and that's just double stacking towards Bar. Kino just caught in the backside as well. I think he sensed all the pressure was up above, but no, Palu, he was actually playing away from the rest of the team. Gets them completely caught off guard, especially Kino. And that's a wonderful attack from W7M, really well orchestrated. And they get 4 attacking rounds on Chalet, bucking the trend of what we've seen today.
They should have just left that area.
A little bit more resistance for the defense. W7M though clearing one of those mirror windows. Rest of the team then able to time their run accordingly. Doing a good job there to overwhelm a defensive hold. And by far and away the most successful attacking half on Chalet we have seen so far here.
Yeah, it felt like they were like stacking up too closely. There was like no
how frequently the map has been played, and
leeway.
W7M will be rather confident heading into the second half.
I don't get why Giovanni was sticking around on the staircase when they lost
So heavy emphasis.
Messily. He should have just backed off and went downstairs instead of sticking behind that case. I just don't get that. That was a little bit stupid.
How's your Portuguese? Have you been practicing since last time?
No. I think it's still one word, which is obrigado, or obrigado, whichever variation you want to use. But yeah, 4-2 lead for W7. Now I can't help but feel like this could be really ugly for M80. And I also wonder, when does Fabian pull the trigger in terms of a tactical timeout and gives them a bit of a spell, because and it might be after this round, because you get to 2-5 and you're letting that scoreboard start to blow out. Maybe you trust them enough here to begin the second half and say, okay, you make it 3-4, at least it keeps it close.
If we do see that, what kind of Fabian are we anticipating?
It is day one, and you are playing W7M, so you might be a little bit...
The other game started. It's like that game, I'm not interested in that game to 100%. It's Liquid versus Team Secret.
If you are M80, now without the Lion, and Gunner can just not
my
get inside of the server right now.
favorite game to watch, to be honest, but...
W7M finding...
The other part of all of this as well, you know, for M80, an organization, a team that typically has come under some pressure, and when you kind of look at Wildcard won today, SSG won today, Duck Zero won today, and it's like, well, for M80, if they're a little bit behind the eight ball, and you got Shopify Rebellion as well waiting in the wings, Is this a team that's going to miss out on majors and SIs? I'm going super early. They're playing W7M, but it's more so referencing the fact that North America is looking really, really strong. So it's not going to be as simple as just walk in, claim a qual spot.
You'd hate to be the one team that
exactly
is the one to lose.
Exactly.
Today. Even if the impact is minimal in terms of the context of the event and the year, of course, it is just 1v01, but it's all about putting your best foot forward here at Reload for
He missed that
the 25-26
echo, are you kidding me?
campaign. As we hone in now to round number 7. And the Yokais from the Echo of Dota is gaining some decent information toward that dining hall position. Elsewhere, Diffuser looking to lurk on the Deimos, has 3 available defenders to ping out. Stalled out though, however, by this gas canister from Loban. Looking to maybe double down with Hot and Cold on the Blackbeard. Harley finding himself in an aggressive position, spotted out, forced back, makes the right call. Walking into that crossbow is the attack. Oh, good stun.
Yeah, that is really well orchestrated by W7M,
and it just allowed Volps to just creep forward a little bit in library.
Oh, 2 spotted as well. Volps can call this out to the rest of his team. He needs a little bit of help, a little bit of backup, but no one close by to really help and get a trade.
That fucking echo is annoying. What?
Dying on that island, 50 seconds left, still the advantage with W7M, but M80's not going to go down without a fight. Hot and Cold makes an entry in through office. He gets to that half wall, there is presence, double stack.
He doesn't have any nades left. Oh, Kino get a good kill.
On to Dotas and keeps this round alive. The Echo taken off the board. It's a big
yeah,
pick.
that's a huge pick. Oh,
under 30 seconds remaining, they're making something happen. Diffuser in a 1 versus 2. Did lose 2 players though in quick succession. Dots and Palu. Can they get the revive onto Hot and Cold through Diffuser? Absolutely not. They were never going to allow that one to happen. Swift denial.
what the fuck?
W7M 5-2 up.
How are you losing this? Seriously,
And
like
I have got
how?
my eyes glued on the second monitor to see if we get that.
My teams are not performing. The teams that I picked today has not worked.
You really cannot allow 6-2 to happen, and as we keep counting down, it doesn't seem like we're going to get a Fabian crash out. No timeout called. Snow Wine coming up for this next round, and W7M, oh, they're in cruise control.
Yeah, they're chilling.
They are absolutely chilling right now. Yeah, Palu's slotting in very nicely, 5-2, but the team itself is just gelling. Everything in the first half that they wanted to do, they were able to do. Get the plants
Like they
down,
had the
full control.
positioning to
Really
go
made
and
it
plant,
difficult for
but
M80
they still
on their own
died.
Defense, and yeah, good way to start the
Yeah.
second half as well for W7M on their own defense now as well.
So, like you see on Wine here, they open up footholds in Wine.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable to
Oh,
reflect
that's
on
interesting. Opening up like
the rounds
that,
thus
so
far
that
and the fact
you
that
make sure that they
M80
can't
have only
open,
down
but
to
it
the 2,
works
and
like both
both
ways.
of those were rather low percentage plays in the
5 seconds to go.
particular situations that played out. Really did not expect it to be this one-sided towards W7M at this point in time, but still an opportunity for M80 to activate on attack here. As we go down to basement for the 8th round.
So here's the thing. We usually
Charlie
play
in
badness
play.
and stuff. Here, like on pro,
Perhaps indicative that
they
we'll
are playing
see
it.
aggression
They're not
towards
using
rear,
anything for the wall.
although currently Kino posted up Maybridge Snowmobile.
At all. For me, it's very confusing because I want the wall to be closed, but
from defense, much more reliant on denying space and gaining information with the likes of Smoke and
it's still
Elysian,
very
for
weird.
instance.
Very
Playing
weird to
really
see
well
that
off
they
info,
are
some of the
not
priority,
using
Echo
any
being
form
impactful.
of.
It is an Echo this time around, but it is an exchange onto the belt. And with no IQ in play, and 80 dealing with that nature of
Yeah, they play it very differently.
I mean, I've got as far to say this has to be a must-win round for M80. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. It's been halted since the 3rd round.
Oh, he's ready to jump out.
Players of W7M are just looking to pounce here.
Smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, that was
North
sweet.
America so far today has been a region that has seen resounding success, but it may close the day out with a loss courtesy of M80. Again, coming into this matchup, I always felt W7M should have been the favored team of the 2, and so much so I was a little bit surprised that M80 did bet the 2 bullets.
The time is ticking. They're into anything right now.
Ultimately falls on. Is that a coach decision, full team decision?
I'd say it's probably a team discussion, but then comes down to coach/IGL.
Yep. Only 3 drones remaining, by the way, in this round for M80. I mean, there's over a minute remaining, so they're going to have a lack of information.
Yeah, I don't like the positioning that.
Kino, he's certainly been trying. Let's get the kill onto Dot, so no gas barriers to stall out. Has an opportunity. Volts is going to fall elsewhere as well. Almost found one onto Parlor inside of blue.
Now the kills are coming in. What the fuck?
Busy. And M80 might be on the verge of capturing an attacking round. And with Kino putting some good work in on the Wamai, they have been able to overwhelm this defense of W7M for the first time in a while. Finally, get themselves on the board, and that's a relief for Fabian.
So they were just waiting for a crack in their defense before they pushed.
Looking to try and grind out these rounds for a little while now, and finally able to connect the dots there on basement. Good shutdown in the end. And in fact, after that round,
now it's taking time out.
So hopefully we get a listen in. I'm eagerly waiting to hear that voice. Here we go.
Eu senti que ambos eles tiveram information play. They're playing both Valkyrie, they're playing Echo, and again, as I said, Fenrir. If we have the Twitch, bring the IQ, because they are playing off information and playing aggro. They couldn't do it on basement so much as they wanted to, but you saw it with the Echo drone. They were not letting go of space. They were not giving you an inch. Do a 3-2-1 when you execute for the first layer of the defenders. So when you're going for like mess or whatever, do a 3-2-1, go together. Yeah. They're gonna send more people to help, but the 3-2-1 will help you guys clear them out. So you're 5 versus 3 at most.
We can also start bringing Doke and then use an early Doke call to execute, like on their...
Do we want to do like our fast solar, like we did against Furia?
Fast solar?
Yeah. Like remember we literally just repelled in with Blackbeard.
Did you get what he meant? By the way, chat. Did you understand what Fabian meant with the 3-2 layer?
I can ID, hold on.
Let's just see what they're doing.
Save drones, boys. We had like no drones last time.
It's signing.
Yeah, signing.
Fenrir again, yep, Fenrir. All
Yeah, we see it on this round and understand. It's
a wonderful insight there from both Fabian and the team as well for M80. Well, it was Kino with a good entry on the Wamai, ended up finding a second as well later on in that round, so definitely a big influence on the team today. 3-5 scoreline. Obviously,
there were 2 key points.
So you're going to be seeing it on this round. So
the information gathering.
The future going Dokkaebi started, like you said at the beginning. Let's. Oh, we went back to Lion. Okay.
And the second point is the drone economy was rather weak for M80 in that prior round. So something that has been noted by Fabian. We'll see how that plays out. We also heard towards the tail end that they're probably going to go for a set play with the Blackbeard aggro solar. So let's see how that impacts this round.
I love that, by the way. So important for not just us, but even for the viewers at home to get a little bit of insight into this round, that it's like, hey, they've kind of alluded that they want to do this sort of set play. Okay, Blackbeard, solo, go for a fast take. If that doesn't eventuate, we now know sort of at home that, but they didn't want the game to play out like this. They wanted to do something else, for example. Of course, things change, you know, an early pick here or there, maybe.
So you're going to be seeing, I'm not sure if it's going to be shown, but you see there's 3 people over there.
And yeah, I think as well.
And then you have 2 people over here. So this is the 3-2 layer gameplay. So they're going to be pushing them in from 2 different spots for getting the plant. So you see the Blackbeard just going in for a fast plant.
And hot and cold absolutely shut
he
down by
just
Logan.
got shut
they got
down
the first
hard.
part of that right. What happened to the 3-2-1?
Yeah.
Don't know if the timing was a bit off. Maybe Ying popping a bit early. They do have some control now to maybe play off, a bit of pressure being applied.
Dual swing, Loban feeling a little bit aggressive here because he's sensing there's a stack. Oh, what a shot from Loban onto Kino. A swift adjustment with a shotgun. Too strong, too good. Job done from Loban. He has lost his life, but honestly, he's done more than enough in that position, considering how fast M80 have wanted to play in this round, and they keep the pace going. 90 seconds left, 3 versus 3. Certainly a winnable round. Yellow ping information from above, but the shots are just a little bit astray. That would have been a crucial moment for M80 to find another kill there.
Okay, so they don't have
despite hot and cold dying early on in the piece, the rest of the team finally does fall in line.
Long angle.
3 versus 3, 60 seconds.
Where are these EDDs as well? Oh, shot! Diffuser plays the long angle back the other way onto Dots and M80. Well, I'll tell you what, if they can win this round, it's back to 4-5. and doing
Yeah, I
something we
know.
haven't seen today, these two teams, but being a little bit more attacker-sided on Chalet. Gavini gets rid of Palu, and hello, we've got ourselves a game now all of a sudden, just like that. From a 2-5 lead for W7M, M80 are starting to bring things back. It is a successful plant. Dode's known in terms of his
So
position.
the clear thing that
And
he
I
said, the
cannot see a world in which
3-2-1
he's gonna pull
layer.
off a 1v3
So you have
here.
one
Post plant
going
up
in
above, no
solo, which
information
would
down
be
below.
the Blackbeard. Then you have 3 people taking up top floor through the bathroom side, as you saw there, and Solarium. And then you have 2 guys standing outside of bedroom,
Dodes will go
like
for it,
tossing the Ying and stuff and forcing their
Definitely a few
hand
challenges
over
for
there as well. Now it failed
Solid
because
round
of
from
Blackbeard
M80
died
off there.
in a way, but the
I don't know how
retake
we can
was
roll.
already
what's
done
interesting
in a
about that
way.
round as well, guys,
So
is
that is kind of one.
Blackbeard died immediately as soon as they got through.
That is kind of the 3-2-1. So you like you have like an arrow type of field of moving in. So everyone moved in from Solarian into the piano area. So you had Blackbeard go in, followed up with the 2 players behind Blackbeard, and Slushy. How you doing, gorgeous? Thank you so much for the raid. Hi everyone. For those that do not know, my name is Run Out of a Name. I'm a streamer, mom, gamer mom, playing mostly Rainbow Six Siege, and I'm currently working with Ubisoft co-stream the tournament that is taking place in Brazil right now. So we are just watching the game and hanging out. Hi Arctic.
Mirror.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Been live for like 7 hours now.
Yeah, that will certainly be the case. And
I
on a
just
site like ours, specifically, I
explained
like
to
approach from W7M. They're probably
everyone
gonna go
like
for
what
the,
the
double setup that we saw
3-2-1
last
gameplay
time.
is.
Objective coming to map,
What they did.
facing towards library.
Yeah, that's scaring me to
Facing
death.
the exterior.
So, but yeah, as I said, guys, like so it's still like the 3-2-1 or 1-2-3. So you had Blackbeard going in first, then you had the 2 guys following behind, then you had the last 3 following behind the second line. And they all was focusing towards the bedroom, like towards piano office area. So it was like just a wave. And that's the way you will be able to refrag when you do that.
Storyline wise,
So that's one of the reasons.
reasons.
So guys, if you don't know Slushy, you definitely should check him out. Amazing, sweetheart. Why can't I find you here?
Good sign for M80 that this has turned into
Why
a
aren't you
competitive game.
in? That's weird. Let's try that again.
Find a 3rd successive round, and W7M might start
Oh
sweating bullets a little
no,
bit.
that does not work. Your name is not
Sometimes you can
popping up
just
there,
gain that
Slushy.
momentum, even on the attacking side. It's been a struggle for teams today on this map, but when you get into the groove and everyone's kind of
Oh damn.
all in tune,
Well, let me do this then.
you can really just snowball some rounds.
Let's do this. So guys, do check out Slushy, an amazing sweetheart. Plays mostly Fortnite.
And this
By
is
the way,
probably
how
what
did
M80
the
need.
games go today,
You
Slushy?
can lose this match like 7-4, 7-5, and I don't think they'll lose much love. But if they had, well, say 7-2 and got totally dominated, then there's some question marks. But this is already at least some good signs for them. For W7M, just got to find their way back into things and maybe find a little bit more aggressiveness on the defense. It feels like they're
Well, at least you
really
got a
sitting back
win.
quite a lot and giving
That's good.
M80 a lot of time and space to do what they want to do.
Tried watching the pro
Oh, that's a shot.
on Fortnite too.
Loading glass.
Flames to follow.
Oh,
Gonna get
nice,
some
nice.
This is-
Good pick.
I need to see W7M just find a little bit more aggressiveness.
It's just,
They're
yeah, Jaeger though, so it's not the
barely
end of the
shooting
world.
back. Loban, I'm
They
not too
only
sure if
has
his
one
position
C4
is
left,
known. Logic Bomb, of course, ringing out.
W7M.
Dots taken low towards Games, and Diffuser going for the lurk down through the hallway, shot in the back is Palu, and M80 have suddenly found a new gear.
Oh my
They've
god,
switched it
Diffuser's
up, and
just
they're
getting
about to
3
make it
picks
5
after
to
3
5.
picks.
It will be 3 consecutive attacking rounds in a row. Vault
Told you
spotted
that
over towards the mezzanine.
M80 were
His
better
position
in
will be now
attack.
known, called out around the map, and it's about
Ah,
to be flawless.
okay. Interesting. This one is taking place in Brazil, the one that I'm watching right now. And they are actually using the new Rainbow Six Siege that is coming up in June 10th. So they are playing through SiegeX right now.
Fist bump there, a little
So that's why this tournament is a little
happiness
bit
from
more
Fabian.
special.
And that probably is no greater feeling as a coach when your team is down, you attack timeout, and then hey, bang, bang, bang.
So they are just.
It was a 4-round.
So we get to see how it works in tournament, but we are not allowed to be playing it until next month.
Na cozinha avançada, em vez de fazer aquela adaptação que você queria, eu queria fazer uma coisa meio alien, mano. Botar cara na escada da...
Yeah. I decided earlier, Dark, that on June 10th, I'm going to do my special stream on June 10th, on the day of release. So for those that do not know, I just hit 1,000 followers like yesterday. So I'm going to do a special stream on June 10th. There's going to be 1 versus 1 tournaments. There's going to be a special like challenges, sub challenge, bit challenge, and so much more. Like, there's going to be crazy with a lot of things. There's going to be balloons, and we are just going to be celebrating our asses off. And that's going to be like obviously 3 days before I go to the gaming event, so I'm going to be tired.
Well, unfortunately, it's not great. I thought that Norris though looked pretty calm. I didn't think that he seemed like he was, you know, totally losing it at his team or anything like that. And unfortunately, we're going to be getting a rehost coming out of this timeout as well.
It's warm in Brazil
today. Yeah, Doki wiping his sweat before, and
yeah, it's heating up.
It is. It's quite hot in the kitchen. It's quite hot in this match. 5-5. Who's going to get?
Okay, Slasher, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the raid as well. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I really appreciate that.
Our feelings on how this match has played out and our thoughts moving forward. But M80 have all the momentum. That's the key storyline moving forward now. But does that momentum get
warm?
Just squandered a little bit with this rehost?
Yeah, I suppose to some extent. But provided M80 remain focused, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for them.
They're in the game. That's really all you can ask for, right? Like, you're down 2-5, and mentally that's always a little bit tricky to feel like, can we get back into this? Because it's going to take effort that we have to now actually pour out. Look at Fabian. He's not just a coach. He's the fan man as well.
Fan man. Fan man.
This is where you can also almost overthink and feel like, wow, they've won 3 rounds in a row. They've got all the momentum. Do we have to dramatically shift and change our philosophy, or do you just kind of back yourselves in to get out of this
laying down?
I mean, all the credit goes to M80, and so far it's been a really good match. I mean, again, admittedly, I don't think we've had a lot of rounds where both teams have played well in that same round.
The tech pass is driving me nuts.
Well, that's kind of crazy. And then I got told, don't do that.
Like, hey. Don't break the chair.
I mean,
am I the only one that feels like I don't want to have a chair that you can fold like that? Because I don't want to sleep in that kind of position.
Able to successfully win that side out. Then 3 on the trot on the other 3 objectives, wine, kitchen, bar, respectively. We head back to Master for the match point, break point round. It's very significant. So I'm really intrigued to see how it plays out on this particular occasion. From memory, last time the Master defense from W7M was pretty strong. We saw Gunner fall in the piece really early at the 254 mark. And
really?
Particularly great sailing from that.
I would be afraid of falling if I had a chair like that.
10 players back inside of the server, so hopefully the
I would love to get the new chair though. I would love. I wonder if there is.
I'm just looking
if there is a used one, I'm thinking like maybe buy a used one, because new chairs are actually hella expensive.
That's unprecedented.
That is a very high rate, and that's from, of course, including both teams. It's been rough for Gunner, sure, but he's actually bringing it back now, and he's also been involved in the vast majority of the entry fights for M80. He's 3-3 in that, so I mean, at least par for the course. Loban 3-0, 126 EPS, has been easily the best player for W7M as we're moments away. Fist bumps give that away, that we're getting back into this. At 5-5, a tense moment here between these two teams. And,
like, you found this gaming
match
chair?
That's actually gone to at minimum 7-5 today.
But this is actually kind of expensive though.
A little bit of that distance here in these best of ones. This one may even kind of go OT. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
And now a word from our sponsors. Please
Can MAD
don't
keep the good
drink
times
and
rolling for
drive,
North
kids.
America
It's
today?
not good for you. Rainbow Six Siege will continue in a couple of minutes.
It looks like the pause will be extended a little bit longer.
Be
Yeah,
so
looks like
kind
it's
to
gonna be
sit
extended
in the
again
chair
because
and
the
wait
fans were
for the
wrong.
technical pause to discontinue.
Just building up the tension.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping that boiling pot going
A
a little bit longer.
Dark Heart.
Smiles from Norris in
You
the
got
background.
hear me. Dark Heart here shit, guys.
Any
You got here
kind of
shit.
talk of momentum now, I think, for either side. I mean, 4 in a row. From
Imagine
W7M,
if a
followed then by
sponsor
4 in a row
like
for M80,
it
followed
did.
then by a double
Imagine if there
rehost,
was
because
you have
we are as even as you
the
can
ads
possibly
popping
be
up, but
at
before
5-5.
the ads pop up, you have like someone say,
Without a doubt.
"Now we are going over to
Both tag
ads."
timeouts have been used as well. I mean, it's up to the players
Like
now.
Dark said, like, or like now a word from our ad sponsors.
As far as I understand,
Please sit
and it looks to be
back
the
in the
case, they
chair,
cannot
relax,
communicate at
and
this point in
enjoy
time
the
during
ride.
Technical pause, as is typically protocol. So really just
How
left to
many ads
stew
do
in
you
their own
get?
thoughts, the better or worse.
Like I have the standard.
Some
Like
smiles now
there's
for W7M. They
nothing.
looked quite serious before.
If you had to pick one from here,
I think it's an OT. And I don't
Yeah,
know how to
like
split.
a word from
Put it
our
on back to
ad
the side with
sponsors.
W7M had
Sit
success.
back in the chair and
So they
relax
may
and
be able to
enjoy
replicate that. Then we go
the
back to one
ads
of the
and
other
relax
sides of
your
local
mind
rotation.
and let it go.
Probably basement, I would assume.
No,
And
but
if
like
that
really?
MAD respond and we go OT. That would be my projection, but
well, I think that my biggest
we
takeaway
go
from this game
into-
so far was how dominant W7M looked, to then seemingly lose that dominance so quickly.
and we're seeing that initiated on attack. Which
Exactly.
is crazy considering
fuck
just how
is
defenders
it?
started.
So,
to feel that.
like, and this is the thing, because it's probably the easy answer is it's always a little bit of both in terms of like, well, what do you put that down to? M80 stepping up their game and bringing some more firepower on
What
the
the fuck is
attacking half
this?
and getting rounds on the board, or is that W7M maybe letting their grip on the game just kind of fall away a little bit and allowing M80 back into the game?
So,
which
I
side of
have
the coin do you feel
this.
that lands? The easy answer is a bit of both.
It's been so mixed, and I mean, a good example of
I've
that is
actually
like round
have it,
6,
like,
where M80 get the
lower.
open kill and don't convert, but we've also seen that round 9 in the second half as well from W7M. So they've both had
Well,
those moments where they've been in the
I have it pretty
advantageous
low. Like it
position
depends
at-
if you
in some of the earlier portions of
refresh
round
the
of the defense, and they
webpage,
just haven't
then
been able
you
to
will get.
close.
So I
But,
don't
I mean,
have
the
it
biggest
on like
factor to also consider
I have
is
it
the
like
frequency of plants. It's
30%
so high.
net
Yeah, so much higher than
revenue.
you would
So
typically
like
expect,
how
which I
many
think
minutes is
makes the
actually like
analysis
really low.
You know, far more challenging.
Run a 2-minute ad break every
And to
52
be fair
minutes.
as well, the one round that actually W7M have won in this second half on the defense was probably the scrappiest
So
of
like
the rounds that we've had all
I
year.
have to do this
So
because
at no point
if
really
I
have they looked
have
actually convincing on defense.
No.
longer pause, then the ads is going to be
It
longer.
doesn't take much.
And I don't think you
It's a
want to sit
6-5 and
through
then
an
it crosses
ad
straight
for like
back on
4
to
minutes.
Either side.
Like every 1 hour and a half,
Should
for
be too much
example. So I
longer
think 2 minutes for 52 minutes is pretty good.
From getting back into this one, because I'm certainly.
Okay, excuse me? What? That's a new one.
Continue the good times, and the rolling goes on, and they also close it out 7-5, and then there's the OT. So
Let's just go over and check this for now. Wait, did I not?
Spot a hot bother here. He's trying his best. We'll get
We
it
have
down, but
Clubhouse, baby.
is it enough? A 2 versus 3 breaking out. Mowgli's found Meyer as well. A player that I mentioned we should watch out for, but Neska shuts him down and finds one more at the bottom of main. Nesk on for a 3K.
Is Nesk going to have one of those days? You never know if it will be or not from him. We know that he is, more than capable of greatness. We've seen it time and time again from him. And he's just going to deliver for his team when they need it there at the end of round 1. We would expect Liquid to win down in the basement, Des. That's the reality. So, yeah, they've got that one locked down. Box ticked. They now move on. They need to be getting at least another one of these sites. They're going to head to CCTV and Cash. They need to win that, or they need to win Bedroom. You're looking for a 4-2 half on the defensive Clubhouse, realistically. So that's going to be the main aim for now for Liquid. It's not necessarily about winning every round, but it is about winning this one, because it gives you some more freedom in round 3 then. The pressure isn't on to get Gym and Bedroom done. If you can get it sorted here,
then not a problem. We're not gonna see, interestingly, the Monty being brought along. We do have the Capitao. I was gonna say one of the other you kind of need to make sure that you're able to clear Catwalk.
Okay, what the fuck?
If Team Liquid choose to play up there. For anybody newer to watching Siege, what are the attackers gonna try to do here? They're gonna try to get control of two areas. One is Catwalk, and one is the half roof that you can see on your right hand side. They're gonna open that wall up, and what they can do then is they can hold the line of sight from that half roof on the right of your screen right across sight, so nobody can move into the bottom half of the site, and then from the Catwalk window.
A word from our moderators. Heads up, chat jump scares can appear from time to time. Please be aware, and please don't watch if you have any problems with your heart.
Any nitros or any verticality or anything.
It might end badly.
Try to do, and that's what executes on site in Siege are about a lot of the time. It's creating that safe space, using crossfires and lines of sight to create a little bubble inside a site where you can go in safely and put the diffuser down.
No, they get the special force treatment. What the fuck, Dark?
Worth noting, as someone spotted it on the A stream earlier, that Jaeger ADSs can indeed now catch those Capitao bolts.
Still?
Extra reason to bring him along, and of course paired up with the fact that for a short amount of time now we've only had 2 flashes rather than 3 in back pocket.
well.
It's a lot harder.
I like Clubhouse. Oh, they whoa, hello.
Like Maya and Ness bring
That's
onto the
one
table
way
here
of
that Jaeger
opening it
and
up.
Lamar. So very dug in, and it's going to mean getting yourself up onto that catwalk without being able to fire out.
I've never seen a team open up that much before.
Unless
That's
they really
interesting.
pull themselves together and work as a team to clear this out.
Yeah, Mowgli, I think he knows that there's one just in front of the window there, so he's just looking to see if he can get an angle.
Oh, I saw
onto
a
him,
way
but
to
Maya
open up.
is
You
not
know,
gonna
when
be
you use
giving
Maverick
anything
to
away. This is the
open
angle
up
that he
and make
wants to
the
use. You're
breach
not gonna
soft
stand up.
dark,
You're not gonna
you
give
can
them any
actually do that
opportunity
with
to
Hibana
challenge
pallets
onto him. He just
as
wants
well.
to be able to hassle the Monty if they push
I'm gonna
too far
try that,
forward onto the stairs. He
and
will
see
give
if
his
it
life
works.
If needs be, if it means he can take the Monty down, because that's going to be the key operator for getting up there and getting established on catwalk. Mowgli manages to find Maya. That is big, because as you can see now, look, the Monty can start
my
propelling
god.
forward, can start
Oh my
making some
god. Are you
progress.
kidding me?
However, Nesk does manage to find
Oh
one.
no, what?
Continues.
He's
Five can
alive?
make that another. That's 5 in the game so far before Mowgli takes him down. 3 versus 3.
All things equal come the end of it, though, Tim, for sure.
He
Like,
got
Maya
2
was
good
absolutely
kills.
Toast, and Nesk has done a great job bringing down a couple of players with him. Balances things out, but as noted, you've still got the Monty on side. There's still 60 seconds to play with here. A single C4 in the back pocket. If they can
Now
make
they'll
that
let
out
them
past
cook.
him, it starts looking pretty straightforward to get the diffuser down.
So there is 1 C4 left on board and 1 smoke canisters left. So and it's 40 seconds left. It's not looking good for Secret right now.
So it maybe does offer a little bit of wiggle room for Liquid to be able to move around here and make a bit of a nuisance of themselves. They can't got everything in position. Beautiful, but resets is there.
Oh my god, are you losing that? Are you seriously losing this?
1v2.
So beautifully executed by Secret here to force us into a 2 versus 1, but he's got to win it, but no! The Monty loses it out. Savage has gone aggressive and may well pay the price here. Instead, no.
Oh my god, they lost that?
To get Secret over the finish line. But again, to come back to it,
Oh,
Tim,
that's
they
so
were baiting
bad.
out the hits onto that barbed wire. Noah was stood
That's
already. They
so
get the kill onto
bad.
the player at top red, and immediately Savage on the Monty charges into red to catch out the second player stuck there.
That
And
just
like
goes to
they've
show
got rid
you
of a couple
never
of
know what's
players on the
happening
side
in
of Liquid,
around.
just so well orchestrated.
Jesus.
And it really left them in a spot to win. Sure, Savage nearly threw it away for them, but they got it over the line in the end. One apiece.
I think there's a couple of decisive moments from Secret there that really got it over the line. Had they not been so decisive, had they sat back for an extra couple of seconds, then there's a real world where Liquid get that round 1. But they knew what was coming, they saw their opportunities, and Secret took them. So it was well played from them. Like I say, it was a little bit shaky had they been looking to plant, and I think that's in part why we saw them pushing for the kills rather than trying to get that diffuser down. Savage pushing in, getting aggressive, just trying to find them to create a little bit more space.
All right. At least I've seen both teams.
Well,
show a
I'm
little
not
bit of
saying
flair,
anything.
what they
I'm
can
not
achieve
better.
here.
I have done worse. Like TK Kim.
the
Well,
lead.
yeah,
Bedroom,
of course,
side
we're
number
not
3.
pro
And then
players,
again,
but
we'll see
still,
another
like
ban
a
on
lot
both
of.
sides, another
Here's the
attacker
thing.
taken away,
Even
and
if
another
they are
defender.
pro players,
I wouldn't
they
be shocked to
still
see the
don't
Monty follow through
aim
as that next ban,
100%
Tim,
at the
'cause that's
headshot
all
like
our shields taken offline.
level all
It's
the
almost like
time.
pick your poison for
For
Liquid. You know you're going to
example.
have to play against a shield for at least 3 rounds. Which one
I
don't
wonder
you mind
if
playing
that
against?
guy got
They
banned
chose the
yet.
Monty.
I want to see if he got banned.
Just holding a very slim angle under the main door there for the time being. Not going to catch anybody. Secret will be 2 alert to that kind of danger. They're not going to give themselves away that easily. Rotero drone is going to go in, look to just take out one of those environmental aspects, the gas pipe that we've spoken about. Get that exploded now so it can't be used against them. That should give us a little bit of a signal. It will also give Liquid a little bit of a signal as to where Secret maybe want to station somebody. We've already seen the Shields working up those main stairs, looking to bully their way in towards logistics, in towards bedroom from there. So that might just signal for us that that's going to be part of the plan for Team Secret.
Sure. Don't lose too many players early on is the key thing as well. Not really done it so far, but I mentioned Mowgli before back on walls. What I'd always remember about him was that he often would play a bit too far ahead of the team. At least here held back by having to play on the flourish. You've got those Roteros you've got to toss out. And Savage is really being the spearhead for this team. Of course, on the Monty, that's what you look to do. Here we go. Mowgli's in there. He wants this one. For a second there, I wonder what was going on, but has got a bit too keen here. Has not tucked himself into safety and may well pay the price for it. Not going to get recovered. Maya finishing him off.
4 versus 4, and it starts to crumble for Secret here as Maya manages to get another ask onto Noah. They tried that aggression, they tried to just take what was given to them, but it seems to have been a little bit of a trap. Diaz manages to find that final headshot.
That was not good for Liquid at all.
Opportunity to just walk on in.
Damn.
But guess what? They were invited. Team Liquid were ready, and they've cut them down. And it's a good round. 2-1 now, and that'll be the start that Team Liquid are looking for. And we'll go in.
Nicely done, Liquid.
Secret definitely expected a swing from Construction Daughters. Not so soon. I think the flashbang would have definitely deterred that player. But Mowgli's probably wondering, where's our third or fourth teammate here? Who's supporting us on this push through to make sure I'm not going to get sideswiped like this? And they paid the price for it. But really well played by Liquid to collapse onto Team Secret and shut that attack down before it really got rolling. Last couple of bans, and as mentioned, you're probably going to see the next shield ban. Indeed, the Monty is offline, and we're completing things out with another electrification ban. It's the Bandit being taken offline.
Well, the question now is, what are Secret going to do? Because a lot of their attacks have been behind that Monty. It has been about that shield presence. That's been the tip of the spear, and working behind it and get a bit of movement, get a bit of intel, and go from there. That's not going to be the case now. So we're going to have to see a different...
Any talk of momentum, absolutely. Zax, for either team, it's as reset as it possibly can be at 5-5. And look, I do kind of agree with the sentiment from the fellas. It's like whoever wins this particular 11th round takes such a big lead going into that next one. OT guaranteed, off the back of the break to come out, win this round. It's a huge one coming out. And I love the fact that we actually get the Ella in the server too. How about that? Just for added theater. After the Admirals tried to ban it away 3 times, Dots is like, I'm playing Ella.
Maybe just do it
Maybe
to
it's
make
a
a
sign.
point, yeah.
Alrighty, M80, of course, will recap a little bit because W7M won 4 rounds in a row to get a 5-2 lead, and then following that, timeout worked perfectly for M80 as they then followed up with 4 rounds themselves. Actually, I should refrain 3 rounds. Maybe, might be.
Well, again, as previously mentioned, we're going back towards that one objective that W7M was successful back on round 7 to open up the half. So, if they're able to replicate that success and our theory is correct, then maybe able to walk home with this one, which would really sting, I think, for M80 who have put up a good fight to try and bring this one back. Let's see how they deal with that information, though. Again, the Echo is in play. M80 not electing to bring the IQ this time around, which was something mentioned in a previous tech timeout.
You certainly don't want to be the opening death here either. You've been sitting around doing not a whole lot for a while. And it is going to be Palu. That is the opening death as Diffuser picks up the first kill for M80. Good start on the attack. RAU has gone out from hot and cold, and Giovanni's going to make it another one for M80.
What do I see, naughty boy? What?
Ping information onto Dots as well. All the pressure is right
Mommy?
onto W7M, and Gunner, he also gets in on the action.
What did Dark do?
A quick 3K to start the round for M80, and they've got themselves a 5
Dark is
versus 2
naughty.
lead, and then
Okay,
very much
let's see
looking
here.
likely to take that 6-5 lead.
Last time I
As
watched
Dots
Channel
and
3, I
Dodos
had to turn off
pull
the
this
chat
round back.
because
It's certainly
everyone was
going to be a
apparently
4th consecutive round for M80, and a
And
huge
Special
comeback from a
Forces don't get
5-2
that
deficit
stuff.
to take a 6-5
Well, I
lead.
guess I will stop, otherwise I will
Really,
get the
just
belt
highlighting
from
the day
Mommy.
that it has been for North
You
America.
deserve the belt the most.
All that consolidation out.
What the
for M80.
fuck, Dark?
Close it out, get the job done.
Yep. And the Deimos as well could trap one player, so it's effectively a 5-1.
There's not mine
Dark,
thrown
what
out
the
towards that
fuck?
solid doorway in towards bathroom. Dots makes the cross, but only into death. Gunner shuts him down. M80
You
have got
can't
themselves
call everyone
match
special
points
forces, you know
after
that?
a 5-2 deficit. 4 rounds won consecutively. Puts them into pole position to take down WSM
I
on
even
their
called
home
myself
turf.
special forces.
Unless Fox
yeah.
is wrong.
Okay.
Then.
Sure,
Fox
buddy.
is right.
Sure.
He's not often wrong, to be fair. He's one of the best in the biz.
One of? Who's the who else would be better than Fox?
The man standing right next to him.
Milosh.
No. The other one.
6-5 lead for M80. Can they close it out, or do we get overtime for the first time on the A stream today? Have we had any overtimes? No, none. None on the B stream. Had some big results on the B stream.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This could be our first OT.
What the fuck?
And now for W7M, you know, internally, it's like, where's this win going to come from?
So,
Because
and
they
made
haven't
actually turn
won
around from
since the 7th
5-2
round,
to 6.
which feels like a lifetime
5?
ago now.
What the fuck?
And you kind of get
That's
caught in two minds. Do
absolutely
you try and go
insane.
aggressive here? 'Cause
And
we've
they
lost
are
4 rounds in
last
a row.
round for them. They are in
Instinctively, then
attack.
You kind of go to think, well, let's
It
try and
could
make
be a
something happen,
better
right? Let's be the ones to go out
ending
and be
for
aggressive, go for an
M80,
early
or
pick,
like
maybe a spawn
a
pick, get
better
something that can get
opportunity
us,
for them to close
an
the round.
advantage early in the round for us to build off, because you don't want to go into your shell now. You've already lost 4 rounds in a row. M80 are fit firing, flawless in the last round as well. Then you overextend, and because you get aggressive, you actually open up your defense a little bit. So you get caught in 2 minds.
I mean, based on the lineup and position, I think they're going to play pretty
think it's gonna be
loosely
full
on
round,
time,
yeah.
because the last time
I
we
think
saw
it
Bar,
just
it
go
was
to
very much
rush in.
the
onside
Jaeger, the mirror, lockdown turtle, try and hold a bulb. This time around, though, very much across the map, playing far more open, looking to probably find success, especially with that opening duel as well, which has hindered them significantly.
Okay.
Oh, this is it for W7M. You lose this round, and 2 bullets gone.
Is it? Yeah, it is.
For North America, undefeated for day 1.
Oh!
Forces Loban back towards trophy stairs, but with his life intact. No
That
damage
could have gone
done.
very wrong. If he
by the
was not
cutoff,
quick
so-
enough, he would actually died.
He can just kind of chill.
I would imagine for
He's a
him,
chill guy.
this is where you got to just find a way to hunt down these roamers. OT secured, but it's been a long match now. We probably want to get this one done and dusted. Loban.
Cut off this time.
He's very much aware of this cutoff, though. And he,
No!
That's a wonderful
Oh
control.
my
And
god.
that is the opening kill to the round that WSM absolutely needed. 90 seconds left.
Was mean.
Player
And
advantage.
Kane
No
will be
Kano
having
available.
a rough. No, he's not been having a rough
And still
time,
good
but,
positions
like,
around the map. The map control for W7M here is honestly very solid. Hamadi are going to have to really think their way through this, and quickly.
Yeah, they don't have the luxury of time now. Only 70 seconds on the clock, and with the map still largely dirty, it's going to be tough, especially for them if they're going to play as well.
Yes, I lost the
And
hard breach now.
information.
This is going to be
New
rough
challenge.
for them to be even to do anything.
Running into a cross currently over towards Piano.
So they're going to swing the hallway. Bob's thought about it. Eventually,
they don't know about this position at all.
Backtracks a little bit deep inside of Alpha. Dodair should find his kill onto Hot and Cold.
Oh,
but no,
how do you
loses the
lose
battle.
that
The
up?
wall may still go the way
Dodas.
of W7M. Are you thrown out from Hot and Cold, who stayed alive?
Lose that.
Gubine stepped on by Gaveni. A lot of time remaining though, and they still need to get towards the site, which is absolutely packed now with defenders.
I just
very well
learned to
could be on the
ignore you.
verge of overtime if they cannot find a way to get some quick kills. Information available up above as Hot and Cold. Another ROU goes out. Shield screen is up. BPC giving the information for W7M.
Yeah,
That was
one
the
that's
downfall for
flanking. You have
M80
one
earlier
that's
in this
flanking.
half.
Kitchen.
Dropping down. They've got nothing. Lost kit. Surely running out of time in this round. An opportunity starting to falter.
God, why-
and the
why
pressure
did you
from
drop
W7M
down?
mounts, and we will get overtime
Oh
for the
my
first
God.
time at reload. And Fox was wrong.
I reckon we should fire him from the desk with a call like that. Disgraceful.
Big round win for W7M. Absolutely needed that one because they
They
have lost
stole
4 rounds
that.
in a row. After a 5-2 lead.
They just
At the very
stole
least,
that.
it goes to OT.
Well, we do now get to see how the overtime bans function as well. So for those unaware, it does revert to what they were in their respective halves in regulation. So We don't have to endure. Oh no, it's
Oh
like
my
endure. We
goodness.
don't have to go through another ban phase.
But there's an Ella in there.
Oh no.
I've just seen an Ella.
Oh no. That is correct.
Oh, is that correct?
On the first half, yeah.
Oh, it was the first half. Okay.
You're trolling.
Oh, okay. You can't blame me for panicking though after what we've just gone
That's
through.
why you write things down.
I actually have it written down as well, so I should have just looked.
I don't blame you for it.
But yeah. Oh, I panicked for a split second.
If we see it later, if we see it in the next round, then it's a concern.
M80 onto defense now, of course. W7M back onto the attack as we begin overtime for the first time at reload. And yeah, okay. Crisis averted.
Fuck is
But the
that?
crisis is not averted for W7M at the moment. I mean, the momentum is well and truly against them. It's been a real challenge.
Well, you still think the momentum's with them 80 coming into overtime?
Attackers are heading out to
I think so.
defuse a bomb.
I mean, it's been stalled out somewhat, and I suppose the switch of halves does complicate things. So. There has been an attacking Chalet, which has certainly not been the case for the rest of the day.
Shut up, Dark.
I mean, admittedly, you go back to that first half, and yeah, W7M were very clinical in their attacking rounds.
For fuck's sake, guys. Shut
I
up.
think the biggest thing for me was the plants. So first half, 6 rounds played, 5 plants from W7M.
This is
and
the
that's
last
probably
round
something
now.
that, again, I think
So
Barbie will kind of look at, say, how do we
I think
kind of
there
fix
is
that?
no limited overtime.
Well, that
from my
happened here in
understanding.
overtime as well. And the way that M80 were playing was certainly a little bit back, playing sight, but at the same time allowing the plants to go down. I mean, even with vert positions, they still allow plants to go down.
No.
Think
Dark,
back
you know
actually,
what I
in
mean.
this particular site, it was the kitchen dining just pushed through and just literally waltzing in towards site. I think it was Dots back in the early half. Slow approach right now from W7M, not looking to rush around the map. They have got a little bit of control on the library sidebar as well with Loban on the Deimos.
So here's the thing, they have really good crosshair right now in piano. So for them to be able to push them out, they need to clear out with pumpkins and nades. That did not work on me this time. Sorry.
The impact amps for the attack.
I knew where the Fenrir was.
Pretty much
okay.
full top floor hold at the moment for kitchen dining, except the hot and cold. Flash goes out, gun up, that one.
Yeah.
I think landing onto diffuser very nicely inside of Office, and Dots may
Yeah,
just get
Gunner's
going
gone.
in towards Office, pulls out the pistol, hits the headshot.
Oh,
Absolutely
not
clean
good.
entry through Ego, and
No.
with that, W7M have got themselves a very strong advantage to start overtime, pushing up towards Dots. It's crazy, it almost works out. It does from Hot and Cold, but they lose another one, and he's by himself in a 1v4. Their attack may not quite be playing down. In fact, the kit was with Hot and Cold. Elects to drop, does get the knock, and down onto Loban, and another one onto Palu. Makes it a 1 versus 2. Diffuser acquired through Dodes, and they're both here right in front of him. Left and right side covered for W7M. They've got themselves match point.
Damn you, I swear to
Clean work there
God.
from W7M on that top floor. Despite some complications with the breach, able to brute force it in other ways. Good clear, especially under Gunner, who was under a ton of pressure. Unable to effectively contest that blitz, and once we saw that position unlock, it made life very difficult for those remaining defenders. Hot and Cold are unable to...
Yes, smile now. I'm going to get my revenge for you guys. I'm going to hunt you down. I promise you that.
This
One
is
day.
the kind of round now moving
I'm
forward.
coming
for
to
M80.
Hungary and
Geez,
hunt you down,
We've
Fox.
actually
Like,
played
I'm
quite well.
going
We had them on the ropes.
to where you
We-
live, Dark, as well.
6-5, 4 rounds in a row. We brought it back, all the momentum with us. And
I promise you
just ended
that.
up being a case of so close yet so far. And you don't get, and this is the thing as well, it's not like, oh, we get 1 point.
Yeah, no charity.
There's no charity point. Doesn't matter if you win in regulation or in overtime, it's 2 bullets, it's 2 bullets. There's no 3-2-1 point system or anything akin to that.
Oh, shut up.
W7M go onto the defense. But of course, this is where M80 kind of made their comeback, right? In that second
Yeah,
half
they need
on
to
the
win
attack.
this
They
now.
closed
They
out
need to
their
win
final
this.
attack
If they
round
don't win this
flawlessly.
round, they lose.
Well, not the final one, the final round win that they had on the attack.
They lose hard, if that's the case.
And W7M returning to familiar territory. We saw that round on that
That
round.
C4 looks enticing.
Clutch up to push OT. It was.
Why is he
on bar
thinking of
game.
tossing that C4?
Pardon me, so they're actually going to kitchen. So I'm scrambling myself here. That was back in round 9.
Is he trying to toss
M80
it
was
into the
successful on
bedroom
that
if
attack.
they're coming?
So
If they don't drone him out,
And I think that was the. Was that the round actually coming out of the? No, that was the round 8 one where they actually went for that salt push. Either way, top floor bridge
nicely
being
done,
opened
nicely
up
done.
rather quickly, and Kino towards Ego himself, basically controlling.
Dark!
offense.
What the
Opens up
fuck?
with the Selmas, then able to swing Ego's
Seriously?
door and gets an easy kill onto Loban. I mean, that's a good start to this overtime attacking round for M80.
oh look at that,
You
3
need any more
ADSs on the
ADSs over here? Well,
staircase. What?
You're not going to get any because Loban is dead. But absolutely stacked.
Like 3 ADSs on.
Trophy stairs.
Yeah, like trophy stairs.
Though.
Like
Little lurk over towards Fireplace. Could catch someone over towards that offer side mezzanine position. Maybe trying to go through that breach towards half wall. Diffuser catches Dodes though, and expecting the bar stock swing from Paolo.
Oh my
Nicely
god,
done
he
from
read
Diffuser.
that so
And M80
good.
Are on the verge of pushing us all the way here and making it 7-7 to close out the final game of the A stream today. I mean, really good signs from M80, even if they don't close this out. W7M, I'm not too sure they're going to be ultimately all that happy with the way that
Like
this
they
match
are
has very
not.
much played out.
Yeah,
When you
they are
take into
not loving this
consideration
round
they
at
had
all.
a 5-2 lead. And it's looking like we will indeed go 7-7.
She's cute when she's sleepy. What?
And all of it started really with Kino. Opens up Office Breach, then gets the swing kill. So as an individual player to be able to do that, get the kill onto Loban, you've done quite a lot there as an individual to begin the round. Everyone else can then sort of follow suit. Fuser with a nice double kill earlier. Dots now absolutely under pressure. The bees are buzzing on him. Does at least
Why
swing
did you
on
miss
that though.
that?
Makes contact with Gunner, wins the battle. Diffuser going down inside of Dining though. Courtesy of Hot and Cold. No denial to come through. Bolt's losing his life, and all by himself now is Dots. Stuck over towards West Main. So a 15th round is required for these two teams.
Oof.
Dots, nice headshot. Not too sure how he gets himself out of this situation though and wins this round for W7M. Expects one front entrance. He knows they're up above. He knows they're absolutely everywhere, surrounding his position on that kit. One more round is necessary between these two teams.
So once again, the bands will flip like the roles themselves, and M80 now with a key decision to make. What site do they try to defend? Finding success on defense has proven to be quite a challenge thus far, and it would appear that Bar Gaming will be locked in. For context, we saw M80 back in the first half of regulation defend Kitchen and Master, respectively, in rounds 1 and 3 successfully. I was attempted twice, and they lost out.
At massage my neck. Jesus.
The second occasion of which they actually got the open kill.
Shut up,
with a minute
Dark.
to go in the round.
No, like
Still
I felt
close.
like I had like a knot on my neck, so I needed to massage that out.
I mean, this would be such a good win for really
Look,
either
that's
side,
my
considering
husband,
the drawn-out
take rest,
nature
but I
of
got
this
the,
match.
like,
You
the
know,
majority
probably
of-
an energy-sapping kind of
Jesus,
game.
that
So
knot
you really
was
want to
not
walk away
small.
with this win. If you walk away with this loss, you think, geez,
Ugh.
Especially with nothing.
that's a stinger. And I'm not sure what time either of these two teams are playing tomorrow, but you know, it's the last game of the
What
day.
the fuck,
You've been
boxing?
kind of waiting all day, and I know it sounds a bit crazy, but waiting around is actually quite.
You're
tiring.
like
You
so
kind of
tired.
sit there
Go
not
here,
really
like
doing a whole lot. Your
get
energy
you
reserves
naughty
sort of drop a
mind
little bit.
somewhere else.
And this
Jesus.
has been obviously a very, very long match, and then to lose it, got to deal with that mentally. Go into tomorrow, you have to quickly reset. So winning this round may just be for 2 bullets, but it could go a long way for M80. Looking for the clean sweep for all 5 North American teams if they can win this round. Had 4 of the 5 on the A stream. It was Cloud9 that took down PSG Talent on the B stream earlier today.
Hot and Cold sitting close for the potential direct push, and I mean W7M potentially posturing for that. Certainly going to see. Clutch drone above from Loban.
Yeah, good information as well found.
Take the default down, claim it for themselves. No mirror in play from defense.
Yeah,
for the
like
double stack
yeah,
as
the
well.
tournament is going to end for today in
Instead bringing the
about
castle, for instance, to switch things up a little
15
bit,
minutes.
utility as well.
So
Well, opening kill is going to be so important. We've played 14 rounds, and so far only 3 rounds has a team not gotten that opening kill. And
don't
gone
die
on
too
to carry
early
it to a
now.
round win, and it's going to be Kino that falls.
oh my
And as I
god,
say, that, it's
why?
now going to make it so much more difficult for M80. They don't have the Warden. Hot and cold is very low. There needs to be a swift response. Otherwise, W7M may just grab victory from the jaws of defeat. Flashes go out, Logic Bomb as well, aggressive from Dots, and he does have the diffuser. Needs to win this battle, and indeed he does, against Hot and Cold. Deep into the blast stock, a ballsy play that does pay off. Gaveni with a quick double, no, it was Gunnar that got one of them. Just like that, a chance again comes through. And while this match has gone the absolute distance, we haven't had a round such as this. 2 versus 2, still a minute remaining. You can pull the plug on this fast, aggressive play, W7M. You don't have to keep this pace going. So much time remains. And they may just call off ever so slightly. No, the entry was
Gunnar!
down. Gunnar will
No!
fall head in hand and down a diffuser. And 1 versus 2. Library Stairs is 1, and he cannot.
No fucking way! No!
W7M on home soil, tested oh so mightily by M80.
No
W7M
way!
get the job done. Hugs for all.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Naughty Nitro.
Oh, almost gets him as well. Maya down to half HP.
Oh,
from
that
it.
made me so
Would've been a beautiful one
mad.
to thread through that soft wall and get the man from below, but not
They
quite
threw
rewarded
that
for it.
last, like,
Secret now
why?
finding themselves on the back foot, though. We spoke about this whole Tim and wasting time. It's all well and good as long as you can get players back
Why
towards
did it-
sight. But they're
why
lost
did
in the
it do
process, and it's
that?
Liquid that have now got the man advantage as they're starting to think about what hitting sight looks like. Now we're into the last 60 seconds.
Adrian just holding position, going to take out that drone, knows that there's a potential push coming from construction, and that's going to manifest itself inside of logistics, which it does. He can't make any challenge at all as Maya comes around the corner with the shotgun, finds the kill.
I'm surprised that Secret is ahead of Liquid.
Savage, again, doing big work for Team Secret to keep them in this one. 30 seconds left to go, and surely too much to ask. And it's gonna be Ask that
I got
finds
stupid
that
bad
final
about
kill. And
points.
Team Liquid, they get themselves their first attack.
Well, it's not done yet.
This one
It's
looks like it
until
could be going the
Wednesday.
distance.
It's neck and neck, isn't it?
Yeah, we know who will go through.
That's
So
good
just
net.
because they lost today doesn't mean that they are not be able to go through to the semi or playoffs.
still
I
bring you
mean,
here?
so it's not over,
I
but
don't
they
know
need to
how
win the
far he is in,
rest.
I think it's part of the furniture.
It's not the same with that around. The woeful dad jokes.
You love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, 4 apiece. In we go to round 9. After this one, we get those next set of bans as a reminder. Wonder if we'll see another hard breach ban. You know, a way to really rock it would be to like ban away the Hibana and then play like basement, because it would be a nuisance trying to get through a bunch of those hatches. Of course, you've got
It
hard
may be
breach
what we
charges
see.
that you can use, but get rid of 1 or 2 operators using those, and before you know it, they have no way of getting through a number of these hatches, and it becomes hell on earth for the
That's
attackers.
it. Like your impact tricking becomes much more valuable then. So you know what do you do as Liquid? Do you start bringing 2 or 3 operators? So you know you're losing then other utility essentially. You know, by having to bring enough to guarantee that you've got to get cleared through. Because if you've got a couple of impact nade operators that are going to clear them off, you end up in a real battle of wills then about those hatches being opened or closed.
Indeed, the other game has ended over on our other
What
stream
the
as well. W7M
dark
narrowly
Jesus.
beating our M80 in overtime over there. Just to keep things on. I think it's
So the
only
last game
overtime
of the
we've
day
seen so far
will
today.
end about
We
50
haven't had one on A.
minutes.
We haven't had one on B, so
As far as I'm aware, there wasn't one on A at any point either. And here we go, destroying those destructible ingredients that we call them. Environmental ingredients. Something ingredients, anyway.
I don't think it's an ingredient, does
No, that's the official name that
Is
Ubisoft
it?
give it. Yeah, yeah.
An ingredient.
So you're laughing at me, and now you feel like
Yeah,
an idiot.
what's there?
I'm pretty sure they call them destructible ingredients.
He can get a wig,
if
fuck's
you
sake.
think about
He
it
can get a
being,
wig. It's okay.
A part of the strategy in the way that an ingredient would be part of a recipe, then yeah, I guess that makes
Environmental
sense.
destructible ingredients.
There you go.
Just to add, 3 words and 1 would have done. Destructibles. I wonder what they're cooking though, if they're the ingredients they're throwing into the mix, Tim.
Oh, I like it. Either way, I'll tell you that. I'm going to see the Hibana just getting up onto the rappel there, looking to get that breach opened and just
give the view through into sight. They've already got a little bit of what they need, but they could just do with being able to see through towards that catwalk window as well, just to prevent any movement back through into sight. The gridlock just going to make extra sure.
That's
that
a
nobody's
long
gonna come
road.
in. That's 4 track stingers deployed there, Des. 4 of them, all over main stairs.
They don't want anyone flanking. Damn.
Screenshot of what Neska's just done.
That is
The thing is, you don't really need them anywhere else. I guess you could make an argument for like lower garage stairs. The
Hey,
small
can we get a
stairs, but you
nice
don't really
wig
need them
for
anywhere
you,
else,
Run?
so.
It's going to teach you how to.
A lot of work for Savage to chew through. If he wanted to get out in the roam and cause a bit of bother on the vigil, then he's got to chew through a lot of tracks to be able to get on the backside and do a little bit of damage to the attackers here. Liquid very focused on this construction side here. All being opened up. To be able to get themselves in any impacts available.
Yes.
Dodges one
Can't
away.
wait.
There are, but they're not going to be able to be used. It'd be Savage that you'd expect to do it, but of course, he's trying to keep himself busy below. Had the opportunity maybe to deny the wall, but he's not going to get away with it. Right idea too. There is a player outside the doorway. Found two. Finally gets punished, but the damage has been done to him. Myers offline, Nesk offline. The 2 big fragments for this team in this game removed.
Savage is battling underneath as well, trying to get himself back safely to site, which he is able to do. That's a really big play from the Vigil because it gives them numbers now. Adrian manages to find resets, and Secret, they're starting to run away with this round. It's 4 versus 1. Ask is inside, but it is a lot to ask. He manages to find 1. Can he find any more? Super low health. 15 seconds left to go. Secret, they've just abandoned site. They know that they don't need to give him opportunities.
Why did you plant here?
From underneath. For a second there, Ask dared to dream, but he didn't have enough in the tank.
I didn't catch the play that Mogan made, but getting those 2 kills, absolutely awesome. In for attack timeout then. In fact, no, sorry, it's the band's coming in this time around. Round 10, 1 more. And
Play Queen.
Tactical timeout as well. The coaches aren't allowed to talk to the teams during
I saw
the additional
the headset come down. I was like, is it attack timeout? But no, there's bans to do. So I think it's bans first, and then the attack timeout
it's all
comes
at
in.
the same time.
There we go. That's another I said about banning the Hibana away, Tim. Now there's only the Thermite left out of the dedicated hard breaches in the game. Yes, there's a 10 openers in back pocket.
And that's enough for internet for today.
But they're gone.
I think that's the perfect time for Secret as well. And again, it's just giving us a really good example of how impactful this new ban system
I
can
just
be.
wanted to sit through the entire day today at least, and we will see how the week goes. I might be more selective when it comes to certain games, because sitting 8 hours per day might be a little bit too much for me.
Difficult. Not only have we
But
taken a couple of defenses already, this has just got
we'll
harder
have to see.
for you. Because now
But I will probably do the casting tomorrow.
Mental. Really trying to hamstring their opponents here.
Depending on which
Nova's just popped up in chat and says Liquid have lost today in
which
LOL,
games
Valorant,
is going to
Dota
be.
2,
I'm
and
not
now
sure which
Rainbow
game I
Six.
want to do casting on.
We're not there yet.
I can understand getting excited because it would be the quadra loss. Would probably suck for the organisation today, but as things stand, they can bounce their way back in. They've had that tack timeout. Maybe they can turn things around here, but Secret are looking good, Tim.
I do like the little crest that they've got on the chest of the new Liquid jersey.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
That's that conversation over.
Yeah, it's done.
Let's move on.
See,
which game would I like?
But sometimes they're just wrong.
I would maybe like to, if Dark Zero and SSG would face each other, I would like that.
Into the basement then, Secret 5-4 up. I
think that would actually be something. Or some of the G2 games.
They've banned out Hibana. They get to go back to basement. Everything is stacked in their favour. This round is extremely difficult for Team Liquid.
Yes, they lose this one, it's going to feel pretty tragic, which I think is why they found themselves dipping back behind the shield here. Ask getting across onto that Monty. We saw Savage, of course, putting it to great use back in the first half. That's not normally the guy I regard as a huge shield player. I know he's definitely played it previously, but
yeah, I mean, somebody's got to take it because Lagonis was doing it previously. So
someone's got to be that guy to step into the old shoes and start donning the shields for the team.
Just a little bit of careful preparation going on from Nora, who's very conscious about the potential for anybody dropping oil pit. Didn't want to get himself caught out with barbed wire in his hand. We can see the gas pipes have been left in position by the defenders as well, all around stairs, so that will give them some options potentially now then. Doom saw some success from him previously with the Scorpos, managed to get himself a kill and get back to side. He's got to win that net. Somehow goes in, manages to get him. He's down to a fraction of his health, but Doom.
Oh my god, Doom, you should actually actually, Jim, you should have won that.
It's a real killer. I mean, Jim has not had the best game
He
today. You can see that
yeah,
by the
he
stat on his
should-
scorecard.
he should have
2-8
won
he
that.
finds himself at. Fortunate that now
That's
Emogi and
not
Savage have been having
a
great game
discussion.
so
He
far,
should
to
have
be fair,
won
but you
that.
expect to see a little bit more out of Jim, you know. Remember back when he was on Delta Project being coached by Fabian, and Fabian himself was like, there's so much potential in this kid. He could be something amazing.
What?
This year not quite putting up the sort of performance you'd hope to see from someone with giving him such high praise, but it is just day one. Maybe there's more to come from him.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough and continues to be so. We're going to get the hard breach charge onto the wall. Anything would have done. Ooh, interesting. I was just going to say anything would have done because the wall wasn't reinforced, but Secret have taken the opportunity to be able to just spray through the soft wall. This is always the difficulty when you're looking to use a hard breach gadget or an exothermic or anything on a soft wall like that, on a soft surface. It can just be shot out. Sometimes that's where you need your book, you need your ash, something that can just open it
They
up.
have nothing.
Making a little bit of a mess of it.
No, he's
They'll get in eventually.
Making a meal of it, Tim. Look at it. How hard is this? Come on now.
They'll get in eventually. There you go. They're in. But 55 seconds left to go and a lot of work to be done yet. A lot of work to be done.
There's still got 3 smokes in back pocket, Tim. This ain't going to work. They can't
This
rely
is
on the
not
Monkey
looking
getting
good
up
for
to Dirt
Liquid
Dora.
at all.
They'll just keep on wasting
What
time
are they
happily here. Secret are in
doing?
a good position. Admittedly, Liquid aren't looking too bad. They've got a couple of players spread around. You've got one hanging out towards
Like, you have the
blue, you've got one
canisters,
on main
oh,
stairs, the
canisters, you
Monty
still have the
pushing
Goyo.
here largely, I won't say by himself,
Monty's
but
like in
waiting. He's
dirt.
gonna have to force his way through, Tim.
Remember what I said about the hard breach charges as
And
well.
if
They had to bring three
if you click
operators
on my
in, so
name,
they've
can you
lost
see how
a
many
bunch of
messages I
utility
sent
that they
in
might
your chat?
otherwise
What?
have. With the resets, manages to get a double. Savage does
What the
pick
fuck is
Myra.
happening?
Somehow, Team Liquid are doing this,
Huh?
guys. They're brute forcing their way
How?
into sight.
All Liquid
Man,
winning
if Noah
this.
turns this around, he's a
They're
hero.
like
Just
selling
found
it.
one more, but he's on for 4. Gotta get one more at the bottom of main stairs. Won't find it, and that Monty is now going to step back, and there is very
Yeah,
little
that
Noah can do
999
about this.
plus.
Information being fed by the Monty. One more was at the bottom of the stairs, but he's got up top to him. This one's looking pretty cut. He's gotta
Dark,
try
you
and
know
win
better
something if he
either.
can.
It says
Doesn't know whether to choose it at this
999
point, Tim.
plus for you
At
as
least now
well,
he knows.
so you're
I don't
not
see
the
how he
only
wins
one.
this.
Hang on a minute, it's just prevented the Monty from having too much of a direct impact. Nesk is going to have to drop here. He wants the fight with Nesk because he's on such low health, but Nesk has just shown why he's so good at this game.
Okay, so
what that
Secret just sold that
experience
round.
counts
They
for. He
had
was so low
all
health on
the
Striker throughout
utilities
that entire
to
round
make
after
sure
June
that Monty
almost
couldn't
killed
come
him.
in,
Don't forget that's
and they
kill
just
June
like
probably should have got.
sold it
Nesk
so
escaped with a
hard.
fraction of
What?
life left. And then you saw him at the bottom of main stairs.
Yeah, you kids
Knowing
be
it's
sure
what
to play nicely
Nesk
with each other
doesn't
now,
challenge
right?
it at
So
all. He's
don't be
having
too mean.
Absolutely nothing to do with it. And as soon as he thinks it's safe to do so, he gets upstairs so he can start working vertically, and then only drops when he absolutely has to. Just really, really smart decision making from Nesk.
It was just a great bit of play, I think, coming in through dirt. We were really worried about the whole smoke play and them being choked out, not having time to get up to the main door to start putting any kind of threat down, but we touched on resets in blue. That side swipe where he pushed, he was a little bit late to the party because it was looking a bit frantic for a moment for Liquid inside of dirt, and I thought they were going to lose 2 players, but resets finally gets there and nets 2 massive kills for his team, enough to keep things all square. These teams have constantly been within 1 round of each other. It feels like overtime is all but guaranteed.
What means
but
this? I got
we could see some
surprised.
madness
What?
in these next 2 rounds, Tim.
It was a great round from Liquid. You know,
Lol?
you give me that position. You
What?
say you've got
Oh
a
my
Monty
god,
and
you
another
guys are
player
way too
in
tired.
dirt tunnel. 50 seconds on the clock.
How can you
Vulcan
guys be
canister's
more
just
tired
been
than me?
detonated.
I
You've got
just don't
3
get
smokes
it.
in pocket, and you've got players lined up ready to challenge in dirt. And I'm going to say your defensive team is going to win that most of the time. So
Like,
Liquid
literally.
have done a great job to crack their way into side.
All right, this round, they mean business. You've got the Deimos, you've got the Dokkaebi, you've got the Lion. Tim, they're going hunting here. Specifically, Roma hunting, trying to find out these secret players that maybe are a bit too far away from sight. You wouldn't expect to see loads of them really for this site of Gym and Bedroom, but there will be some, no doubt, out towards the east that are trying to isolate and pincer off. If nothing else, scare with all this global utility and tracking-based utility to force the players back and mean that Liquid don't get so stuck trying to clear out the east side of the map this time around.
Ness just holding that long angle. Like
We
you
are
say,
clearly
just trying to
special,
flush
that's how,
Secret
okay.
players out at the minute, force them into lines of sight like that, and just see if they can take advantage of any opportunities. Going to have the exothermic going
Oh,
on.
nicely done. And Doom again.
Finds him over the top of the weight rack, takes him down, and what an opener from Liquid.
We have to take that repel
June
sometimes.
once again,
Like, that was actually
rechargeable
pretty
gadget
smart
gone,
repel.
but also the player that hasn't been having the greatest performance so far today removed. Back onto camera duty for his team here to help them try and hold on.
Ooh.
Noah has retaken control. How has he got away with this when Nesk is the one on the repel? Should never be able to get control of that window once it's been cleared. Tim, it's a 3 versus 2 though, and Secret in
I
position
swear to God,
here
I'm going to hunt you down,
I don't
fuck's
know how
sake.
Secret
I
are doing it.
swear
Despite
to
losing
God.
bodies, they always seem to come out on top. They always seem to find that extra kill. Mowgli has been downed. At the minute, he's just living intel. He's just a camera that's giving information. He will be taken out by Nesk. 2 versus 2, but the onus here is on Liquid to get into sight, to put the diffuser down. They've got time to work with, but right now, they're just embattled. They're embroiled in this gunfight. They can't move anywhere without Secret challenging them.
Problem is, Liquid pulled the trigger in that first push without even using a phone call from the Dokkaebi, so a little bit misaligned here, but it's the shots that count in the end here. Ness can't win against Savage. DS with it all to do, still with the diffuser in back pocket. Goo mines scattered all around him. This one feels a little bit hopeless, but he's got 35 seconds to pull off some magic. The new boy on the team coming back to his home region after playing in NA for years. He's got a chance to keep his team in this, but it does feel a little bit hopeless, Tim.
Secret are just waiting. They know that they can just hold on, force him to play the diffuser, play for time. There you go. He will eventually have to show himself, and Savage cuts him down when he does. That's going to be Secret getting themselves onto match point, but they will only get one opportunity. They will be ecstatic if they can get a win on opening day against Team Liquid in the final game on B-Stream. You know, what a result for Secret that'll be.
It'd be massive. I mean, I'll give full shout out to Savage as well. I know I've touched on
He's
Noah
had a
playing
great
well
game.
and Mowgli playing well, but every time it feels someone's got to pull out a bit of a flourish and do some magic, it's Savage doing that. And it's nice to see because we're so used to seeing Savage as the shield player on this team. Of course, here on the defense, he's got to play something that isn't shields, but it's just great seeing him putting up some good numbers here. Into double digits he goes, joining Noah and Mowgli. And that could be enough to see them over the finish line here. Liquid arguably a little bit too dependent on Nesk. And we got a recos coming in.
It
apparently.
looks like we
There
could
go.
have, so we will just get everybody out and everybody back in as soon as we've got the issue sorted. But, you know, what a time for it as well. You can't plan these things, it's just an unfortunate thing. But, yeah, it just gives the players a few minutes to sit and think in their own mind, you know, what's going on, what's happened, pick apart them players that maybe they feel like they could have done something more, done something differently. Secret, I think, have the edge at the minute.
They do.
I
I'd say
think they have the
momentum's on
edge.
their side.
Obviously, in terms of the score, they do, but I just mean in terms of the momentum, in terms of the way they win in the rounds. I just feel like it's potentially it's secrets to take, really.
I feel part of that, honestly, in that last round was more on Liquid, like losing it by making a few mess ups where Secret just had to play out the round from there. And it sounds bad to say because he's had such a good game, but honestly, 2 critical mistakes from Nesk in that round.
There was.
One, he lets Noah get across onto that west window inside of CC, where he gets a kill from the window onto a south balcony. And then second rule, when they actually start pushing forward and trying to make a hit happen, he sat there with both Dokkaebi calls still in back pocket. You can't bring a Dokkaebi and not make use of arguably the best gadget in the game. Like, that's why you bring her along in the first place, man. And so he's cost his team a little bit there, I wonder. And I don't think it would have come down to a 1v2 for DS if they'd managed to get that right in the first place. So a bit of an oopsie by Nesk. You're forgiven because he's kept his team in this game for a number of rounds.
Seriously.
But it is Secret who now sit at 6 and 5. And once this rehost is done and we're back into game, you start to feel a bit nervous about Liquid's chance of getting a win out of this.
Why is there a fucking technical pause now? Like, how does this happen?
Yeah, I think
Whoa, fuck's sake. Whoa. That sounded so wrong no matter how you spin it off.
Feel like teams are right, they've got a bit of momentum now, they're building something.
No one is pulling their pants down. No.
So you just don't know which way it's going to go. But Liquid, these for me,
like,
you know, if
what the
looking
hell?
Towards Liquid, and we've spoken about them winning, not winning, in terms of tournaments. These are the games that prove to me that they can start winning. You know, when things are difficult, when the heads do go down, that they can still get the results.
Twister's really being a true coach here and giving all of his players a massage before they get back into it. Someone said actually in the chat a minute ago, they were just like, man, Secret's coach is so cool. It's like, he is cool. Twister's a great guy.
He's a nice guy. For those who don't know, the Brazilian lore. The Brazilian lore. So Twister started out as a coach for Furia when Furia first came into the Brazilian league. But so the league was expanded. I think it was 2021, if I'm correct, which I'm pretty sure I am. 2021, they added 2 additional teams, which were W7M and Furia, and both of them have grown absolutely fantastically since then. And Furia was coached by Twister at the time. And they were not good in the first couple
I was
of stages
thinking
that they
more
played. I think
over the
in
back.
2 stages, as the league format is now, they won 1 game in the 2 stages out of like 18 games because there were 10 teams in the league, so they played 9 in each stage. And they only won 1. They were literally losing every week. And I used to love talking to Twister because we did the English-speaking broadcast, and Twister speaks very good English and so made himself available for a lot of the interviews. And even though Furia were losing every week, he was coming and speaking to us every week. And that's not always an easy thing to do, you know, when you're losing those matches like that. And he used to come and speak to us every week, and he'd say, you know, Ace, I know that we've lost again, but I believe in this team. I believe in what we're doing. I believe in what we're building. We will be at the Invitational one day. We will. And he used to say these things, and it was like you could look at it and think, you know, I'm sure it would have been easy to laugh really and say you're getting beaten every week and you're talking about being at the Invitational. But then what happened was they went into the relegations. They almost got relegated out of Brazil. They went in there, they survived, they came back through open quals and got to SI. And then they were like every major after that. They just kept consistently qualifying. And in part, you know, obviously there were players on the team. There was the backroom side, you know, everything else that went with it. But, you know, in part of that was Twister's belief and his attitude.
Trump actually fired
what was happening there. And
a
eventually
librarian
he moved on
for
and,
inappropriate
you know, he came to find himself at
books.
Secret. But he's
Donald Trump fired the Congress librarian, Carla Hayden, who was the first female and the first black person to receive
he's been coaching
that
since the start of 2017.
position.
He's literally got 8 years of experience in coaching. Like, it's done a bit of analysis work on the way there as well. He's done all the things
There
that he needs
were
in the back room to have a real well-rounded
a lot
view
of
the game.
worry.
I think also
She got fired because there was a lot of
he's only 25 years old. But
worried
for someone who's
things
young, I
that she
think, to
has
have the
done
maturity that he carries
on the
himself, I think
Congress
it's such a beautiful thing,
library.
and it definitely shows, I think, in the
be
good vibes that you see in the team, and also, like you say, the kind of things that he'll say in an interview. Very positive thing to see.
inclusive books and would be inappropriate to bring in for children in the library. That's a Congress library. What the fuck would kids be
The
there?
right environment for Mowgli to thrive and to be at his best. This could be a real world-beating team come later on in this year, and it's what's so exciting about a lot of the teams that we're seeing now in the partnership program is the potential that they're starting to build on side. Anyway, let's get back into the game. Secret up 6 and 5.
Back to the game. That was just
5. We're done
weird.
and dusted. Otherwise, it's OT to see who walks away the winner here on Clubhouse.
Secret, you feel like they're
And
coming
now a
here
word
not
from
just
our
because they
ad
won the last round, but
sponsors.
with the momentum, it's
Sit down
felt
and
like
relax
they've
and
been a little
enjoy
bit more
the
solid.
ad.
You know, Secret have been able to. Liquid have been able to come away with a round here and there, but it's felt a little bit scrappy, and they've kind of kept themselves in it a lot of the time. But Secret, like I said, by contrast, have just felt a little bit more in control of things. It feels like the game's being played to the beat of their drum. If anybody's, for the time being, the drones are going to be raining through before Liquid start pushing on in. They're happy that Strip is clear, so they're going to take that ground. That's what I want to see from Liquid. Some nice decisive play. This area is clear. We're going to go in and claim it. We're going to move our way through.
It just popped up, okay? I'm not even sure.
Bit of a change up for Liquid as well. Like we've seen.
Why would he fire a librarian for inappropriate books about inclusivity?
Going in towards the striker, and I remember for a time we were looking at both striker and sentry, and there were a couple of teams, FaZe being one of them, that played the living death out of those two operators because of the extra utility that they brought to the field, especially at a time when you no longer have 3 flashbangs, you only have 2 now. It just helps you clear through a meta where I think you're going to start seeing quite a bit more Jaeger and Wamai, given the buff that we mentioned earlier, where Jaeger can now catch things like Capital Bolts. Just makes life a little bit more frustrating for attackers to burn through heavily defended positions. So maybe you'll see the rise of those two operators even more so. And there we go.
Yeah, so Dark, Trump fired Congress Librarian for putting in books that would be inclusive to like different people, and he feels like they are not appropriate for kids. And like I said, why would there be young kids in the Congress Library in general? Because a Congress Library doesn't like what?
Noah just showing good patience here. He's not panicking. He's not popping that Goyo
But
canister just yet. He's going to bide his time and wait for the moment. If anything,
so the question is going to be,
mark, so you know it's going to
we need to go to overtime.
But he's got about another 30 seconds before we get to that point.
I think he got jumped out there, yeah.
For Liquid and for both, really, that we've got to this point in the round and no one has died yet. There's a lot of work to do, though, for the attackers. Right idea as they step forward. The Fenrir FNAT giving away that the bottom stairs has been lost them, and here we go. There's push on forward, but the Goyo canisters go out. Doom into one. Asker in the trade, but Savage will not stop today. Noah into another. It might be back and forth, Tim, but there's only two left on side for Liquid.
Noah's very low health at the minute. Needs to be careful of that. Also pinged out by those Grim Bees. However, Adrian
he missed the shot.
Manages to find Maya Diaz onto the low health Noah, but 2 versus 1. Adrian and Savage holding on. Toxic Babe canisters coming out just to prevent that passage of play from happening, to prevent him pushing, and that moves him into position for Savage to cut him down from Church. And Team Secret take themselves a big
won that
win against Team Liquid.
Can only imagine how much that means to these boys. And look, you can see it on the screen yourself how excited they are about it. It is only day one, but to bring down a big household name like Liquid is a great start for this team and a really good well-rounded.
That is actually weird. That is over. What? No? Let's see what they say.
I can get really used to the music. Every time it plays, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna rock out to it. We're here rocking in Rio. It's Reload, and we just finished our final matchup of the day. B-Stream is almost done at this moment, so we have to recap things overall. We picked 3 of the best games that we've seen today, and of course, there's 10 in total. Falcons versus Loud
it
is
is
up on the
here as
chopping
well,
block.
Foxic. We have the same
some
time,
replays
so
from that game, and we'll see how things ended up on the scoreboard. Gentlemen, let's be honest. Falcons, we expect them to win. That's been the whole situation for a year now, and yet once more, we get a surprise, and Loud upset that nobody expected.
I mean, it was a great showing from Loud. Obviously, it was on the B stream, so we only were able to catch glimpses of it. But one biggest thing for me is just Falcons. A certain level of, yes, we always expect them to win these events or make it far in these events, but there could be a certain level of comfortability that's been approaching, especially since the last recent successes, but not necessarily crossing that finish line of winning. And now they're just making it to another event. It could just be a level of,
I don't have any issue here. I think usually I am already in bed.
I mean, that's amazing.
reading.
But on top of it, I mean, Loud, I think people sleep on them, truthfully, because that old E1 roster, that was then the Raza Academy roster, these guys can shoot. And clearly the stats speak for itself. I was catching glimpses of the game after our first game wrapped up. And the thing is, I think that caught Falcons off guard a little bit, is Loud will be in your face. They will take those gunfights, which, don't get me wrong, the players on Falcons have no problems taking gunfights, but I just don't think they were expecting that initial aggression that I was watching from that last little tail end of that game, which clearly goes to show, even in the kill department for those top 2, and then a 7-4 finish on that map.
And what a way to close it out. Obviously, getting most of your rounds on Attack Skyscraper is very difficult to do. I mean, it's such a defender-sided map, so to have an understanding on Skyscraper on Attack amongst all of the other teams, that is an auto ban for a lot of teams. So if that's a map that can be one of their mainstays, it's making it's looking like Loud is going to be a little comfortable going through.
It's going to be Loud.
Yeah, absolutely. Loud in Rainbow Six. They're here. They played it in their first game, and they're able to defeat Falcons. A huge, huge game, and I'm sure Jesse's going to be recapping that game as the day kind of goes on in preparation for tomorrow. However, there is a second game out of the 3. G2 versus SSG, and once more, EU wipes his butt all over the floor because, my God, SSG really made it look good.
Yeah, it's been quite the day for NA overall, and specifically SSG. As I said to Fox earlier, you know, you don't know what to expect from the SSG you're going to get on any play day. But what we saw today, and especially with the addition to Newers and how well Newers played, this is a scary SSG. They were scary before, but if they can continue this performance and put up this display with the addition of Newers also being there, again, SSG is going to be a scary force through and through throughout the rest of this tournament.
The environment SSG brings is something that we talk about time and time again. And obviously, the other question that always comes into play is their consistency. We have to see them maintain this level of play. I believe this is the best look of an SSG being able to maintain that level of play. The way they were able to just completely shut down G2, the playstyles worked out in their favor because SSG constantly got those opening picks. Shout out to Newers, he was a really big reason for that. And G2 just wasn't able to have a response when they went to man down.
And a reminder that these two teams, nobody had picked them going into the day. So by default, they ended up playing against one another.
I feel like the music is actually too loud, to be honest.
Chambered one round instead of 2 bullets for this matchup. So a lot of respect between the two squads. At the end of the day, SSG looked really
which song?
through their game.
Toxic? Do you mean the one that they are playing now?
In the game and outside of it that we talked all
I think you can find it in
it really is paying
Spotify.
off. Though it is
Or
still
YouTube.
game number 1. So who knows what could happen? We still don't know what their next game is going to be because, well, we're going to have to wait for the draft.
Find out.
Actually, yeah, that's going to be a special show. We've never done a draft this way in a competitive Rainbow Six, but that was game number 2 of our highlight. However, if you just missed it, M80 versus W7M going the distance in overtime. What a matchup that we've had. And at the end of the day, it ended once more for W7M and once more for Brazil.
I mean, it could have gone either way. We just got done breaking it down, and obviously this game, probably for me, was the game of the day in total. Just every single round going back and forth, both teams showing a little bit at what there is to come in the rest of the tournament for them, and there was a lot of discipline on both sides. I mean, yes, rounds started coming back in M80's favor, but there wasn't necessarily many upset clutches or situations. It was really just good Siege team play, round after round, and that's what we needed to see from M80 since SI. And for W7M, since picking up Palu, that's exactly what we need to see is the consistency there.
And again, on either side, you're going to have to win it all. You got to beat every single person in front of you, and you have to display some sort of resilience, and that is where both teams should be happy and be proud.
Okay,
that they
I
came
think
into
we
this
are
game
just going
and
to be
literally gave it their all
stopping.
for
I
their
don't think we
first
need to
game
watch
start.
the after thing. Not too much into watching that this late. I don't have the brain for it. But yes, it's been a long day, and I enjoyed my time thoroughly, even though I got shit scared a lot of times. Just saying. But for everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate that. Hope that you're having an amazing time here. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel as well. And I will be back tomorrow, 6:30 tomorrow, and we'll be continuing on to watch some of the games. Fuck you, Dork. I swear to God. For everyone in Twitch, just stick around so we can raid someone, we can make someone happy. We are going to be raiding Domino. I haven't raided the person in a long time, so do want to give some support to that. For everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for being here, and I will see you guys tomorrow. 4:30 tomorrow. I will see you then, and I wish you guys an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, and I will see you tomorrow.